Let's go.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the CS Asia Championships 2025. 16 of the best Counter-Strike teams from across the world ready to battle it out for the lion's share of $1 million and, of course, all the bragging rights to go with it as well. My name is Parla. I'm one of your desk hosts, and I'm joined on the desk right now by two of our esteemed analysts. We've got Prof and Dust in the building. Guys, how are you doing? How is it to be here? I, for one, am very excited.
Likewise, Paula, always excited to work with you. Reuniting here at Dust in the PGL studios, have a really nice event ahead of us. I think we'll be talking about it. Feels like a few teams could definitely grab the title, which makes it more exciting.
Dust, how was the trip from New Orleans?
Close. That's where I'm
Louisiana.
from. Close. You were close. You were close. It's fine. It was
Alabama.
Good. There you go.
There we go.
There we
Got
go.
it.
You got both. You got where I'm from
three,
and where
right?
I now reside. Like, you really nailed it.
No,
But yeah, I
that's
haven't
great.
seen
That's
you.
great to see. Great to have you here. How's it going?
It's going great, man. Yeah, I haven't seen you in like 7 years or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've
Nice
both been
reunion.
working, but just different things. It's great to be linked up again. When we were rehearsing yesterday, you did have the exact date of when we were last together.
DreamHack Open Summer 2018.
OG stuff.
Way
man.
back. Way back.
Yeah, great to have you here. Looking forward to the event, Dust.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in a season of parity right now where it seems like everyone's been able to find kind of a win. Even Vitality finally got their win recently. And this is a tournament, as Prof was already kind of alluding to, where it seems pretty wide open. Like, realistically, there's 5 or 6 different teams that I think that could win this event just based on what we've seen so far out of these teams throughout the course of this year. So it'll be very interesting to see who will come out on top, because a lot of these teams haven't really had a big one in a while.
Yeah, Dust, great points. Talking teams, guys, why don't we take a look at the participating teams? As mentioned, we've got 16 of them, and we've got, I would say, to put it quite simply, a very interesting lineup of teams. I think it's an accurate point to state that we've definitely got some favorites. We've got a broad range of potential winners here. But then, of course, we have the classics of underdogs as well, and some dark horses too. Prof, who's jumping off the screen to you right now?
I mean, honestly, FaZe and Liquid, after their change, these are the two big names. I think that kind of a grand final will be ideal, definitely from a viewership and interest perspective. I think these two teams, you know, Elige, this is going to be his first look on Liquid on a big tournament. Let's say they play the Birch Cup and stuff like that. And obviously FaZe as well, Jacob coming in the lineup now with Twist. So a new look for FaZe again.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, I've definitely got a question mark over my head with regards to them, considering what happened at EPL with Rain returning, FaZe sort of overperforming there. Jacob coming back, going to be a lot of pressure on him, Dust.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think one of the things that's nice, though, is that we already kind of got to see what they want to do with Twist, and it seemed to be working very well. Frozen made some adjustments to kind of accommodate Twist, and he seemed to still be playing pretty well. So there's at least some bright spots there. But yeah, I think the big thing that you worry about with FaZe is, you know, are they going to have a true entry fragger who can have impact? Because that is how you have to set up Twist and Frozen, is you need to be able to have space creators for them. So that's something I have to keep an eye on, because that is going to be Jacob's main job.
Prof, if we stay on board with the reintroduction of Twist to FaZe, it's putting it very lightly that he played well at EPL. He was playing out of his mind there.
Yeah, he was quite insane, and it's just like, it's nice to see it, even though I think he, during his Liquid stint, was really good. Even when he was IGLing, I think he was finding individually, he was finding quite a bit of impact, but the EPL performance was just like one level above that. Ultimately goes back to what he was saying. Pressure on Jacob, like he will have even more pressure than he had before because of Rain coming in, doing decently. Even though Rain didn't perform individually that great, the team vibed, and they did quite overperform, I would say. Yeah. So this is a young guy that when he came into FaZe the first time, a lot of pressure, obviously coming from a smaller team, kind of had a name for himself as a talent, but not like, oh, he's going to FaZe talent. It's like, this guy could be someone in 2 years, right? And it seems like he just time jumped 2 years in that progression, and he's feeling the impact of that, you know. And can he acclimatize to this FaZe roster? We'll have to see.
Going to be a very interesting team to follow across the tournament. Everybody, let's take a look at our group stage format. We have two groups. We'll start off with Group A.
Yeah, and of course, 3 teams will make it out of each group. The team that wins the group will automatically advance to the semifinals. The others will have to play in the quarters matchups. And we're kind of taking a look at this one. This is the main group that we're going to be kind of featuring today on the A stream. And, you talk about teams that stand out. We've already talked FaZe. Let's talk about the other end of that equation. That's Team Liquid getting a Liege back. So other reunion, I guess you could say, that's taking place at this tournament. And I think this is kind of setting up potentially a win-win situation. Obviously, we kind of saw what Twist is able to do for FaZe. I think a Liege could be the ticket to what Liquid needs to get back on track. They have lacked a true entry fragger for a very long time. Liege is one of the best in that role in the world to this day. So adding him to the equation, I think, gives them some strong opening power. And I think it put Nertz in a role where he's probably going to feel more comfortable to where he can kind of hopefully regain form. So yeah, I think both these teams are looking to get a trophy at this tournament.
Yeah, and also to mention, starting with best of ones, which are always quite scary for the favorites, I think, and exciting for the viewers. You never know what you're going to get, and could complicate the bracket quite a bit if we get a few upsets. And then, you have to have, if 2 of the favorites lose their BO1s, that means only 1 can get to the playoffs, right? That's just how the bracket works. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that possibility.
Yeah, let's also now turn our attention to Group B, take a look at what's happening in that group and exactly how we will start things off over the course of today. Yeah, we have TYLOO versus Fluxo, Pain versus Fnatic, Heroic versus Bait, FaZe versus FUT.
This is a wild group, man. It's one of those things where there's so many different teams that could make it out of this group. Obviously, TYLOO on home soil, and the fact that they did win a tournament semi-recently kind of puts them up there. But you have, Heroic and Bait having to use stand-ins at this tournament, which is going to be a big factor for both of those teams. And then FaZe, you would think that hopefully they can carry some of that magic over from EPL and be a favorite in this group, certainly. But for the rest of the squads, I mean, really up in the air, in my opinion.
Yeah, if we're looking back at Group A quickly, I think GamerLegion, Liquid, that first matchup is one I'm very much looking forward to. If we stay on board with Group B, I think the way Dust put it is very valid. It's a wild group. What are your expectations going to Group B, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, again, mentioning FaZe, want to see them do well. And other than that, as
surely expecting a strong start from FaZe going up against FUT.
The thing is also, like, they are playing against, I would say, one of the biggest underdogs. FUT have 3 LAN maps on record. These guys had more than that in the last 3 days, and in their careers, thousands of LAN maps played. Yeah. So I think they do have an edge there. I think the bait game is quite funny with the 2 stand-ins from the same team on the opposite sides. I think that's a unique situation we didn't really get before that.
Yeah. We also can take a look at these teams, sort of in comparison. We can take a look at our team rankings. Dust, I know you helped put this graphic together, so if you'd like to run us through it, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we've been kind of, really hinting at is how open this tournament really seems. And then again, in a season where we've seen a lot of different unique winners, there's very likely a unique winner that's going to take place at this tournament. If you look 3D Max through TYLOO, that's kind of all your teams kind of ranked somewhere in or near the top 15, I think, whether it be HLTV or whether it be VRS. So those are kind of the 6 teams you're looking at that probably have the best chance to win this tournament, with teams like 3D Max, Liquid, and FaZe kind of being toward the top of the list. GamerLegion may be up there as well. But then for the rest of the guys, it's, kind of maybe top 25 at best. And that's what kind of makes it so wild. And, some of the teams that aren't pictured like FUT and Fluxo. And so, they're nowhere near, any of the top rankings. So it's one of those things where we have like a kind of crazy spread of ranked teams throughout this tournament.
If we, follow on from that, Prof, I'd love to pick your brain here. Yeah. I sort of had FaZe as one of the favorites, Liquid as well, which we've already mentioned. I do see 3D Max as a potential pathway here for them. But if we talk about dark horses, what do we think about Pain, TYLOO, Bait, those types of teams?
Yeah, I feel like Pain is a team that I'm not really excited about right now because, I don't know, just looking back through what they've done since their semifinal at the Major, it's pretty much nothing. They have 6 wins this whole season. That's all. That's 6 matches won in 4 months. I think it's kind of crazy that they're stage 3 invite for the Major. So I think they have a lot of proving to do, even though they have a good roster on paper. They have like one of the best offers at this tournament in NQZ, I feel like, but the results have not been there. They haven't been playing much. I hope this is their ramp up towards the Major. But honestly, on the other side, pretty excited to see if MIBR can do anything.
Okay.
Because since they got Klim and Kicker, they did this like, let's copy what Furia is doing, get an Eastern European offer, and get like some guy kind of that fits the vibe check,
Yeah.
that can speak the language. And they've been kind of farming in South America since they did that. So let's see if they can transfer that to here. I think they could be one of the teams that could do some damage from the lower part of that graphic that Dust was calling for.
Another interesting team for us to follow. Have to move things along now. Let's take a look at our Group A schedule for today. That way we can know exactly what we have to look forward to. Yeah, as you know, we'll kick things off with 3D Max versus Huns. Then we've got GamerLegion versus Team Liquid. That personally, a matchup for me that I think could be the most competitive of at least day one. Looking forward to it. Then we've got TYLOO versus Fluxo, and we'll close things out with Heroic versus Bait.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head, I think, Paula. GamerLegion versus Liquid is probably, going to be the closest matchup. These are
chance for GamerLegion there, personally, I think. Chance for them.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, these two teams have very similar stories, I feel like, this year. Very similar rankings, very similar results, dealing with very similar, like, roster changes that they have to try to accommodate. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how their paths will cross. And I think Heroic Bait's also kind of a fun matchup.
Indeed.
Because of, the stand situations, the fact that both teams, Heroic's been pillaged for talent. I mean, they've really been on the ropes as far as trying to retain talent and, bringing excl back into the team. They got some wild things going on over there. And obviously Bait, having to bring in a stand-in for one of their entry fraggers is a tough one to do. So that'll be fun to see how that plays out.
Prof, any thoughts on that final matchup of the day? Yeah, definitely some storylines going into that. Potential competitive nature to it. Who do you see having the edge?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really... Heroics is really having a tough time. Obviously, as Dust said, they sold so many players that they have profited from that, but also missing out on the major in the end, I think, is not something they're hoping. I think they felt quite safe like a month ago where they were, but ultimately, losing some of their players and their coach to G2, losing a bunch of their players earlier in the year, just a constant rotating door. Also, the Grick situation where they signed an offer and benched them after one tournament, and then trying to kind of find a new replacement for that. We saw like GamerLegion struggling with this concept of finding a really good offer on the market.
Out there for the offer market, man.
So it is really tough out there. Alcaran came in first tournament. He's like, I'm just trying not to be mid. He's kind of mid, to be honest. Like,
but
not in a bad way. Not in a bad Gen Z way, just like in actually average offer, right? So I think they have a tough task ahead, and it's their kind of rebuilding. I think since they're not going to the major, it is one of the things, like, they have more to win here, more to play for than some of the other teams that will go to the major and, get into, like, further invites from there. Heroic, like, need to do something here, I think.
Yeah, a lot going on in Group A. We've already sort of touched base with Group B, but also let's take a closer look at exactly how Group B will be playing out over the course of today.
Yeah, so kind of some changes are going on, by the way. There's a little bit of a delay that's going on. Lynn Vision and MIBR will play first, but there is a slight delay, and this was due to the fact that Virtus.pro has had a situation kind of occur where they've had to do a last-minute kind of change to the roster they were expecting to play with at this tournament. They had originally brought in Icy for Bist, or Bist in for Icy, I should say, and that was their intention, but kind of a similar story to what happened to FaZe at EPL, where the roster that got invited to CAC made it to where they actually can't bring Bist in like they wanted to because they've already brought in Toro. I don't think Perfecto was a part of the lineup when they got the invitation either. And so now Icy has to check back in and play this tournament, even though he already knows that he's basically out the door and this other guy from the Academy team is supposed to be replacing him. So it's a very awkward situation.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those new year, new rules and stuff. People are learning things the hard way, and we're just we'll hear more about it for sure. Like, it's just weird considering this news came out 14 days ago that Bist was going to be playing instead of Icy, and they even made it in a way that wasn't really clear if, like, Icy was just benched or is he going to come back because they were just trialing some stuff. But I think it was one of those things where Icy was out and it was just waiting to make it official. But yeah, we have 3D Max Huns.
No, exactly. Yeah, either way, gentlemen, we've got just about a minute left before we kick things off with 3D Max versus the Huns. Veto's already going, so yeah, Prof, if you want to jump in.
Huge favorites, 3D Max here. Huge favorites. They already came to China last month, won a tournament. They weren't really really flustered by any of the opposition that came here. Huns, I think, worst team at this event, even though they've been farming in Mongolia since the addition of Score. But I think they have a huge uphill battle here on Nuke, and that's a map 3D Max is pretty comfortable with. I don't see a way in here for the Mongolian side.
Yeah, especially after 3D Max just showed us a great performance at EPL, a top 8 finish, and beating some good teams on the way to do it. Again, one of the teams that you feel like has one of the better chances to win this tournament. And as you said, this is probably one of the more lopsided matchups. Yeah, the BL one adds a little bit of randomness, but if we're being honest, obviously you're gonna pick 3D Max whenever you're asked who you think's gonna win this game.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a tournament. You know, considering the recent performances by 3D Max, you know, top 8 ESL Pro League. But disappointing at Fisher. It's a good tournament for them to sort of try to dig their heels into the sand, try to get to that next level. And if there's a way to do that, it's to start off strong against the Huns. Anyway, Prof, Dust, thank you so much for your thoughts. Enough from us for now. Let's head over to our casters, get this one underway. Neokai and Skriv, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Very excited to get into things here, and no waiting around. We are straight into the Counter-Strike, it would seem. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting kind of matchup to open things, I feel, here on the mainstream. But 3D Max, I think, coming into a map like Nuke, coming into a tournament like this, going to be very happy with the results and trying to lay down the law, trying to put their best foot forwards, but they will lose that immediate head. We have seen them even things back up, and lucky there's absolutely no waiting around. They're getting aggressive here into lobby. The trades are awkward, but they are there at the very least.
Yeah, they know about this bomb. This is the big thing right now, and it's all about playing to try and deny it. But you lose track a little bit. So 1 minute 15 on the clock, and it's now a bit of a hunting game to see actually where the Huns have gone. What a start, though, by 3D Max. You immediately go for double dualies in towards a lobby crunch. That's a core by gravity, and this is where these kind of new changes are coming through for this 3D Max side, playing this sort of exciting brand of Counter-Strike now. And you know me, I've hated this side for a little bit, right? I used to hate watch them a little bit because I didn't enjoy the Counter-Strike. It was slow, it was very an old school style, but I've loved what I've seen from 3D Max. We casted them winning in China, not even that long ago, of course, at the Perfect World Tournament, and they looked fantastic. So I'm excited. Body for 2, looking to close it in style, and Exorcise will. 3D Max. It's a little slow as the Huns get sort of stuck in ramp there, but for 3D Max, that's a pretty clinical start, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to see a few rounds here, I think, from 3D Max, where they are trying to get that square peg in the circular hole, right? Just forcing things. But in a matchup like this, I think it's something they can get away with. It's going to be very, very tough for the Huns to really get going here on the T side of Nuke. I just think that, look, they're a good team within the realms of Mongolia, but there's quite a severe drop-off after the Mongols. So the Frenchmen are not going to let them get any room here this afternoon, as it would be where they are playing just about. Lucky getting aggressive. This time looking a bit better, as the early kills will come in against the Ecos. Just got to be careful. I think, you know, it's one of those rounds where you would argue potentially not even wanting to lose a single player.
Yeah.
And they've done that before I even get the words out. So maybe some money-making opportunities here for 9.
As long as it's only 1, I think it's fine. You know, but you are right. You want to make this as inexpensive as possible. I like what I'm seeing here. Bartak hits a nice shot with the Deagle, just to really keep things a little bit spicy, a little bit on edge. Granted, shouldn't make too much of a difference in the round, but being a bit of a nuisance, keeping that CT economy in check just a tad. 9 lurking inside of this smoke. He will be cleared and seen off by Maka. Good due diligence just to check that close cubby. A 2-0 start for 3D Max. So far, so good. All things considered, this is now this sort of true test, right? Guns going to come into play now for the Huns, and an opportunity to prove what they're all about. And there's a few people that are worth kind of bringing to attention. Of course, Score's always a name that generally is brought to the forefront of a lot of people's minds here as well. But I think it's worth also mentioning Cobra Zera. Having spoke to the Huns quite a lot as well, they put a lot of hope in towards him. There's a lot of kind of talk about him being this sort of future for this scene and him being somebody who can really, really take over. So keep an eye on him. They give him a lot of resources. They give him a lot of chances to shine. They're swinging out towards A early. Bartak's inside of that smoke. He's going to be flashed into the fight, but he's the first of 4. Gravity will close things. Ticking in that molly. They're trying to pounce on towards this A site, but 3D Max are standing tall.
Good finds here. as Exorcist with a blind sort of peek there will manage to find the all-important kill. It feels like it's a couple low HP bars, but the Huns gonna have their work cut out. This is the thing. They come in with the early rifle buy. There's a lot of utility lacking, I think, for this Hun side of things. So they go for the early aggression, try and make something happen with that, and it just doesn't. And
yeah.
Technically still possible in the round, but it just feels from a position of the bird's eye view that we all have at the moment, this one is slowly going to be over, and maybe one more kill for the Huns is kind of a nice death. They might be able to save off the back of that, but at the moment they are still looking to prod and poke and try and get a way back in here.
Yeah, I mean, Body, this is such a difficult angle to sort of get past. Even if he just stands tall, keeping an eye on that left-hand side, he's actually just basically dodged the bullet here. And it looks like Zrol's going to turn away. Oh my god, he's making noise though. They've got to know about it. Surely Score's heard that. And yes, Zrol's being turned back around. They now know Body's here. And now he knows that they're also in front of him. This is a little bit janky. We've got 18 seconds. Huns, we've got to make a move here. We just don't have the time. Body going to get a kill onto Scores. Zrol's going to fall to the hands of Lucky. And this round is already falling apart for the Huns. Last man of 9. Can't call yourself out of this one, so he's called to save. And that'll be a really tepid end to a round for the Huns. And this is something, you know, and we've come to know the Huns relatively well, having cast them so often recently, you know, and we've been out in Asia doing a bit of work with them before. And this is always the issue I've had with the Huns. Plan A is generally speaking quite good. However, if Plan A falls flat, their mid to late rounding, their Plan B is always really quite janky. They don't really know what to do, and it's happened. We've seen it already in the pistol and now in the first gun round. 2 out of the 3 rounds so far where they lose the initial 2 fights, and they just don't really know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's maybe a little bit of a symptom of the Tier 2 Asia scene.
Yeah.
Teams that do well within their domestic leagues, it's like, where is that secondary idea? Sometimes they don't need it, but one of the key things we like to point out with this region and with teams like the Huns, they're force buys. When there is a removal of pressure, they look very, very good. So they've only found the 1 kill here, but they managed to get that bomb down. It's through the smoke at Single that things go pear-shaped, and all of a sudden, the retake looks pretty good here for 3D Max. So bomb plant is one thing. They've not really been able to do anything with it. 9 is on this hero AK. There's a defuse on the bomb. He will manage to write them off. They'd considered him naught in towards Single. Molotov will come in. They've got to try and get the trade on him here. They both still have kits available. Lucky going to be on that bomb and will indeed win the round out. But for just a moment there was hope for the Huns. All the same, it continues a flawless CT half here for 3D Max.
They've really lost track of that being a possibility. And in all fairness, for 9, that's a bit of a bold move.
Yes.
Really late, coming back down vent, wrapping Single door where your teammate's just fallen all of a few seconds ago. It's not a bad effort at all in that post-spawn. For 3D Max, that's one of the few times that we've seen, you know, thus far. They've basically sort of been clean all the way throughout, but they did lose track there, and that was nearly very, very costly. All that matters, though, 4 and 0 start. 3D Max on Nuke have been really quite fun to watch as well. They're a side who like to be quite aggressive on the CT side, like to be quite proactive. And the Huns are dealing with that at the moment. And regionally, this has been a map in which he's played a lot in Asia, but not to the proactive level. Scored, good for 2. Lucky will trade, but that's a nice start. And they're looking for more, but that is a bold move by Cobra Zera. Flying through the smoke, and a freebie for Body.
It's one of the, again, it's like the double entry from Score, generally speaking, against your maybe Chinggis Warriors of the world, it would be enough. But in a game like this, 3D Max across the board have quite a defense to deal with. Everybody else gets a little excitable for the overpeak, for the next opportunity. They don't take a clean 2-piece and just step back and go, right, we can win the round from here. They've sort of gotten a bit greedy for the kills, and it's allowed 3D Max to get back in. A nasty angle from Lucky gives them the man advantage. So all of a sudden, after what you would argue is one of the best starts in a round of Counter-Strike, it's gone the way of 3D Max here, and it should be a way that they can nail things home. But
they can get a plant, though.
Yeah, they have crept out. They have found maybe one of 2 or 3 gaps within this round. They'll start to give the game away as the Molotov goes on high. But the bomb plant looks good. And you start to worry slightly for the Frenchmen. Another Molotov in towards Heaven, which felt like their better defended area of that A bomb site. So they just have to be careful here. Lucky, pretty low from earlier on.
Yeah.
One or two well-placed bullets could make all the difference here for the Huns.
I feel like a lot of this comes down to what Body can do, right? Can he get out of Heaven is the main thing. Another molly put on his feet, the third one. Nine gonna find a fight, and Bartek go for one. Oh, ecstasies. So well done. He has stepped up so many times for the 3D Max side recently, and he does it once again. Enough time for the defuse and a 5-0 start for the Huns. That is an awkward one. And welcome to the clutch indeed. Exercise brilliant. 7-1 out the gates for him. Fantastic. And 5 in a row for 3D Max. There is so much to love right now, but there's a lot to break down in that round. We talk about the double opener to start things. We were already discussing this. That's the perfect time where you just take a breather. You've got to look towards 9, right? Calling here and saying, right, slow down. Double opener. We've now got the man advantage. Let's use this. Let's use the numbers in our favor. They don't. An overfight by Cobrazera swinging through a smoke feels completely unnecessary, and a freebie given over towards Body, and then things start to crumble. So our first tactical pause taken here as well. And a good opportunity, of course, for Coach Karnis to get involved. But, I mean, you know, for Huns, there's been some really quite grave errors, and quite a few of them already in such a small span of the game.
There's maybe only one gear for this Huns team. And coming into this year one...
Whole W fly into the fight.
Indeed. But I think that's kind of what we were expecting, though. When you look at it on paper, that's the way they play. That's the way that they sort of own the game. And maybe it is better for the mental to sort of realize what kind of team you are.
They've got an identity. We'll give them that, right? You know, live and die by the sword a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. But you always, listen, if you've only got one gate, you've still got reverse. You still need to go backwards once in a while. And that's maybe where the tac pause comes in that might just help them tighten things up. Felt like a winnable round in the previous, and those are going to be your key rounds in a game of underdog versus overdog.
Yeah.
You need to be able to capitalize on those moments. So the fact that they haven't is a very, very good sign for 3D Max to just keep this train rolling.
Body should be one on the table here, and there is. Body in towards ramp so far has been pretty damn relentless. He goes 4-2. The third is on the cards, and they actually will get away. All you need to see, bomb spotted 2-0, smoke out towards ramp. Body's been so efficient, though, over towards ramp so far, and more often than not, it's that fight on towards Cobrazera. Sort of touted him a bit at the start. They give him a lot of resources, they give him a lot of space to sort of express himself. However, if he can't get going, it's wasted, right? And this is what it's been so far. A lot of fights by him taken dry on his own and, well, losing.
Big man 9 trying to make something happen. Meanwhile,
hang on.
What is going on
This
here?
is it. The round's
a lot of space for Gravity. A lot of information at the end of the day.
Oh,
that honestly could have been 2. He's jumped the gun very, very early. A little tetchy hit over in China, but we'll see. It should be all good, and just like that, the kill feed lights up. They will use that information, which is as valuable as the kills itself. 3D Max keep it going, and honestly not putting a foot wrong for quite a while here.
Yeah, as they say, all's well that ends well, right? And that's, I guess, ultimately that matters. We'll forget Gravity getting a little panic, deer in headlights moment there as he saw 2 in front of him, but a second tac pause taken. And I think this is super valid by the Huns, right? Nothing's working so far. We're not even getting to a point, really. We've had a couple of post plans, one of which was, right, can 9 pull off a 1 versus 4 on a rotate? Granted, made something of it. And the other one was a 2 versus 3, which wasn't really favored for them in the first place. And they got close, sure, but XC steps up. We've not actually seen a position so far where it's a post plant where we actually have a reasonable chance of winning this. So for the Huns, I think it's super valid while we're going for another. And you may as well burn all of them, right? If things aren't working, if you can't get the T-side going, you don't give yourself any foundations to work with in this first half, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
3D Max, they're playing like favorites, right? They're playing like the highest ranked team in the tournament. They're playing like number 10 in the world. And they're playing like a side who, especially this year, have been revitalized. They have really looked good this year, and they've been fun to watch. And that's what we're seeing. And you can see it. They're expressing themselves. They're feeling good. And, they're playing very good as well.
It's no stress, you know, this best of one, you open the tournament, this is kind of where you should be displaying your prowess, displaying that ranking that you are perhaps deserving of, and they've had sort of a rough couple weeks in terms of results, but also they've been playing some pretty big names that I think will give them quite the leg up here. How has this happened, though? Scorers managed to get down the vent. We all make mistakes, I suppose. Nobody considering that at all. But there is a man downstairs, body nearly in for the three-piece to close the round out. It's not over just yet, but it's still an advantage for 3D Max to work with. They've got players in a good position. They can't quite deny the bomb plan, but there is the break of the smoke. Usually goes a bit south, but here they will hold off. And again, it is 1 step forward, 2 steps back for the Huns.
Yeah.
A player down the vent, but they can't do anything with it, you know, and things like that not going your way is really not a good omen for the rest of this map.
And poor scorer as well. He's been holding for Gravity to come down vent, and he's been so patient, he's waiting, and his teammate falls like, right, I should probably actually step up here, I need to go and collect the bomb. The second he turns away, Gravity moves down. It honestly couldn't have been worse timing. But a 7-0 start for 3D Max. Yeah, this is a brutal display of efficiency by the French. All pulled out as well. Maka missed shot. Uncharacteristic, of course, he's looked pretty sharp at times recently, but he's trying to take these pop shots through, and they've actually crossed. So one's made it down secret. They don't need to commit to this, but having a player down lower is really important now. It's a good opportunity to split. XC's inside of the smoke. He'll drop another as well over towards Single, just to keep score at bay.
Yeah, playing with fire here for sure on the 3D Max
It's a
side of
angle,
things.
though. That's a roll down towards Vent. This is kind of
this
interesting.
could be very workable.
You could wrap back A here. Split through A, go 1 up through Vent.
Small tester in the previous round, right? It didn't quite work, but they didn't quite have the weapons. So I think there's a bit more to go off of here and what they decide to do. That being said, 55 seconds left on the clock. There's a decent amount of utility remaining for that CT side that they can certainly just keep them at bay. Maka's still alive on this AWP. He's not found the opportune kill earlier on, but this time, easier. Cannot miss at this point, and he knows that fact. Gonna go pushing in here a little aggressive. The cover on the side is not as good as you might expect, but they still have bodies here. Exorcise ready to go. Another key missed shot by Maka. You see what happens. There's a trade from Lucky, but it feels shaky. Body comes up from behind, however, and just chips away at them. And again, there are these moments for 3D Max that just show they have that extra 25% of the game here.
Yeah, you're right. You are. I mean, this is now really getting to a point of being quite tilting as well for the Huns. We're trying a few different tempos. We're trying a few different ideas as well, and nothing sticking. Another round as well where the investment's full and we can't even get ourselves in towards a post-bomb position. Even if it's a bad post-bomb position, we just can't even get the bomb down. We don't get the opportunity to execute in towards that site efficiently. So, yeah, so far, so good. The third attack pause taken, and like I was saying, super valid. You may as well burn them. If you cannot build any foundations here in this first half, there's nothing. We can talk all day about how CT side of Nuke is and can be and has been. Who gives a damn if you can't get anything on your T side? And I think Huns are very, very aware of the situation they're in. Time is rapidly running out. If 3D Max even just one more round in this first half, that could be enough, right? Where it's just such a deficit you have to try and fight back into. And, well, from current form, 3D Max look so damn good. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. There is still, though, gaps, right? And we're seeing this with 3D Max. There's a couple of pocket moments where it feels like a side, you know, I don't mean to do the Huns a little bit dirty here, but a side who maybe a little bit better would really make use of that. The gap in towards vent seems quite consistent. There's also space towards outside, which the Huns are getting, but they're not capitalizing on these opportunities. Tech9 buying towards this one, and it starts pretty badly. And I now got a call from the grave, and they're walking through a smoke. Gravity spamming finds 2 as the pistol pulled out to try and deny this presence, but bombs dropped. And this feels all but done before it even begins. Score tagged down to minuscule amounts of HP, and the bomb has spilled forward in towards the site. Halfmate, there's no chance.
Indeed. Certainly relying on individuals here, 3D Max, but when it works, I think they will stick to it for sure. And it is beautifully fallen, as the bomb will be at the feet of 2 or 3 players here on this A-bomb site. Not a lot to work with. XSC's been running the show on high, and to be fair, one of the players that's running the show in this half as well, not really gone down all that much in the majority of these rounds.
Yeah.
Maka just holding the line. Bit of a classic skin for him on the AWP as well. They are certainly feeling relatively casual here.
You got to tuck their
this
score.
morning. Sometimes your elbows, they're just a little wider than you think.
You've got to look into the box there, or else you peek ground, and Mac will make most of that. Zerop also going to fall a flawless round for 3D Max. And what's even more damning now for the Huns is that we've had 3 tactical timeouts, and following the timeouts, nothing's changed. It's the same exact round.
Yeah,
right?
that's very true, actually.
It's really getting to a point now where you can see that actually the strat book here for the Huns is very thin, right? This is just not panning out the way this side wants to. 3D Max, little to no complaints at all, really. Like we said, there's a few gaps here and there that I think a top team would punish. A team like a FaZe, for example, would really make use of, you know, gaps towards vents, for example, or these slight bits of gaps to get in towards outside. But the Huns, it just doesn't seem they have it in the wheelhouse. Spot flash in here.
Ooh, and Bartak with an opener, but my goodness, body looks far too crisp. There are some kills coming back in for those AKs, though. And Body now finds himself a little stuck. It's actually a T-smoke that does him good there to just stay in the action. And he is fancying it. That is awfully close. Absolutely needs to stay alive, but he was a distraction. Gravity comes in from the side, evens up the numbers, looking for a little bit more. He's very quickly repositioned here. Score will take his head clean off, looking for a flawless round from Score, but it's not going to happen. And it's Body, in fact, who comes around 15-3 right now. But just all those kills, he's maybe expended like 10 bullets, you know? He's so crisp, he's so clean. And 3D Max, again, showing that they have that extra level to push around towards, to push a clutch towards, and the Huns robbed of yet another round.
Yeah. You know, I'm no coach, I'm no analyst, and, you know, the Huns, you could ignore my point here, but let's leave ramp. I feel like it's not working out, right? We've been trying to test Body all game long, and it continues to go the same way. Maka will open things up, so Rolt will fall. He just gets spammed by Utors. The flames that see him off in the end, burnt to a crisp. And Inkle towards Maka will leave him low, but with the orb, ultimately, who cares? They're trying to cross down towards outside, but there's a player lower to meet them, and it's Body. He wants more. 1-4-1, which honestly, by his standards, isn't great. We normally expect more. That's how good he's been playing.
Yeah, not the guy you want to meet.
Or KD, by the way.
Indeed.
16
a crazy guy. Yeah, and one of the wild things to talk about with 3D Max, right? Has he been freed up recently? Is he still halfway calling, getting involved in the mid-round?
Yeah, he's a voice, but
yes,
I will say one thing that's made me love this side is this kind of new style of Gravity calling. We casted the first game of this 3D Max side with Gravity's new implemented style, and I've liked what I've seen. Oh, hang on a second. This round's on. This is the best round we've seen so far from the Huns. Things could actually work out, or maybe I speak too soon. Need to come round. We're moving up from vent again, and look who's there. It's Gravity. Just as we were singing his praises, he once again pops up. The Huns, the best opportunity. The round was in their hands, and it slips through like sand.
Yeah, I mean, they have had every sort of opportunity that the Huns have had. There's been a 3D Max player that comes in from behind, or as you saw there, comes up the vent at the perfect time. So they do seem to, yes, have a few gaps, but maybe they're self-aware of those gaps, and the contingency plan is often pretty good. Again, it's something that might get abused, you know? It just needs one player to have their eye on vent for even 5 seconds. It's not a lot of time to ask, but the Huns, they are very one-track. They are very transparent themselves, and 3D Max are abusing that at the moment. Another opener here for the French side of things, looking for the flawless first half to kick us off here at the CAC. Absolutely wild stuff, and in a way, we hope for the Huns that they can get something on the board, but
anything. Yeah.
Not looking good at the moment.
We're not even 25 minutes into the game when it's done. It's mental. Flash around the corner. We'll catch the roll. There's a bit of outside presence here, and Body going to re-aggress. I like that call. Let's reclaim a little bit of space here. They know it's a real possibility, and, well, as we can see, one has made it down towards lower, but they're holding for this. They know this is on the cards here, and Lucky playing that angle. He can spot the head. A little bit of a messy fight. They ended up bound round as well, and Molotov was to stop and keep Zerol at bay, but it's all information. That's all that matters, really. It's a 5 versus 3. This is a tough round to lose for 3D Max in the spot that they're currently in.
Yeah. Very, very challenging indeed. But again, the Huns, they seem to be able to get a player in good spots, but they don't necessarily do anything with it, or maybe it's not as good of a spot as it first seems.
25 seconds here, bro.
Very, very, very unlikely, you would say, but there's your key kill potentially. They are going to get the bomb down here. 3D Max, maybe you take your eyes off the ball as the half comes to a close, and they might just let one slip through the gaps here, but a good flash down the vent. 9 is so unbelievably blind. He's traded out. The number's still going to look good, so I think they're pretty happy on that 3D Max side of things to start crunching them in, closing the gap, and just squeezing this B-bomb site. Very well done, and I don't know, can they lose a round? It really does look that way at the moment for 3D Max as they continue finding the unlikely moments, and they will get that flawless first half.
Yeah, so deservedly as well. That is such a good showing coming through from 3D Max, and this is a statement being made. You know, first game of the tournament, let's prove the level that we're at right now, and that's exactly what we want to see for this side for the Huns. It's pretty dismal, for being completely honest. There's so many squandered opportunities for this side, but they are just being outplayed, and we came and talked about it a little bit during that half. When plan A goes out the window, the contingency plans to follow it aren't always great, and that came to be the issue, right? And the forefront of our minds so often, where that plan B was so janky and so tough to watch.
But there was a good 4 or 5 rounds where plan A was enough.
Yes, and then they squander it. We overextend, we try and fight, and you know, it comes back to what we were saying, right? The live and die by the sword, right? And this is, you know, it's Huns to a T. I think it's one of those styles of play that domestically very strong, because they do have the individuals just to punish, right? That's the, you know, the main talking point about this Hun side is that domestically, we talk about the qualifier, of course, to get here. Some of the sides, granted, not the strongest, right? But we're talking about teams like Alter Ego, for example, of course, who they beat to get here. It's very easy wins for them, because they can dominate them. They can say, right, we've got better individuals, we've got better mechanics, and we're just going to fly in towards the fight. And they don't even need to call too heavily. Unfortunately, you can't do that against side like 3D Max. Not only are you mechanically not as good, but strategically not as good either. And
yes, we might argue that there's a little bit too much to go at here against the Frenchman, starting off with a keen 1-for-1. However, is a good delivery and another one to fall in. So it will be a 3 versus 3, and with some good information here for the Huns, they may well be able to get a pistol under their belt. Maka with the wherewithal, but just not the aim to get that kill. So man advantage here swings for the favor of the Huns, and there's a couple dualies to go at. So this is where it gets very difficult to break through a defense like this.
Yeah, they got time. 1 minute 10. We don't need to rush here. We don't need to panic. It could be one of the cards here, and there is. The patience pays off. 9. I don't even want to call it an overextension because it feels unjust. Score with the dualies. He hears all of this. This should be a freebie. Oh my god, is he going to go for the knife? Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're 12-0 down. Why are we going for the knife? And you might have just squandered the only chance to get around. What in God's name is going through your mind when you're 12-0 down to try a knife in a 2 versus 2? And now this round could be done. It's all on the shoulders of Cobra Zeri. He has to step up. 1 versus 2 turn, 1 versus 1. He spotted the last, and he's going to win the round. So, my god, score is bailed out, but you are one lucky son of a gun to get away with that. That could have been one of the worst ways to lose a map and a series I've seen in a long, long time.
Yes, absolutely insane. I mean, they get away with it there. I suppose the luck had to go their way. A likely round, a doable round. They've lost a number of those.
They didn't deserve it. The luck didn't deserve to go their way.
I suppose.
Not after that.
But it's always the pistols, isn't it, where some of that madness, you get away with it, and just a couple clean flicks coming in. Still feeling good. They don't get 13-0'd, which is quite an important thing when you think about your manlyhood, I suppose, as a player. But yes, the knife is sort of insane. But you have to respect the chase of the game as well. That
live and die by the sword.
Yes, when there is a knife available, I'm going to do it, regardless of the scoreline, regardless of how bad this might be if it goes south. You've got to commit to the knife. But yeah, 3D Max not going to be sweating too much, of course. The Huns have gotten the bare basic level of like, let's not get absolutely trounced, but it still doesn't look that great. So we have a long road ahead here before we start this conversation of, can they get the map? Can they make this competitive? Can it even be something to work with?
Oh no.
And indeed, it might be over before it's even begun. The couple rifles that are bought up are singing loud and proud here for 3D Max.
I mean, we're speaking about the Huns and how they can be, especially regionally, quite scary with the force buy. The 3D Max are no joke either. No way. It's 1 versus 5, and it looks like the curtains are being drawn on this game. It's all on the shoulders of one man. Bartek got to bail them out here in a 1 versus 5 as bomb goes down. No chance. What a force buy 3D Max. That is so well played, and well, they can't quite do it flawlessly. They now know where he is. No chance in hell. MP9, hate cheat, hope and a dream.
Yeah, no chance anyway, you look. And he will indeed go down to a couple shots from the scout. That will be that. 3D Max, they were the favorite coming into this, but I'd say a fair statement, right? When you look at a team like the Huns, they should be taking the victory. They should be taking it cleanly. That cleanly, nearly flawless is kind of a perfect indictment of what we're expecting here from 3D Max in this tournament. So the fact that they've not really had any sweat, and you know, you've got a little bit of an awkward kind of setup to work with that can maybe get in the way, and they've obviously been on their travels and whatnot as well. So there's a few excuses in there that you might say for 3D Max that it's like, got to be careful of what we're expecting here from them, but they have come in all guns blazing, looking almost perfect.
Yeah, I really can't hate at all. I mean, what a performance coming through from 3D Max, but enough from us. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll see you for game 2.
Thank you, Neo and Scriv. Yeah, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the CS Asia Championships 20... Oh, wait, what? Oh, first match has been played. All right, 13-1 to 3D Max. Complete domination there. The Huns with nothing to offer, Prof and Dust.
You know, we have an expression down in the South in the U.S., and that's about opening a nice can of ass whooping. And that's what took place right there, bro. Just a straight paddling.
Alabama special.
That's right.
I mean, entertaining in a sense to watch such domination. Definitely wasn't entertaining for the Huns. That being said, though, they were sort of laughing.
They're having some fun there.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. You know, in games like that. You know, you gotta just let it go, I guess.
Yeah, guys, what are your initial reactions coming out of that one? 3D Max start off strong, they get that pistol, and then they pretty much just don't let go of the match. Prof, starting with you.
I think this just this body clip from the start is like, it just seemed like this guy couldn't get 1 kill. He just had to get 2 every time. And
he was on fire.
It was you just see the difference in class. Individually, it seems like it's an individual difference, but I think it's just like team play, utility. They didn't really make 3D Max uncomfortable at all. It was just like they're just sitting, holding the angles that they love and just getting kills, right? It looked so easy. I think 3D Max came into this game knowing that they are, let's just say, they're better.
Yeah.
I think they are like, we are better, guys. Don't worry about it. Just go out there and do our thing. And that round at the end, I don't know even what to say about it.
Leading on from that, Dust, it is also a match like this sort of does go to show that coming in with absolute confidence, it can pay dividends.
It absolutely can. And I mean, the thing is, 3D Max has just been kind of on a roll lately with Nuke. They made some changes to their CT side, you know, moving body to ramp room, kind of adjusting some of the other positions as well. And it's been fruitful for them. You know, they've really seen some success on Nuke lately in some of these recent tournaments, and getting to play it in the BO1 here against the Huns. It's unfortunate, you know, for Huns, because it's one of those things where it's like, well, do we play to a map that we're also comfortable on and we know that we're giving, you know, our opponent an advantage because they're very good on Nuke, or do we try to be a little bit tricky? They decided to go for Nuke. And look, as much as 3D Max steamrolled them, as we've all very much highlighted, it's not like Huns didn't have opportunities in that first half to get rounds. There were rounds where they had control, rounds where they had man advantages. They just couldn't capitalize. They looked very disjointed, all over the place, and just, you know, you can't do that against a structured team like 3D Max.
I mean, the thing is, bless BO1s, right? Because if this was a BO3, you would have to like be like, oh, but maybe the second map they bounce back. But I think that the difference is so huge, so stark. We just got this done in like 32 minutes, I feel like. It could have been
our death segment before the game.
I'm quite certain it was roughly around 30 minutes, because Neo mentioned near the end of that map.
That's fine.
It was like 25 minutes, and there were only a few more rounds, a couple rounds after that. So
that is absolutely fine. And I just wanted to go back to that last round. You're almost getting 13 doed. It's a 2v2. and you go for a knife.
Yeah, what was that?
Absolute insanity, and absolutely undeserved that they actually not.
I wish they would have lost
not
that
for
one.
them, just for score, just for him.
Wait, hold on a second here, guys.
Go on.
Is there sort of an angle here where low-key, if it had worked, it was an absolute giga-brain play, because then the money, you know, it's going through the roof. You know, you keep a hold of that economy, and then you come through, bring it to overtime.
The thing is, like, you don't need
guys,
economy.
Surely,
if you're
Prof, Dust, come on, have my
down.
back here.
Because if you lose one round,
That was actually a really
it is
moronic
over.
play. Because, yes, they did wind up winning that round, which would have been just sweet justice if they lost that round, by the way, and just got 13-0. Like, that's what I was hoping for. It would have been chef's kiss, actually. But they do win the round. But the issue is then you allow the bomb plant, you allow 3D Max to immediately buy up, and so then you're right into a difficult round right away with your backs up against the wall. So it still backfired, even though they won the round. And, yeah, you can't be doing that when you're getting crushed. Like, just get the round, build some momentum, get some success. You know, try to do something.
I do want to double check. Are we able to bring up the scoreboard? Because I know we've highlighted, Buddy, but it would be great to actually see that. Okay, not yet. No problem. But to highlight, Buddy, 21-7, rating 3.0, 2.91.
Yeah,
2.91?
It felt like that. It really felt like that. He was farming even in some of these situations where they're in like 2v2, 3v2, whatever. Aside from that one moment when they're actually in the lead and he was coming from heaven, he mollied himself off, and then Exercise had to do the 1v2. Other than that, he was so clean with it. It was just looked
This was sick.
Yeah. And then we see this again, a flank here, double kill to close out things, double entry, like the swing on this guy.
Yeah.
Huge.
Dust, I think Prof mentioned earlier, it was like, it felt as though anytime Body was on our screen, he was guaranteed to, I guess, our standout player of the match.
Yeah, I mean, he's just quote-unquote the latest addition to the team, even though he's been here for quite some time now. Comes in as one of the aggressors on the team and has really fit the role very well. He's really kind of brought some added firepower to a squad that really was in dire need of more firepower, in my opinion. And it just has someone who can soldier on, be aggressive, make plays, create space, and do things like that where they're just disrupting opponents and not even letting them get their feet rolling. So, yeah, he's done very well for himself in this one. And that's exactly the type of form they're going to need out of him later on in this tournament if they really want to try to put a trophy in the cabinet, because they do come in as one of the teams that you would say has a good shot to win just based on, you know, the opponents that are in the field. But it's just going to come down to whether or not they can actually land the shots consistently enough against some of the other talented players in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you said bringing him in, like they've been together 8 months. They were one of the longest standing teams with their 5-man core. Obviously, they did the IGL change from Maka to Gravity kind of recently. Maka also, after that, kind of dipping in form, and then at EPL bouncing back. I know his numbers weren't like insanely huge across the whole tournament, but in some of the games that they won, the game against FaZe, for example, he was a huge factor there. So I think obviously having a strong AWPer is going to propel you forward. Talking about their like limited firepower, I think this is like something that everyone can agree on, but they kind of play to their strengths in many ways. Their T sizes are pretty good because there is no one on this team that's like, I'm the star. Yeah. I need to have everything set up around me. And even on City side, they kind of like balance out the roles. No one has like every perfect, you know, every Nico role quotation mark, even though Nico doesn't play them anymore either.
Yeah. So. I mean, I've always liked 3D Max because tactically they've always been very sound. Like they've always had really good structure, really good utility usage, really good timings. Like I've always enjoyed the way that they approach the game. It's just like you said, having the firepower to actually execute. You know, it does come down to being able to get the frags at the end of the day. And, you know, again, Body has shown some good form as an entryman for them, but the Maka is going to be the interesting one, right? Because you would think that him passing off the in-game leadership was an attempt to try to get him even more impactful, to try to let him focus more on opping. And I think he's also an interesting guy because he's kind of a hybrid. Like he'll AK a lot on T sides and can kind of be one of the other playmakers besides Body. So we just need to see if that will actually bear fruit. You know, as you noted, EPL, he had his moments where he was shining, but it's one of those things where like we always kind of noted him as like a pretty solid fragging IGL.
Yeah.
But like now that you've weighed off the IGL aspect, now we need you to be a star player or at least close to it.
Gentlemen, then if we are to stay on this point, perhaps as a closing thought, is this or should this be the focus for 3D Max over the course of this tournament then? Really getting as much synergy as possible, really refining what they're doing as a team. Since you mentioned, you know, there isn't necessarily a full star on this team. They need to be looking for this cohesion. Should these be the focuses at this tournament? And is this what's going to pay the most dividends for them?
I mean, also the fact is like outside of FaZe and Liquid, there aren't really teams here that have some insane firepower that they can't match, right? When we're talking about like their lack of firepower, that's compared to the top 10 in the world, which they are the highest ranked team here, right? So they should be handling all of the other teams here quite well. And then it's about like if FaZe and or Liquid show good enough form to go deep in the tournament, can they match them in some of those like later games in the tournament and the playoffs?
For me, it's like 3D Max has been stuck for so long, spinning their wheels in basically the same place where they just keep finishing like 9th to 12th in every single tournament that they play. But they finally broke through and had a top 8 finish at EPL with this lineup, and they beat some pretty good teams to do it. This is the type of event, as you've already been kind of alluding to, where you need to cash in on that. Like, you are the highest ranked team at this tournament. Now's no time for a top 8 or a 9th to 12th. Like, you need to get deep in this tournament, in my opinion. You know, I think semifinals minimum is where they need to be. And so this is a good start for them to kind of, you know, shake off a little bit of the jet lag, whatever, get a confident win, you know, build some momentum going into the best of threes.
Strong words, but I think fair ones. Dust, Prof, thank you as well for your thoughts. All right, everybody, yeah, we start things off very quickly. 3D Max taking out the Huns 13-1. After a short break, we'll be back with a matchup that I think is going to be a bit more competitive, or at least it is on paper. GamerLegion versus Liquid. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Things started off hot, certainly for 3D Max. They overcame the Huns 13-1. Now we turn our attention to GamerLegion versus Liquid, another best of one, but presumably a more competitive affair. Prof, Dust, let's get your initial reactions off the rip.
I think we're in for a good game. I think both teams have a lot to prove, and you know, a bounce back potentially for GamerLegion, who went to EPL. Got lost to 3 really good teams over there in Mongols, Vitality, some of them. So I think that's for them also betting in Hypex as their new opper. I think they have a lot to prove. And then on the other side, obviously, Liege coming in to Team Liquid, played just a few games, managed to get done what they needed to do at the Birch Cup. They needed to get 5 wins to secure everything for the major to be smooth. Let's just keep it on that. They did that, and now they're here playing their first big tournament with a new old player on Liquid.
And Dust, initial expectations going to this matchup, general storylines that we should be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these two teams are kind of in a similar boat when you think about ranking. I think GamerLegion's had maybe a bit more success on the server. You know, you think of their 5th, 6th place finish at Melbourne and at Dallas. Like, they've shown that they're capable of having pretty solid performances. But in a situation like Prof already kind of mentioned, EPL, they got a little bit unlucky with their schedule draw and wound up finishing pretty poorly there. But they've also had some misses, I feel like. Meanwhile, with Liquid, I think for them, as you kind of noted, Birch Cup was all about just getting the games to make sure Liege is eligible to play the major. That's literally all they cared about, I think, at that tournament. Now, though, they come into this event with a little bit more practice time under their belts, a little bit more time to gel, and I think there is an expectation to, I mean, minimum playoffs, obviously. But realistically, yes, we talk about how 3D Max has a good chance to win this. We talk about, you know, GamerLegion, FaZe. Like, there's some squads out there who can win this, but Liquid should be able to win this too. I mean, you look at the talent they have on paper and the structure that they have with Shuhei's and IGL and, you know, Flashy coming in as the coach. They should have a recipe to win. But I think the issue, Prop, is we've been saying that for a while.
Yeah.
Like, we've been saying for a while, Liquid on paper should be a team that can contend for titles or at least playoff appearances, and they haven't really been able to do it outside of IM Melbourne, where they came 5th, 6th, and then they had like a good send-off event, I guess you could say, with Twist at the Fisher Playground. They came top 4. But outside of that, it's been disappointment, and they need to really right that ship with the Liege.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, like, this team, I don't know for how long, but definitely this year, every time they made a change, they would start off the wrong foot. Like, they bring in a Shui, they go to Bucharest, 0-6 in maps.
Yep.
Like, that's the worst it can be, right? Then losing some important games online. Then they bring in, you know, they make some more changes. They bring in a new coach. They go play qualifier for EPL, get smashed there to Sashi. They lose to Sashi, right? That's horrible. Then they go on a losing streak, losing to Vitality at every event. You know, maybe they show, oh, they can play Vitality close, but they're just losing all the time. And then obviously we knew in the back that the Twist was kind of on his way out for a while there. Then finally, when it's all announced, he does them a favor. Essentially, that Fisher tournament got them to the major, right? Getting that deep, that could have been very dangerous. But ultimately, every time they get a new start, it's a bad start. And I think they really just need to get the ball rolling well with this lineup and just build some confidence, because I think the confidence has been missing dearly. Something down to them, maybe some changes, not the best, but I think what they did this year, everything made sense. Bring in Shui, bring in Flashy, of course, letting Twist go if he's unhappy. I think that also makes sense. And now they have a lineup that also role-wise kind of fits a lot better than before, when they had like Naf and JKS, 2 very similar players in many ways. They have a good lineup, a well-balanced, rounded lineup, with players like Nerds, you know, Rookie of the Year breakout performance like 2 years ago, coming in now in this lineup. He is supposed to be doing much better than he is.
Guys, if we stay on the topic of Liquid, but turn our attention back sort of specifically to this Elige situation, the return of Elige. Yeah, so I know, and I think it's absolutely fair. Yeah, at the Birch Cup, the focus was getting those wins. But nonetheless, though, that wasn't necessarily a great first outing as a team. They need to step up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing about Elish coming into the team is it really does two things for them. One, it brings them a true entry fragger, which is something they have not had in a very long time, basically since Yekendar left the team. You know, they have really kind of been trying to fiddle around with like different guys who could kind of do it, but no one really suits the role as well as Elish does. And as much as people want to harp about Elish and FaZe not working out, Elish was still one of the best damn T-side entry fraggers we've had in the game all year long. Like, yeah, Donk's kind of on a level of his own, but if you're going for like the next best guy, it's like between Elish and Xantares, in my opinion. Like, just their success rates on how they are opening up rounds and stuff like that. So that's huge for Liquid, in my opinion, to bring in not only a star level player, but a star in such an important role. And I think the second aspect that this really helps the team with is I think it puts Nertz back in roles that make more sense for him. You know, I think they were trying to force Nertz into being that entry fragger for them when that was never really the type of guy he's meant to be. When he was on Heroic and he was a star player last year, they had Tessus, they had Kicks, and they had guys who could entry for him and let him just kind of like aggro alert, kind of pick his own battles, you know, pick and choose how he wants to play the game. And I think now that you have Elish, now Nertz can kind of slide back into those roles. Like, he'll still play active positions, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have to be the one sending it first every single time. Even Shuhei is a type of IGL who can be sacrificial and go in first, set up his players. So I think that it's kind of a it helps out everyone, in my opinion.
Prof, let's build on this because, yeah, we just need to see Elish reach somewhat of his level. That's the idea here, and we know Elish's top level is extreme. He's an amazing player. But what are the chances here that, you know, going off what Dust has said, that having Elish in this lineup helps activate the other players? Does he bring out the best of the rest of this team? And how important is that for Liquid?
I think it's super important. I think now that he came in, he did an interview. He said, like, we're already speaking the same language on Liquid.
English,
I think that,
or
I think Polish.
Probably the one.
Yeah, I think Polish. Shui, him,
the ultimate.
ultimate. You know, Flashy probably doesn't speak Polish, but you know, maybe he can throw in a few of the keywords starting with the K. That one goes very well.
Yeah,
but
I've derailed. That's my fault.
That was a good one.
There. But we had a good line of questions and answering from yourself there. So
you know,
how does
the
Elish,
same language?
Yeah, how does Elish help activate the rest of the team?
Yeah,
because there's certainly a chance of that happening here and it being very beneficial for.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was talking about in terms of just the role balance makes so much more sense. You have like a very aggressive player in Elish. You have Naf, who's super passive. Like, he is the guy that just honestly doesn't want to do anything. He's just like chilling there. Personality-wise, on the server, kind of matching each other. And then you have Nertz, who's somewhere in between, you know, somewhere that, you know, he can go, but he doesn't really want to go. If he has to go, he doesn't want to go. You know, if he just like, if there's a door open, maybe he goes when the timing is right. I think that's where he found the most success. And also back in like snappy era where they played very explosive, but he would still have his moments to, like, in the late round be super useful. So like late round, mid round aggression, and I think that's kind of what Twist is also really good at, and I think that's where the issue was previously. That
agree.
I think Twist had more say in the team, had more, like, you know, he is one of the legends of Liquid, so things worked better for him. And maybe he is just objectively a better player, but you know, now that he's not there, Nertz needs to step into that role and like really shine in it, because it's not a bad role to be in. It's maybe the best role to be in if it suits you, right?
I just think there's still question marks though for Liquid. Like, I'm still concerned about Ultimate. I think he's a very feast or famine opper. Like, he can be very flashy. Everyone's gonna remember the game he had against Mouse Sports and Blast Awesome where he looked like an absolute god. Even though they lost the game, he performed admirably. And there's other games where he'll pop off and look good, but there's also a lot of games where he goes completely missing, and you just can't have that. Like, you need a stable opper. Like, I'd almost rather, even if his ceiling was just a little bit lower, I'd rather his floor come up a little bit. Like, I'd almost trade that off, honestly, just because that's such an important role to have. You need to see some balance there. And I think we're still wanting to know how Naf's recovery is going to be. He played the worst season of his entire career at the beginning of this year. He looks a little bit better lately, but will that continue? I think those are two big question marks, as well as just, you know, how is Shuhei going to evolve as an IGL on this team? Now he has all the tools he could ever hope for. There's no excuse anymore. Like, now you have to perform with these pieces.
Yeah, if we're talking Shuhei, at least at Fisher, we did see sort of some building there for Liquid. Nertz was also playing very well there. Of course, now, reintroduction of Legion. Questions around how that's going to affect things. Let's give some attention here, though, to GamerLegion. If we're to sort of compare what's going on, you know, this is also a roster that's going through some changes. What's the goal of the introduction of Hypex?
I mean, it's almost becoming a meme how GamerLegion just can't
constant changes.
Yeah, they can't get a good opper. Whoever they get is kind of not really stepping up to the level where they want to be. You know, they've been this team on the fringe of like top 10, top 15, but it always seems like that's one role where they're lacking. When you think back, A-Core is probably the best one that they had. After that, Slend, then Kersey, and now Hypex. It's like none of them really were making a difference. If anything, they were making
time frame, if you know off the top of your head, all of those changes.
I mean, the
matter of months.
From Slend, from
Kersey didn't last very long. It was like a couple of tournaments.
Kersey was very short.
From Slend to Kersey to now Hypex, it's all within a year, right?
Yeah.
Less than that. Few months.
I mean, from what I know, I think both of the other ones are still benched, contracted to GamerLegion. You know, that's how recent it was. But yeah, if anything, they were doing like a negative impact, not a positive impact on the team. And it's kind of becoming a meme, as I said. Like Ash can scout every rifler in the world and like reinvent res and find PR. And I mean, PR is on Mouse Academy and stuff like that. But he had a lot of good talent coming through the ranks. But it seems like, you know, he just can't get the right offer. And to be honest, from what I know, Jambo was one of the guys that they wanted to bring in. Fnatic cashed out 600K allegedly. You know, GamerLegion were like, we're not going to pay that for a guy.
They also they wanted Grix too, I think, at one point, and didn't get him either. Only for him to go to Heroic and get benched pretty much immediately. So that was kind of a wild one as well. So yeah, they've been a little bit unlucky on the whole op pickup department.
Yeah, Dust, what would you like to see from Hypex?
I just need to see, like, kind of similar to Ultimate, like, just something stable. Like, I don't need you to be, like, super flashy star. It'd be nice if you were. That'd be great. It'd be a huge addition. But I think GamerLegion has some great talent. I think that PR is one of the best extremity playmakers out there right now. Also a very good CT player, lots of talent. You mentioned Rez kind of reinventing himself on this team, or at least kind of getting a second wind in his career after being at NIP for so long, kind of wasting away at talk about revolving doors. I mean, he had to struggle a lot in that organization, but here he seems to fit very nicely.
He had cue cards to remember his teammates' names, bro. These people are coming in and out every day.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they definitely have some good firepower. And look, I'll even shout out Towson. He started off very cold. I feel like he's developed kind of nicely lately on this team. So they have plenty of pieces. It's just about, you know, kind of like Liquid. It's just about putting all of it together, making it work. And I think that, you know, Ash and you know, his coaching and his in-game leader and the partnership that they have does work pretty well. They're tactically pretty sound. It's just about, you know, fleshing out the details and just executing appropriately.
Yeah, I think from
I'm just going to jump in here because I'm aware of the time. I'm not sure if more time can be added to that, but I'm going to take it for face value right now. We've got about 4 minutes. Let's bring up the veto in the background. Maybe make your point at the same time.
Thank you, I can do that.
As Liquid shout the roof of Shanghai.
Who's that? I don't know that person.
And then
that person that was
Flashy.
Never mind. The guy that wasn't in the jersey.
Okay. I didn't see it. Could have very well been Joke Steve. Yeah, Matt
it was
Vito
not Joke Steve.
Oh, was it not? I didn't see. Yeah, Matt Vito up on screen. We do know it is going to end up on Inferno. Prof, you were going to...
I just want to say...
Guys, we've got about 3 minutes left. Inferno, do you see this favoring either team here?
Not necessarily. Don't really know what to expect too much from Liquid on Inferno with the new lineup. I think GamerLegion are kind of, it's a okay map for them.
Yeah. Literally a mid map, 50%.
I think back in the day, I think Ultimate did some crazy stuff on this map. Like that was kind of his breakout, what I remember of him. Hypex on the other side. I just want to see him. I want to see some moments. I want to see some brilliance. And I think I saw he had like more of an instinct than what I saw from like Slend and from Kersey. I feel like he has it in him somewhere to be like a good opper, even though he didn't really super shine at EPL. But the difference in opposition that he was playing before and coming to EPL was huge. So give him some time to adapt. Ultimately, the thing is, like, even PR said it in the recent interview, like Kersey feeling a lot of pressure is like, bro, you're coming into GamerLegion, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. Just like, you know, you're not playing for FaZe.
Dust, Inferno?
Yeah, looking at Inferno, Elige kind of just naturally fits into the roles that Twist was playing. So this is one of the maps they really didn't have to adjust a whole lot. Like, he's going to be their A rotator on CT side. He's going to be their mid player on the T side. So again, he just kind of naturally slots in. No one else has to really make any adjustments for him in this case. Meanwhile, though, on the GamerLegion side of things, they've actually made an adjustment on their CT side. PR even though he has been their A anchor, has actually been playing B recently, and Tossed's been kind of the A anchor. So that's going to be an interesting defensive adjustment for GamerLegion coming into this. They only just started doing this in the last couple of tournaments where they've put PR over on Banana, and so it'll be interesting to see, you know, how he handles it, because we know how important that control is, and it's a big responsibility. And I think PR putting him there, I think, is kind of an intent for GamerLegion to really try to strengthen that and make this a better map. Because, you know, in Best of Ones, we all kind of know how it goes. It goes to like your middle of your map pool, and for these two teams, Ancient Inferno are kind of where you thought it would go. It winds up going Inferno. I think we've already noted no one has like a super clear edge, and so this should be a fun fight, I think.
Guys, enough from just us for now. Why don't we have a quick chat with Neokai and Scriv? Guys, how you doing?
Yeah,
Hello.
good. Feeling good. Feeling good. Still not fully woken up, maybe. We didn't have much Counter-Strike to commentate earlier, but hopefully this gives us a little bit more
doing more work than you guys, which is a surprise.
Yeah. Your desk segment might have been longer than the series, in all fairness.
With the intro, for sure. Like, we're working hard here.
Yeah, that first match really flew by. Guys, what are your expectations going to GamerLegion versus Liquid?
I mean, a lot closer. I actually think this is a really quite interesting game. It's also a really big moment now for Liquid to be like, right,
Sort of
we need
important,
to...
right, Neo?
Yeah, I think this could be probably of the day one of actually the more closer games. I think GamerLegion, this is a good opportunity for them to really kind of prove themselves. I'm excited, man.
Yeah, looking forward to it for sure. I think we were just talking about kind of GamerLegion, where they're at. Are they still on this whole scouting arc, or is this someone that's going to stick around for a little while? Always got this revolving door, it feels, a team like GamerLegion as well. So we'll see. But this is definitely a matchup I think they've got a pretty good chance in, actually.
Yeah, Ash against Shui, his little prodigy, you know. Let's see how that goes.
That's a cool one to point out. Definitely, Prof. Does anything that you'd like to say to the guys before I think we throw over to them?
You know, just maybe cast a little bit more of this game.
I'll do my best.
A few more rounds that you might have to cover this
Yeah.
time around, boys. I know you had a nice little warm up with that first one. This one probably more traditional cast, I think.
We actually can stay on the line with the guys. Look, I think on paper, Liquid should have the edge here, but
I have a question.
There is... Oh, okay.
I have a question. Give me your dark horse for this tournament.
Okay, I like that, yeah.
I said bait because bait with a stand-in is still bait. it's just like how they play. You know, MPL Hedrick is still there, so we're okay for the most part. So
Okay,
I'm gonna maybe say bait dark horse, as much as that's a really weird one with the stand-in. I just like bait.
I agree with bait being a dark horse, but I think they are one of the underdogs of the dark horse sort of section of our field. Is that fair?
It's also, I guess, for me,
TYLOO on home soil.
It's a bit of a running joke that every event we do, I just say bait or a dark horse, and I'm just going to keep it up now.
Yeah.
I said it basically the last 10 events we've done with bait. I'm like, they're my dark horse, no matter what's going on. Yeah, exactly. One of these will hit.
Yeah, I like that, Dust. TYLOO on home soil. TYLOO not looked as good recently. They sort of had an up and down year, but
they had that one pop off to win the first Fisher. And then that's been it though.
Exactly.
But some talented players, so I mean, could happen.
Yeah, a chance for them here, and surely going to be motivated playing on home soil. Scriv, what about you? Dark horses for yourself?
Yeah, TYLOO was kind of maybe the one that I was going to go for. I think the Hometown Heroes is an angle that I quite like. So hopefully they can tap into some of the individual prowess they have maybe, but you just never really know what to expect out of a team like that from the Asian region and whatnot. And sometimes we see it as well, like a tournament like this, they can just... You give them the flowers, you give them the hometown advantage, etc., and then they just disappear completely and forget who they are. But yeah, TYLOO was probably the team that I had in my corner.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to follow the journey of TYLOO across this tournament. We've just had Rez and now Towson on screen, but before that, we had the man himself, Elige. It's not an opportunity. We know he's a great player, but he certainly needs to rise to the occasion here. He did okay at Birch. The overall team placement wasn't great with third, but very much looking forward to seeing, hopefully, Elige pop off at this tournament. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a kind of a redemption arc, I think, in a way for him as well, because we know the level he was at kind of previously on Liquid, and we know the level he can play at when he's given kind of that freedom in a way. So I'm hoping that we get Elige back to his best, and also sort of just Jonathan back to, you know, it looks like enjoying the Counter-Strike. At times it looked like it was very stressful on the FaZe round. Things really weren't panning out the way. But when he plays his kind of good Counter-Strike and he's happy and he feels like he's really feeling it, that's where I think he does his best. So I'm really hoping he gets kind of the freedom to do that again in Liquid.
I mean, I think this is just like kind of this is it, right?
Yes.
Like there's no excuses anymore now. Like Elige, you're now in a organization you're very familiar with. You're in a structure that you claim to like. You know, you're saying that you speak all the same language. They're giving you all the spots you want to play. I mean, he's getting to play all the roles he wants on T side. He's getting pretty much all his roles on CT side. He is being put in the best position possible with the best support staff possible to be able to achieve the goals that he wants to achieve. This is it. If you don't make this work, I don't know when you're ever going to make something work. Like, it's now or never for Elige, I think.
Yeah, now or never, I think it is a great way to put it. Prof, you know, Elige here, yeah, definitely, we're looking for him to rise to the occasion. And yeah, I think starting off strong against GamerLegion is important.
Yeah, I mean, going down to 0-1 is tricky in this tournament, especially it's a BO1. It can happen for sure, but you never know which other teams are going to be waiting down in the lower bracket if only one of them will go to the playoffs. You want to make a deep run for sure. It would be disappointing to not reach playoffs here as Liquid, regardless of the fact that they've been together very, very little. They even spoke about, you know, having travel issues and like limiting practice and all of these things, but you just have such a like high caliber of individuals, and you're just an org of that stature that you have so much going for you. There's no excuses, right? There's no excuses to not make playoffs. But you know, he looks happy. We saw the earlier,
he looks locked in.
The photos, the team photos. He was smiling. Didn't see that in a while. FaZe did a thing.
Guys, if we were to stay on board with the topic of Elige, yeah, Birch Cup was important for those VRS points, and of course it was Elige's first tournament in. That being said, that's out of the way now, and he's at a much bigger scale of tournament here. I'm sure the motivation is going to be very high. VRS aside, because that's done now, but I think at a huge tournament like this, he's going to be wanting to prove himself.
Absolutely.
He's going to be wanting to come out hot and dominate.
And this will truly tell you where they're at, right? I mean, even if they've had limited practice, you know, you're up against a field of teams that you should be fine against, right? I mean, again, like none of the big dogs are here that have normally been Liquid's problem. Like Liquid was always a team that could kind of punch right at their weight, but just never above it, right? Like, and then FaZe was also a gatekeeper to them that they can never get past either. But now you're in a field of teams where you're all kind of, you know, they're either ranked below you or they're ranked right at the same level as you. And so that ultimately should put them in a position to where they should be thinking trophy. Like they probably will, you know, not publicly say that because they know this is their like first big tournament with this 5 and all that jazz. But the reality is this is a big opportunity to get one in the cabinet with the field you're up against.
I think it's a perfect type of tournament for them. Very big tournament, a lot on the line, but they've also got some stress out of the way. They've got this new team. They've got the reintroduction of a legendary player. Like the line, the dots are there, but can they connect them?
Yeah, I have a question.
I'm ready.
Apex versus Ultimate, Op India. Who's winning? For the casters. What do you guys think?
Kai Script, who's winning? Op India.
We were just talking about this actually just before we came onto this. I mean, I'm going Hypex here. I like them a lot, especially when I've seen him throughout kind of tier 2. I thought he's really, really talented. I think as well, obviously Ultimate's had his struggles. The way I would put it is I think Ultimate can be a little bit more stable, I guess, maybe at this level, but Hypex has that skill ceiling, at least for me, which is higher.
How do you feel about that? That's just nagging.
I was saying Ultimate's just like feast or famine, man. And so he either wins Op India against Hypex like 13-2 or he loses like 2-13 or something like that. Like, it's just, there's never a middle ground with this guy. I feel like he's either popping off or he's just completely absent. So
maybe a rogue shout for me, but I actually think that Hypex has a higher skill ceiling. That might be a bit of a rogue thing to say, but I've liked him a lot in tier 2 and he looks very, very solid. So yeah, exactly. But I think Hypex can really pop off, and I think when he's given the opportunity, especially in this sort of team as well, I think GamerLegion is kind of a perfect team for him to prove himself. I think he can pop off, and I think it could be quite interesting. He's also a little bit more flashy at times too, which is fun to watch.
Yeah.
I like the pickup for GamerLegion. I wish they would have done this instead of Kersey in the first place.
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like that was kind of a very weird ride. But ultimately, I think this should be an upgrade to Kersey and should give him a little bit of something. I mean, he's not like a crazy star, but I think he should be a little bit more stable than what they've had in the past.
Gentlemen, we're still waiting for the go-ahead on this game so we can continue to chat. Yeah, we've got Rez up on screen. It's been nice to see him, as we sort of alluded to and referenced before, find a solid level of form again in GamerLegion. Definitely a player to watch at this tournament. Prof, what do you think?
I love Rez. I think Rez is fantastic, and it's really nice to...
You are in love with Rez. That's...
I mean, I wouldn't go... I mean...
In love with this game.
Who isn't?
Exactly.
Honestly, who isn't? Yeah. Let's just, who's without sin throw
Honestly,
the first
though,
round.
all jokes aside, it is nice because, that long tenure on NIP... not too much to show for it. Sort of to an extent, bottlenecked his personal career. And yeah, I guess that's sort of what I'm referring to. It's nice to see him free again on GamerLegion, enjoying the game, and as a result, finding better performances.
He's been a damn good star for this team. I mean, his entry fragging has actually been really, really high. It's definitely up there amongst the best actually in the world right now, statistically speaking, but also you can just see it. You can see the impact he can have on the server. They've really set him up to, play the roles he wants to play and facilitate him. And, I think him and PR sync up really nicely because you have, for Frez, who's kind of like your traditional front man, then you have PR, who's like an extremity playmaker. And that's just like a great combination of rifling to have. And Towson's making his development
just got up out of his seat. He's just walking out the room. I don't know what's happening anymore, guys. Sorry,
just talking about Rez as well. Like I always think back to obviously the 1989 I Am Oakland MVP. Same day as Taylor Swift was born. Insane day for everyone. But then after that, he had that period when he was actually insanely good on NIP, and then they made some changes, and then he started opping like in the last quarter of the year, and that tanked him so bad. Like he was en route to be like a top 20 player in a struggling NIP. Yeah. I think like the early like 2020, 2021, like off the online era. And since then, like his form was just like, it was just not that good. And it's nice. It's just a good reminder that sometimes players just need a new environment, and that they.
It's a reminder that your time on net does not count.
That's
which doesn't count.
That's also to some degree.
Except for maybe the current lineup. The current lineup actually has a little bit of something going for him, but
yeah. So yeah, it's kind of an Ash. It's an Ash special right there. It's one of the things.
Shout out Ash one time.
Yeah, I think
every time, but one time each time.
The community is kind of turning on him. I don't know why. I guess like because he's not winning tier 1 tournaments or whatever. And then he apparently said no to some of the big offers, even though I heard different things about the timing of when this happened.
I absolutely refute any Ash hating. All right. Ash,
are you going to go down in the chat and in the forums?
I'm not
1v1.
I'm not going to go down into the weeds. All right, but that being said, look, we see Ash has a proven track record as a coach, and yeah, most recent sort of changes have been more questionable, but you can't just go by the most recent data or metrics, like there has to be some.
What else can you go?
Well, no, but
just last 3 games.
No, but
define
if
your
you
career.
Look at the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Ash has produced some good lineups, and he's done a great job with GamerLegion. Oh, by the way, anyway,
I was trolling you, by the way.
No, I know. Oh, okay, you were teasing me. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I got some good news. This one is ready to go. Nearkai and Scriv, I'm going to officially say over to you.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are all, I think, everyone involved, ready to get this game underway, in all honesty, on potentially one of Neo's favorite maps ever, I've heard, in the form of Inferno. Listen, you can't dodge it forever.
I know. Why do I have to do it?
Game 2's a bit rough, though. We could have gotten into the second day.
I know. And in best of ones as well. Go Ancient.
Inferno BO1 is crazy.
Go Ancient. Go something else. But anyway, we're on the way. It is Inferno here. And while the map sucks, this game doesn't, right? Team Liquid taking on a GamerLegion. And I'm looking forward to it. I think this really could be quite a close game because both of these sides have a point to prove. And the Desper touched on it. You actually just don't want to go into the lower bracket. You don't know who's going to be down there. And to go best of one into that lower bracket is brutal. So let's get this show on the road. T-side, of course, starts for GamerLegion.
Peeking through middle here. P250 to lead the way. Just making itself known, spotting a little head, but not able to take it off just yet. Elige feels like he has seen these games before. They move in towards apartments to try and find the first kill. Not going to happen. It is the T side. Mowing them down. Shui here, though, in a good spot, and he will capitalize. That is a super far bomb spill. I don't know quite how that's happened, to be honest, but it's very, very beneficial for the CT side, at least for now. Smoke comes in to try and block off that bomb retrieval, but not quite going to work out in the way they wanted. So 3-on-3 as the dust settles here. GamerLegion retrieve that bomb.
Yeah, really weird round. Starts so well for the T side, but then falls apart so quickly. Shuhei with 2 very, very important kills. 35 seconds. They're sticking around at least a little bit towards A. The bomb's in that direction. Rez has a little look over towards Banana. Just see if there's any aggression coming through, any information to go off, but not to be. And Nas being called to rotate. This is the wrong call. He's gone back over towards B. The bomb's stuck around towards A. It's a freeze call in apartment. And now they're going to test Shuhei. His third kill of the round. He looks for more. The fourth on the table there, but he can't quite find it as the bomb crosses. And now, bomb will go down. 2 versus 3. Numbers favor Liquid in this retake. And it's all on whether we can make something of this. They're trying to barrel their way in. Nat will fall, but Nertz finds the trade. So it's all on the shoulders of PR. He stepped up for this side so many times, and he's got to do it once again, but they're just going to stick that defuse. They're being a nuisance, playing with the time, playing with his concentration. He can't get in there enough. Nertz, he sticks the full 10 seconds, and it's Liquid who start well.
Yeah, not planted for him. He was in such a good post-plant spot for a different kind of bomb plan, and
Sure,
unfortunately
wins
not
that,
able to work. Yeah, exactly. Not able to work it. GamerLegion will be kicking themselves, and individually, I think PR is slightly tilted, but the kills come in, the bomb plant goes down. We now have a pretty strong second round buy here from GamerLegion that they can most certainly find success with. Not a lot of utility, but one clean execute in towards a bomb site could turn up green for them. We shall see here. 3 towards B. Team Liquid expecting something unorthodox to come their way, and a late aggress in towards Banana will take down one of those scary guns.
I like the idea by GamerLegion. Let's get in towards the fights pretty early here, right? Let's try and kind of set a bit of a tempo towards top Banana. We didn't do it in the pistol, so let's go and test and see what the response looks like. But unfortunately, didn't work out in the way they would have hoped. So Liquid an opener for them. Shuhei looked really sharp in that pistol. Good signs as well for him, because individually he doesn't get loads of moments, but that was at least nice. And a bit of a tepid response now from GamerLegion. 5 versus 4. And an easy position for Liquid to kind of just keep replenishing smokes now.
Maybe getting slightly warmer as they will gather some space towards brackets here. Oh, and quite a lot. That timing is just gorgeous from Rez. Catches the gap. It's being watched, but again, if it keeps working in his favor, slow move away from Elige here will allow him a lot more room than I think he ever should have gotten. 30 seconds playing with the clock, but early enough in the round here that there's still an opportunity for GamerLegion. They'll start to press forwards. Rez making a little bit of noise, but he's not quite been heard. He ducks under the smoke, and you can see here from the perspective of Nertz, he cannot see that player. Good for one, as he looks in for a little bit more. Not quite going to happen, but the third player, of course, unexpected. Shuhei, one is not enough. There's no time for the bomb plant. They're out of clay, as they say, and it will indeed be Team Liquid to just skin on their teeth take that second round.
Yeah, it's still definitely, at least for GamerLegion, you can take positives away from that. We've actually gotten towards the side. Give us an extra 5 seconds. We're actually probably winning the round there in the post one, because they had util to work with too. But all's well that ends well for Liquid, right? And that's all that matters for them, I think, is right, win the round, a 2-0 start. We've kind of overcome now this force buy-in response, and we get a bit of breathing room to start building up a lead. So a 2-0 start, again, for GamerLegion, I think there is positives to be taken away from that. And I like that, you know, Rez does so well getting in behind. If he's, again, maybe 10 seconds a bit earlier, who knows? At least push down mid, and that'll be the cost of his life. PR's going to find the head of Naf. Okay, so Liquid, despite having the definitely better buy here, a lot more firepower to work with, overextensions have cost them 2 lives, and now a really difficult kind of 5 versus 3. They're going to have to try and make a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, you have to remember with this matchup in particular, GamerLegion, I think there's going to be a lot of belief behind them. They've had the upper hand over this Team Liquid game quite a lot over the past 12 months, so I think that there's a good degree of every single round is going to be winnable for GamerLegion in their minds, and this is a great example of that as they open up, keep the kills coming, and really have not let up since that 2-minute mark at the start of the round. The B-bomb site completely open. So just let ZTR do his thing and then bring the bomb over here. I get a little weary of where this bomb's going on A if they get a bit giddy over there, but he will slowly clear things out. No one on B. Guys, let's go B, and that should be the round. Nice and easy for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and actually, ZTR was sort of being the sacrificial lamb there. He was sending it in just to gain information. There's 2 left. Let's see where they're playing. So he was flying in towards the fights and trying to clear all the angles. But it's one of those things where they look like they were setting up for a late A here. And actually, in hindsight, I realized there's no one's there. So the bomb rotated over. Not time to get it down this time as well, which is good. And there's nothing you can really do with your ultimate and Nerd. It's a safe call to be made. And actually an opportunity maybe if GamerLegion want to continue to push this is actually to hunt a little bit. Why not, right? We're going to have a buy-in towards the next round. Why not try and make it a bit expensive at the end? Torsen, who had such minuscule amount of HP, flies into the fight, gets one, traded out, and Nerds is desperately trying to stay alive, tagged down low, but the hunt call is great here. You're going to have money in towards the next round, so why not anyway? They know who this last guy is. It's just about figuring out where on A he is.
What is happening there?
Too much wine.
Going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's, you know, there's something about a dead body, you know, just shaking around. Like, they say it still has life in it.
Yeah, what do they say? It's like
never
5 minutes or whatever or something like that, where it's like... it's still rocking, yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a really good round there for GamerLegion. What a response off the back of kind of your second round force not working out, but the third round where you've got even worse weaponry making that stick. But as much as it's a great round for GamerLegion and you can only fight what's in front of you, it's a rogue call by Liquid. 2 players flying down mid feels unnecessary, and then Shuhei being the only B player deep in Banana with no smoke. If you smoke deep Banana, you play behind it, and then you've pushed in towards Cubby, fair enough. But he'd pushed in all the way down, and it just mollied out. There's nothing he can do. So, yeah, it was definitely some rogue calls there. Liquid didn't work out the way they intended. A lot of util being expended towards top B here. No, it's going to be tested. He's good for the first. Always good for that first. Finds his, gets it, gets out.
I think he was meant to be dead.
Yes.
There was 2 nades on the way. One did not quite make it, clipped with a wall potentially. So the fact that he lives and gets away with a kill is really not the game plan GamerLegion had for the start of this round. So they're going to have to look at recovering things. They opt to do that towards A, which, this is the nature of Inferno. They pretty heavily outnumber this A bomb site. They can make their way in. Some presence towards brackets. There's not enough there for them to go at. Meanwhile, in Banana, Team Liquid will move in. A slight overlook from Shuhei. Maybe thinking he was covered, and then Elige, panicking to pick up the pieces, also loses his life. All of a sudden, numbers-wise, it looks pretty good for the T side here. Nerds on his P250 as he was left very, very low and just sort of traded things off with that automatic weapon. So there's not much that he can do to stop them getting into the bomb site. Still do fancy their chances. They have to move quick, but Team Liquid have the HP to work with. They have maybe lost that now as Nerds goes down to the nade. And of course, it's unconfirmed damage. So GamerLegion very close, as we can see, but they will get the round.
Nice work as well. I think just having that second smoke to be able to get it down and towards coffins goes a real long way, just to give them some security. And that nade, of course, always going to help. Yeah, like I said, unconfirmed damage, nothing you really can do. It's one of those you look back on and say, maybe if we had given that a go, something could have happened. But saving the M4, I don't think is a bad call. They're going to exit out via CT and they'll be fine to save. So, a second put on the board, and GamerLegion tie this one back up, and this is where we are getting a bit of the call and response, how we expect out of this series. This, especially comparatively to the first series of the day, a lot closer and real decent potential for quote-unquote upsets on the table here. GamerLegion absolutely have a chance to take this map and series and to put real pressure on Liquid. If you drop them in towards the lower bracket this early in towards the tournament, it's a huge scalp that you've taken and a really, really good start. So it's one of these positions where this game is really interesting and also quite indicative of both of these two teams and where they are in the current landscape of Counter-Strike, especially at that top level, right? GamerLegion trying to get back to being that actually quite consistent dark horse that they were for a while at top level tournaments, saying this is a team that can make playoffs, this is a team that can go decent. And Liquid, it's about reclaiming a lot of former glory, right? It's been a while since we've seen them look really, really solid, but signs, at least recently, have felt okay. PR opens things up. Very, very nicely done from him. Ultimate, a slow start for him, 0-3. Yeah, so the AWP India, question mark that was thrown out there. Hypex is winning it so far. Maybe not.
Even downloaded the map, yeah.
I was more of an AWP Lego man myself, but
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Naf. A guy who often flies under the radar, stands strong. But again, is it going to be enough? Nerds gets ahead of the bomb plant but cannot deny it. Elige finds himself alone, and again, he's got a pretty nice weapon in hand. Very shiny indeed, so he will look to hold on to that if he can. I think he has a decent chance at that, but GamerLegion have turned this one around quite quickly. Team Liquid storming out of the gates, maybe peaking a bit too early, and GamerLegion have started to whittle away at them. Lovely little angle. It's kind of nice sometimes, actually, from the obs to see those kinds of angles the other way.
Yeah.
So you can get a picture of how difficult they are to deal with.
Yeah, it's an awkward one to fight that as well. GamerLegion, I like what I see. The pressure they're putting on towards B early in the rounds is really helping them. But it's another sign, and we saw this happen in GamerLegion's first round, where this round and everything around it starts off overextension from Liquid, right? That push from Ultimate is, well, ultimately unnecessary in the end. And of course, it's easy to say that with the benefit of hindsight, but it was a really bold call. He goes in dry, flying in towards a fight where he doesn't have, you know, you're not going to win that fight in terms of timing. You are going to be second to it. So he's swinging in and he just gets immediately kind of domed by PR. And again, right, it's a fight he's never going to win. PR is way too sharp to be losing that. But you look back in hindsight and he's probably thinking about it for the entirety of that round of, did I need to take that? Was that even really necessary? Could I have played that a little bit slower and actually played with some support? Thankfully, that seems to be the play here.
It is the best of one mindset. You have to really take every single round to its full value, and I think the Liquid are maybe catching up to that idea. GamerLegion have woken up on the right side of the bed this morning, that is for damn sure. The check-in towards brackets here. No one around. Team Liquid. Resources towards B seems to be the name of the game for them. This is slightly problematic. Elige will get in towards Library to try and cut something off. But nothing quite coming. A minute of play and no one's really met each other in any kind of exchange. That is the way that it can go from time to time here on Inferno, but a nade flash, something a bit new for you there, folks. Ultimate will get himself on the board finally, though. An advantage for Team Liquid, and I think a decent amount of information. He doesn't necessarily see anybody else, but you can figure if there's someone hanging around brackets, he will have a friend or two in tow. Look at this. Rez, with the perfect timing, makes a meal of it, but it's an easy enough kill. Elige delivering, as he's expected to do, drops that bomb, but does not necessarily stop the plant from coming in. Nert's trying to be the player to do so, and he is robbed of the opportunity. Low HP bars here, as they will move up to 50 HP between the two players. Shuhei could certainly get this done, and there is that kit. He's got to be aware it's not too far on the road to recovery here. Nice and clean to open up. I think the nade, it just round the corner. I thought it was good, but no. And Rez just ice in his veins, hiding away. Will peek at the perfect moment, finds that final kill. Team Liquid, so close, but no cigar.
God, that is heartbreak for Shuhei. That nade, right idea, just wrong execution. It doesn't quite bang round the corner of that wall. If it did it absolutely would have got Rez there, and he would have won that 1 versus 2 and really effectively done. This first shot's fantastic from him, but that's so unfortunate for Shuhei, and what a shot by Rez as well. Such an important round to win for GamerLegion. Showing and kind of proving to yourselves that we can go toe-to-toe and that we can win these close moments, these clutches, these big rounds on the T side especially as well. GamerLegion are building up a decent foundation so far this early on, and you can understand why Liquid go for what is a relatively early tack pause, all things considered. They do need to sort of steady the ship, but unfortunately they're in this spot where it's full buy-in, failure to find success, money a little bit broken, and then we're either going for a hero gun or a low buy, and it's kind of this rinse and repeat, and this is a round where it is going to be just one of those low buys again, and another opportunity for GamerLegion to keep extending this lead. 4 in a row. If they can make it 5, that's a fantastic way to get out the gates here, the CAC.
5-7. Peeks his head. Shuhei not actually shying away from the fight here. I think they figured that he would. So a weird trading of places for him and PR, as PR is actually pretty deep in towards the apartment, so he might be able to get away with something. But Shuhei continues digging, looking for the opportune kill, and seems to be a light awareness that maybe he's slipped the net, but they've given it up. Ooh, he does just about get that kill. It's not nice to look at, but he will come away with it. All the same, the stronger weaponry here of GamerLegion, you still give them the upper hand, but it's some awkwardness to deal with, and Nertz is another awkward guy. Tucked in. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Not quite close enough for another, but again, sticking around. 5-7 up close can be deadly. ZCR does well to deal with him. The numbers even up, but, you know, there's something in the air in this round. Team Liquid could certainly net themselves the steal here.
It's a good resmoke as well by Elige. Front side, just slow them down. Bogdan's law going to be abided by as ZTR picks up the AWP. It's all on the shoulders of Ultimate. A Deagle alone towards his A site. Got a smoke to work with as well. I think this is going to be raw aim duels. Can he win out these fights? The information being relayed over, and they're rotating quick, but they're not going to be quick enough to support him, so he's got to hit these shots. They do not clear cold zero box. AK scooped up. Round definitely winnable. Rez will find it, but he's all alone. 5 seconds, no time to plant as well, and he can't get the kill as insult to injury. Ultimate, those 2 kills are so important, but we've got to clear cold zero box in a spot like that. Well played by Ultimate. Patience pays off for him. And a huge round to take for Liquid, considering the investment was so minimal. Everyone just going for the upgraded pistols, 1 MP9 being brought to the table. Massive one to scalp GamerLegion, slow down this momentum that they were building up. And again, on the flip side, you can see why Ash now wants to call for a pause. That's a bad round to lose.
A very stressful round, I think, and stress is indeed contagious. You know, I think got to be very, very careful that it doesn't take over the team and you start getting worried about pushes and every single kill and missed opportunities and whatnot. So there might be a little slap of the desk in a round like that. I think it is fair enough, though. Team Liquid have done a very good job, get a player in behind enemy lines, and what are they doing with this? And is there going to be someone around this corner? But then, like you say, they're not as tight as they should be with clearing their angles, really. So punishment for the oversight, and deservedly so. GamerLegion will kick themselves, but from time to time you have to just take a step back and say, okay, we lose rounds like that. Let's just make sure it doesn't happen again. I'm sure that is the line of thinking from the big man Ash behind the scenes. We got 4 on A super, super early here from Team Liquid. They are very prepared.
It's a good call.
For what's coming their way? Elige, it's Shuhei, in fact, though, with the peek in from Cubby. Elige went early, trying to distract away. He will trade out his teammate. This setup towards Long looks so damn good, and potentially an impenetrable A bomb site here from Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's a great call out the gate as well. You know, on the flip side, we don't see that overextension where, you know, Ultimate is going to stay in that position, wait and hold, be a bit of a turret in a sense, but what do you do here? 2 versus 4 now, and both of you are tagged up. Hypex isn't healthy at all. And 50 seconds to try and solve this puzzle. They've just got no information. They have no idea about how many bodies are towards that A site. They've seen 2 towards Long. So they've got to expect there's at least a 3rd player. Somebody who had to have been playing through shorter apps, but well, they didn't expect another on top of it. They already got rid of 1 of this defense. Now, spotted. PR can't punish. 25 seconds. We're getting to that point where you've got to make a decision. Do we actually just save?
Or the Molotov as well might make the decision for them. Force forwards. Key kill if you want to make it in towards a bomb site. That comes nice and clean. But again, are they going to be ready? I was going to say for the man in mini pit, but it's not even needed. Nafly, as he brings the full name here out to China, and he will even up the scoreboard for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's just too easy. Too many fights taken out. You know, fair enough, we can understand that if your Long player's mollied, you might not expect a cubby player. I can actually give them that, but then they stick around, and even when they trade out Shuhei, they're still taking fights against Elige with an AK-47. I mean, that's just a fool's errand, right? You don't want to be taking that duel any day of the week. They can't punish, and he does so well. So, Liquid tie things back up. 4 apiece and money shot over towards GamerLegion. So unfortunately, nothing for them to work with. Couple of upgraded pistols is as good as it gets. Even half armor. Luxury that they can't bring to the table.
Indeed. A bomb plant is your primary goal here. Winning the round is perhaps out of the question.
That's a win in itself, right? You're getting the bomb plant, the money on deck, you take that.
So far, so good from Liquid, though. I think they understand not to get too excited.
What was that?
I was going to say that's maybe the wrong
well, he
button on your mouse.
He right-clicked the left-click flash.
Yeah, potentially the wrong button.
My teammates when I was flashing on for me.
It's a shame we caught that, but it's all good. It's all good. If you're going to do it in any round, this is the round to do it in. Nice find in from the Glock, but I was going to say
there's a plan here.
Shuhei has maybe danced with 2 left feet in this round. He's certainly not hit the mark. The plant comes in. The deep position from Rez is nearly perfect, but Elige, head on a swivel, takes him down. So just PR. He has netted himself an AK, and there's nobody. If he'd carried on moving forwards, there was nobody considering the church angle. They'll tap onto the bomb. He will reveal himself, and it should be a pretty simple finish now. There's another hold coming in. Elige takes him down. And everyone can kind of be satisfied when you look at that round. I think they certainly could have denied the bomb plant. Couple mishaps here or there from Shuhei. Like I say, it's a shame we caught that, but ultimately Team Liquid take the lead.
Yeah, and do you know what? On the flip side, for GamerLegion, 2 kills, a bomb plant on a round where you've invested next to nothing, you're pretty happy with that on the flip side, right? Thinking, okay, not bad. We'll take that. We didn't expect anything in a round like that anyway, so we've made things a little bit expensive for them, and we've obviously got a little bit of extra residual cash for us to work with. But Liquid, like you said, with that lead, very important now. It's about securing it up. Gets that bare minimum of 6. Give yourself that good foundation before heading on towards your T side. If they can win this one here, put so much pressure on, that would be huge. Early spam is just a nuisance towards GamerLegion. He'll tag up Hypex and Torsen, and ZTR now left low as well. Oh, and the spam by Nert. It's actually the nade that sees it off. An opening kill, and the unconfirmed damage is really good damage of where they're at.
Fighting towards middle, though, I think is going to be important. Elige. Oh, yes. The second is lovely. Naf will also hold the line in towards the apartment, so it goes from good to better, which is not often the case. Easy find for Nerds in the end. Team Liquid, that is an indictment of how this half has now turned around for them. They will take a solid lead, and they find it flawlessly as well, denying a bomb plant, not losing any players. This could get dangerous for GamerLegion if they can't keep their name in the hat, in the race. Team Liquid starting to stretch ahead.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's another one of these situations where this round they just can't bring anything, right? You've got to essentially save for the last. Elige, that second in particular, you know, fortune favoring him, but nice work. That's all that matters. Second attack pause taken by GamerLegion. Last time I had a low bar like this, like we were talking about just earlier, whereas a couple of kills, a bomb plant, you're pretty happy with that. But we actually are, as we get late in towards this half, we're now at that point where it's actually, we need to get rounds on the board here. We need to be denying. I mean, there's a real solid chance of Liquid getting an 8-4 half. I mean, that at that point, you're getting into really kind of dangerous territory, really kind of murky waters for GamerLegion, where it actually puts so much pressure on that pistol. You lose the pistol, you could be already out of the contention or in that spot where it's very difficult to kind of climb the mountain back in towards this game. So very important final couple of rounds for GamerLegion, just to keep the pressure on, just to keep, like you said, name in the hat, right? Lower buy here, so bomb plant, few kills is sort of ultimately all you're really looking at. Winning the round is a slim chance, but if those are the rounds that can absolutely change the tide, swing the momentum back in your way. Missed shot as the Tech9's trying to be a nuisance, but Naf does well. Rez bounds out his ultimate, tested, and the no-scope connects. Can't get a second off, just cannot click in time. So they've got in towards the site, but it's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Liquid.
He might have saved the round with that moment.
Yeah.
Bomb plant, not quite down just yet. They had to recover it, spilled a bit awkwardly, and they will eventually get the plant through. So Torsen on that. Hypex, what have you got for us, man? This is the guy that everybody's going to be looking towards. Torsen will bail him out in that particular moment after a missed shot. Hurts, meanwhile, completely overlooked. and 2 wallbang headshots. It's a lovely way to light up the kill feed. Team Liquid getting another round in their favor.
Hypex just strolling by as well. It's like the freest kill for Nerds. He was trying to reposition, of course, being a known quantity in towards pit. You just don't want to stick there. You're actually expecting that retake utility to come through. It's sort of a pick your poison type situation, I think is kind of the main thing. But Liquid, I'm liking what I'm seeing. 5 rounds in a row now, as well as that name lights up all red. It's a really good way to see off this half. If they can get this 8th as well, GamerLegion really are in trouble. I mean, even now, 7-5 is still in that position where it's a little bit dangerous. You lose the pistol and the force, and before you know it, in a best of 1, you could be in trouble. Especially on a map Black Inferno. Who's going to play inside of that smoke? He's alone towards B, so there is, of course, the danger of him playing towards top car. If he's to fall, it'll really open up a pathway to waltz right in towards that side. But thankfully, he's just going to fall back. Not before. He's have a bit of util. A missed shot by Ultimate, PR, and Rez. The Wombo combo, that dangerous duo that have lighted up the server so many times. Do it again here to open up this round.
Putting all their eggs into one basket here, Team Liquid, and it will be the A basket, so let's see if it pays off for them. Elige, nice find here. Yeah, he will get very greedy, but it's absolutely needed, and that's the Elige effect. A player like that has the belief, has the ability to just pick off a kill in the middle of a round that might give them a chance back into it, and just in time, Molotov comes down, slows them, splits them up here on the GamerLegion side of things. A break of the smoke will work successfully for Nerds, but only for one. It's Shuhei who bursts forwards, bringing it down to the one-on-one after the trade. ZTR up against Elige here. And he's got to know that player's in towards CT. Who threw that nade? But where is he? The beats of the timing, and it's a little syncopated. He might just have missed the mark. Has to react to the footsteps and cannot find the shot. Team Liquid, every single 50-50 moment, I feel, in the past 6 or 7 rounds has just gone their way.
Yeah. Elige, it's a massive round for him as well. It has to be said, I mean, we touched on it a little bit as the round was playing out, but that proactivity from him where it's okay, we're in a position where we need to find out the information. We know that they're setting up for an XQ with 25 seconds on the clock. We've got to make something work. Elige, as you kind of called it, it's a greedy move, right? He's pushing in towards apartments. He's going for that information play, but it's so important. We had to get proactive. We had to figure out what is going on here this late in the round. We can't afford to be caught napping and then forced into a really awkward retake. And well, it gave them a bit of time to work with there. So as a whole, it's a fantastic half from Liquid. 8-4, you put yourself in a really, really good spot. And unfortunately, it's just not been the day so far for GamerLegion. It looked like it was at one point. 4 rounds in a row. It was like, okay, this is Liquid who were looking off. But they fell asleep for 1 round. They let 1 slip away. It's that ultimate double deagle kill in towards Cold Zero box and the round falling in place. And then we're talking about where, unfortunately, GamerLegion just couldn't get a grasp back on this game. So if I'm being completely frank, this first round, this pistol in this second half is so important. If GamerLegion can't find it, they're in a lot of trouble.
It's one of the problems, I think, with playing, we like to call it the vibes Counter-Strike. I think they don't quite fall into that bracket, but GamerLegion, they have an energy about them. It's a good attitude on the team. Everybody's friends, so on and so on. And I think that from time to time, it can be a bit hard to pick the team up if everyone is on the same emotional level. And I think that they're maybe struggling with that a little here. The opening game, only the one map as well. You have to be able to just be present in the moment. And Ash is trying to get them there, but you can kind of just see even from the cams and the room that they're playing in, etc. It's maybe a little off. There's maybe a flatter energy to this GamerLegion side of things, whereas Team Liquid, always going to be serious, I think. You know, Naf's kind of chill, but when you have Elige coming back into the team, Shuhei strikes me as a guy that also brings that very hard approach to the game.
Sure.
And I think that it really does affect the way that you approach things.
We've lost them again?
Again, especially into the BO1. Yeah, Rez doesn't quite know where he is.
Look at the body again. It's
yeah, they're a little lively. They're a little lively.
5 minutes of life. Or I think it's actually 5 minutes of brain activity, I think is what it is. I don't think... I'm pretty sure I swear, it was like 5 minutes of brain activity after you die. Something like that. Maybe. But for now... Oh, it's a good little graphic, actually. 4-0 for Elige so far in terms of the head-to-head. I don't know if we can get one as well for the AWPers. I don't know if they've even had a head-to-head, but it's obviously a kind of a conversation that we've had too, where it is this sort of debate between the kind of Hypex and Ultimate right now. And kind of come back to what I was saying, I feel like at least where we are with kind of GamerLegion picking up, I do feel like Hypex maybe has a slightly higher skill ceiling, but a much sort of lower floor, let's put it, right, compared to Ultimate, where it's, sure, Ultimate obviously has some bad times on this Liquid side, and it hasn't, you know, worked out, I think, as in all intended, but he does some really good moments too, and it's kind of what Dust was talking about a lot on the desk, right? You know, it's like, if it was a head-to-head between them, there is times. Another one there as well, but yeah.
Oh, it's pretty one-sided. Nerds looking
brutal,
really, really good. And again, it feels like we have a lot of players in this Liquid side that at one time were very exciting, talked about a lot, and then they've kind of gone to Liquid, not really, the team has not really delivered. But you forget, Nerds was a beast. 2022, 2023, this guy was dominating the tier 2 scene.
I'll never forget Endpoint Nerds. I mean, he was without a doubt the best player in the entirety of the tier 2, and it wasn't even close. Like, there was,
I don't think any of us argued about that. There wasn't really a debate.
And we like to debate in tier 2, right? We like to kind of, you know, this is our pick of, like, you know, who's the next wonder kid and whatnot. And we'll debate that every day of the week, but there was no conversation point there. He was so outright the best player. And then, you know, obviously he's been a guy who his ceiling is so high. And it definitely, I feel like, is a guy who can kind of get back there as well. And I mean, as we've seen from that first half, there's really positive signs in Liquid at the moment. And this is a good win that if they can get this under their belt, right, this is a really good spot that they put themselves in, I think, where it's like, this is a GamerLegion side that are quite dangerous. They're also in that dark horse territory as the kind of they've always been in every tournament they go to. But it's a good win, especially if they can take it cleanly as well. It just dispels all of this sort of notion around Liquid at the moment of where they actually are. How well is Elige going to integrate in towards this side? Are they going to be able to get back to the best? Is this actually the right move for them going forward as well? You know, for Elige, it's a bit of a last chance, as kind of Dust was talking about on the desk, and saying, you know, this is actually the last chance to really say, right, he can still crack it at this top level in a system where he's given all the space, all the resources, the roles that he wants, and also a system that he knows very well from previous experiences. But so far, so good, right? I'm liking what I'm saying. It's actually, the question marks really are arising around GamerLegion. They're not really looking to the level that we want of them, and they're not playing that style of play that has made them, in the past, so scary to deal with.
I think they do have a good deal of inconsistencies on that GamerLegion side of things. We have witnessed, as I'm sure we all have, players like PR, players like Rez taking over a game. It's an interesting sort of pivot, I think, for GamerLegion, in the sense that they now rely on that a bit more than in the past lineups. They didn't necessarily rely on individuals. They were more about out-strategizing, out-calling teams. But if you want to try and rub it with the big boys, you have to be able to bring the individuals. It's a very tough kind of look. But the one thing I think for GamerLegion for me as well that they've obviously struggled with, and it's very, very evident by the conversation we keep bringing up, is the AWP. CS2 is maybe not as important, not as focused on the AWP play.
Yeah.
But you also have to have a baseline that you can rely on. You have to have a player that can sort of step up, and ultimately the pressure on the AWPers is a little higher because the AWPers now have to be able to rifle kind of as well as they AWP.
Yes.
And I think that's something that obviously GamerLegion with Kersey didn't quite hit. Hypex, you know, you maybe like the ceiling on the guy, but is he someone that they can rely on? And ultimately we don't know. Neither do GamerLegion. They're still bedding him in. So how do they use him into his system? I think we're seeing them sort of struggle a little bit with that of like, this play could benefit from an AWP, but we've agreed that we're just going to rifle the whole time. Or, you know, there's something certainly missing. They don't necessarily have that magic puzzle piece, as it were. And I think there's still a move or two to come for this GamerLegion team if they want to try and lift themselves to the high heights. But for me, this felt like a game that they absolutely should have been in prime position to take, in prime position to maybe even dominate. And it's been quite the opposite. And even within the map, they look very good initially, and it's really fizzled out. Like the 8-4 doesn't even paint the full picture.
Yeah,
it feels rifle-wise, it feels into the back end of the first half way more dominant than that scoreline depicts.
Yeah, and it's one of the things where it's an 8-4, but it's not, yeah, like you said, not the scoreline itself. It's actually the 6 rounds in a row we found in majority rifle rounds. And it's also the fact that there was only really one of those rounds of the 6 where it was down to kind of a close 1v1. I'm not even counting that final one where, because I'm always backing Elige there in that 1v1. It's sort of him versus ZTR. It really is only one person going to be walking away with that. So there's only really one round where it felt like this was kind of on edge and there was a retake required that really did actually come down to the wire. But for GamerLegion, yeah, a little bit damning. We're still waiting for Rez. I've seen he's joined and left quite a few times, and I'm looking at him.
That's not good.
Joining and leaving consistently.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's still not in.
I don't know much, but I know that. Certainly not good. And we've got a few headsets off. That's a little bit of a,
you know, my tier system, right? For those who don't know ball, this is Neokai's tier system of tech pauses, right? It's a 3-tier here. So first rung, first level tech pause. That's a, you know, nice and easy. Just a little tech pause. Nothing too bad. That's like stage 1. Stage 2, headsets off. That's when we were like, oh, okay, this one's going to be a little bit lengthier. This one might be a bit concerning. We might be here maybe a little bit longer. Somebody's PC's not working or a headset's broken or whatever. If that comes off. Stage 3, alarm bells. This is where panic stations start to rise. If players start standing up, you're in serious trouble. It's gonna be a hot minute. So that's the tier system of tech pauses. Right now we're at a bit of a stage 2, like a half, you know, between stage 1 and stage 2, where a bit of headsets are coming off. So this might be a moment.
Nerds is lounging. That's maybe somewhere
that's pushing
in between.
It into the kind of like the 2 to 3, maybe. Yeah.
Not ideal, but here we are, indeed. And you know, I think things are hopefully not going to last too long, but it is day 1. It is the BO1s, and you know, if you're GamerLegion, you're maybe going to try and work around a tech issue. To be honest, just take some of the wind out of the sails of your opposition. This is where it would get very tough for me, though. I always like to, you know, try and get in the heads of the pros, and I think that trying to remain present during an extended tech pause like this, it would just be so tough. You know, there's no outside influence, no phones or anything like this, and you just have to stay present in the game, remember what happened, remember what you were talking about, and I think it's a very difficult thing to actually be able to do, and somewhat underrated in terms of the skill required as a pro, and we'll see. There might be a shift, there might be a way, especially the start of a half. You're not even in the flow, you've not even got a few rounds or economy behind you. High fives. When you come into the tier list,
then we're right back down to we're good. We're looking like we're good to go here. Rez is in the server. I can see that. And
Nurse has got the back of the chair locked now.
Oh,
no longer
lounging. We just
So,
lost. Did we just lose a lead? Did he tab out or did we lose him there?
That looks like a tab.
Okay, there's a tab.
Back in.
I thought it crashed.
Give him 20 minutes to tab back in. Am I right, guys? Any 4x3 enjoyers out there?
We're sort of a dying breed now. Everyone's going to 16-9. I refuse to. I'm 4x3 all the way. It's just...
I've moved to 16-9.
Oh, you have?
I kind of lied.
Oh, so we're just gaslighting here? Right.
I'm sorry.
Don't trust this man.
Morally,
but trust us when we say we're back here. 8-4 is where things ended. And for Liquid, it was so good. 6 rounds in a row to close out the half. GamerLegion, all the pressure it feels like it's put on this first round of the second. If you can't get this pistol, you're in a hell of a lot of trouble. They've gone for a little bit of a gamble towards the A site, and what looks like a 5 rush towards B. It is going to be a bloodbath here. Smokes come down towards CT in front site. ZTR is now left isolated to deal with them all. Flash is coming over, and they continue to dodge. ZTR to fall. He's tried to buy time for PR. He will actually get his kill. A tap on towards the plant. Naf should have stuck it because he loses his life. Ultimate's not healthy either, and he'll also fall. PR has done so damn well to give them life in this round. 3 kills to his name. And a 2 versus 3 that now ensues. They're going for aggression in towards CT. Hypex, the first fight that they take, and they're trying to overwhelm, but he gets one before he drops. So well done under that pressure. There's nowhere to fall away. And it's all on the shoulders. Nerds in a 1v2 clutch.
No bomb to speak of. They've got to come to him ultimately, but they're just not peaking. And the torso angle surely not going to be expected here. The Glock, however, anything is possible, and he thought something was up, but just did not check that lower level. It's a nice off angle from Torsen to get the round confirmed. GamerLegion, very lucky, I will say. I think you highlighted the key moment where it was right here. Naf not planting that bomb and taking the peak. Didn't feel safe enough to commit those digits, but he absolutely should have in hindsight.
The interesting decision about it as well is they've got a smoke down towards CT, and they've got 2 players next to him, one of which is ultimate who's low, but they can take first contact. So you should just be sticking the plant there. Put the clock above GamerLegion, put the pressure onto them. Well, they didn't. I think it's costly for them. Nerds open things up with a full blind headshot through a smoke, getting all the icons there. But a trade that comes back as Shuhei will fall. Getting rid of the guns as well. Smart move. It is a low buy for Liquid. So around like this, bomb plant, a couple of kills. Be happy with
that. Smoke down. Going to keep them at bay. Just about. Yeah, PR fired off about 5 shots and was like, actually, maybe I don't risk that. Definitely a smart move. Minute left on the clock here as Team Liquid have got to try and find a way to break into one of these bomb sites. B would be the better one for the time being in terms of the defense, but it doesn't really feel like we're getting much here. I think potentially a lot of pushing and pulling, just trying to keep GamerLegion on their toes, that constant stress and intensity that we like to talk about. Just make them sweat a little, even in a low buy round like this. But eventually, you've got to move forwards, and the inevitable happens here. Hypex trying to stay alive, looking good on the FAMAS, as he will make it seem like a worthwhile purchase. Getting himself up to 11 kills. GamerLegion now closing that gap, but a big round on the cards.
Yeah. The full buy, this is the true test for GamerLegion on the CT side as well. I mean, technically speaking, it's a bonus round for them. Of course, the guns kept over from the last for the most part. But this is that kind of indication of, A, how good is Team Liquid on this T side looking, right? And how sharp can they kind of reignite themselves the way that they close out their CT side? And, well, for GamerLegion, how will they deal with it? Very important round, an early litmus test as well in this second half as to maybe how things will pan out. Presence towards B. Interesting go for a top cost smoke rather than the molly there. Nurse going to try and play behind it. Holding an A Torsen. This is a little risky. An A banks round in towards bedroom. Nobody there.
Early smokes down here. Let's see what Team Liquid opt to do. GamerLegion, immediately a difference that you feel is they're slightly further forward in their defense than Team Liquid were. Slightly more proactive and, well, maybe slightly more dead if they're not careful. Team Liquid not committing, under the smoke going down. The tit for tat, the push and pull of Inferno to just keep that CT side guessing. PR, now is a good time for the smoke. Okay, so Team Liquid going to be left out to dry and still got presence in the form of Naf over on the A-bomb site. Maybe he's able to create some space. It seems like they want to go back towards. We might even argue this is a kind of antiquated approach to Inferno in this round, but can still get away with it. Only 30 seconds left, though, so all of a sudden you're going to have to go from level 0 to level 100 just out of nowhere, and you don't have any information to work with. 20 seconds now remaining. The scaling in towards this A-bomb site becomes all the more important, but if the shots land, that can be all that matters. Bomb going down, a slim advantage, but it's enough. It is indeed enough. PR was nowhere near the A-bomb site. They will move to save here, GamerLegion, and Team Liquid holding on to their lead.
Those 2 kills by Ultimate are incredibly important, right? Opening up in towards that A site. I really thought Liquid were leaving things a little too late. It actually looked like the initial call out of spawn was falling quite flat, and in that kind of mid to late round, the readjustment that they were leaving things too late to actually fully be able to execute in, but that is so well done. Love to take a look again at kind of how Ultimate gets in towards that side. I think he does such a good job of giving them space to work with, and like you said, unfortunately, just too far away there. Big round though that comes through, so important for Liquid in like what we said was kind of the true litmus test, the real good opportunity to prove themselves in this T side, and they do, and they get back to the winning ways, and now back to putting pressure on towards GamerLegion. Sure, that's a bonus buy, so there is residual cash. We can get the reinvestment, especially with those saves. But you lose this one here. If Team Liquid can go back to back, they're getting so close to that finish line. It starts to get within kind of reaching distance. So a massively important round for GamerLegion and their survival here in their opening best of one here at the CSA's Championships.
In the smoke, they will opt to move forwards. Team Liquid changing up the pace. You are burning alive, PR. He wasn't even visible. But all of a sudden, it's Rez in particular that comes around with 3 very big kills. Been slightly quieter into this game, but he will make a very explosive statement here. Into round number 16. Elige remains alone. He was holding middle. And all of a sudden, blink and you'll miss it. All your teammates are dead. Could certainly get something going here. They're very split on the CT side. Rez is very low. The bomb is recoverable. Slow wind up. In towards this B bomb site.
I remember Elige 1v3.
Oh. Rez is not watching. Rez is not watching. I think it's a lot of space to give. A lot of trust in Hypex, who's kind of weary of long, so might look away at the inopportune time. But Elige makes himself known to try and get through. Small boost up coming in. Molotov as well. Clears another position. And he just has maybe a bit too much to do, but they are giving a lot of space, a lot of respect across to Elige here. As soon as he gets that bomb tempted, which he is going to hold, Rez goes around and will take him down. The patience pays off.
Yeah, it's a great round from Rez. I mean, he sort of settles it early in that initial fight towards top car. I don't even hate the call by Liquid there as well, because it felt like, especially with the opener of the molly, PR forced to the flames here. It feels like, okay, now we can scale up in towards B. Now we can use this to kind of capitalize. But as they push through the smoke, it all just falls so flat. Just one flash on that corner could have gone such a long way. Would have forced them back towards the side, and then you're playing a proper execute. But they're still swinging dry through the smoke. The initial util was focused on top car presence rather than corner wall presence, and that cost them everything. Just one flash, like I said, that maybe banks forward on towards that corner. It would have gone such a long way for them. But you live and you learn. GamerLegion, really important round for them. And it was, in a sense, what felt like potential for map on the line. You lose that round, your money's shot. Team Liquid would have got 10, and then the 11th would have been basically a gift because your money's broken. I would have given them one more gun round. However, the lifeline extended. 2 rounds, the difference, and on the flip side, money now effective for Liquid. They're left with a hero AK.
Oh, Torsen so blind. Hypex has got a lot of work to do here. Will 2 be enough is the big question. ZTR does have support in the site itself, maybe trying to draw attention to himself, but he goes down a little too easily. Rez, however, not going to get checked, and that's the exact guy you want in a position like this. 2 very crisp kills. The bomb being spilled. Naf is already in his post-plant position, but it's going to mean nothing when the bomb has not been planted. Rez delivering. And PR now joins him, looking to hold the line. Naf's got to clear all these angles, doesn't quite know where to look. Small shoulder may be spotted there towards short, but with 25 seconds left, they are giving all the room across. It worked in the previous round, but Naf looks to abuse it. Not quite. Rez will clean up house and take that round. GamerLegion, they bring it within 1.
Yeah, another monstrous round coming through from Rez. 2 back-to-back ones, which are so important. And now a 1-round game. Now, you can sort of take it with a pinch of salt of where we're at, because it was majority Tech 9s, but it was an investment for Liquid, and one that falls flat. And unfortunately, like you said, for Naf, he was in the post-plant position before they actually got the plant. And had left him in a really, really difficult spot. Nice for the first, but Rez, so solid. Just those 2 rounds alone worth their weight in gold. Heck, nice, Shuhei. That is a bold move, let's say. But they're rushing back in towards A. They're going to test it once again. And this time, it's a test that they fail spectacularly. Ultimate left with it all to do. In a 1 vs 5 with the Deagle, maybe a consolation kill, and he'll get that. Catches the head of ZTR, but that's more or less as good as it will get.
Oh, close. Looking for one more, but not going to happen for him. GamerLegion CT side has evened things up pretty quickly here, you would argue. Team Liquid not really getting much done on this T side again, as the first half was. This second half is a deceiving scoreline.
Yeah.
GamerLegion have looked very, very good. Tac pause comes in, always going to be beneficial for them as well. Allows Ash to get on that mic. Something has to change drastically here for the Team Liquid side of things. So hopefully Flashy has indeed brought the best strategy, putting the best foot forward. We'll see. Seems more like a vibe check, you know, just making sure that everybody is on the right lines. Maybe keeping the communication up here, as it does seem to be somewhat lacking here on that T side.
Yeah, and, you know, with kind of how things are panning out in the second half, you know, GamerLegion, they're more than happy to continuously sort of rely on Rez. He's stepping up time and time again for them. On the flip side, for me, I'm probably looking towards Nerds. Now has obviously been incredible all game long. 20-12 he currently sits, but he's 6-0 in opening duels. We need Nerds to set a bit of the tone, right? Flying towards a fight, get that opener that he's so good at doing, and just kind of essentially back himself, which is what Nerds can do. Looks like he'll be the one setting the tempo towards top car. Oh, there's 2 nades here, though. ZTR can bang both of them. There's the first, and the second can bang around to do even more damage. Legion will open things up, though. Missed shot with the AWP by Hypex, but that allows ZTR to set up. He's going to go for the re-peek and a no-scope. It's a bold move. ZTR gets another. He never should get away with a second. It's got to be traded, and he's somehow staying alive, just buying time. But numbers now favor Ultimate Liquid, may I say.
An absolute mess on the B-bomb side, but sometimes that's how it's got to be done after the timeout. Team Liquid, of course, as soon as the scoreline gets evened up, they will somehow, out of thin air, remember how to win again, get themselves onto double digits. So really, really key rounds on the horizon here for both teams. Don't want to get your back broken if you're GamerLegion. They will grab a save. They will be able to buy into the next, but goodness me, it is honestly a lot of it down to just a fluky kill through the smoke onto Hypex, right?
Yeah.
Like
that kill by Naf.
Not loads there. Oh, hello. A little close to the camera there, sir.
Hello, mate. Well, yeah, no, you're right, though. That kill by Naf, spam through the smoke, catching Hypex, it was in the commotion and the carnage of that round, but it's so important. First had to crack in towards double digits. Liquid at a lead again. It's important for them in the sense for where we're at with Liquid. Things were looking really rough at one point in towards that first half, and now we need to see this back where it's Liquid 6 in a row and that snowball effect that they're very good at finding. Putting that pressure on towards GamerLegion, show a little bit of the depth within this side. He's looking very confident too, which is always good to see. Not flying in the numbers department, but not needed when you've got so much support with individuals like Naf. Nice round there from him, of course, and Nerd, who obviously that first half was fantastic. Early presence towards A. A little bit of util towards B, but they could have realized that this is not at least the intentions in the early round. But the mid round, they're rotating back over. PR needs to be very careful here. You can get caught.
Yeah, it's tough to get a solid read, but I feel like to us, Team Liquid, somewhat predictable here on this T side of things. In the same vein, GamerLegion have also
they're not rotating,
playing this 1-4 sort of style. Yeah, really confident in the rotation of smokes on that chokehold. But they will bring ZTR over. PR Another smoke down to just give him some better protection on the site itself. They have to play this correctly here, not get too giddy, not get too excitable. The flash comes in, it's just not good enough. There's too many players on the other side of it, so ZTR going to go down in the trade of information. PR has a lot of pressure. One is just not going to be enough, and with the bomb plant coming in, what other option do you have? You have to back off, you have to save. And GamerLegion concede an 11th. It's really not a good position to be in now. There are no mistakes from here on in.
Yeah, time is running out. And they don't even want to stick around for the exit kills either. They actually could have, because there's no smoke for that CT cross. So even just Hypex in the AWP at range, potentially could have got 1 or 2 on the way out, but is it that big of a difference? I guess money's not fantastic for Liquid, so it still would have maybe been a worthwhile thing, but for them on the flip side, they obviously need to prioritize saving themselves. Money's very thin on that GamerLegion side, and well, it's now Liquid. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. A much better game than the first, which was really not too much to talk about. 3D Max just steamrolling the Huns, but this is a lot more that give and go, that back and forth between these two. But Liquid, it's taken them a little bit of a while to wake up on the C side, but these last 2 rounds are really effective. So potentially even a bit of that last hurrah for GamerLegion. It looks like they're actually not going to force around what was saved. So they are keeping money in the bank for a rainy day. Now, that's a bold call. A lot of teams would force buy around, especially 3 saves in the CT side. Traditionally, a lot of teams would buy here. GamerLegion say no. They go for a Deagle for PR and a Tech 9 for ZTR. A little bit of utility, so a lot of pressure put on those save rifles, and the first will fall. It's Rez. Massive kill to find of all the people.
Yeah, and I mean, now that has unfolded, it makes the buy look sort of even worse, but I don't know, man. I feel like it's a mental call in the BO1. Sometimes you do just have to go for it. You know, there is such a thing as too much space, too much respect, and maybe they've given that a bit here. The trade keeps the dream alive, however. Hypex as well is in the right place at the right time. The flash comes in. He still lives. They've not smoked off CT just yet, so there's going to be pressure from there as well. PR bails his man out, and the AWP gets to stay alive just a little while longer, but he really does not have the read on where they're coming from, on how they're going to be approaching that bomb site. Just caught completely off guard by the boost play. And that'll be the round. The attempted save here. ZTR says, listen, we don't win the round, but we are keeping the guns. You will never take the guns from us. I think the save should be successful, but Team Liquid ultimately are the first to hit 12.
Yeah, you're looking in hindsight in a round like this as well. Would it have been a better round if we'd actually played a bit more of a default, and also on top of that too, if we'd had that investment, right? If PR and ZTR had brought guns to the table. Now both of them get kills, right? But they're inconsequential kills in the grand scheme of things. Hypex, you got to do a little bit better there as well. When he's playing on the side itself, he's a known quantity. They know he's towards second orange. You can't fall away at that point. They've already scaled. You've just been bailed out by a brilliant shot by PR with that Deagle to keep him alive. Falling away towards New Box, that's not an option. You've got to expect there's at least another player on towards first orange. So him trying to like dive around that corner, I think you've got to stand tall, turret yourself, and try and just get one before you fall. Know that they're right around the corner, that you basically are a dead man already. Die for the cause a little bit, but you're basically buying time for that A rotate to come over. Unfortunately, he didn't, and as he falls, so does the round with it. So map and quote-unquote series point in the best of one here for Liquid. A last chance to get Ash into the fray on the mic. Attack pause taken. Yeah, a bit of a tough spot, if we're being completely frank. I mean, good thing is, well, we did save, so we do have money, but it's map point.
I think just lacking some oomph to the GamerLegion side of things. You know, they really just don't have that same.
Like it's not bad, but it's today. Like it's not. They're just not hitting the way that when Liquid win rounds.
Yeah, you know, there's just something missing. There's just something missing here. But we'll see. Maybe the timeout will deliver for them. Aggression comes back round. Some life left in the old dog yet. Back and forth fight here at the top end of Banana. They will manage to retain control on the GamerLegion end. Torsen, meanwhile, catches a lurker towards long. So a pretty key kill that's actually going to shut off that A bomb site. Team Liquid, if they want to go this way, have got to recover this control. Hypex. I mean, this is crazy. He's not moving. He's fully planted, and I think they might just be a bit too passive in that particular moment. There's so much space taken by Team Liquid that they never should have gotten away with. Nerds has got an AWP, I guess. Either way, Team Liquid looking very, very good here. Man, the opening kill, but then he just doesn't move.
Yeah,
and flashes out mid. Just have a little look.
And ZTR2 as well, just swinging in towards long. You've lost that control. No chance here, surely. Obviously, you give it a go, but a 2 versus 4, it feels like it's already a lost cause. Nerds, his second with the AWP. Just like that, all on the shoulders of Rez. He has some nice moments in this map, but today is not to be. Shuhei will see it off 13-9, and bar a couple of hiccups and a couple of moments and speed bumps along the way, it's actually a really good map for Liquid. Really, really good showing about just how good they can play Counter-Strike, and a perfect way to start off this tournament. We're going to throw it back over towards the boys on the desk. We'll catch you in a bit.
Completely agree with Neo. It's a great start for Liquid, yeah, getting it done. Also having to battle through some tougher moments, but ultimately coming out in the end and looking good for it.
They're so back, baby. Liquid's so back.
Just fully back.
So back.
Yeah. Maybe not quite yet, but it's a good start.
Shut up, all right? They're
all right, Dust.
Go off, King.
Elige, my American savior, has come back to the homeland.
This is what's funny, though.
To defend our nation.
Elige definitely didn't do badly, but it was just a standard performance. He didn't necessarily...
He did his job.
Yeah, he did his job. Exactly. If we are, all jokes aside, gonna see Liquid rise, very high, then we're expecting more from him. That being said, though, I don't want to, I'm not meaning it in a too negative way, but Elige didn't end up doing too much there. It was Nerds that really rose the occasion for Liquid.
But that's one of the things we talked about, right? Is like when you have Elige coming in to kind of be that main aggressor, it allows Nerds to kind of let the game come to him a little bit more, not have to force the issue. And so he was able, and a lot of their T-side executes there kind of towards the end of the game, to just kind of slot in as like a trader, like a second, third guy, after the initial space is already taken, you got your initial utility down, your first couple of peaks have already kind of gone off. You can kind of find the game himself, and did really, really well at that. Also played great defensively on the CT side. After winning pistol, losing the opening gun round, and kind of falling behind, I thought Liquid's recovery on the CT side was fantastic. They're very dynamic, Prof. Like they were doing a lot of different setups. They were at times playing passive, at times playing aggressive, just being very dynamic, making it hard to read, and they did really well there.
In my opinion, like what won the game here was the late round coordination and just the quality of Team Liquid and some of these 3v3s, 2v2s and stuff like that. We had early on Rez like clutching the 1v1 against Shui, but other than that, like it seemed like GamerLegion were able to get into the bomb sites, but they weren't really that good at using those advantages, like especially on Inferno, 2v2, even 2v3 sometimes on the A bomb site, you're kind of winning these more often than not, but they weren't really closing it out, and that's how Liquid did manage to make that comeback, I think, on the CT side, and then on the T side also to finish it off. I think that's where the cookie crumbled, and even if some calls and like from GamerLegion I think were the good ones, they just couldn't individually coordinate to close out the easier part of the whole equation.
Gentlemen, what do you think GamerLegion could have done more of, if we're being very specific? You've both given very in-depth and good points, but if there was anything else to mention with regards to GamerLegion, because it wasn't like a terrible game by any stretch of the imagination by them, but what more could they have done to potentially have won this one out?
I think if they would have been a little bit more dynamic on their defense. I mean, again, Liquid, the way that they built their comeback was just by varying their starting spots, like again, really kind of creating different openers, like trying to keep GamerLegion guessing, whereas GamerLegion, short of like PR getting a little bit aggressive at Banana at times, they didn't really do a whole lot, in my opinion. And I also feel like they didn't really get Hybex's op really involved on the CT side hardly at all.
Hypex was on the CT side literally in one position, and that was the porch balcony area. Like on the anti-ecos, on the anti-buys, when he had an op, when he had a M4, he was literally, his heat map is just that one spot.
I mean, look at that. It was either the final round or the final round, where he's suddenly just holding lane the entire time. Meanwhile, like Liquid are wrapping Arch, they're killing people in Library, they've already killed the person Pit, and meanwhile Hypex has still not moved off.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in that last round.
One of our main talking points was Hypex, right?
Yep.
And we'll come straight back to you, Prof. But would you have liked to see Hypex be more active? Because again, it wasn't like a terrible game by Hypex. The kill spread was very thin on GamerLegion. It was 13 at the lowest, 16 at the highest. So there was like a level of team performance. If we stay on board with the top of Hypex, what more could he have done to get that AWP activated?
I think it's just moving him around more, letting him be more mobile, letting him get more aggressive, like take more forward angles. I mean, there were a couple of times where he tried to get aggressive at middle and just no one gave him
that
a
one
look.
round on
back
B
off.
as well when he was like completely out of position, very uncomfortable over there. I think it shows on one hand, Inferno is not really a map as an, if you're not like a top opper, like an insane Monacy super fast guy, then it's going to be difficult for you. But it seemed like the playbook, at least either Hypex's or GamerLegion with Hypex, was like very shallow, or what we saw there wasn't that great. And I mean, ultimately the last round, not only is he kind of static, but like Tawson is trying to make a play in the apartments, he dies. Hypex is just holding his angle, and ZTR is swinging as if mid is being held. I think it's kind of either a miscommunication or a lapse of judgment from ZTR there, because that completely then throws the round.
They also didn't capitalize on some of the man advantage situations that they had. Like there was a round where Tawson gets to kill on NAF inside the apartments, and you got a 5-on-4, and they're just unable to piece anything together. Now, as much as we harp on what GamerLegion did wrong, what Liquid did right was they were just really good at grinding their way back in the rounds when they fell behind. Like their ability to space together properly, scale properly, their trading was very efficient. You know, there were some mishaps here and there on some of their timings, but I thought overall, like you saw a pretty nicely developed game for the amount of time that they've had together being very short.
Guys, is it fair to say good start for Liquid? That's definitely fair, but also not necessarily a bad start for GamerLegion, even with the loss.
It's a tough matchup.
I think they'll be disappointed that they didn't do better. I think kind of what I was saying at the start, they got into decent positions, but they didn't capitalize on them, and that's why they're going to be like, we could have been 1-0 up, you know, and then we need one best of 3 to get to the playoffs. Now we need to go 3 BO3s to reach the playoffs, right? So I think they're going to be a bit frustrated with that. We saw ZTR on the cams, some desk slams over there. He individually has not been doing that great. Obviously, IGLs and everything. Neither has Shui, to be honest.
Also, just wonder
final thoughts, by the way.
Yeah, I just wonder this too. Like we talked about pregame, how they had just recently changed positions on the CT side, putting PR at banana, putting Tawson at A. It's like, had they had enough reps, seeing a bunch of different types of looks to kind of understand exactly how they want to respond, how they want to work together in situations. They just need more time to kind of feel out those new positions. It could have been part of it as well, maybe.
All right, everybody, 3D Max, get it done. Liquid, get it done. Who will be next? TYLOO or Fluxo, do not go anywhere. Short break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stop.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. Up next, TYLOO versus Fluxo. I'm aware that I don't think we have too much time, so let's get straight into it, everybody. General themes here, TYLOO on home soil. A dark horse of the tournament. Fluxo, though, definitely an underdog compared to a dark horse. Prof, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with Fluxo. I think it's in some ways crazy to see Art in this lineup, knowing that he was in the Rio Major semifinal, you know, could have maybe even won that. Now he's here in Fluxo and he's saying, maybe we have a chance to upset TYLOO. I think that just in my brain still feels like something's off, but that has been the drop-off that he had to go through in his career. Now IGLing Fluxo with Kai also, who was in Furia for a bit there. And yeah, they picked up some new talent. They put them in the star roles decently, and Lukauzi made a lot of changes, and this is something that they're kind of figuring out how to deal with. Not the worst results, but yeah, they're definitely on the uphill battle here.
To me, they just haven't done anything promising though. Like, I think they've even been struggling within their own region. Like, if you look at some of the regional online play, they're not doing much. They went to a couple of Fragadelphias, didn't do much at those events either. So it's just not a whole lot to get excited about when you think about Fluxo. They're almost kind of just like happy to be here. Like, they're like in that category of team, in my opinion. Meanwhile, with TYLOO, we saw them win a Fissure event, so got a trophy in the cabinet. You know, playing against some of the same teams that they're going to face here at this tournament. You know, beating 3D Max, beating some solid teams, but the follow-up was not there. Right? They struggled the very next tournament that they played at Cologne. Didn't even make the main event, lost in the play into the same teams they were beating at that first Fissure Playground event. And so you kind of wonder a little bit about what is their actual level. Like, you've seen the potential, you know, and for their players are very skilled, but ultimately they just have not been able to like really settle in and actually put some consistent results on the board.
Yeah, I think if we stay on board with TYLOO and come over to you, Prof, we can talk a bit about their most recent results. So Fissure Playground 2, they went out 1-3, but they lost to the likes of Liquid and Mongols, both across 3 sort of close maps. Then also to Aurora, it was a close 2 maps. And then they beat out GamerLegion. Yeah, so they kind of bombed out 1-3, but they did put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they do have skilled players, and I don't think at any point anyone can really take TYLOO as a granted win, even if you're one of the best teams in the world. Jam Young is I think a premier talent. I think in the space. G said before this tournament that he was playing like donk at Fissure, and that's kind of why they won the tournament. He was the MVP over there. I think they need to have that talismanic performance from him, because even G, as much as we love him, he's not an insane opper. Like, he's decent. He can have some good games, but he's not gonna like really, you know, light the server on fire game in and game out. So I think they really need Jam Young to be a huge piece of if they want to have a victory on.
I think Lucia is also kind of an X factor for this team. Like, when he's able to get rolling, he can be kind of that second aggressive rifler next to Jam Young that can have some impact on the extremities and give them some power there too. But I think you're right. Like, it really does come down to Jam Young. With Train coming up, I mean, this is the top of both teams' map pool. I think technically speaking, Fluxo at this 5 is undefeated on Train, but again, they've only really played regional teams, so can't draw too much from that. Meanwhile, TYLOO, I think they're like 6-2 on Train so far this year, and they've done really well. Jam Young, speaking of the which, you know, they're going to be starting on the T side. Very interesting. He is their kind of inner halls pop player, which is not normally where you see an entry fragger play, but he's very good at either leading their inner set pieces or being that guy swinging pop for their outer splits. And they're a very fast-paced, up-tempo team, and so it's going to be a big test for Fluxo right away to see if they can handle the pace at which TYLOO are going to be looking to play this T side.
Prof, what are your thoughts when we see that the guys are going to be playing it out on Train?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, like Decenty and Lukauzi playing A together, kind of the front of the bomb side defense, and that's where a lot of action will come down on Train, especially if TYLOO put on a higher pace, which they do like to do sometimes. I think it's going to be a test for these guys to show what they're made of. Lukauzi, I think a year or two ago would have been one of the most touted players with Insani. Insani is still up there. Lukauzi, definitely the two of them playing in the same team in MIBR didn't make any sense.
Correct.
Didn't work out, but he needs to have that kind of a res erection, right? To go back to where he was back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that he, played on, did well to get the attraction of a team like in Brazil. And so now coming back, he can now be that guy. I think you're right. When he was playing alongside Insani, they basically wanted to be the same player, just didn't fit. Now he gets to come back onto this team and gets to be the star rifler of this team. He and Decenti, I think, are very complementary because they're very different types of role players. Lukosi more of an aggressor, Decenti, kind of somewhere more in the middle. And so hopefully this is what can give Fluxo something to work with. You're hoping that Lukosi can find his game again. Without it, I don't think they have, a whole lot that's going to happen for him here in this tournament.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's an art team. Art's on the server. I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 absolutely crazy rounds. I think we need to prepare the viewers for that. They need to know what they're going into, to not be surprised or shocked or, just have to be hospitalized after seeing, just Art going solo with a bomb on a bomb site.
Yeah, I wonder what Fluxo's preparation has been like specifically for TYLOO. Very much looking forward to seeing how Art tries to make things play out over the server. On the TYLOO side of things, we've sort of spoken about the potential extra motivation being on home soil. In terms of general themes, they are one of the stronger teams here. How far they'll go, only time will tell. That being said, I do think the expectation here is that TYLOO should start off very strong. Is that fair, guys? What are your thoughts?
I mean, they're definitely should be a playoff team, especially in the group that they're in, kind of considering the rest of the teams that are amongst them. And they have a favorable initial matchup. Like you said, you're playing one of the weaker teams. Yes, it's a BO1. We all know how random that can be sometimes, but this is one of the best draws they could have gotten of teams to face off against. They're on a map that they love to play. And yeah, they have some players who are in some good form. So everything is set up for them to start strong in this tournament.
Yeah. Sorry, no, Prof, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to actually think about, though, is that tournament that they won. They had their coach standing in for the first few maps, first 2 matches.
Maybe
that was the
up
magic.
Until into the playoffs.
Yeah. Maybe that was the magic. You were there. You actually witnessed this.
It was it was quite odd because then they still ended up winning it when G returned. But yeah, that it was odd that they made that work so well.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what info can be extrapolated from that, but it was odd and they made it work.
Maybe sometimes you need to, have some randomness inside. I mean, TYLOO always historically, now they play more proper Counter-Strike than like 2018 TYLOO in their peak, but it still has a bit of a wild factor to it compared to even like Mongols and other Asian team, which I feel like play a bit more defaulty Counter-Strike. TYLOO have a bit of a X factor. It's
interesting to think like TYLOO has been around Counter-Strike. I mean, they were one of the earliest teams from Asia to compete in CSGO and start getting to majors to represent their region. But those TYLOO teams never really got a win. Like, I think one of the only things that they did, they had that like one DreamHack Masters in 2016 where they like upset the Brazilians and had like a decent run. But outside of that, they never really tasted trophies outside of like Asian minors or, beating up on some of the Australian teams and things of that nature before obviously Mongolia finally started producing some teams. But this TYLOO team, this has been their most successful 5. I mean, they actually won a trophy at, yes, not a huge event, but at still, TYLOO never before got any kind of wins at even smaller lands besides regional ones in Asia. So this TYLOO team has proven that they can do a little bit of something against some of the top 15-ish teams in the world, I guess you could say. And this is another opportunity to try to put a trophy on the board. Again, we talked about how open this tournament kind of is as far as the rankings and how things have played out this season. That really you feel like TYLOO is one of those teams that could make something happen here, and so definitely eyes are on them.
Yeah.
Just to build on that, I think I hope they just don't like crumble under the pressure of this like hometown hero element that's going on right now, because it has been just wider than them. It has been a great year for Asia in general with Mongols, now TYLOO, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, Prof and Dust, thank you for your thoughts. As you can all see at home, this one is ready to go. In fact, not ready to go. It has begun. So let's head on over to Niakai and Swift.
Straight in towards the action here. Already a kill coming through for Fluxo as Kai. No catch Mercury. Maze's up close with the dualies. He wants to get right into the action. In half, we are flying into the fights here, just how we like the Counter-Strike. And in a spot like this is a really, really quite interesting game. Of course, both of these two sides have had pretty decent peaks, especially regionally, but also TYLOO has started to do it internationally. We saw, of course, at Fisher Playground, but they've fallen a little flat recently. This is the opportunity for redemption as Maze Just those dualies, good work. And it's now back into a 4 versus 4. And Fluxo look a little confused about what they want to do.
Goodness me, all the way back in T-Spawn, just doing his job. That being said, all right, interesting. That being said, he does have the nades, is what I was going to point out. So you maybe want him,
but now doesn't
in the action. Yeah, I think they've thought about that. It's actually a super nuanced thing. I'll leave it for a second because I think we've got some action on the way here. As that smoke comes over the top, G on the new box will manage to find the head pretty cleanly. A great start into the defense here. You got the Julies up close, looking to get going, but he will be deleted. However, G keeps the kills coming in. Orpas and pistols. He will eventually be deleted, but he's just bought so much time, so much space, and you look at the HP bars here, not looking too good. In from the side comes Jam Young. Potentially could have cleaned it up there and then, but he will get it done just a few seconds later. TYLOO to take the pistol.
Yeah. And I'll bring it back to your point. You said you were going to wait for a little bit later.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think ultimately he's dropped, Descenti in spawn, has dropped the smoke so that if he dies, both of his nades will make it onto the floor. Right? Because he had a smoke and a flash.
Yeah. And then there's actually then Art who then threw the kind of deep back sight smoke as well.
Yeah.
I feel like in a spot like that where if your Fluxo popping in towards the side, I feel like the back red smoke's probably actually a little bit better then. Of course, it would have blocked G. That might have actually worked a little bit better for them, just to give them the initial room on towards the side, and then they've just got to pug their way in towards the A side. Of course, it makes the post part a little bit more awkward, but it's a pick your poison type spot. Art tagged and then dropped. They're really trying to fight towards Ivy here. This feels like a bit of a fool's errand, if we're being honest. It's at range against the M4s, and it's a bit of a shooting gallery down that corridor. This should be a simple one for TYLOO. Zevy's got himself a scout. And Zevy definitely worth keeping an eye out for. You know, we look at kind of when Pain made a name for themselves. They won... It was ESL Challenger Melbourne 2022, and they were my prediction. Granted, I, at the time, knew very little about them. I just liked the vibes, basically. I liked what was going on the side. They ended up winning it. Looked really good. That's where, obviously, Zevi made a name for himself. He was really good. That was a classic Big Azera-led team, but they played some really, really good Counter-Strike. Yeah, they were awesome. They were really, really fun to watch. And Zevi was super sharp in that tournament. So when he gets an AWP out, definitely worth keeping an eye out for.
I think they were really hoping for the scout to find some tags.
Yes.
And then for the pistols to like follow up with the aggression, but it's just not really happened. Super, super long round here, actually. Fluxo have really not done a whole lot of anything. They've not really moved. They've not given a lot to look at. Descenti, though, any kill's a good kill. Kai coming round will manage to take a head as well. So, as an old friend of mine like to say, any damage is good damage.
Yeah.
And I think that describes that round perfectly. But yes, now we get into the nitty-gritty and see if Fluxo have got anything to deliver in the early stages of this T side.
Yeah, you're not too upset with a couple of kills in a round like that, if we're being completely frank. So this is now where it's a chance for Fluxo to put a bit of pressure on. And it's, of course, technically speaking, the bonus for TYLOO. 3 out of the 5 guns, of course, brought from that previous round. You can win, if you do win a round like this, though, if you're TYLOO, really, really massive to bolster up not only the start, the lead, but actually the pressure being put on towards Fluxo. Mosea's playing the pixel angle there. Well, Flash will come through. That'll give Kai the opportunity to cross. Ooh. So close. Molly down as well. Mosea sort of opting for a little bit more of a standoffish approach there. The Fluxo have already got decent inroads towards deep IV, decent position towards upper brown holes. They've got a lot of options here. They don't need to really rush anything. They've got plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, for me, the T side of Train in the current iteration is about sort of making the CT side feel a little uncomfortable and maybe trapping them in certain angles. They don't have the run of that outside bomb site in particular. At the moment, though, Fluxo have given a lot of space across, so TYLOO, they can move around, they can check an angle here, they can feel comfortable, and I don't know how I feel about that. I think there's a bite missing from this Fluxo T side thus far. We're still very, very early, so the old conditioning and whatnot could be a factor here. They will get ahead of one of the CT smokes in good time, and Kai capitalizes. Mosaic just holding for some kind of a CT wrap. If he gets good timing, he could have cut that player off, but it's not going to happen. He's actually opting to move through the smoke himself. Mosaic, meanwhile, finds his kill. It's Mercury standing strong here on the other side of E-Box to be the hero, but Mosaic keeps him coming, apparently. The man advantage swinging in favor of TYLOO, eventually taken down, but G is up close and personal. Down to the one-on-one, only 4 HP. Surely not. Easy for the MP9. And TYLOO just about will get it on the board, but it didn't look good. I thought Mosaic had missed his timing. He's going to get sideswiped here, but no, he found some very important kills there.
It's definitely an uncomfortable round, right? If we're being completely honest. It's one of those rounds that if you're TYLOO, yes, you're happy that you've won, but you're not happy about how you've won. So I think for Fluxo, there's definitely an indication of, because there's gaps in this defense. There's actually things that we can expose here at the moment. But it's still a 3-0 start, and of course, that will leave money a little thin over towards Fluxo. It's a hero AK for the Senshi. That's about it. Early upper brown halls control. A double stack here, though. Jamyong and G playing together. G, of course, become a big fan favorite. We're looking to see whether he can step up, and he does for the first. Jamyong, one of his own as well, but Zevi with that dig. A sharp shot, but shot down at the hands of Jamyong, looking to do it all alone. Last man is spotted. As Kai gets spammed through the smoke, he'll just about get out of dodge, but I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference. He does have the bomb, though.
Oh, there was a window. If he'd rushed towards A, I think he might have just gotten away with a plan, but hesitation is going to cost him that slim opportunity. Now you think there's not really a chance at said plan. He's looking to maybe get some damage in. What's going on? A little contortionist act.
Bodies are stacked
on top of each other.
He might be about to join them.
Oh, maybe. Not quite yet. Yeah, Kai is crisp. One more. And there is potentially that space for the bomb plant. He's really milking this, though, isn't he? 30 seconds left on the clock, and he's just taking his time. One more head. Clean peeks here as he works his way in, but Attacker has got him dead to rights. TYLOO keep it flawless here. They are yet to drop around, and they did come close in the previous. So we'll see if the rifle round here from Fluxo continues to deliver. But for the time being, TYLOO firmly in control.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Good to see. Of course, this is the battle of, I guess, China versus Brazil. We've also got that on the B stream, too. They've got Lynn Vision taking on MIBR over there as well. From what I can see thus far, it's a strong start by MIBR, too. So, good to see. It's kind of an interesting team, that new MIBR. I really don't know what to make of it, in all honesty. Some of the more rogue decisions in terms of roster moves, but I can't hate them if it starts to work. Fluxo, we need this to start to work. You're back in towards the buy. Premium guns across the board, barred the Senshi with the Galil, but it's good enough. You have to make TYLOO feel a bit of this pressure. G's got himself an AWP, so he's got the benefit of range. Xavier on the flip side, of course, can't invest into one just yet. And on the T side of train, you don't always really want one as well. It really depends on the type of round you're trying to run, but a lot of the defaults, the AWP isn't always actually preferential. You know, we spoke about it a little bit earlier. Your AWP needs to be very good with a rifle, and Zevi in the past has been.
There's just not a lot happening in these rounds, though, from Fluxo. 50 seconds left on the clock, and they'll start moving forwards, but still got pretty firm belts of utility. It feels problematic, and of course TYLOO will capitalize. Lukowski remains alone. He's got 4 to find in total. The first comes easy, but a lot more work going to be required here. Even to just get the bomb down, the slow creep round sees him off. And what is going on, you know? Fluxo just lacking a lot of that spark that we maybe expect from a team like this, you know?
Yeah.
You've got Art, you've got Lukowski. These are very vicious players, and they're just lacking that here.
It's really uninspiring Counter-Strike right now. It's sort of the way to view it. There really is so little being shown here by Fluxo that you can kind of take away. And unfortunately, that's sort of been the story for Fluxo for a while now. I know this 5 as a whole have started to look a little bit better, and this has obviously been a map in which they've liked and had successes on, but yeah, it's not the sort of showing that you want to see. So far, so good for TYLOO. But in all honesty, as much as I want to lump praise on for TYLOO, you're 5-0, they haven't really had to do anything. They're just sitting on the sites, waiting for the aggression to come to them. And they're winning Angels. And I can give them the credit for the mechanics, but they're not having to call anything too difficult. Yeah. You know, it's a pretty easy run out for an attacker at the moment.
And honestly, that's not the way that you want to play against an Asian team.
Yeah.
You know, you have to make them think a little bit. You have to make them uncomfortable. If they are just relying on what's in front of them, hit the shots, they're very, very, very effective at that, I think.
Yes.
So, yeah, there has to be some mind games going on.
Yeah, like raw mechanics. Jamyung will go toe-to-toe with some of the best. I mean, he is that good. And even not even just him, right? You're looking at Mercury, who has always been known regionally, kind of domestically, as one of the most mechanical players they've had. That's why he initially got picked up. He was a face at Pugger, right? He was this sort of kind of FPL demon type vibe, and that's where he got this sort of moniker of being how crispy is. And then Mosaic, another player we know can put up serious firepower. So you're looking at those as a kind of a one-point combo. You can't beat these guys in mechanics. You've got to outplay them, and that's not happening for Fluxo right now, and it's more of the same. Down in towards Jamyung. He's good for the first and the second as well. Make that a 30. Shuts down the B play. Fluxo, their late round default is to end towards ramp, and they're meeting the best player in the server right now, and, well, just period, Jamyung, and he's having a whale. He's 12-1.
Yeah. Speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Speaks for itself. But I think Fluxo just getting far too predictable now as we're looking down the barrel of the second half. It's right around the corner, it feels like, with how quick things are going here, how dominant things are going, and Fluxo just not delivered. We've had a pretty flat game to start off, that opening BO1.
Yeah.
This one might join it, but
it's
the
looking
rounds feel more dominant here even.
Yeah, this is looking more indicative of game 1 than game 2, that's for damn sure.
100%. But we'll see. We're back with another rifle buy. This is another thing that Fluxo are lacking. They've not had as many bomb plants as they'd like. They've not been able to keep the buys rolling as you can on that T side. But now we are back.
I've not seen anything from these B hits, which makes me believe that they've got a decent execute here. But this is where they go, and they're once again gonna test him. You're testing Jamyung. Let's see.
Yeah, he's got support as well. The utility looks good. But Jamyung on the nade manages to find the first, and he's in a pretty damn good position here. The sound is escaping him slightly. We'll get that trade in, but he's dealt with quickly. An advanced position from R and a missed spray down, I think entirely. Maybe landing one bullet, but a missed bullet from G costs him his life. So this is a complete mess, of course. That's how Art likes it. He does get traded out eventually, but maybe has done enough, keeping them at bay. Low HP onto Mercury, but attacker. He has slipped through the eye of the needle here, looking for that headshot, cannot get it. And Descenti takes him down. Fluxo with their first round. Better late than never. And now not to be an immediate party pooper, but they're going to need a few more like that.
Yes, yeah. It's all well and good getting one and finally getting a star, but it can't be a flash in the pan. It really needs to be actually a lot of consistency now found. You've got to use this as a catalyst to further success. And I will say as well for TYLOO, a lot of mistakes made in that round. I mean, Jamyung was so hard focused up and towards heaven. If he had actually just focused towards ramp, he gets 2 there with ease. Only gets to 1, and then all his attention's drawn up there, and he misses the shot as well. Credit on the flip side though, Descenti, nice round from him. 3 very, very solid kills. Really, really needed, and especially that final one on towards attacker. But for TYLOO, a couple of mistakes. G, the missed shot as well, really punishing. If he had found that one towards R, it actually opens up that round massively. But these are all things that are easy to say with the benefit of hindsight. So for Fluxo, you've got a round on the board. Once again, further proof there is gaps in this armor for TYLOO. They're by no means, despite being a 6-1 scoreline, it's not exactly like it's been this most kind of super solid. There's gaps here that they can work with. And they're once again going to go back to B.
Yeah.
They love it.
They do.
Not a fan of this A site. I mean, I don't blame them. It's pretty brutal to get out into.
I just feel like second time in asking, TYLOO's surely going to have adjusted, surely going to feel a bit more comfortable. It's a well-timed smoke. They all move through heaven. Well read, however. Fluxo with the break and the find there of Jamyoung is kind of the key kill. An immediate save. And here we are, two strung together. Maybe the beginning of something beautiful on this T side.
And the issue is as well is that, unfortunately for TYLOO, they're in a little bit of a weird kind of lose-lose situation because you actually can't, in a default situation, you can't really be overly bolstering the B site. But so far, the defaults for Fluxo have all come through the B site. And of course, this is where they've got their 2 rounds, but they've been really kind of testing it a lot so far in the early showing of kind of this T side. But yeah, it's sort of an issue for TYLOO. You really can't afford to basically have 3 players playing from the get-go outright towards B, because then you leave A so on demand. And yeah, the A side's brutal to get out into, but it's brutal if it's a default setup where you do have 3 players in that direction. If you start doing 3 through B, and then Fluxo go A, you're then forced into an awful site to retake. I mean, the A site retake on train is so difficult, especially if the T side have numbers. So it's a weird spot. You kind of got to find better ways to play it. And I think probably one of the ways for TYLOO to go about it is actually to get proactive. I actually want to see them start looking in towards upper brown holes, start taking a bit of a fight. They don't need to be fighting outright, but have a little peek in, maybe have somebody up towards heaven, jiggle peeking on that corner and seeing what the pressure and the presence is looking like. Then you can make a bit more of an informed call. And you can actually get that rotate over quicker if you spot bodies in that direction. You can pull them over from connector. Someone like a Mercury, for example, who's playing on towards the A site, is specifically bring him over in towards playing connector, and then he still can rotate between the 2.
Hosea, pretty good spot for him here, even if he wants to push this angle. Could be a really big fight to win, but he is being watched for. Lucasi's been left there for a reason. Who's going to bite first, I suppose, or if at all? In all fairness, small check from Lucasi, spots that there's nobody making a move. Could come down to this angle, but ultimately I think there's a little more going on. And some of the extremities, the pop dog move, dangerous. The tightest choke point on the map, but they're opting to put a lot of players in there. The sound cue is a distraction. Kai gets an easy find. Attacker, one is not going to be enough. They're so far away from the site itself that all the shots have got to land. Kai with the 3-piece, Descensi finding the head of Mosea as well. And it's crumbled. It's crumbled. I felt Fluxo putting too many chips in the same angle, but it works.
And proof in the pudding as well that Fluxo can build something towards the A site. Jamyoung, he scoops up the AWP. It's about whether he can save it. Actually feels pretty unlikely. Lucasi's in the backlines and can hold towards heaven. Jamyoung, he's really got to slip the net here. This is not easy. Money's not good either towards TYLOO. And this is the really uncomfortable spot that they're in, where it's all well and good that you save this all, but actually, now what do you do around it? Here's these steps. Jamyoung, I think he just about gets out of dodge. He's very, very lucky indeed, because Kai came running. He would have cleared him in that close spawn angle. It's nice work. All will be dropped over towards G. But a lot of onus now on G to really do something in this round. He's actually, I think, basically, for TYLOO, you've really got to be proactive in this round. You've got nothing to lose, right? You may as well take a bit of a gamble. You don't have loads kind of around that save data repeat. It looks like an MP9. And at most to support that, better upgraded kind of pistols. But they all take a time out before again they're joking. Gonna get on the mic. You know, one of the absolute goats of the region, right? One of a legend of the scene. Former player turned coach. Barefoot is wild.
Yes, I did notice that.
Why are the dogs out?
I'm glad you brought it up because... yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, the dog's
that's what I'm
out
gonna say. It's crazy.
Mid-game. I'm
not judging.
I'm not judging. Hey.
But it's kind of, it's also funny because I think it's like the ideal thing for a coach, you know? He's just in the zone. He's like connected on another level.
He's grounded.
Man. Yeah, he's
quite literally
so grounded. He's so in the zone.
Yeah.
He can like feel the vibrations of the Counter-Strike.
Can he feel the vibrations of Jamyoung one-tapping art?
Maybe.
Yeah.
To be honest, it reverberates pretty harshly there on the B-bomb site. A relatively big kill. Look, Arts run it back like 10 years, getting the Mac 10 in there early. It's not worked for him, but an automatic weapon can be deadly. We got the AWP trained in as well. A little too quick for G, but he's back on the angle. Just got to be careful. I think this round really pivots around him. Kowsey, though, has managed to get in. If G had his gun out, there was a good chance that he could have responded. It is work from Kowsey, but all the same, he's in such a good spot, and they start to crunch in towards A now. It looks good from here, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, basically, G had to hit that first shot. Attacker, one. Actually, a second here as well. There's a third potentially brewing, and Mosaic can start to make a bit of a move. The nade will soften him up, but Mosaic's snuck on by Kai. Needs to be a little careful. Thankfully, he is. Kai so far has looked very, very sharp indeed, and Attacker will be seen up. I think that round really, for me, is won and lost by G missing that initial shot. If he hits the first one towards Pop Dog, even if he has to fall immediately after, it's sort of a whatever, right? But unfortunately, not the case. So another round put on the board for Fluxo. It's now a 2-round game and a really good recovery, all things considered, right? This is a Fluxo side that looked very feeble at the start of this train, but this T-side is getting to a point where, actually, if we're being honest, the way train plays out at the moment, 4 rounds T-side already, even if it was the end of this point, it's not terrible. It's absolutely workable in the current kind of scope of things. So I'm impressed with what I've seen from Fluxo. They looked a lot better, but a freebie for Mercury there.
Nice flash. They unfortunately can't capitalize on that CT end of things, so a big response. And listen, man, I hope Maui is watching this one tentatively, because Kai is kind of popping off.
Yeah, he's looking good.
To be honest. Really, really clean from him in some of these rounds. Art, though, big kill on that double AWP T side, as you do. Mental. But it pays off. It pays off. They might just be able to do something with it here.
If it works, who are we to talk, right?
Well, that's very true. That is very true. Results-based analysis, you know, just to give you a fallacy. Attacker, though. Pretty good spot for him. I think this could potentially go overlooked. And he actually has a number of angles. The bomb has crossed. Can he deny? He's looking for any kind of an opportunity. He's played it so very slowly here, maybe even too slowly, to be honest. But he evens up the numbers. Meanwhile, edge of the smoke from both sides here. This is going to get somewhat messy. Trade is immediate from Mercury, who remains pretty damn low. G's going to have to do some heavy lifting moving forwards, and he does. A big kill onto Kai, leaves Art to do everything. The secondary AWP spots out a barrel and knows that they're pretty much on top of each other. Mercury tapping onto the bomb. The spam is there. You needed to hold it, Mercury.
Yeah.
You've not got a kit. Your only option was to hold. He gets the kill, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you had to stick it there. You know, it's an AWP, right? So if anything, if you're going to stick it against any gun, the AWP's actually probably the best one for it. Pop shots with the smoke are not exactly the most effective, but I don't think he could have won it anyway. Like you said, no kit, really no chance. And another put on the board. I'm so baffled by the dogs being out, but you know, it's really taken the attention away. Listen, it's just what are we, you know,
connected to the earth, you know.
Yeah.
You ever like walk in the grass with no shoes on kind of vibe? I think that's what this guy's trying to hit. He's a very spiritual.
Instead,
probably done some Pilates this morning, you know, just get himself in the zone.
Yeah, but walking on the grass on the sand, he's just gripping carpet. But whatever, we're back into it. Mercury gonna find the first as Kowsey will trade. Attacker in that smoke. That nade should see him off, and it will. He leaves a flash as his body hits the deck. The numbers looking good for Fluxo. They're flying in towards the fight, and this Art style of calling seems to be putting pressure on TYLOO. The numbers once again go in their favor. 3 versus 2 now. But it's Jamyoung and Mosaic. If you're going to put anybody to really step up here, Jamyoung, who's 16-5, and Mosaic backside. Does he spot a leg there?
There's a knee.
Yeah, he
There's
can
definitely
spot
a knee there. There's definitely a knee. It doesn't matter. He goes down on the flank anyway, but there was definitely a kill on the cards. Turn your brightness up, maybe.
But like, surely the radar would have a red dot.
Yeah,
like, surely.
That's very true. That's very true.
And someone's got to calm that.
Huh.
Strange.
Weird.
Either way, I don't think it would have made a difference anyway. The setup for Fluxo was looking good. But let's kind of, we definitely can see him.
100%, surely.
Yeah, oh, this is great. Obs team, fantastic work. Absolutely. Look how much you can see.
Yeah. I don't know. Was he trying to wait for a bit more, maybe? You know, like...
Yeah. No, but then he was also checking
drink.
behind him as well. So he... Also, it's not getting the kills kind of hard there as well, because you're going to leg him. You're going to hit him once. He's just going to tuck. Either way...
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know, as they say. Let's... Well, either way, let's sort of zoom out. That's a really, really good half for Fluxo. What a recovery, first and foremost. They looked awful at the start, right? Nothing was working. Nothing was clicking. Everything was falling very, very flat. The T-side executes look so stale and so tepid in terms of their approach. But the recovery, so well done, right? It's a Fluxo side 6 rounds in a row. They got to close out the T-side and getting a 6-6 half on T-side of train. I am very happy with what I've seen there as well. So, if anything, for me, the pressure's really on TYLOO right now. Going in towards the T-side, no less. But even on top of that, it's going into T-side after a very flat ending to the first. Let's see what they've got. Looks like quick towards B. Oh, hang on. We've lost R. We've lost R. So we actually I have a feeling this is going to be a tech pause here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've lost R. So, and since no damage has been dealt, it's all good. The round's not live. So this one won't be playing out. And then it actually ruins the surprise. TYLOO wanted to go for a quick pop towards B, it looked, and Art was completely open. I thought Art was just playing a row fight. Oh,
wait a minute.
Back? But like, yeah, surely
I feel like we're
the round gets reset anyway, yeah. Would be funny if they just like agree, like, right, we'll just carry on from here, shall we? 1 minute. Yes, it's all right. Yeah. Nothing's changed if nothing's changed. But yeah, he's back. That's good to see. Looked like he crashed briefly. Maybe one of the kind of the tab bug. I know it's still around a little bit.
Again, for the 4x3 players.
Yeah.
I know I made a joke earlier. I've seen the light. Playing on native might be the way.
No, 4x3 is better. Right. 4x3 is so better.
Yeah.
I'm dying on the hill. I also don't know, like, yeah, like there's still a few players, and I've seen a couple who are still on black bars as well, which also I think has a fair share of bugs as well. I saw
safety, isn't it? Familiarity.
Yeah, nine plays black bars. I saw it earlier, and obviously, well, that didn't pan out. So
well,
but yeah, it's I guess it is just what you kind of used to. I mean, for me, I was always 4x3 because I think when I started playing, it was like 2016 or whatever. It was basically what everybody did.
Yes, that's fair.
So then it was like...
I've definitely... Listen, man, in my old age, I just feel like...
27, by the way.
Yeah. It feels old around here, mate.
What do you mean? You're
not here.
Oh, right.
You know, in the esports, it feels old, you know.
Yeah, when is old in esports?
That's a good question. You're right on the line, I think.
What?
Yeah, 25.
Brutal.
I think so.
Brutal. So what? I'm 26 in December, and that's it. I'm Unk status then, or?
Yeah, well, that's what I see. That's what they tell me.
Yeah.
You know, when you see all these memes, it's like guys born from like 98 to 2004, which is crazy. 2004.
Yeah.
And it says like now you're Unk status.
Yeah, it's wild.
The fact I've just said that out loud is just like also crazy. I don't know. But what was I saying? Something about 16 by 9. It's just a bit easy. It's easier on the eyes. That's where I got it. It was like Nico was like, the game's just a little slower on 16 by 9. It's just like easier to watch.
It runs
play.
better as well. I'm pretty sure, or at least just in terms of like the tabbing stuff. But doesn't it also give you like a bit better FPS? Wasn't that another thing?
Potentially,
as well?
like you maybe don't have to optimize your CPU usage, and 4x3's like single core and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I'm the wrong guy to ask, but
I'm
a couple guys who are
I'm
very
illiterate with computers. So,
but I'm a serial alt tabber.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm kind of playing into that now, rather than 4x3 makes me feel better at the game or something. You know, I'm starting to think my friends might have been right, who are not quite as serious about playing CS.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you play on 4x3 because it's what Olofmeister does or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like rather than realizing it is actually a little beneficial in certain ways or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not an alt tabber. I'm a die and go on my phone.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I enjoy an alt tab, and then I'll tab back in, and I'll be like, guys, we need a timeout because it's not tabbing back in, and everyone, for goodness sake, not this again. You know.
Yeah.
So
that's valid. That's why I got my phone.
Peace of mind, man. Yeah, you're right. You are right.
Yeah.
It's just a habit.
Yeah.
You know, you just die and it's just like, hold tab. It's like right there.
Then what are you doing? Scrolling Twitter?
Something like that, yeah.
Let's
Or
do it on your
watching
phone.
a YouTube short.
Do it on your phone.
Do it on your phone. Yeah.
So,
You're not wrong.
all of these seem to
But
be
then everyone
answered.
knows. But then everyone knows I'm doing it because it makes a loud noise, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're not playing properly. You're not focused because you're watching shorts."
Yeah, but mute on your mixer. No?
You're right. You've got an answer for everything, really.
Yeah.
But you are right. I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
I just can't argue with that. But like, doesn't that defeat the purpose? What you're doing is like low effort, and then to like remember to mute and unmute and everything, that like adds a. See, you're a little ADHD. That's like an extra task.
Yeah.
You know, so it sort of like flicks something in your brain. You know,
maybe
far too early in the morning for these kinds of conversations, actually. But yeah,
it's just cracked into 8 a.m. here, local time. But I'm just checking out as well. Over on the B stream, they had their first game. MIBR taking on Lynn Vision. MIBR 13-4.
Goodness me. On home soil. I thought Lynn Vision would pick themselves up. Honestly,
seriously, good showing from MIBR. I mean, yeah, it's such a. Don't get me wrong. It's some of the craziest roster moves. Like Klim initially being brought in, it was like, okay, we're just kind of following the Molodoi work, so we'll get in kind of another young kind of prodigy type player. But the kicker one was left field, but it's working. I kind of like it. You know what I mean? I really can't. I can't hate it. I caught a bit of them playing. God, I can't remember what it's called now. Like Virgie Rush, I think is what it was called, the event. And it's like they've done a few really cool events that like so far. They did like one, like it was on a military aircraft like carrier, like the boat. Yeah. But MIBR played that and looked really good win. They beat Imperial, and as a whole, like as a side, looked really quite solid. Granted, it was actually generally that it was BR Enezen who was kind of the main carry there, but
yeah, I have noticed that.
Yeah,
not necessarily any.
It's not actually
big pop-offs from the import, so to speak.
Yeah, the EU guys aren't exactly sort of flying out the gates, but if they're winning, really, that's all that matters. So still waiting for this one to get back on the way. Obviously, we lost Art in terms of he crashed, but he was moving towards the end, but it's taking a minute to get it back on the way. But like we were saying, MIBR as a whole look really cool. They're also now taking on Liquid. That's the next game as well because of how the group works out. So it could be quite interesting. That could be a bit of a spicy game. Liquid looked very good though. I was very impressed with them. I would expect Liquid to win that, but MIBR slowly starting to kind of scale a little bit as well. I also just realized there was another beaching game that did happen a little bit earlier, which we didn't even get a chance to talk about. Legacy versus VP. Did you see the score for this?
I have not seen it, no.
13-2 Legacy.
For goodness sake.
Yeah. What happened there?
What? I'm down on VP. I've been down on VP for a long time.
Yeah.
I'd like to say people are now on that bandwagon. I didn't start it, but I was in there early. But, you know, I was short in VP a long time ago.
Yes.
Let's just.
The second you dropped our Lord and Savior, James, you're destined for the bin. That's when I gave up.
It's like your whole identity.
Yeah.
You know?
And look at him now. Paravision have been cooking all year and got themselves in towards the major.
Very true.
Really, really decent Counter-Strike they've been playing as well. Of course, he's sort of been able to implement it. He wasn't originally calling, I remember we casted their first tournament right at the start of the year. It was like an unranked CC which they ended up winning. Or something along those lines. But he wasn't actually calling originally and then very quickly took over the reins there. Yeah. And in all fairness, I got to say, I've liked what I've seen since he's taken back over. Of course, they got really good youngsters around him, Belchnok, Nota, really, really solid. So yeah, really kind of interesting side. But VP times are tough, man. And also, you know, kind of last minute had to play this tournament with Icy, right? Sort of.
Yes. Very awkward.
Yeah, very awkward. Yeah. So it's just a bad time in VP. It's sort of the thing is I don't even know where they go from here.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is as well, they've had two IGLs who may well like have their issues and styles, and obviously one of them was quite shouty.
Yeah.
Let's say
valid.
But I think that they had people who were directing the game, who were very clear on what they wanted.
Yeah.
And now they are left somewhat directionless at VP, and there is no like kind of big brain behind it or loud voice to guide them. And I think they're maybe left in the dark.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that could be a really, really big problem for that team if there's not someone to step up and fill those shoes. And you get to a point with some projects, a team like Liquid is maybe slightly similar in ways where it's just a bit cursed.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the pieces are there, they look good, they can be good, but maybe not together anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to move and go your separate ways, you know?
I thought NIP were cursed, and they're back, baby. They're back. I've been liking the Counter-Strike they've been playing. You know, I think Dust brought it up on the desk where he was saying, you know, the saying that kind of your time in NIP doesn't count. Now it does. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This can count. This can be kind of chalked up of what I like what I see. But you're right, with Liquid, it is kind of interesting where it's like we're making the change here and there, and we've kind of given everything a go, and maybe it's time to start thinking that. Well, I mean, I guess this is potentially with Elige coming back in. This is actually a little bit of a last chance. You know, we said it for him, but actually for the team in a way as well. If you're bringing in a superstar caliber player, a guy who can easily be one of the best riflers in the world, and it still doesn't work out, and you've also got then Nerds, who also can be one of the best riflers in the world, then we've got to start asking some kind of serious questions about what's next for them. But the main takeaway so far is that it is working. That's a very good best of one out the gates against GamerLegion. A side that are quite difficult to dispatch at times as well. And as opening games go in this tournament, there's a few teams that are considered maybe a little bit more cannon fodder right across the board. I think unfortunately the Huns are probably one of the main ones, if we're being completely honest. But maybe a VP I think are a pretty valid cannon fodder right now. Pretty easy to sort of dispatch it seems at the moment. Fluxo actually would be considered in terms of ranking, but I'm liking what I see so far. The Counter-Strike looks pretty solid, at least the way that they ended that first half. So who knows? But for Liquid, as things go, GamerLegion out the gates, it's a relatively difficult team in the grand schemes of this tournament, right? And look good, right? So they're in a position where we've just got to get Liquid now in that mindset where they feel like they can actually punch up. They just can't, right? They can beat teams around the level and they can beat teams below them. But Liquid can't punch up. They just cannot beat teams that are just ranked better than them. It just is a thing at the moment, or they can't do it consistently at the very least, right? And that's the next level we're trying to find for this side, right? If we can start doing that, like if they can come in towards the tournament, if they can dispatch of a FaZe, which have always been a bit of a kryptonite team for them, or if they can dispatch of a 3D Max who are playing really good CS at the moment, then it's proof in the pudding of, all right, now we can start to believe in Liquid a little bit. But we're still in the tech pause, so making the conversation. Tech pause is, on the verge of going from a level 1 to a level 2 here. I saw a headset to get taken off. So
just very briefly there.
Dangerous territories.
Not ideal.
No.
Might request a full shot of the room, see what the energy's like in the whole room. But yeah,
you just want to see the dogs again, don't you?
Well, I mean, it's kind of something. This place has that energy. We have the dogs out here. We had Onapixel in the shorts. I don't know if you saw the
shorts.
Yeah. They were crazy.
Yeah.
So they were just, I think it's a very, well, I wasn't going to say anything. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like there's something in the walls, just the vibes are right to get the dogs out, to get the legs out, to get the shorts on. So
imagine how you got the dogs out on here. It just feels disrespectful.
Maybe. I don't know though, man. I am a shoes off guy and socks off guy at home, but then that's your house.
Yeah,
that's
but
like your space.
If you're kicking about and you gaffer shoes on, what are you doing really? Let's be honest. Like
also true.
If you're wearing shoes around your house just like all the time,
but the slides are pretty popular.
I'm a slides guy.
Live in them.
Yeah, I don't like wearing them out. I think that's sort of like get a grip a little bit.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like, where's the line of what's?
I'll wear like socks and slides around my house all the time, like all the time. But I won't wear the slides out.
Yeah.
I then put on shoes, which is actually where like I've like my Yeezys, for example, where you can just slip them on. I've never undone the laces.
Yeah.
They're kind of like the perfect they're like that's was like they're like the slides that you kind of wear out, right? Because you just slip them on. Or like NMDs, like they're kind of a little bit old school now, but you're speaking to a sneakerhead, so I'm in my bag here. But they're really good. Slip on. They're like take the trash out kind of thing, right? Taking the bins out, get the NMDs on. Yeah. I don't want people on Air Forces because then I've got to like to get all. I'm like Timberlands. I've got like they're like a proper bit of a job to get on. You know what I mean? Great.
Kind of. I don't know. Everyone's got a pair of shoes. I think that you kind of just destroy. You've given up on the heel. You know, you just like
mine's my
putting them on.
Reebok Classics.
Okay.
I went away from the Air Forces for this year. I went to Reebok Classic, and nice shoe, and I've destroyed them. They're so good.
It's got to be done once in a while, though.
Yeah.
You need a shoe like that.
And they're cheap. They're like
workhorse.
They're like 40 quid. Like,
yeah,
exactly. You know, and I think they're good. They're kind of in fashion at the moment.
Yeah.
And Air Forces are like 110 these days. Mental.
Yes. I bought a pair. They just fell apart in like 6 months, if that. So I don't think they're kind of worth that money. But, you know, a good, clean, like, triple white sneaker, really nice.
Oh, yeah.
Really
nice.
You know, can't knock it.
I've recently got back into, like, 95s, 97s. The old Air Maxes. And that's what these are. Not that anyone at home can see. We're still waiting, of course. We have not really a clue what's going on, in all honesty. So we're chilling. But actually...
the thing went...
Sorry? The headsets are back on.
The technical pause thing.
There we go.
On.
It looks like we actually might be about to get back into this game. Hopefully that's the case as well, because I'm really hoping that nothing changes in the vibe of the game, because it's an angle. I was really impressed with what we saw from Fluxo. We're back on the way. We're back live, so we can get this show rolling once again. We lost Art briefly. We've got him back. And the tech issues have subsided, and TYLOO going to go quick, this time towards A. Initially, we're going for a quick B hit before the tech issue here. And they changed things up, and it might have actually worked out in their favor. Someone looking down from upon high. Bomb goes down, man advantage. TYLOO in a good spot.
Yeah, they were very ready for that boost, and I feel like it has thrown Fluxo for 6. They're looking a little worse for wear. The timing is crazy. Descenty in from behind will manage to clear out A main, so forced to make a move here, TYLOO, and it's not going to work out. They're very, very crisp on these USPs. Still the Glocks, it can turn in an instant.
Wow.
Not going to happen here. Just about on the line. I think there is enough time to get this defuse in, but it's pretty close for Fluxo.
Yeah,
they're all good, but it is pretty close. It is certainly close there.
I mean, they've run away because they don't believe that it might be good, but all in all, though, that's a seriously good round for Fluxo. You know, in a 4v5 full retake, and it's flawless 4v5. I mean, that's so well done. Really impressive stuff. And again, I got to give credit to sort of the way in which Fluxo are approaching this game. There's no respect being shown to TYLOO. They're not letting them play their kind of style and brand of Counter-Strike right now. It's just fun to watch. This is a Fluxo side that are really showing a lot of efficiency in terms of what they're trying to implicate and bring in towards these rounds, and how difficult they're trying to make life for TYLOO. Sure, for TYLOO, a bomb plant, a kill means a bye in towards this round, but you lose this here as well, and Fluxo can start seriously pulling away.
So quiet in the early round, though. I think both sides on their T side not really wanting to make their presence known, not wanting to give the game away. We've got an AUG on the server, though, so this could get interesting for sure. A great angle for it, kind of a classic angle for it, in fact. Art on the UMP. Why that over the MP9? I don't think we'll ever know, but once in a while, a pro does like to pull it out. The smoke going down to try and keep him alive. It's a good Molotov. Jamyoung does take a lot of damage, but he finds the kill. Art in the smoke, not going to get anything done, man. And Lukowski trying to hold the line. Can't deny the bomb plant for now. Does even up the numbers. It's all on these flanking moves, however. Mosea is late, but it's actually in a very, very good position if this goes well for him. Very good now. He might even get away with a couple, but he strikes early. He's going to take it. Kai trades him out. It's still looking very, very good at the moment for TYLOO. There's no kit available for these remaining players, so they had to get a step on, and they will fall flat. TYLOO right back on the board.
Yeah, and it's such a strong round to take because it's a force buy, but it's also all the investment that came through for Fluxo is now eradicated. There's nothing to be brought in towards the next round, bar this one save, then for So a very, very good round for TYLOO to take in response. And done really well. Just an effective pop coming through. Jamyong just showing again just how solid he can be on an individual basis. You know, we already said it. Mechanically, he's the best player in the server. There isn't really too much of a debate about that. If anything, it's a debate between who is mechanically better, you know, him and Mercury in terms of kind of the raw mechanics. But in terms of who's going to step up, you're always looking towards Jamyong. And oh, you see it there once again. And another fantastic round coming through from him. 19-7. So far, so good, but it's a really unfortunate one for Fluxo in the sense that the knock-on effect is brutal. Double eco situations that they've got to force by themselves, so that one save them force supported by a FAMAS and some upgraded pistols. Not the easiest round to convert, but 5-7, always dangerous in the right hands. And they've taken main control on spot, nobody's here.
Again, though, just very, very, very slow here from the T side of things. They'll make some noise at the top end of Pop Dog, Long Dog, you might call it. But nothing really coming for TYLOO. Grouped up on that CT side, meanwhile, just looking to try and overwhelm an angle, but it is a guessing game. They're just guessing in completely the wrong places at the moment. Nobody around to be on the business end of these rifles quite yet. There will be some moves made towards A, and a nice little smoke for Lucalzi to be a weirdo around. Unfortunately, he will fall, and it's Kai on the M4 that's the big thing. You really expected a bit more from him. It's completely fizzled out. TYLOO, a great springboard of momentum here.
That opening kill by Jamyong is so important. I don't actually know how much of Lucalzi even sees, if I'm being honest, but Lucalzi's position is so dangerous. I mean, he would have been able to catch at least one jumping up and towards the site. So yeah, Jamyong is a very, very important kill. Opens up the round as well, gives them space to scale in towards the day side. Unfortunately, nothing that Art of the Century can do. So the 257s will save. They were forced into a force buy. Nothing comes from it. It's a flawless one for TYLOO. The hunt unsuccessful. They look the wrong way, but who cares? TYLOO take back the lead. It's been a while since we've seen TYLOO, you know, actually just put consistent rounds on the board. It was such a good streak of rounds at the tail end by Fluxo. This is a lot better, a lot more like it for this TYLOO side who, you know, if we're being honest, they actually have quite high hopes for this tournament, right? We're actually looking towards them to really be able to kind of once again reignite the spark within this side and say, right, obviously they get the moniker of the hometown heroes and whatnot, but it is a case of, you know, they have proven themselves at the top level of Counter-Strike this year, where we can play elite level CS on any given day, but it's petered out recently. It's now trying to get back to their best.
Yeah, and in order to do that, you have to be able to put a team like Fluxo to bed.
Yes.
And at the moment, they're somewhat struggling. There's still room for it to be a one-sided affair. Vicente with a nice find on the 5-7, instantly dealt with. So just being super aware here, Fluxo. Got to be very careful not to let this round be too easy for TYLOO. However, with these finds on the backside, I think G has done enough to perhaps stem the tide and keep the damage minimal. Bomb will slowly make its way towards one of the sites. They have the real run-of-the-mill at the moment. So should be all good for TYLOO to get number 9.
Yeah. No issues here. I mean, it's more or less a foregone conclusion. Kalzi and Zevi, just USPs for the both of them. They might potentially look for an exit and see if they can scoop themselves up a gun, but you don't need to. You can have money. You can have a buy in towards the next round. It will be TYLOO now pulling 2 ahead. So a spot in which now TYLOO can get closer and closer to that finish line. Steps have been heard there as well. Jamio Comna, he's heard them swing around here. But as long as no guns are dropped, it's fine. Just don't give them really anything to work with at the end. And they're holding for exactly this. So TYLOO up to a 9th now. Getting very close indeed. Mosaic might be gifted one at the end, just a bit of a start. He's had actually a bit of a slow game in all fairness, and there it is. Mosaic will get himself one. A swing by Zevi, a hopeful one at that. Nothing saved, nothing gamed, but it was a nothing round for Fluxo. 9-2-7, 2 ahead. As he's mentioned, there's not many chances left for Fluxo. You know, a full buy back in here, you lose this round, you're back into an eco in the next round. Before that, it's already TYLOO right in grasp of that finish line. So not many chances to find that form for Fluxo that we saw at the tail end. It was 6 in a row from them, right at the end, where they looked fantastic. We need that back.
Starts off the same as many of the T rounds here. Again, edging towards the B bomb site, at least early on. They seem pretty keen for it. Towards Pop Dog, the early flash. We've seen it all before. And TYLOO have found success with this kind of method already. It's just a case of whether they can do so again. It looks to be a B finish here. The utility is solid. Again, can they find these early kills in through the smoke? The flash is pretty damn good, though. The Senti is so blind. They're both forced into the Molotov. Zevi has done a lot of work, actually, to just keep the hopes of this round alive, but I don't know that it's necessarily going to be enough. Double digits right around the corner for TYLOO. Lukowski too far away to do anything. That will be the round in favor of the T side, and man, so well executed. The utility, the flashes were so good.
Yeah, it's fundamentally such a simple round, right? But it's just so well done. Raw credit to TYLOO. That is a clinical execute. Every flash, every bit of util is perfectly placed to give them such an easy run in towards that B site, and so difficult to deal with for Fluxo. Fluxo were doing similar styles of rounds on their T side where they were really putting pressure on kind of Jam Young towards B, but that is really well done from TYLOO. And it puts them in such a solid spot. 3 rounds ahead of Fluxo, 3 rounds away from taking the series. And unfortunately, like we were saying, chances are dwindling for the Brazilians. They've not got many opportunities now to be able to respond, to be able to chip away at this deficit. But you can just see that they're blind, they're backtracking, they're in flames, they're behind smokes. Everything is played to perfection by TYLOO there. They make life so difficult to deal with being on that B site or rotating into it. Hence why Lukowski opts not to. Doesn't even want to give it a look. 10-7. Bit of a nothing round. You'd assume there's 2 rifles to work with. 20 pistols to support. Should be simple. I'm just looking at it now that Zevi's only got 750 left over. So he must have dropped the Senshi.
Strange oversight, but yes, I think so. Trying to facilitate something, which, look, when it's like the middle of the game, kind of fair enough, but you're drawing in towards the very tail end. It feels kind of desperate and kind of unnecessary. You know, you've not convinced us with the rifle rounds. I think maybe focus on them first before you try and sprinkle a little bit of spice into the game.
I didn't spot it, but he must have dropped him, right? He's sitting on 750. But if he's dropped him a rifle and he's paid for that, that means he could have had an AWP next round because of loss. So, I mean, it's one of the decisions of all time. We'll see long-term whether it pans out, especially if this round does nothing. That's going to be an awful call in hindsight. I'll spin up close to the 5-7. He spotted the bomb because the bomb that's chasing him down. They're walking in towards the gun tip, but will they expect the Senti? They don't! So the drop rifle's looking pretty damn good right about now as he's dropped the bomb at his feet. 25 seconds, TYLOO are so far away. So the sacrifice of the potential of an AWP in the next round for the Senshi to have a rifle could have all been for something here. And it's all on the shoulders of now Kai and a 5-7, but they've salvaged the bomb. They're still going to get it down.
Oh no, big kill comes round, and he will see off Jam Young. Goodness me, there's something in the air of that round. You can see it unfolding, you can see it happening. The positioning and the play was just perfect for Fluxo and Kai. Who else for this team at the moment?
Yeah.
Really delivers there to give them what could be a game-changing round. Absolutely brilliant stuff, but it just comes down to this, the one overlooked angle, but that's all they were banking on. The right spot, the right time, and the rifle as well. I think you kind of get a little lazy when you get it in your head that it's like, oh, they're on an eco, oh, they've got pistols, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And TYLOO are punished massively, so we're going to see now that could have a big ripple effect.
Yeah, it really could swing the door quite wide open now for Fluxo. Let's see. That call to drop looking very good, and it starts very good for Kai as he gets 2. Lucalzi will add one of his own as well to leave it down to 2 for TYLOO. G and Mercury got to bail them out of a bad spot here. And it looks like that might not be the case. I mean, it's a 1 versus 2 here, but it's Kai who swings in his 3rd kill of the round. And Fluxo making a 1-round game. Oh my, this one is back in the conversation. Now, Fluxo are going to have to do this the hard way. There is lots of residual cash for this TYLOO side. They're going to be able to buy for a while here. But we saw them streak 7 rounds at the tail end at T-side, and of course they 6 rounds at the tail end at T-side, and they kick-started the second half with a round as well. So it was 7 in a row before TYLOO came back into the fray themselves. But we know Fluxo can streak. We know when momentum's good. This is a side that can snowball, and well, that's 2 really nice rounds they've taken. One that has swung the momentum back in towards a reachable distance, and then a really dominant shutdown towards the A side. Those 2 rounds are so good for the mental state for Fluxo. They're so good for the confidence, right? You're saying, we're back. We're so back. We're feeling like the better team in the server if we just hone in a bit more of a micro scale. This is a good spot. I mean, of course, and then TYLOO go for attack pause. Even more indication that things are going well. Mentally, Fluxo got to be feeling good, knowing we're putting pressure on them. They're panicking a little bit.
Lovely early smoke. Coming to a NART video near you soon, I am sure. Lucalzi, keen find through the smoke, however. That's far more important than your lineups. A big kill. Looking to even things up. Mosaic angry. Mercury trying to join him, maybe reluctantly. Bomb on his back and now on the floor. Lucalzi, though. It's frustrating to watch, and he will be punished for it. Just on the edge of this smoke. Trying to see if he can spot anything cheeky. Not going to be the case. Bomb has just been scooped up. They could try and get out here. Could try and look towards B, but it seems they will commit towards their A. Play Arts. Only 1. Down to Zevi here. Fake plant comes in, and Zevi is not biting on this AWP. Trained on the angle, just playing things patiently, hoping the peak comes his way. Jamyoung with all but 2 bullets. The USP is out, and he is gifted the kill. 10-10, a game on our hands here as we get into the dying embers of trade.
That is some of the most unlucky timing for Jamyoung. But on the flip side, that is so well done from Zevi. The patience to stand tall there and just wait. And that is that patience that actually sows the seeds of doubt in towards Jamyoung. He's thinking, all right, well, he got a kill towards Old earlier as we were scaling out of main. Is he actually gone for the big rotate? Is he actually starting to flank me in connector? Hence why Jamyoung gives it a little look. Well played. Really well played by Zevi. He's not really had a fantastic game, but that's a fantastic moment from him. And sort of worth its weight in gold. You've tied this one up, 10-all. And 3 back-to-back rounds for Fluxo. And TYLOO are looking flustered. Really are. And just as we were talking about it, what feels like only a mere moment ago, the money has run out. They had, there was like 3 of them on over 10 grand in the back pocket only a few rounds ago. Now they've got next to nothing. You lose this one, Fluxo, they could steal away the map.
Slow roll once again. Towards the B-bomb site, going to the old faithful move here on the TYLOO side. Setup's pretty far back for the CTs. And just so much tension here in these final 40 seconds. On the jump spots, on the slow play from TYLOO. It doesn't feel right here. Utility will come out. They're looking pretty heavily towards heaven. It's more of a fake out on the A site as well, and it might just have worked. The biggest sell you've ever seen from Mercury with that kill. They catch one in the side. However, the trades are back in. They've conceded a bomb plant. Doesn't matter so much. You just need to get the round on the board. Crack angle doesn't quite result in the kill. There's a lot of 50-50 situations here, and it seems TYLOO are coming out on top of most of them. Descensi with only 8 bullets and 49 points of HP does not look good. Lukowski tests the water. It's far too hot for him, so he will back off. TYLOO wrestle back their lead.
Yeah, and for TYLOO, I mean, it's far from the cleanest round we've seen from them, but all that matters is it is a round for them, right? And that's the main thing. It's just shutting down this tempo that Fluxo was starting to set. It's shutting down this momentum that they were starting to build, because it was looking really quite precarious for a moment there. He just want to try and stay alive there. He was tempted by the exits, but I think smart call just to keep his rifle in play. Again, there's not a lot of money for Fluxo. Despite them having that mini streak of 3 rounds, they weren't able to save a lot. All of these rounds are coming down to the wire or made quite expensive, like the 1v1 that Zevi had. So, third and final, attack pause taken by TYLOO. It was, you know, not even that long ago. We started this game, we were having the conversation, we were saying, I mean, this is granted when I think TYLOO were like 5-0 up, but we were saying this series and then this map is very much got the shades of game 1, not game 2, and well, couldn't be further from the truth. This is a bit of a barn burner here, really back and forth. Fluxo impressing us so far as well. They started obviously so slowly, but recently what we've seen has been very, very good. And for TYLOO as well, back to
disembodied arm. I like the angle.
Yeah.
I like the angle though. It's cool. It's kind of it's like one of those movies where, you know, they're trying to imitate a game almost.
Yeah.
It's like the arms are like first person.
Yeah.
It looks cool. It looks cool. It's a nice angle. Mixing things up out of the spawn. That's exactly what TYLOO are looking to do as well here. The pace.
Oh my god.
Only Art knows about these angles. He's wormed his way in. That is crazy.
Mercury
that is crazy.
It's gonna be so tilted. Saying like, Jamie, like, yo, like he's in ramp. Like, did you not see him? What was that pop flash for? You did all this like pop flash and swing behind the pillar. All that for nothing. So that's a real tilting one for Mercury. Speaking of pop flashes, that one missed. So
no one there.
Yeah, doesn't matter, I guess, in the end of the day. Now what do you do for TYLOO, right? So the initial plan, upper brown holds control, and then probably a pop move in towards B, which has obviously worked for them as we saw in the round prior, but now this has changed. Oh, if Kai didn't move, this is a really strong position. He's now stuck. He can't get out. And now he's going to be peppered with util, so he's dead, basically. There's nothing really he can do here. Yeah, he will fall to the flames, but that's unfortunate. If he'd actually just stayed tucked there and didn't peek, it's a game changer of a position.
Yes. Yes, but it's sort of, what is your job in that position? Is it info? Is it kills? Is it just holding the angle? Speaking of holding, attacker Mouse 1 marries up well. Art will trade him out. Art keeps going, actually, and Zevi, another opportune position that is kind of squandered. Art on the bomb train, though. This looks like the game-winning position, potentially. He's got so much info. Ooh, there's just no time. There's just no time.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. A very messy round all around, to be honest. Some really weird moments, but when the dust settles, it's Fluxo that manages to take it, and they keep their dream alive. This is now super serious territory as we're going all 24, maybe a little more.
Yeah. If there was time... Thankfully, don't need to be too annoyed. Round 1, it's all that matters. But yeah, there was time there. That laboured spray by Art would have been a little bit more comical. I think we can laugh and forget in a way, because it was, well, it didn't make a difference, really. Attack pause taken. First attack pause as well, by the way, by Fluxo. The first one for them. So, not had too many opportunities where they want to bring Tacticus in for some, well, tactical talks.
It's a pretty good name for a coach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on brand. Yeah, yeah. It's like calling yourself, like, coach. It's like...
yeah, it's not far off.
Yeah.
But indeed, an opportune moment, as you say, to get involved and to hopefully turn the tides here. Really going to be tough, and a game that has been just so hard to predict, like who's winning, who's in control, who's got the lead. And we have just seen a big steal of a round. It was very awkward to get through, but in reality, not a likely round for Fluxo. They pull it out of the bag. And they're looking to do it once again. Our shoulders out. Good God, they're so blind, and it will be hugely beneficial to Fluxo. Oh my goodness, a mess though as G finishes off 2. Still the player in on the site itself. He can't get through onto the site. It's another mess, and there's no... Wait, what a call! 11-11. Rush ramp. What are you doing? And that's what happens. Goodness me.
They also... So the initial 2 guys, obviously one of the more important ones being Jam Young. I'll come back to that in a second. There's still a world here from Isaiah. It's a 1v3 and 1 versus 2, but he just has no idea what the setup is here. I mean, breaking it down itself is hard, but I'll go into what I was saying. So Attacker and Jam Young making their way to ramp. They get blinded. Now, my assumption that was a T-side flash because there was no flash assist. So it's their own flash, if I'm right in saying, there's no flash assist there. So that's their own flash that they've been blinded by as they're going in towards ramp. Both of them are they're completely full blind. Why are we committing to the push there? It's a freebie for Dissension Lucalzi. It's way too easy. It's a wild call by TYLOO and a really rough one to watch. Everything kind of falls apart so rapidly, and look at the kind of knock-on effect to it now. Map and series point Fluxo. The buy is not exactly fantastic. It's 3 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, and a sparse amount of utility to make something out of, well, potentially could be the end here. Good timing on the molly.
Very good timing, actually, just as these smokes start coming out. Not going to deter them, though. They'll wait for the Molotov to go down. There's again, some weird positions here out from the CT side as they're happy to take the fights. Lucalzi with a keen find, looking for a bit more, and he will indeed get it. G is low. The bomb starts to get punched in. G up top, looking to be the hero. It's a difficult comp to get across, and Lucalzi doesn't know where to look. Suddenly the round is on. Suddenly the round is doable, and the overtime is right there for the taking. TYLOO pipped to the post, perhaps. And they will be kicking themselves if they cannot convert this. Mosaic, unknown, low ammunition. There's the kit available for Descenti, but you can feel the pressure building up as that bomb ticks and ticks and ticks, and they just don't know how to get in. Descenti doesn't know it. If he moved a bit faster, they're so very low. He could force these fights. It's not going to happen, though, and we have our first overtime hit.
Yeah. Do you know what? Fair play. I feel like for Fluxo, just a little bit too timid in that retake. You've got to actually just put kind of a strong foot forward. I think, unfortunately, the Lucalzi death is a bit kind of comical. Like you said, like, what even com there, really? Yeah. Kind of top orange train.
I've been there. It's like, you know, the train behind you, up top.
Yeah.
No one's got a call out for that.
Top of...
Even these guys, apparently.
Yeah. But all things considered, it still is a very kind of weird round. Also, I think Zevi misses a crucial freebie of a kill that was on a platter there for him. He drops that smoke off sight, and there's a gap on the left side to catch people crossing over towards E-Box, and he just completely whiffs. I bigged him up, but he's had a bit of a poor game, Zevi. And they really do need him. The Senchis look great. Kai, especially that first half, Kai was fantastic. And Lucalzi stepped it up in the second. And all we can give a bit of a pass to, right? Fair enough. But Devi is sort of needed, especially with how well G is playing on the flip side. He's got to make his life more difficult, whether it's with the rifle or the AWP. But as money gets reset, and we head in towards overtime, double AWP is what Fluxo are going for. Now, they brought the double AWP out on the T side, which was wild. The CT side, a little bit more normal. You know, Art likes to pick it up as well. So, let's see, how do things change for Fluxo? It's a bad round to lose, too much respect shown. And this is a bit of a more bold move. I like this. Bit of proactivity. The pop flash is a nice idea, but it just doesn't affect Mercury.
Key frag here to kick things off into our first bout of overtime. Could be the first of many. Certainly feels to be a game deserving of an extension of play here. Well-timed Molotov. I think TYLOO are pretty happy to just rest on the advantage, wind the clock down, get the execute out. Fluxo know this. Zevi knows this. He's moving forwards, but he's been read like a book. They will push him away. So that'll be that for now, in towards A main, the smoke, as he admits defeat. Still, though, just feels very, very good for TYLOO to finish on B.
That was a very small thing. In a weird way for Zevi, the way he fell back after that molly made me really nervous. He kind of just falls back in the open. Attacker could have swung behind that molly so easily, and then he's sort of in the open, Mutor in hand. Doesn't matter, it seems. Kai and Zevi, while both blind, find a kill. Zevi spots another. It's a hopeful shot at somebody swinging, but it's not going to be the case. It's information that's being gained here by Lucauzi as he gets yet another 2 kills for him. And the last man seen off by Art. So the double AWP, both of them get a kill in the round, but it's the round that Fluxo were looking for to finish it off in regulation. Of course, they get it in the first round of OT. Kind of a damning one as well for TYLOO. You get the opening kill. It's good information. We know that we sort of understand what the setup's looking like. And you lose a 5 versus 4 and in a very flat manner where actually there's only one more casualty on top of that. It's not a great way to lose that round. I mean, there's never a good way, but it's a pretty damning one.
Yes, that is true. Of all the ways to do it, attacker, will be gifted a little there. They overlooked him, and it ends up only being one. A very good push, a very good flash, but Fluxo get unlucky. We've got the double AWPs out once again. Zevi will chime in. Art misses his. Zevi traded out, so still an advantage for TYLOO to work with, but they've got to make their way towards this site. There's the overlooked player, Descenti. His element of surprise is gone. And he's punished for missing that spray down, as he so should be. Evened up now, though. TYLOO, a little better from them, but still there's always this Fluxo element in every round at the moment.
Yeah, really, really good response again. Jamyoung, 31-14. Having an incredible game. And he's actually really having to pull TYLOO through a lot of rounds. Only the 1 kill for him in that one, but even so an important one at that. He's doing so much of the heavy lifting for this TYLOO side at the moment. G's having his moments, but it's quieting down recently. I mean, just not seeing maybe enough out of Mosaic and Mercury, especially considering we know the skill ceiling of them. So, Zevi. He's come to life a little bit in towards OT, but Jamyoung and Attacker, they combine. Lucauzi, they spam the close angle, but they don't confirm anything. So he's in the behind, in the backlines here. Spotted where Attacker is. He might lose track of him, but Art won't. And there's also Jamyoung back sight. Really, what do you do if you're G here? 1 versus 3. He's flashed and he's seen off by Zevi. So it will be the half, 1 out by Fluxo. And yeah, Zevi has actually really come alive in towards overtime. He did next to nothing in regulation, but OT, he's looked sharp.
It is crazy how sometimes a player can just, you know, liven up out of nowhere, fresh slate kind of thing going into the OT. I think it does make a big difference from time to time. And he has, as you say, delivered pretty massively. So we're going to see if that one small change, just 2 or 3 more kills out from your AWPer, if that is going to bring the wave of change that they obviously need to close this game out. But I think so. There's a relatively extended break, you would argue, as well, in between the halves of overtime. So they have quite a lot to talk over if they need to.
Yeah. Good opportunity as well. I think, you know, for joking, to sort of reinstate back into, of course, like, we can win this, and we've proven where we've looked quite solid. And also as well, you know, looking back to, granted, it's such a long time ago, but the start of this map was TYLOO what, 6 in a row on the CT side? I mean, incredibly strong is how they started this map. I mean, that feels like an age ago now. And of course, it was probably more than anything, Fluxo just weren't really kind of quite awake just yet, really. But even still, for TYLOO, it's probably at least some sort of proof to themselves of we can do good work on this CT side. And oh my God, do we need it? But for Fluxo, they also had that fantastic 6-round-in-a-row streak on the T side to see off the first half, and they're hoping to tap back into that. Art up close, he's going to be tested. Mercury in attack around this corner. If he peeks dry, he's dead. But he does get one before falling. That's not bad, but the flash. Oh, the Senshi is full blind and attacker falls.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to get away with. G's gone wild. Listen, man.
That.
If you need a job doing, do it yourself. He will retrieve the AWP as well and make his way out of there. So a big kill to even things back up for that CT side. And now Fluxo have to be very careful. They do have some utility. It's the AWPs that you worry about, but maybe it's the M4 you should worry about. Maybe it's the timing of Jamyoung you should worry about. In and out, like a ghost, will manage to net one, and he's actually repositioned really well there, playing off of the sound, the predicted reaction to said sound. Very, very well done to net the round-winning kill.
Yeah, maybe a really bold call from me here, but Jamyoung's pretty good at Counter-Strike. Just so smart, isn't he? And
I think that's fair.
It comes back to a conversation that we had, again, a long time ago when things were not looking good for Flux on the T side. Stop testing him. Just, like, give up on this idea of trying to contact down towards B, because they tried these contact plays towards B. Jamyoung is going to beat you every single day. You're never going to win that fight. And they didn't. The only time they did end up winning when they were going towards B was really kind of quite audacious executes, right? It was kind of these splits through heaven and ramp where they had a lot of util behind it. But these contact plays, they tried them a lot at the start of this series, and they were falling so flat. Another one there. And granted, I can give them a little bit of leeway. It's mid to late round, numbers is advantage. You're trying to pull off a bit of a gimmick and you're trying to go quiet so that the rotates don't come through. But I don't know. I just feel like doing it down towards B, you're once again testing the best player in the server who is having an incredible game. He's 34 and 15. Over 100 ADR as we're in overtime. You're just asking to lose at that point, really. And this is the thing for Fluxo. They've got to find other ways to kind of test extremities on this map. It feels like when times are a little bit tough or maybe the idea doesn't quite work out, the default's very readable. It's let's just go be late. And that's what they've been doing a lot. And well, Jamyoung's happy to sit there. And a lot of times he's been getting a lot of support from Mercury as well. He's playing a little bit further back and a bit more of a standoffish approach, but being that supporting element. So all tied square. 14 apiece and attack pause taken. I think both coaches probably pretty appreciative of it.
All to play for here in their opening game. As we said, TYLOO have hit some pretty high heights this year. I think they were hoping to return to them, but unfortunately, a game like this, exciting, but maybe an indictment of what we can expect from TYLOO, and also what we could expect from Fluxo. Some very good pieces on this team. Zevi being one of them, quiet in regulation, but his impact really being felt here into the overtime. Massive kill, gives them a lot of options now. Do they press the attack towards B? Do they move towards A? Anybody's guess. TYLOO have to get it right, and unfortunately, Mercury will get it wrong. The AWP out in the hands of Mosea, looking to try and be the damage maker. Attacker from behind potentially could have gotten more there if he played the patient game. So it is all on a knife's edge. Just the slim advantage for Fluxo to work with the dangerous cross. But it will indeed be prevailed. The bomb going to go down, and now the AWPs on this retake. You do not fancy them.
No, not a double AWP retake of all things. This is so difficult. Is there a rifle to pick up? I mean, it really would make life a lot easier, but peeking in towards Zevi. Gio loses his head, and it's all on the shoulders of Mosea. 1 versus 3 with this AWP. There is no chance. He spotted one, but unscopes at the worst possible time. Desenchi deletes him. And that'll be Fluxo once again happen series point here in this best of one. But yeah, double up on the retake. I mean, unfortunately for TYLOO, their insurance policy gets cashed immediately. Jamyoung dies at the start of the round. It's one of the few times I see Jamyoung go aggressive, because when things are going really well for TYLOO, he just sat on the site and they waited for them to come to him. I think maybe because G has the spawn for ramp to peak, that he says, all right, you can go in upper brown halls and I'll play through ramp, and then we can kind of go a bit more proactive here. But that's actually really costly. And then as the smoke's fading, he's trying to fall away, but he doesn't give himself enough time. He once again is going to go aggro. This time it's with the support of Mercury, but it's G who throws the flash to send them in. So proactivity is TYLOO trying to once again test Upper Brown. As Jamyoung opening things up with him still in the server. Chances for TYLOO are good. Art, where are we looking? Not close, that's for sure. Could be another map point squandered for Fluxo, potentially, unless the Sentry's got anything to say about it.
Oh, I mean, a little overstep, you would argue.
It's the bomb.
So it has handed things to TYLOO quite nicely. G will take that, and we go again. How long, how deep is the rabbit hole here? We'll find out, but TYLOO doing well to stay alive, in all fairness. The round prior, as you mentioned, is very messy, very difficult. But then they're given a messy round in their favor. So the Counter-Strike starting to perhaps go out the window somewhat.
Yeah, it is quite... It's getting quite scrappy, isn't it, really? It's not exactly the cleanest showing from either of them, which is more than anything a bit of an indictment on towards TYLOO, right? You know, this tournament's a really big opportunity for TYLOO to sort of prove themselves again, you know, and really start to kind of push the envelope of saying we can be an elite level team within kind of the grand scheme of things. We can be a team that can go to tournaments and be considered not so much a favorite, but you know, especially at a tournament like this where we don't have potentially, you know, all of the big hitting teams. They should be coming towards tournaments where they're saying considered the favorites. If this was the TYLOO of the past, but the TYLOO of the present hasn't been like that, and again, it still is the case. Current TYLOO, from what we've seen so far, they should be dispatching a Fluxo on paper every day of the week. But it's not been the case. Fluxo have been so difficult to deal with. Let's see. Double OT. Magic number we're now looking for is 19. It starts well. She got the spawn. Only good for one. Art quick on the trade. Was playing through ramp on that CT side. Knows how to clear it on the T side.
Crazy work. Looking very, very good as the dust settles. TYLOO trying to pick up the pieces here towards this B bomb site, and it does seem the bomb itself will finish over here. A lot of time on that clock, however, a lot of time for some aggression or a mistake or maybe a lurking presence from Lucalzi. Perhaps let him get activated. He's found a kill. He's moving forwards quickly. All of a sudden, they're left guessing, but in the interim, the aggression from Mercury is effective. Lucalzi keeps going. And now where's the bomb going? This is, again, getting out of hand. Oh, man.
Oh, my.
A kill was there for Kai. He doesn't get it. He will confirm the bomb plant, but now Lucalzi's 100 million miles away. So this is such a mess. Keen find from Jamyoung pretty early on into the retake as well. Very important to find that kill and just eliminate that particular angle. Kai then left in this 1 versus 2 clutch, and it's a lot to ask of him. He's pretty healthy. He is pretty healthy.
Got Yuzo.
This is certainly doable. They have to know about him. Eventually, they do seem to have their eyes on heaven, but left guessing, not a lot of time. He reveals himself, tap onto the bomb. It's so well played. Just use that time to your advantage. There is a dink that lands, but it's not enough, and Kai will get it over the line.
Didn't even need the Yuto in the end as well, but he had a molly, a flash, and a HE that it could have used just to be a bit of a nuisance, but he does so well. Takes the fight. It's that first one, actually, the 1 versus 2, that's the most important. You clear the backside player, and it means the one up close can't do anything about it. So really, really nice work. And for Kai, I mean, this actually has been a great map from him. I mean, he started really, really strong, and he quieted down a little bit in towards that second half of regulation, but he's had some really big moments. And it was the T side actually where he was doing his best work all the way back in that first half. So, Kai back to a bit of his best. And if you can get that combination of Kai, Lucauzi, the Senshi, all finding their form, it's a difficult sort of three-pronged attack for TYLOO to deal with, but they start well. They get rid of one of them as Lucauzi caught early. Aggression coming through. It's Mercury who opens the door. A lot of damage is being dealt here. G's got to hit this shot, and he does. He catches on.
Been looking good. We've talked about ebbs and flows of players. G seems to have picked up the past few rounds on this AWP. A little more in his element. And he keeps proving my point with the kills. Kai and Desensi kind of out on an island. They've got to recover the bomb back in main. I don't think this one's going to happen for them. So the back and forth does continue here now. And the game, as yet, undecided. Nobody seems to be able to streak away in this second bout of overtime. Trade is there, but, you know, 35 seconds and so much ground to make up against 5 players in total, technically speaking, but 4 that still remain standing, and they will make it abundantly clear that you're not getting into A for free. 16-16.
Yeah, really back and forth, but really get a good round in a sense for TYLOO. They get active, they want to get in towards the fight. I mean, it all starts nicely with kind of that flashing towards main. You take that control. Mercury finds the opener. Lucauzi being dropped that early as well is very, very good for kind of shutting down Fluxo's options more than anything. Get a 17th here. Maybe a TYLOO and push you in a nice spot. You still want to allow Fluxo to have that bit of breathing room before then heading in towards the CT side. This is a very back and forth game. It's so difficult to predict right now. It really is. As you put it, the ebbs and flow of not only the individuals, but the teams as G and Attacker find the opening kills. Attacker while jumping up, no less. He's got the right idea as Art lurks behind that smoke. If he can keep his crosshair trained, there should be one on the cards. Right idea. Who spots who first? It will be Attacker. Wins out the IGL head-to-head. And smokes down as well to basically nullify any chances here for Fluxo. A 2 versus 5 with next to no information to work with. They have no idea of what TYLOO's setup's looking like.
A keen advantage and a pretty dominant couple of rounds here to see off this first half. So the switch up going to come in, and TYLOO, if they can immediately hit number 18, I think that really should spell the end. We're thinking quite hopefully, but for TYLOO, there is certainly a chance to get this over in the next few rounds, should they play their hand correctly. Still, always a chance in the game of Counter-Strike. Desensi spots out a leg. I think he's been seen himself. He's definitely known about now. Just trying to distract away, maybe take a number or 2. It's only 1. And they are happy to give this bomb space. Hidden away. Oh, back heaven. It's a keen find. The nade goes in to finish things off. And Jam Young and Enjoyer. It will be a really, really big round, though, I think, for TYLOO, to say the very least.
Yes. Yeah. Just give yourself a bit of breathing room. Even though it is only a bit, it's just enough. You now head back in towards that T side. And we do need to see, you know, where we've seen kind of G pick up his form. I think, you know, that's a very, very important thing. Can he now replicate this towards the T side is kind of the big question we're looking at. On kind of, I guess, a continuance of that. Can Jam Young continue being as dominant as he is? I mean, the spot that he's in right now was 38 and 18 for Jam Young, and he's still over 100 ADR. It's a mental showing from him on an individual basis. But for Fluxo, they've already had 2 match points and squandered both of them with very questionable calls. And now they find themselves at a deficit. They are heading into what is generally seen as the more favorable CT side. Let's see whether it favors them. We also saw a few individuals drop off on the CT side. I thought Zevi, especially in regulation, CT looked a little rough around the edges. Bosman was fantastic. And some of the calls by Art as well were questionable, to say the least. So, 17-16, TYLOO. One round advantage. If you can kickstart the first of this half of overtime number 2, well, you put so much pressure on the Brazilians.
Mosaic moving fast to make his way in towards Ivy, but he's dealt with. I thought he was in a very good spot to get something done there. Zevi going to start popping shots off. Nothing lands for him, but this is, well, a quick round, to say the least. A highly unsuccessful round for TYLOO, unfortunately. I think they also are like, yeah, let's get to 18. Let's get to 18. Let's get out there. Let's kill them. But not much thought behind the eyes, so to speak, for TYLOO.
Mercury. He did spot one, yeah, and he actually will catch him. Down goes Zevi, but chances of winning this are so slim. Bomb on his back is the one positive. But where do you go? What do you do? How does he piece together this puzzle of what the setup's looking like? 2 towards A, double stacked in Con, and the other player being old. Surely no chance. They will send one back towards that B site, but it's the org of the century that'll see it off as Fluxo tie this game back up. Nice work from them. Unfortunately for TYLOO, a very flat T-side round, which is the worst possible thing you'd want in that sort of spot. You have all the chance there to put so much pressure on the shoulders of Fluxo. Probably enough as well pressure to really make them actually quite kind of fallible, quite beatable in that sense. And you squander it in the same way that Fluxo squandered, a couple of match points. That's a bad round to squander for TYLOO, especially in that fashion.
Yeah, it immediately flips the other way. I think it's TYLOO now that are going to be sweating. Not a good look. So all of a sudden you've got to create the best round ever. You've maybe had the worst round ever. So time to do the opposite, which is no mean feat. A missed shot on the AWP, though, is a relatively good omen to kick things off here for TYLOO. Replenishment of the smokes. Not necessarily being asked to do that. Art, great angle, though. He's able to drop back, take another look. A wild cross coming in. G's going to fall in the meanwhile, and goodness me, Mosaic. A fair move in isolation, but the rest of the team not really able to get anything going. And Mercury, your days are numbered.
I actually love it. He wanted to make him panic just for the fun of it. I love it.
That's one for us.
Yeah.
You know, that's one for us. So we'll take that.
Shout out. But attack pause taken by Tacitus, and he sounds like a Greek philosopher. Tacitus, or like a Spartan warrior.
Yes.
Yeah.
That fits pretty well.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe it was. This seems like a guy who knows some stuff.
Maybe it was.
He's comfortable getting his feet out. He knows some stuff. Definitely knows some stuff.
Therefore, because he's comfortable getting his feet out.
They're always the wisest people.
Tacitus was a historian. There you go.
Okay. That's even more.
A Roman historian and politician.
That is cool.
Regarded as one of the greatest Roman historians by modern scholars.
Damn.
There we go.
The more I hear about this guy, the more I like him.
He's kind of based, actually. I really do respect it.
I like him. He's my new favorite guy.
Never met the bloke, but he's all right this one. Yeah. Tacitus. Well, let's see if he can, for the third time of asking, tactically break down TYLOO and win this match. They've had 2 of these match points. They've been unable to convert them. Surely a third can't go missing. And especially with how weak and TYLOO have looked on this T side. Good chance. Lucalzi misses the opener. It's how him using the AWP instead of Art. Secondary, 3 players across the board who have used the AWP in this OT for Fluxo.
Yeah.
Shows the versatility, I guess.
Very true. It's tough to say whether that's sort of like a good thing
or a bad thing.
Yeah. You know, is it cool or is it just sort of desperate?
Yeah. Also, I'm assuming with Lucas it was spawn-based.
Probably.
Well.
And he's got an idea, and it's pretty effective. Nice find from him. Here's another coming his way.
Yes.
We love a no-scope. And he will indeed get it done. G trades. But the advantage is solid. And they've not really gained all that much ground on the side of TYLOO. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. You've got Mercury on the Tech 9. So this really gets shaky from here on in. They're all very split. I think the information is starting to be gathered as well on where these remaining T-side players are. Oh my, that was the round. That was the game, in all honesty. And it might just have given TYLOO away back in. Jamyoung, 41. Looking for the 42nd. He will get the bomb plant. Zevi slowly creeping in here. And just has to hope and pray that he goes overlooked, that it's an angle Jamyoung doesn't consider. At the moment, quite the opposite. He is trained in on Icon. Pistol out, and Jamyoung will get it done. We go again. I didn't catch who it was, but whoever missed that spray, that was bad.
It's damning.
That was bad. I don't want to be mean, but that was bad.
Let me see.
Man.
I think it might have been Art.
I hope not. Of all the guys,
Yeah.
I don't want it to be Art.
I feel like it might have been Art.
Holy.
Oh, it's tough, though. Seriously. Oh, that's another brutal one toss. And you know what? For Jamyoung, he lost that 1 versus Evie. The exact same setup as well, right? Plant in the same position, but this time plays it differently and hits the shot. It gets dings, though, which is crazy. Rare moments of emotions for Jamyoung, too. He's normally stoic all the way throughout, but such a sigh of relief. The third time that Fluxo have failed a match point as we go again. This time, OT, the magic number we look for is 22. And TYLOO, whatever you're paying Jamyoung, double it. This guy is ridiculous. 42 and 21. He has earned his paycheck and some. And it's not exactly like G's doing bad by any means himself. 33 and 22. What a show in Jamyoung. He's just so consistent, so reliable, and so damn sharp. Fluxo, they can't find a way to deal with him. We go again.
The beautiful game. It will indeed continue, so very difficult to split these two teams. There was multiple moments, even in just that overtime alone, where it felt like, oh, okay, 2 pretty dominant rounds should be enough to get it over the line. Oh, you hit 18 first, should be enough. But no, nothing is set in stone here on train. Zevi, with the creep forwards, has a good position as Lukowski has given him leave to go for the aggression. And he will take the kill, and the Molotov doesn't really force him away. So this is now an area that they control pretty handily on that Fluxo side.
And he can actually just fall away as well. Unfortunately, Mosaic can't really hold for him to fall back. He's dropping the util. He knows about this, but it's a missed shot. Tough 1-2 missed. They know they're trying to scale out. He spotted the player E-Box, but he just doesn't click.
Lukowski, maybe a little bit more going to be required from him. Zevi as well, in such a weird spot with the orb at the moment. More no-scopes. Leaves it all down to G. And he will miss his shot when called upon. Fluxo, rightfully so. Take it over the line, and it's Zev. I mean, the upswing from this guy is crazy, to be fair. What a round.
I think it was 7 and 18 at the end of regulation, I'm pretty sure it was. And while the scoreline of 21-25 doesn't look great if you're just looking at it on paper, it's actually the context around it. He was next to non-existent in regulation, and now he's taken over rounds on an individual basis. Really, really good work from him. We've had 3 match points for Fluxo. I'm pretty sure this is 3 times now as well, where when they failed the match point, they've won the round that they needed in towards the next set of OTs. So Fluxo, you have a classic kind of joke that you can't get the round to see it off, but you get it in OT. Continues to be true for them.
It's the AWPs, though, that seem to have turned the tide.
Yeah.
for Fluxo recently. Getting multiple in play.
Likazi look good with it as well. Might want to even see a little bit more of it, to be honest.
It's expensive to keep going on that CT side, though. That's the big thing. So you need a few wins in the back pocket. Strange. Very strange setup that TYLOO just abused. The players able to get down ramp a little too easily. And Fluxo seem to have forgotten where they are. I mean, that is a very strange B setup that just does not work at all.
Yeah. And also, not only is it a strange setup, but then if you are, you have to hit that shot, right? You can't afford to be playing aggressive in towards heaven with an orb and then miss. And it's not even, it wasn't exactly like it was, I mean, Jamie wasn't flashing round the corner. He just dry swung that. You've got to hit that shot every day, right? And if you don't, well, you die, you lose the round immediately. And this is the issue that they've just had, where it's, because of their slightly strange setup, they're playing actually very aggressive, right? There's no room for error. If you make a mistake, you give kind of the red carpet rolled out for TYLOO just to walk in towards the site and get a plant down. So it's a very high risk, high reward type of setup that they're going for early in towards that round. And unfortunately for Fluxo, it punishes them more than anything. So 19 apiece. If TYLOO can go 2 for 1 on the T side, the CT sides have looked a little cleaner as a whole. They can go 2 to 1 on the T side here. Puts them in a good spot, but I think we've already learned our lesson that nothing seems to be going as planned or predicted in this game, to be honest.
Very true. So we'll see. Every round worth its weight in gold at the moment. Who's going to take this? A bit of aggression coming round from Fluxo, but nothing coming off the back of it. It is again getting the AWP to lock out an area. The flash is good, but the shot is better. Oh, the trade is nice, however. Kind of worked your way into a corner there. Zevi is around to maintain the man advantage. And Fluxo walk away with a slim advantage here. Not really going to be enough to quite hammer it home just yet. Tough peaks, very tough peaks indeed. Attacker could have lost the bomb there, really. Very, very strange move. Again, you know, you just got to be aware of yourself here moving into these super important rounds.
Setting up, there's 3 players to meet them in the direction of B here. This might be a bloodbath. Molly will come down to force Art away, but he sets himself up on the edge of that barrel, which the Molly doesn't actually touch. And he spams for 1. Mosaic gets 2. Hang on. Rounds back on. It's all on the shoulders of Kai. He's had some nice moments throughout this series, Kai, but he's called upon in a big clutch. A 1 versus 2. All on the shoulders of the youngster. And G's holding. Mosaic turns back around. That is a wild one for TYLOO to recover. That did not look good. They were going into a stacked site at a numbers disadvantage, and they make it work. And TYLOO go 2 for 1 on the T side in OT. That's very important. And with how Zevi started as well, I didn't think that was going to be a possibility. 2 massive kills for him early, but not capitalized upon.
Yeah, T-side definitely feels like the more important side of things as well. So having a leg up moving into their defense, really going to be beneficial here for the Chinese team.
Yeah.
But you don't want to put your money where your mouth is as a commentator at this point. We've been in here long enough, so I'm not fully saying, yep, TYLOO should get it. Yep, they've got the advantage. They've got the momentum. We just have to wait and see in this one, but we will be getting into that second half of the 3rd bout of overtime. I really enjoy this edition of 1st to 22, you know, and we've had over the past couple of years for a while there. You really had to think getting into overtime and
counting,
making sure you get your words right, you know.
Yeah, especially when you get into kind of like the OTs that you don't see all that often, like 4, 5, 6, 7. You really get to a point where it is kind of that situation of like, oh, I'm really having to do like mental maths here. So yeah, tonight I thought it works. Attacker and Mercury. I like the proactivity here. It's something that's worked quite well for TYLOO, and hoping it'll work well for them. Shoulder spotted for Attacker. He's doing a lot of damage, but he can't get the kill. It's a Sentry for one, but only a respect that comes through. It's a bold move by Lucalzi, and running out of ammo, opting for the pistol, but Mercury, his job was done. It's a wild call to one by one swing through that smoke and, well, give Mercury chances. He easily could have walked away with 3 there.
Once again, the AWPs looking to just control certain parts of the map here. So G is hoping an opportunity comes his way, and I think he may well get his wish. They are on the way to his angle. He has to get one, he has to get away. I don't know if he can escape, but the quick scopes are indeed quick. Art will trade him out, but he is left very, very low indeed. Maybe wanted to be the guy getting traded rather than doing the trading, but yeah, we'll see here. He needs to net this round, in all honesty. All those nice bomb plant benefits you can get, not going to be enough. Fake out comes in, but he's tracked. He's finished off, and TYLOO, match point.
Yeah, that is a heroic moment coming through there from G. That second kill in particular, I don't even see the scope. Quick scope is by definition. I didn't see anything there on the surface looking like a no-scope. But, you know, as much as we've been lumping on loads of praise for Jam Young, G is been up there as well, especially because he is one of those guys who, in a similar vein, not maybe as bad, but he started slow himself. Wasn't looking super clean out the gates. We spoke about Fluxo squandering chances. They might be about to lose this match as well, which is sort of heartbreak for them, despite how good they've been at times. 21-19, 2 chances to close this out. And TYLOO take attack pause before committing in towards this round. And now or never for Fluxo. Not opting for the AWP on the T side. Zevi, Art, Lucalzi, all of which have wielded it throughout this game so far, all going for just a premium rifle. But now or never, like we said, first to 22. And TYLOO are right on the cusp. And deservedly so as well, especially in towards OT3. Looked a lot cleaner. 2 rounds from the T side and very good CT side. It is immaculate util users to just shut down the initial A presence, and the AWP of G is there. 2 versus 3, numbers favor TYLOO.
G at the back end of the site. It's Mosaic as well, looking to thread the needle through here. Oh my goodness. They both win their fights. The most important fights of the game thus far, and it's given them a way back in.
There's Jam Young.
One plant coming through. Jam Young just looking for the head. Oh man, he just completely overlooks Pop Dog. I thought maybe there was a moment where that might work, but unfortunately not in the end. We go again, and maybe a little further as well. One more for Fluxo, one more for TYLOO to see it off.
Surely not another, right? You know, it's all well and good if Fluxo continue to kind of squander the chances at match point with TYLOO. We can't be doing it too, right? Surely not. 21-20. We continue going. These 2 sides are inseparable. It's a really good thing for kind of Fluxo, who expectations in this tournament are probably relatively minimal, at least from an outside perspective. Maybe not so much of a good thing for TYLOO, who have quite high expectations, especially being on home soil. Early info gained. It's just an MP9 for Attacker, but he's heard a lot running through main. But he heard them running away.
Oh, could be big here for Mosaic. They're watching him, but he just peaks at the perfect time. And now it's a question, does he stick around? Does he go for another?
No way.
Yes, he does. He gets away with it, the one-man army. And that is exactly what TYLOO needed. Perfect 2-piece, shutting off that angle of the map. Absolutely brilliant.
It's a mental choice to fight there, though. You can fall away. And he looked at it. He was like, I'm going to fall away. Actually, nah. Do you know what I am? And Pop flashes himself in. And that alone could be what wins in the round.
Looking good here, moving out through heaven. Jam Young just trying to draw attention towards him. The position is a hell of a lot better from Mercury, and he will capitalize. TYLOO get it over the line. in the end, it is hard fought. It is a lot of work, but they will indeed take it. I think you've heard quite enough from myself and Neo. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
Hard fought indeed, Scriv. TYLOO managing to win it out when they finally get their first match point, but it did take 3 OTs and an extreme amount of hard work. Prof, Dust, what are your initial reactions coming out of that game?
What a game. What a game.
What a game in what way?
We definitely got the lads working for that 3D Max Huns quick 13-1, right? They working overtime quite literally. Messy, chaotic, you were saying these exact words. Entertaining, I would say. What? I think these are the 3 words for me.
That was one of the most dog shit CS I've ever had the displeasure to have to analyze. I'm just going to be real with you, man. Like, it is wild to me. Like, TYLOO starts off hot on the CT side, goes up 6-0. Phenomenal.
It was supposed to be over at that point.
I mean, yeah, and then they just fall apart for whatever reason. Kai's having a life game at that point, just like somehow brute forcing their way into tying things up 6-6. But then TYLOO start their, T-side pretty well. They're up 10-7 at one point. But then it's just like they forgot how to play T-side CS or train. They were just super disjointed. Utility was totally off point. Spacing was terrible. Trading efficiency was terrible. There was just nothing correct about how they were playing the rest of that T-side, which is how we end up in overtime. And throughout those overtimes, again, it's like no team could figure out how to actually just coordinate together any sort of execute. It's just people just not peeking together, people stuck behind smokes. It's just wild. Just what a terrible game.
Yeah, I think if we look back at the start of that first half, TYLOO getting that early lead,
I think so, yeah.
It's like a completely different match of Counter-Strike compared to then what started to transpire and ultimately what we were seeing pretty much only at the end of the game.
I mean, Jamyoung was trying to drag
Chaos
his team
and Mess.
kicking and screaming. Jamyoung tried his hardest to get this thing over with quickly. Like, he put in such an effort.
At that 6-0, Jamyoung is 12-1, and you're thinking they're just going to cruise away with this. But then Fluxo just did B hits, and somehow it seemed like even though Jamyoung was there, it seemed like TYLOO had no idea how to. Like, it's like the first time they saw a B hit come in, there's like no coordination. Like, okay, there's a flash and a Molotov. I guess I just have to do a one and done or just peek and die through a molly. And it kind of felt the same for both teams. Like, it didn't feel the depth is so not deep. I feel like they can do one or two things good, and then after that it just kind of comes down to these like 3v3s and people holding angles, going for fights and doing stuff that doesn't make any sense. We saw G having the op, dropping the op for the M4, running into Pop Dog to get a kill, and then coming out is like, this is such a low EV play, but it worked. Same with Lukowski, picks up the double op, holding Ivy, gets the first kill, then runs through a smoke to no-scope a guy, actually gets the kill and gets traded, but like, why? You get a kill, you get the entry, why are you running through a smoke with the 8
Then there's a round where
Art
Art has the op and enter playing the worst upper angle I might have ever seen, where it's not even a guaranteed one and done, where you can get the shot and fall back down and escape. Like, no, he's just out in the open in the center, so he doesn't even get one, he just dies. Like, there's just so many things that, I mean, this has been a long game, obviously, so we don't have time to pick it all apart, but you can just see that the cascading errors that both teams are making throughout these extra rounds that we had to go through. Luckily, TYLOO able to eventually, figure things out.
Let's check.
Just to say one thing, it just feels wrong that Jamyoung has 40 kills. He's 43, 25, and it's triple overtime necessary. So he has a 2-0 KD, and TYLOO needs to go in triple overtime against Fluxo. I mean, to win the game.
He had 30 in regulation.
In a way, it's a defeat.
So Jamyoung had he was our standout player of the match. He had an absolutely fantastic match. But yeah, it's odd that the victory required so much from him. At the same time, G was almost close to that 40 by the end. If we had to turn our attention away from TYLOO for a moment here, I think Fluxo are going to be very, very disappointed with that loss. Given the chaotic nature of the game, they had 2 match points there in those overtimes, and they couldn't capitalize. What was going wrong for them?
Yeah, I mean, Fluxo's definitely going to have a tough one because, for one, they did the hard part. They made the comeback in the first half on their T-side. They're going down 6-0 to tie up the half 6-6. That's pretty awesome to do from your T-side train, right? Then second half, they have a cold start again defensively, but they're able to recoup. They were at 12-11, so they had a chance to win in regulation, weren't able to do it. And then, yeah, they had multiple map points throughout those overtimes, and they just couldn't get it done. And it goes back to just, again, sloppy play, questionable calling, just again, they don't look like a team that's placed together regularly.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Dust. 2 match points in the overtime, but they also had the match point at the end of regular time. I'm sure Fluxo are going to be walking away from this very frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I know Dust is super critical. Like, for me, I saw some rounds where I'm like, okay, this makes sense. Even in the first half when they were making that comeback, there's one round where they call a B rush, Art goes in, he gets denied, smoked, dies, and then they stop and recover that 4v5 later in the round. It's like, okay, this makes sense. But then somehow we have like a double T-side op setup, 2 rounds from that they win, of course. And then I feel like it fuels the confidence that they can just do random stuff and that it's going to work, instead of just actually trying to play properly, that they show in some moments that they can. So I'm just left kind of bamboozled and confused about what is going on outside of the feat that the casters were talking about. That's going on.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, gentlemen, final question to both of you. Quickly, TYLOO, what do they need to do? What do they need to change? Even though they got the win, this isn't the form that's going to carry them through to playoffs.
You just need to forget about this game. Like, just be happy with the fact that you found a way to close it and just move on. Like, let this one go. Like, realize that this was not the type of Counter-Strike you want to be playing long term. They get the win. They stay on the upper side of the bracket. So you just walk away. I don't think you take anything from this.
Prof?
Yeah, just a bit of more coordination and stuff, especially in the later, like mid to late round. Just play together. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your thoughts. Yeah, TYLOO, get it done. Everybody did require 3 OTs, but yeah, they stay on that winning side of the bracket. Don't go anywhere. After a short break, we'll be back with Heroic versus Bait.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Are you ready? Counter-Strike! Stop.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. Time for our 4th matchup of the day, Heroic versus Bait. Prof and Dust, let's get straight into it. The most interesting sort of factor going into this matchup, right? So we've got Alcarin absent due to the visa issues on Heroic. We've got Kinsizer on Bait side in the same position. And then we've got Hades and Krasnal, teammates stepping in for either team. How's this affect this matchup? It's a very, I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this before.
I don't think I've ever seen this in my, 10 years of covering Counter-Strike. For 2 players from the same team to be playing on two different teams standing in. Like the odds of this happening for them to be playing the first game to like match up as well. So it's quite crazy. I think it's going to be a fun game. I think both teams know that they are not really. I don't think they have like great expectations from this tournament, knowing the visa situation. So it's going to be maybe a bit of a wild game, maybe something similar to what we just saw on Train. I don't know how you feel about that one.
God, I hope not. You know, I don't know. I think these two teams are, from what I've seen, are much more competent in how they approach things. I think it'll be, you know, interesting because on the one hand, for Heroic, you're replacing an Opper who already hadn't been there for very long. So I think the adjustment's a little bit easier as opposed to, you know, bringing in Krasnal for Kinzazord. I mean, that's tough because that's a guy that was their entry fragger that they relied on so much to create space for them. And I know Krasnal can be a somewhat aggressive rifler, but still just the amount that Bait relied on their former entrymen, Krasnal's going to be in a really tough spot, big shoes to fill in order to you know, solidify that role and be able to have an impact.
Yeah, I was looking at this a bit and also looking at like where the teams are ranked. Obviously, Heroic didn't make the major, so they're a bit below Bait and stuff like that. And Bait had some better results recently, but like all the odds are kind of slightly in favor of Heroic, and I agree kind of with that and what you said because of the factor of Kenzizor, in my eyes, being when he came into this Bait lineup, he was the X factor and he really unlocked the next level. So without him and without the coordinations and everything, I think it could be a bit more difficult. There's also a bit of language stuff going on, but from what I know, Krasnal did play with Ukrainians before, Polish-Ukrainian, kind of similar, but not the same. Meanwhile, Hades is just going into our international roster, right, where it is just English stuff that he's been doing. He's been standing in for G2 recently.
Exactly.
And I think Hades is a pretty good opper, and I think when he comes into a lineup, generally he looks pretty good. I think he has like issues in big games against the biggest teams longer, like maybe he can't get to that like S tier op level, but I think he's a really solid player. So I don't think if anything, I think he's better than Alcaran, realistically.
Possibly. I mean, something's got to click though for Heroic. I mean, there's been in such a tough spot, obviously losing so much talent, you know, losing Tanir, losing Sun Pius, you know, losing your coach. Obviously, they had the whole awkward situation where they signed Nilo to the team, but for the first 6 months, he sat on the bench as a sub. They bring him back in. They actually bench excl, but then they bring excl back because Tanir left. So you got that going on. Then you have the whole op situation going on where, you know, you bring in Alcare and he only played like maybe 1 or 2 events. Now Hades is standing in.
Yeah.
The results have not been there either. Yeah, the whole Grix you know, situation also mixed in. So it has just been total chaos over at the Heroic camp, and they're scrambling to find some stability. Unfortunately, they're still not going to be stable, having to use this stand-in situation as we're talking about. And yeah, the results also just have not been there. They've really struggled in their latest offline events.
Yeah, if we're talking about Heroic's recent results, you know, 1-3 in EPL Stage 1, losses to Gentlemates, 3D Max Astralis, 1 win over M80. Then, of course, we had them at Fisher Playground 2, where they went out 0-3, losses to Legacy, Pain, and Liquid. Those are 3 of the teams here. Yeah. So, yeah, this was a team already in flux, having struggles, and now they're here having to use a stand-in, and a good stand-in in the form of Hades, but you can't imagine that their expectations are high here, Prof?
No, I mean, I think the big thing for Heroic, especially that they're not going to the major, is like, how can they rebuild? Because they have been rebuilding very successfully, but that was all under Saw, and now they have Tobis as their coach. Can he do the same? Like, how much of that was kind of the Saw magic? How much was the org helping, finding, scouting, and everything like that? So I don't think it starts here, but who knows? Maybe it is the beginning of something. Alcaran is just on loan from Spirit Academy or Spirit, right? So there is no reason why Hades couldn't maybe earn his spot with some great performances here. Obviously, you said him and Krasnal, same team, but they are all benched on Inner Circle, right?
Yeah.
They said they would like to play together moving forward, but if people get individual offers, of course, you know, good luck and have fun.
What one point I'd like to circle back to, Dust, that you brought up is, of course, the loss of Tanir. That was huge for Heroic. We all saw Tanir on the rise, and then, of course, he gets stolen away to Spirit. It's very hard to plug that gap.
Absolutely. I mean, the guy was an extremity playmaker, an aggressor. He was one of the best rookies of the year. Like, obviously, Maladoy probably is the front runner of the Rookie of the Year category. There's obviously a lot of hype behind Kiyosuke, but I really felt like PR and Tanir were like the other two rifles that really stood out, as being like semi-rookies this year that could have a lot of impact for their respective squads. And so, yeah, Tanir is a massive loss. I will say Nilo coming in has actually played pretty well in some of the roles that he's been fulfilling, but it's really just about trying to figure out the rest, because I think excl can be a little bit hit or miss. I think they're still missing some firepower in some other categories as well. So yeah, it is tough when you lose that much talent. You've basically become a feeder team, at this point.
I just think if the team comes together and has some stability, I think all of the players can offer more. As you said, xCloud, individually, you can see that he is a skilled player and he does like to be very active, but he does have some games where he just goes missing, right? And then, Youngster as a kind of the anchor kind of role player for the team, I think has good skill as well, but overall the team has just been such a mess that we haven't seen that shine through in quite a while.
If we turn our attention to Bait, if we look at the core, funny enough, which is all the players away from Kensaiser, who's been there for the shortest amount of time, around a year, coming up to a year, that core of 4 players have been together for almost 2 years at this point. There have been ups, there have been downs. They, I think, are accurately called sort of like a mid-level solid team. How do they get to the next level? What do Bait need to do?
Yeah, it's tough because, obviously they had like the run where they made it through the first stage of the Blast-Offs Major with a perfect record. They looked pretty good there, but the follow-up wasn't so great. They played that Perfect World Challenge in China and did not play very well at all. Really, really struggled there, but coming third at Star Series, I felt like was like a semi-bounce back. Probably won a little bit more than third, but it was still like a respectable finish. And at EPL, even though that they didn't make it to the playoffs, they had some legitimate wins against like Legacy and G2 and showed a little bit of potential. I think that on paper, Bait's definitely the better team. I think that they have more consistent talent. Like I think NPL is one of the better fragging IGLs that we have, a very big playmaker. I think that Headtrick is a solid opera, especially against this level of competition. Maybe once he goes up against like elite level operas on top 10 teams, he could maybe fade off a bit, but I feel like in a tournament like this, I think this is an environment where he can actually thrive. So yeah, I think they have a lot going for them. Again, though, it does come down to the fact that you lost your entry fragger, and that's a big role to try to fill that Krasnal's going to have to do, just because, Kniezer, the guy had a 40% opening attempt rate on T-side. That's ludicrous. Like, no other entry fragger has to entry that much. Krasnal's not used to having to do that. This is going to be a tough adjustment.
Yeah, I think just adding on to that, I think Headtrick recently really dropped off as the young, still young Opper. He's been really struggling individually. I think less than 50% of the maps above a 1.0 rating. That's being a liability for the team, and they do rely a lot on NPL as the IGL, kind of calling around himself and putting himself in action positions to carry them through games, which is nice, and as you said, could work on this level, but I think when they meet better opposition, they just have the lack of depth and some also lack of consistency. Like some games when Kensizor is really popping off, then they can do damage. Other games, obviously, if you have 40% opening duels on one guy, you're kind of over reliant on how that guy is feeling on the day. So I think that has been, these two factors have been limiting to them, so they need a bit more proactivity maybe from other players, and just Headtrick to get back to where he was not that long ago.
Given the stand-in issues on both teams, guys, is there a chance here that we see a TYLOO Fluxo sort of matchup?
I would hope not. I think the structure is still very much there for Bait. I think the way that they approach Counter-Strike is nice. They have a very fast-paced, aggressive play style, but it's like organized chaos. It's not, lacking structure. Like they tend to, have good utility. They tend to understand, their timings and things of that nature. So I think that they can hopefully keep that intact. Meanwhile, you look at the other side, Heroic, it's just a very scrappy team. It's very hard to see much order in that lineup with as many changes as they've gone through in such a short period of time. So I tend to think that when you look at this matchup, I think the stand-in situation for Bait's probably a little bit tougher to deal with, but I also think that they're the better team. And so I do think that Bait comes in with the slight edge.
Let's see the maps.
Yeah, map veto up on screen. And we will be playing this one out.
Dust 2?
Dust 2. Prof, what do you think about Dust 2? Do you see this map giving the edge to either team?
I feel like the opping situation is one that comes to mind here, where I'd give it to Hades over Headtrick. right on current form for sure, giving a bit of edge to Heroic in that way. I think they generally do enjoy a good Dust 2, like xCloud and LNZ. I think with the rotations, I think they could do damage. Yeah, I'm still leaning Heroic side here. Just talking about LNZ, I think he's a interesting IGL. I would like to see, again, also for him to have a more stable roster for a bit to see how he can develop, because he's shown at certain points something to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, the banning...
Just quickly there. It's interesting because it's not a great map for either team. I'm just looking over the last 3 months right now.
I mean, Heroic suck on all maps. Of course.
And this is the one that they actually have a positive win rate on with this 5. With the standing situation withstanding, whereas the last 6 out of 8 games that Bates played on Dust 2, they lost. So I'm surprised they let it get to Dust 2, honestly.
Yeah, but I did want to throw it over to you, Dust. But building off what Prof said, where there's a chance here that Hades can enjoy and feel a lot of freedom on Dust 2. Maybe he can pop off as the stand-in. Do you think there's a chance of that?
Yeah, very possible. I mean, this is one of the maps where Oppers can have a substantial impact on both sides of the map, and so both will be tested here. Again, this is like where Hetrick does have to step up. Obviously, Prof mentioned some of the individual struggles he's had, but this is the level of opposition where Hetrick should be able to step up, right? And we'll have to see how that plays out. Him versus Hades will be definitely intriguing to keep an eye on.
Guys, what do you think about general expectations for these teams, considering the stand-in situations?
Yeah, I just wanted to latch onto the Hetrick part just for a second.
We've got time. I'm waiting for word on exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I see that. No one's on the server. I mean, people are on the server, but no one has a headset on, so it's gonna take a bit. But talking about Hetrick and or Wrinkle, there's a Ukrainian organization out there that would probably want a new Opper after Wonderful's latest performances. The game against Mouse specifically is I feel like Na'Vi are definitely out there on a look for someone that could step up. On current form, definitely Hetrick wouldn't be that guy, but if he turns it around, I think he knows in the back of his head that there's ways to go for him if he could just perform slightly better.
Just quickly, on a more light-hearted, sort of away from the CS note, did you notice all the Heroic players have those breathing things on the nose?
Yeah.
That's new, right? I've not seen that. I don't think they had that at the last event. This is maybe a new initiative from the coaches. Nasal breathing and... Anyway, Dust, over to you in the studio.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that's going to have a whole lot of impact
wait,
the result.
Watch, see, LNZ, you can see it on him there. Youngster had it, xCloud had it.
Nilo
doesn't look like Nilo's taking part.
Nilo does have a pretty big nose there, right? He doesn't need any extra.
And Hades is refused also.
Yeah, nothing.
Right, my theory has
I also
been
have quite a big nose, so I don't need them. But I feel like we're all quite handy over here on the desk.
I feel like they don't really provide a whole lot of value.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the CS. Back to my original question. Prof, thank you for your thoughts there. But general expectations, Dust, for both these teams, given the roster situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think even though Bait has had some recent struggles on Dust 2, and I feel like they probably could have played the ban out a little bit better to get to one of Heroic's weaker maps, because most of their maps are weak, honestly. You've actually allowed them to play one of the few maps they've actually had some success on lately. So that is a little bit surprising. But with that said, just kind of thinking about how these teams play the map, I do think that Bait has a little bit more structure. They're a little bit more tidy. I think they're a little bit more efficient on how they approach the map. And I think they also have a little bit more consistent firepower. So I think all withstanding, Bait still should come into this feeling like the favorite. Yes, the same situation is going to be painful, but I think this is a map where, hopefully NPL and Hetrick can kind of get rolling and make up for that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I feel there's a chance here that it could be... Well, funny enough, right? We saw that TYLOO Fluxo match, and it ended up being competitive. It went very long, many rounds, which I don't think we necessarily expected. Regardless, that's how it played out. Earlier in the day...
Even though it's such a long map, these guys still couldn't get ready for theirs.
But what we were saying earlier in the day was... it was GamerLegion Liquid that we were sort of expecting to be that close or most potential banger matchup of the day. I feel there's a chance here that this could be competitive, given all the context going in. I
mean, similar level teams. I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out on Dust 2. We've got a lot of known quantities in this matchup, but given, the roster situations, it could... be quite a surprising matchup.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to the map to see some head-to-heads that we'll potentially have across Dust 2. But other than that, let's see what's happening.
Yeah, let's see if we can bring up
that
map again. Yeah, it will be on our screens very shortly, and we can look for we can see what duels and positions we have to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of assuming that Krasnal will take over Knizer's spot in middle with NPL. I mean, I would just imagine that they're going to keep things as similar as possible. But again, this is a map where NPL is really good about calling around himself and setting up all the different various ways. I mean, they play Dust 2 very standard. So yeah, it'll be a bit kind of big because it's just like Hades. You want him to be free with the op and be dynamic on the CT side, and it's how much freedom is Heroic going to give him to kind of be the guy that can kind of call his own shots. Or are they able to design plays around him? Well, something to certainly be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to raise. It'd be very interesting to see. In terms of Hades, in terms of dynamic AWPing, if he's swinging to that B side over to the A side, Prof, that could pay dividends perhaps for Heroic.
Obviously for Heroic, I mean, not like a surprising lineup where people are playing Youngster and LNZ anchoring, and then Nilo and xCloud as the rotation elements. I think xCloud is kind of the more vocal part of that team. Obviously, he is pretty loud when they win, but also in terms of like co-calling and helping, and with the position that he's playing, he has to be a part of that like decision-making process with the Opper and potentially Nilo of like, are we going to be fighting mid? Are we going to rotate and, counter the short pushes and stuff like that? So he's always going to be a key part of if their CT side is going to look good. And on the other side, I think NPL, as you mentioned, both on T and on CT, he's always kind of in the middle of the action for the bait.
I think even more weight's on his shoulders now without Knizer being here.
Yeah.
Again, Krasnal is certainly a guy who can be aggressive and can play with NPL, and they can kind of tag team together with some of these entries, but NPL is definitely going to have even more weight to be the big performer, I think, in this matchup. And, as we're seeing kind of Heroic huddle up, I think the key one for me from what we were seeing there is just I want to see how Nilo responds to defending mid. Like, he's been playing pretty well so far in that B rotator position. Being able to keep that up against a bait team that can play a very up-tempo but organized style. It'll be interesting to see how he handles that test.
Smiles all around for Heroic. Always great to hear those screams and energy before the matchup. There's always this argument, right, is that when you have a stand-in or rosters are going through flux, that perhaps there's a chance that the players can relax and enjoy themselves a bit more. But there's a lot of on the line here, big tournament, and let's see which one of these two teams finds a better route in the situations that they're in.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, we know that the VRS cutoff is done for this major that's coming up in Budapest, but what's huge for where these two teams are ranked at, like making sure that you get the VRS points you need to be invited to tournaments next year is huge. Right? I mean, this event, for example, is using rankings based on July, right? So you're always kind of playing months in advance. So what you do here kind of determines what type of events you might get invited to come January, come February of 2026. And again, both these teams are kind of right on that bubble, I feel like, of missing out on invites or potentially being invited. They can perform well and get some points. So this match still has a lot of weight, even though you're dealing with stand situations and whatnot.
I mean, especially for Heroic, who are not at the major,
exactly.
Right? And you wanna have something lined up. It's also, if you're going to be making roster changes to entice people, okay, we're going to, not Katowice, going to Krakow. We have an invite for this. We have an invite for Bucharest coming up. So then people can be like, okay, if I'm joining this team, I know I have these tournaments coming up, and not like I need to grind online qualifiers to get a spot somewhere.
Guys, we're still waiting for this one to go live, so why don't we get Neokai and Scriv involved, widen the conversation. Boys, how you doing in the booth?
Yeah, good, man. Can't complain. That was a pretty spicy previous game, so I don't think we were.
You guys recovered?
Yeah, just about. I've had enough pistachios to fill me through, so I'm doing all right. But I'm looking forward to this one. It's kind of a decent look into both of these sides who are in kind of weird spots with the stands-ins. It should be a kind of an interesting game because it might be just super loose.
Do you know what would be sick in this matchup? If we could get the in-game chat on screen, see if Hades and Krasnal are firing shots at each other.
I'm expecting that for sure, but it's probably going to be in Polish, so then we can't really.
It wasn't an actual ask, by the way. I was just saying that could be kind of interesting. So no need to get too literal with it, Prof.
I'm sorry, I always do that.
All right, Scriv, how you doing, mate? You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, good. Yeah, very much so. I think kind of in the same vein that Neo's saying, it should be a pretty interesting game, and even bar standings. I think core-wise, there's a little rivalry here. There's a little head-to-head, you know, kind of thing going on with those extremity teams, as it were, and as you guys were talking about with VRS and everything. So, yeah, I think as an opening BO1, we'll see where they're at. We'll see if it is loose. We'll see if there is still a game there. But it should be good fun, and I'm just about hanging on, I think.
Yeah. And we're playing on Dust 2. Do you think this map sort of has given either team the edge here?
I kind of like bait on this map as much as I don't think, you know, you guys are talking about, it's not exactly kind of the best map, but this is such a kind of a weird time as a whole with the standing situation. But at times it's a map which I just like what MPL does. It's just for me individually, I think he can kind of just call around himself, and then obviously, generally speaking, he normally is the name you look towards and decides to put up numbers, but he's always been quite interesting for me. So I think like individually MPL can have a lot of fun on this map. He likes to be a little bit loose in terms of at times where he wants to play it. So I've seen good moments from him. But as a whole, I don't really know what to expect. Like, how does Krasnal slot in towards his side now, and can he even play in sort of the places that he wants to, or is he just kind of just going a raw one-for-one swap? Are they kind of incorporating him or not? And on a map like Dust 2, it's kind of difficult to do that. So yeah, I don't know. I maybe lean bait, but I always have my bait biases anyway. So
I'm getting some information from the ground directly.
Yeah, I saw you looking at your phone. What secret source
information? 0 practice with Hades. From Heroic. Zero practice from Hades.
That is a shocker.
I asked about the vibes. The vibes are okay.
Oh, so we're not even claiming strong vibe, just okay vibe.
Okay, vibes are okay.
Well, I think the huddle showed great vibes.
I mean, maybe they're built. This is slightly outdated. Maybe like 5-10 minutes. I'm not looking at my phone while I'm talking here.
Can you leak the source?
No, per sources.
I'm going to guess HLTV staff on site probably.
Who do you think he messages?
Perfect World Leaks on Twitter.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah.
Farming.
Appreciate that insight.
Shout out to my source, though.
Yeah,
Handsome source.
Handsome source.
Handsome source.
Okay. That hasn't rounded down for me. You know, many handsome people in our game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, thanks for that background info.
No
I was expecting the vibes to be very high. I know Hades is a bit of a joker, and it looked like they were having a good time in the prac room. Nasal breathing apparatus included.
Yeah?
Guys, we've got time. Look, let's just talk about anything we want to talk about.
What do you got? You're the host, so you steer this direction.
I am. I'm trying my best to steer this ship right now.
What about the other results that happened? Maybe we can take a look at the other results.
Yeah, let's see what's going on at Group B.
Yeah, I saw Fnatic,
going on over there.
Fnatic got a W. I know Neokai, you got an article out there written about your opinions on Fnatic. So
did I? I didn't realize that.
It was on Fragbite, I think.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Let's go. I didn't even realize that was a thing. But yeah, good. I mean, Counter-Strike lost today because they won. So,
what do you feel about the latest news? They said they're trying out a 6-man roster. Fear said, and Cypher might come back.
Well, as long as he goes to the major, I'm happy. Even if they stick, I mean, I think Chikazma's a great pickup. I think he's a great player. Don't get me wrong. But I just, love Cypher, and I want UKCS at a major. So it's obviously UKCS bias. But hey, if they do the 6-man roster thing and he gets to go to the major, I'm happy.
The 6-man roster has always been a very beneficial working system. I've seen it work every single time in CS. It's never had any pitfalls or any failures. So I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong at Fnatic trying to do that.
I think they just feel bad. They just feel bad for the guy. So
yeah, they saw the social media outrage. We're like, actually,
good.
He's still here. There's a chance.
We might bring him back to the major.
We could actually do it
before the major is like, actually, we're not bringing him back. Then it's even worse.
I'm doing
denied twice.
Gentlemen, I shall cut. Well, at least us in the studio off and throw it over officially to Neokai and Script, because this one is ready to go.
Hell yeah. Here we go. This is what we're here for, of course. Dust 2, good to get a nice breadth of maps in the BO1 here on the A stream. So we'll take a little bit of Dust 2. I think as well, for me, it feels like quite a nice map when you do have the stand-ins, when you do have 0 practice, apparently, with said stand-in. I think Dust 2, pretty blanket. Everybody knows how it works. Shouldn't need too much of said practice. So we'll find out. We'll find out as it unravels, but I think it's a good map for both teams here.
Yeah, I think similar with like Mirage, for example, you can just play it like a pug, ultimately. And this is where kind of come back to what I was saying a little bit earlier to the boys on the desk, was just, you know, this could be a little loose, all things considered. And we're flying up towards long early. Hades going to tuck himself in towards Gandalf. He has a lot of support here as well as they're trying to scale up. And it's Krasnal takes first contact and the first fight, and he then nets himself 3 quick kills. Okay, the stand-in buff for Krasnal has netted him 3 kills and left Youngster all alone. That was so quick.
Yeah, he's got a Glock in one hand, the for sale sign in the other, I think, with a round like that. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Every shot lands. Youngster trying to make something happen here, but of course, the round will be over if he can take a kill away with him. Kill bonus, hold on to the Julies, actually, and the armor. He has a pretty decent force buy setup on the cards, but it is just the one for him. Yeah, before the round even gets going, Bait have got it under wraps, so looking really good off the back of Krasnal. We'll see now how things pan out.
How does a Cynthia walk away with the MVP there, by the way?
Yeah, that's kind of
round MVP. That, just because he plants, you really hate to see it. But no, Krasnal's a solo. He gets dinked as well before he even takes the fight. So he's low and then sharp. Look at these again. Oh, man. The isolation of fights. So well done. And what a way to start as well for Bait. Heroic. They're going to go for the force buy. They don't bring a lot to the table, so hopes on Youngster and that FAMAS to do something here. But Bait should be able to get a decent start here on the T side. And we do sort of need a pretty good T side as well. If this is losing, if both sides, well, I'm not too sure about Bait, but, you know, Heroic having practice, as we were kind of discussing, if it is going to be losing a bit puggy, you want a big T side.
Flashing coming. Oh, from the T side, actually.
Oh.
The kill goes the way of the CTs. Works out very, very nicely for them. They get some information on the contact flash as well. So all of a sudden, a beneficial spot to be in. Oh, the leg spotted. Zed got to get this right. But the MAC-10 might come away with a couple, actually. He does get traded, thankfully. 5-7 on high. A great position for him. FAMAS retrieved, but lost as quickly as it was. Nilo with a big kill to keep this man advantage alive. Head trick trying to clutch things up. The cheeky little fake out to spot that ramp player, but he just was not ready. Thought there was nobody there. Thought he was ahead of it, perhaps. And Heroic net the force.
Yeah, what a round to scout back as well. Really, really well done. That first shot that, I guess, goes wrong for Bait as they're swinging in towards short. The flash that comes over, the flash is really good. They just don't expect it to be essentially like a triple setup. There's 2 players up close, 1 deep who's setting up for a CT flash. But too many bodies, bit of a deer in headlight moment as well. Didn't exactly know where to look. So, all things is, it's a fantastic round to be taken back and kind of scalping away from Bait. And it puts them in a really awkward financial kind of position. They have to force because of double eco, but again, what they bring to the table isn't exactly great. MPL with a scout and a few upgraded pistols. So they're really hoping that MPL can soften up a few people here, make life a little easier for the upgrades, but I mean, double AK to work with, salvage for the CT side. It's a fantastic spot that they're in.
Oh, good timing. Not quite as much damage as I was expecting, actually, from Nilo. The nade as well. On the same player, all this damage, though, I suppose, which certainly could help net that first kill. It has slowed down as Bait gain some short control, but not quite enough to really do anything with.
Could be a big nade here. It is. MPL left solo, and Hedrick not exactly doing great off the back of that one. 45 seconds. And a very slow scale here by Bait. They're going to start to commit now as the smoke comes down. A Molotov behind it to try and keep them at bay. And it is going to continue to buy some time if they want to go for late rotations. Hades also has an incendiary to work with too. Dropping in towards shores, they're starting to move their way forward. Flashes it through from ramp 1, which he avoids. The second he can't, they try to get up close. Hades gets 2 before he falls.
Any more? The answer is no. Xcloud looking crisp on his retrieved AK. Could be very deadly. They cannot get that out of his hands anytime soon. But yeah, Bait not really delivering too much. You don't expect too much. But all the same, I think they would have liked to return on the investment, get the bomb plant, something along those lines. Heroic have very quickly turned this dial up to 11, looking super dominant in that round. So, I don't know, man. It's not the best start for Bait, honestly.
No, it's not. Little fly. It's just losing that force buy round that really kills all the efforts of slight momentum they were building up. Down up close, simple for Hades. An opportunity to farm some cash as well as he gets a second. It's a T-Flash that comes in towards lower, so it's not going to be a bit careful. Makes a meal of it. TYLOO gets the kill. More for Hades, though, so his MP9 is printing money now. That's a consolation for Alex, but that's all it is. 3-1. So now's the real true test for Heroic. It's all well and good they found these last couple of rounds where they've been, relatively solid, all things considered, but it's the full buy coming through for Bait now. And this is the kind of the true indication of what we're going to see out from Bait. They got a nice pistol, crashed on it clean, don't get me wrong, but is that replicable as a whole? No, ultimately. So we've got to start to prove to ourselves in these gun rounds.
Quick out long here, could be deadly, and it is. Really well found off the back of the spawn. They look to chase as well. Very nearly get away with another. Solid find, solid control. Meanwhile, NPL predicted, doesn't quite get the kill, and he will go down on the chase. So a pretty big deal for Heroic to get themselves back in the round.
It's also just one of these things where with a smoke down on that side of tunnel, if you're Bait, you have to assume that upper B tunnels is just lost. There's no chance of getting in there. We basically have to commit towards A unless we go for a very late playthrough mid to B. Minute to work with. Numbers favor that of Bait as well. Hades AWP, excl playing up towards car, but the only issue with this car angle, it's traditionally very one and done. He's got to have a supporting element, but no one's close enough really to be of any help. It's not exactly the greatest angle to play here. He should get traded after one. There's the first, but they don't. They overlook it, so excl does get away with a second. And Hades will play up off this smoke as well with the AWP. Can't hit the first shot, but falls away and stays alive.
Oh, awkward Molotov. Bomb potentially could have gone down in that small window, and you see the effect that it has now. It's all going to be down to Head Trick. Ah, man, I don't know. This once looked good to me, now not so much. He's got a lot of guesswork. Gets aggressive, takes the AWP down. Hades maybe moving a little early, a little quick. Youngster's very low. He needs a crisp headshot if he's to take this one. And as yet, he can't find it. Caught with nade in hand. Desperate for ideas. A big move from Head Trick there to get Bait back on the board.
It's so bold as well. That swing on towards Hades, he's not exactly going quiet about it in the 1 versus 2. He's flying into that fight on towards Hades and completely catches him off guard. Doesn't expect that level of aggression. And then with Youngster being so low, the slight playing of time and playing around the box, unfortunately for Youngster, that was next to impossible to win. Did have Utah, but didn't get time to throw it. So really, really well done from Bait. Well, in particular from Head Trick. It's great that he stepped up in that way. Of course, AWP recover too is always going to help, especially financially, where it's an AWP AK and then Galil's to round out the buy. So, not flush with cash on that T side. Or still have a chance to make life a bit awkward. A tag with that molly. Bait don't seem to react to it, but excl was up close.
Looks like another short move here for the Bait side of things. Making a bit of noise now. There's no overpeaks from Heroic. They don't want to give away that first kill unless they absolutely need to. So with a minute left on the clock, utility now comes out from Bait themselves. They don't have a smoke to guard it off. They don't necessarily have the best eyes towards short either. It is going to be a drop down in towards CT. Well read, well predicted, so it's an easy kill. And now the game is perhaps given away. They're moving through this mid-smoke. Really well read round from Heroic, and I think they will absolutely get this in the bag. They used their utility perfectly. They have seen this round. They have predicted this round, and it pays off.
Lindsay will fall to Ascenthial, but there's nothing you can do. You probably want to die as well, if you're being honest. You prefer a bit of the loss bonus than saving the Galil, I guess, but looks like he can opt for the latter. Saving will be the case if he can. But Heroic, like you said, it's such a fantastic round for them. They use the util to isolate fights and give themselves advantages. And for Bait, it is quite sloppy, right? They're swinging in one by one, and these individual fights they're taking just don't fall in their favor, putting a lot up to chance, a lot up to 50-50s. And this is Bait, I think, as well, right? You know, even when they have the full lineup and Kentazor's in the side, we're going to look to them and how they've played in the past, and it's maybe in a similar fashion to what we were talking about in the opening game of the day. It is a live and die by the sword a little bit with Bait. When things don't work out, they really don't work out. And then when they can find form and they snowball, they're really difficult to stop, especially in kind of the tier 2 and the tier 1.5. But the issue is, right now, against Heroic, it's just not phasing them.
Yeah, Snowball has not gotten going just yet. Back into the action, though, after a brief timeout. I think kind of important, again, as you say, the nature of the team, to just set them on the right path, and maybe they are at the moment skewing from that and a little too chatty, a little too nervous for this opening game. Hades will catch the spawn peak as Krasnal goes down. Xfloud with a good nade here as well. Softens up a good number of the players on that Bait side of things. So feeling pretty confident from what we can see that Heroic should get this one. No sweat off their back.
PL up close to the Glock. He might get a consolation of catching Xcloud off guard. He's just not expected to be here. Not this early at the very least. Unfortunately, there's no real reason for Xcloud to go pushing in towards short, to be honest. That angle on towards ledge is just so strong. Hades at range, catches head trick. But Xcloud will fall off, and MPL would have heard that. So we can start moving his way forward, and he does. He's just taking pop shots. Hades, a bit of a pea shooter against armor, so not exactly doing loads of damage, but just being a nuisance. Xcloud will reclaim his position, and behind that smoke as well, he should be able to shut this down with ease. That's the bomb as well. Last round of Ascenthial with that saved Galil. Also falling flat. Easy for Xcloud as Heroic find 5.
And look very good while doing so. It's a pretty good omen for the rest of this half if they're able to keep tapping into that. Denying bomb plants pretty successfully now as well. So yeah, really looking good. I'm kind of worried about Heroic twofold. There's this whole stand-in thing going on, of course, but just a serious drop-off from this team. Yeah. The past 6 months have been very rough.
That's the minus Tanier effect in a way, right? But you can't see blood on the wall, I think a little bit before that too. But no, I do think you're right. I mean, it is a really interesting time for Heroic, especially no major either. It's tough to be motivated in a way, right?
Very true. Oh, Krasnal, clean find from him. Maybe Bait are getting themselves back into proceedings here. Big tag, but not the kill that they desperately need. Heroic have got to crack the nut if they are to keep this round alive. Youngster. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, he does get one. He definitely needed to get one from a position like that, but it does not look pretty. Hades cannot catch anyone else off. He's going to be smoked from B now as well. Yeah, pretty heavily split. There's always potential if you can isolate the 1v1s, but I don't think that's quite what LNZ wanted. Hades now is trapped. There is only one way out, and it is to battle, but Krasnal denies him the chance at anything in this round.
He's typing immediately.
yeah.
He got straight onto the typing there. I think that might be a bit of a consistent thing between those two as well. It could be worth just keeping an eye on the head-to-head between those two, just for the love of the game. That's a good round to be taken for Bait, especially because, I mean, these rounds have looked a little flat. And I wouldn't even say that was a fantastic round by Bait. It's not exactly like it's the most meticulously called one, but they make it work. It's a little scrappy, but sometimes you need a bit of chaos to sort of start finding a bit of form and a round in your favor. And I think it is a round that they can sort of try and work with. Take a bit of control, play as a pack, and hope that is enough. Hades boosted up, missed shot. There's lower control in towards short can now be taken and relinquished away from Heroic. And Lindsay's up close. Very one and done traditionally this angle, but Krastel's not going to clear it. And unfortunately the trade is an AWP, but Lindsay will swing into him, so Headtrick given a freebie.
Oh, big fight. X-Cloud able to hold his line well. The two-piece so important. Heroic back to their winning ways. Maybe Alex has got different things to say. Not ready for the second player in on the site though. Again, a little labored. There's certainly some messier fights here in this game, but Heroic will immediately answer back. Second time they've done that now as well, right? As soon as Bait get around, as soon as they are looking upwards, Heroic shut them down. Yeah,
which is really good to see as well, that they're just not phased by the fact that we lose a round. It's a sort of, you brush it off, you go again. Second attack pause taken here by Bait, and another opportunity to get Madden, the coach, on the mic. But yeah, it's quite an interesting time when you look at basically where this Bait side are and how they're playing so far. For the most part, quite flat. It looks like the strat block isn't super developed, but that is also Bait in a nutshell, right? That they don't always have the most depth to them. They can fall back on relying on the individuals, but unfortunately the individuals aren't showing up. MPL's looking pretty flat at 2 and 8 as well, not what you want to be seeing. Hedrick's had a couple of moments, but he still finds himself at 6 and 7. So it is kind of a tough spot where the heroes aren't stepping up for Bait, and, well, for Heroic, we've seen a few of them. Hades, Exile, both looking excellent so far. LNT will be the first to fall. Exile's trying to stuck around behind. They try and drop that nade round the corner, but it catches the edge. Still, your 2 heavy hitters are still alive for Heroic, despite the man disadvantage. It's not panic stations just yet.
Certainly close, though. And they know they have to do something. That's what they're going for here on short. Slow encroachment. More and more information being gained, and maybe starts to confirm a long hit. X-Cloud, oh man, has to get this right, and a lot of it is not really down to him. Trying to play the patient game. I think he might be biting a bit too early. Oh, he's seen that smoke come over, but unfortunately MPL was very, very ready for him. So now feels and looks like a really, really good position for this T side to capitalize on. They just have to get through Hades. Molotov will help. It just about spreads to him, so some decent damage. Going to give his position away now as well. The nade, not quite as good, but he's just the last bastion of the defense, really. Trying to get in there quick with the AWP and thin the numbers, thin the herd. It's not worked out for him. I feel like all his teammates are going to go down.
No
here.
way.
Who the hell's got the knife out? It's Crass now, of course. That's hilarious.
They should have let him have it.
That is so funny. For him.
Yeah.
Not for Hades, of course. Youngster left to clutch up, not going to happen. And Bait do well.
Oh, yeah. It would have been even funnier if Krasnow actually could have got that knife off. He gets a tag, I think, with it. But for Bait, it's good. We find a round. But coming back to what we've been saying about for this Bait side, it's consistency. We need to get consecutive rounds on the board. Not only to see off this half in a positive way, but actually for this entire map, we need to start finding back-to-back rounds and real form. And that's where you're going to put pressure on Heroic. Because right now, they can just reinvest back in. And for the most part, no issues. Sure, LNZ picks up an MP9, but it's fine. Nilo up close. A lot of reliances, or a lot of, I guess, presence, may I say, has been put on this lower control from both sides. Honestly, smart move. Get out. There's just no point playing behind that molly there.
Yeah, again, Bait having to do a lot of heavy lifting to just even get into lower. So you're keeping them at bay, keeping them slow. Hades just reacting, but it wasn't a player, unfortunately, so no kill coming in. That reveals the location of the AWP as well, which I feel is somewhat important for Bait to play around. Flash towards mid, no hard peek, however, and they have not moved for quite a while here on this T side.
God, there's no room for error there for Hades at all. That is such a slim margin to work with. He's more concerned about this mid to B split, and it's probably rightly so. CT smoke that comes down. NiLo first contact, and the contact is good. Down goes MPL. He gets in, gets out. Hades will miss a shot. Information gained, and a smoke down towards doors will slow down the roll of Bait. But look at the time, 20 seconds. We don't have really a lot of time to be slowed down. What a flash that comes through from LNZ. The MP9 gets a dink as well. Headtrick and Alex left reeling. LNZ at range of an MP9 could do the job here. Less than 10 seconds to get this bomb down. And Ascential, who is one of the healthier players, is caught. Bomb goes down, but the round is won. And they, for the third time now as well, where it's you get a round on the board for Bait and Heroic immediately respond.
Very true. Very true. I think that the retake, nice and easy. Bait, though, as noted, as is obvious, just did not leave themselves enough time. And it causes some panic. They don't look the best selves, I think, that we've seen from this team. They certainly do look disjointed, and I think that's why we have seen a couple of those timeouts fly in and, yeah, just try and set them straight, but doesn't seem to be working. That being said, it kind of is. Heroic are just really effective at shutting them down and responding right now. Big find, though, in the early stages, so may well set Bait for a fifth.
I see. Open up. A second behind it as well as NiLo's caught by a head trick. Doing God's work with that AWP. So sure, Bait getting up towards a fifth. It's not a bad T-side by any means. But it's just the fact of how they've got to the scoreline. Still is that conversation that we'll keep bringing up all the way throughout as it continues, which is just no consistency yet. And this round's far from over, sure. Favored towards Bait, but I'm not going to discount, especially excl, whose current form's looking really solid. Now, let's see going for a push here. Krasnal holding. Shadow was spotted, but it was too late for LNZ to react. So Alex finds the kill, and they can now scale in towards long. Doesn't really seem like there's too much of a chance here, if you're being completely frank. Heroic down to 2. And Exile's alone towards the A site.
Rotation is quick. That's about the only silver lining here, I think. Oh, caught in the back as well. Youngster. Nothing he can do, and of course, no real option to save, but it felt like xFloud kind of just conceding the round. Turn of the half doesn't look too bad. We're, again, pretty lively.
That happened, same thing earlier in MIBR.
Yeah. It's got the moves, man. It's crazy.
7-5 is where we're at. It's not a bad half for Bait, right? I think it's kind of the main takeaway, but like I said, it's just the way they get those 5 rounds. No, they get no consistency, no form, no pressure put on towards Heroic in terms of getting back-to-back rounds on the board and starting to scale in towards the game a little bit, snowball as we like to call it. None of that, where Heroic, they did. And Heroic are very good, especially at responding a new angle just before we get underway in towards the second half. But yeah, I need to see a lot more out of Bait. I'm just not sold on the side just yet. It does feel, while the scoreline's not that damning, that Heroic are deciding real control right now. And they do look like they've got a little bit more about them. Despite the no prac, Hades being left sort of on his own a little bit. It's working. The rest of the team can play around the normal setups that they would. Let's see if that translates towards the T side. 7-5. For Bait as well, we're looking for proactivity on that CT side. Try and get in towards their face a little bit. Understand what the executes are looking like before they happen.
fair bit of utility here for Heroic, so I think they're coming in with quite a firm game plan. Try and clear out lower, clear out short. But there was never any presence there from Bait anyway, so what do they do from here? Seems like a pretty simple short move at the end of the day. And there's only one player directly holding it. I mean, not even all that close, to be honest. Like, yeah, A seems loose for short.
Yeah, you're right. And they come. Smoke that all CT. They can all drop as well. For the post plant, this is. Bomb planted by Hades, and they're set up now as well. Alex, there could be one on the cards here, but no, Young's other ideas. Gets his kill, upgrades to the USP. Really difficult retake now as well. Got one flash to work with, no kit.
Not ideal. Given a lot of room across to this T side. Keen headshot to open it up, but the response is louder. Heroic will mow them down as they try an entry into that A-bomb site. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling what you're feeling. The lack of a kit, the lack of a defense on the site. The two things don't really go that well together. They just sort of put all their resources into B ultimately and hoped it was a B hit, and then it wasn't a B hit. So now it's like, oh, well, what do we do? And you just gave too much control across, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things as well. Like I don't even hate the idea of if you want to gamble a site or if you actually want to move around the map as a pack, but you just have to have the kit there because you are going to be called in towards a retake. And yeah, they left life very difficult to work with. So Heroic up to an 8. Need to break up in that smoke. Alex on the play behind it. He's just so blind. What a flash by Hades. Eliminates that threat up close towards the doors, and they can start scaling through and towards long. Heroic on this T side, when they're setting the tempo, are looking really quite solid. The Scout's got to hit something, and it gets a body shot. Hades will get the kill.
Oh, close from MPL there with those final few bullets. Not quite going to happen. They will back off and grab a save here. So Heroic moves smoothly up to 9. And really start knocking on the door of the victory. Bait are going to have to show us something from the CT side and fast, because it's not looked that good thus far. We're still pretty early, but yeah, this one fizzled out massively. Maybe on an individual level, they're just sort of not showing up in this matchup.
Yeah, we are definitely all seeing that. I know, because you always look towards the side and you say, right, sure, the calling style might actually be a little bit loose in it, and it has been loose for Bait. But for the most part, it's worked. But it's because you get the individuals who really do fly. But the problem is, especially when you look towards what's made this side really tick recently, it has been that addition of Kenzazor, right? He's been so important to that rifling core. And it hasn't been what's felt like, you know, at least initially before Kenzazor was picked up, it was very much like MPL has got to shine here. Despite also being the IGL, he's also going to put up or has been putting up the most numbers. But since kind of Kenzie came in, he's really adding a lot of options for MPL to call with, especially on that T side. And we're not seeing it now. And of course, MPL's are showing up 4 and 10 for him, for somebody who, despite calling, generally puts up really good numbers for Bait. Tough old predicament. 9-5. It doesn't feel like there really isn't anything for us to kind of grab onto for Bait and say, this is how we're going to win this match, or this is how we're going to find this comeback. I haven't seen anything yet, which makes me believe that they can. Ooh.
Still works.
It still works, yeah. Kind of works. Luckily, I guess.
It's a bit easier to spam over the top of.
Yeah, I can say there's probably a bit of a gap, actually, if you're moving up short. It's worth keeping an eye on.
Well, there's no one really behind it.
Yeah.
So, not going to have too much of an effect. It looks to be a burst out short here if they can make that work for Bait. Flash comes in. There's no one around to receive it, unfortunately, and they might overcompensate having spotted nobody there, so they just have to be careful not to get too giddy with rotating around. That being said, the bomb is slowly moving, or it was slowly moving towards B. There's a few bumps in the road that they have to deal with first.
Double stack it. Alex and Headtrick could be difficult to deal with, but I speak too soon. Headtrick He gets one, but that's it. The B side opened up, and just nothing that Ascential and MPL can do in this spot. A 2 versus 4 on a retake of the B side of Dust 2, one of the hardest sides statistically to retake in the competitive pool. No chance. Heroic 10-5, double the rounds of bait. And the first side cracking towards double digits too. It already feels like the beginning of the end. Like I said, there's still nothing really to grab onto for this bait side to find this belief. How are we going to find a resurgence, chip away at this deficit? I've not seen anything yet, which makes me believe that they can, to be honest. And this is the problem. At least in kind of baits of old, it's like, right, maybe when things aren't going well, it's still of, okay, this side can still hit really hard, but it's not even hitting hard at the moment.
Yeah, it is kind of wild to see. I think by now we would have expected crazy individual play, and they are trying to make them happen. They are trying to force them, but I do think Heroic, a little bit of luck involved, but are just not necessarily around to be on the receiving end of the BS from bait, as it were. So we'll see. We'll see. Now, of course, is the time. It doesn't help losing out the pistol and then just having your force buy immediately flattened. That certainly doesn't help your momentum and how impressive you look. So maybe the rifle can turn that around and close the gap, but if it doesn't, you now are out of breathing room.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Third and final timeout, of course, for Madden just taken. Last time that he can enter into the fray. Well, the game's still going unless we get towards overtime, but that seems like a far cry from what we've seen thus far. Buy back in for that bait. Galil for Ascential, but everybody else got premium guns, especially that AWP for head trick. Didn't look too bad with it on the T side. He's got the right idea. Krasnow's not too far away around that corner. He'd love the kill as well, just for the bit of a rivalry they've got as well.
Hades trained in. Will there be anyone on the business end of that scope? Doesn't look like it. Been smoked off over at B. Headtrick, meanwhile, has his set on middle. As yet pushed away. Really big round, and you can feel that Heroic, I think, respect their opponent here and want to get this hammered home. Speaking of, though, Headtrick hammers excl into the mid doors. He will not be seeing the light of day for a little while. Very early and important kill for bait.
Yeah, super needed. Also, just the fact that it is excl as well. He's been really, really important for Heroic in their successes. A critical piece of this kind of T-side, but just so far across this map. Late towards B is the play. Hades has been here the entire time. He now stays trained whether Krasnow jumps up or not. Well, essentially, even be cleared. Well, the first answer is no, and Krasnow now pops head around the corner to catch LNZ. This should be easy, and it is. He lines up Youngster and Hades. And bait find some success on this CT side. They get around, which is great. But we'll keep saying it until it changes. Harvey, they need to get back-to-back rounds. That's the first step on a road to recovery, which feels very, very long at the moment.
Nice as all round.
Let's go slowly, step by step.
Step by step. That is exactly the right approach.
We like that. Who is this guy?
Step by step. Oh, how's that for a step? Yep. Nilo, you're stepping in towards next round, fella. I'll see you then.
Okay, I mean, looking good. Bait definitely seem to be bringing their A game to the CT side. The aggression paying off. And in some places, you know, it's over-aggressive. The long peak and the lower peak.
Yeah.
Some might call it crazy, but it works for bait.
Again, you know, that is just bait in a nutshell, isn't it? Live and die by the sword a little bit. And when it works, it really does. Flashing towards doors and sending excl out, but MPL unaffected by the util. Gets his, falls back, and now Krasnow can try and reclaim a little bit of space. He's spamming, but he's left so low to the HE. A 2 versus 5. It feels like a next to impossible round for Heroic here unless things go drastically wrong. And MPL going to make sure that is not the case. Catches LNZ, and he's all on the shoulders of the stand-in. Hades, open toe, and he's walking straight to his demise. Alex will see it off. And Bait, finally, get a consecutive round.
See if it keeps happening for them, I suppose. They've got a fair gap to close. Try and get it to work from here, but I mean, as far as rounds go, two very clean and dominant going their way, I think is a very, very big deal.
Ones we can actually work upon, right? We can take things from that and look forward and say, you know, like I was saying earlier, we can finally I can grab onto something for Bait and say, okay, this is actually how you go about winning this. And I start well once again. Nice shot by Head Trick.
Yeah, always going to be scary if he's getting activated, as he is at the moment. Not expecting anything out of this round from the heroic side, but if you can really make it nothing at all, don't lose a single player, that would be fantastic. Head Trick round with another, he's got cover now as well. Krasnal got to be careful. They are helping each other out quite nicely here in at middle. LNZ, decent chance, but Head Trick takes him too. 4 in for the AWPer is a really, really good sign for Bait.
Yeah. Head Trick's looking really quite sharp now. It took him a while to get online, but I think that's just the case for Bait. This is a lot better now. On the CT side, it feels like they've just regained a lot of that confidence. I think it's always quite a big indictment of how good a side is on Dust 2 by how proactive they get on the CT side, how much they like to sort of take a bit of initiative, take a bit of control. And for Bait so far, you're seeing them, they're so confident to fight, right? They're so confident to try and test and see what the setups are looking like. That's a good sign for me. Heroic, bit flustered these last few rounds. See what they can do in response. Good flash, but Krasnal's up close, and he doesn't give a damn. Natal bound round, he looks for a second. He gets the support from MPL up on high. This is an immaculate move in towards mid. Like I was just talking about, proactivity, initiative being taken. This is excellent from Bait. It's taken a while to get here, but now that we've got here, Heroic are struggling.
Hades, desperate to get back in. Thought it was a flash, it wasn't. NPL eliminates the final 2 players. Wow, I mean, not necessarily across the board, but there's been a clear shift in the level for Bait. They look much more comfortable. Individuals looking really good. I mean, yeah, slapping, absolutely slapping on the side of Bait. Heroic with their first tack pause.
And I'm going to say, as stand-ins go, obviously both doing fine, right? By no issues, but Krasnal looks seamless. It doesn't really seem to be making much of this. I mean, the only difference I'd probably say is that on the T side in particular, Kenzie's a little bit more active in terms of how they set rounds. They do a lot based on what Kenzazor gets up to, but even still, right now, Krasnal looks very, very comfortable. They're playing around and with him. I mean, we kind of heard the inside information from Prof that they've done no Prac or Hades, but it doesn't look like Bait are on Prac. It looks like Krasnal seems at least really comfortable in sort of how he's playing around on the CT side. It's good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Like you said, it's the for sale sign in the window a little bit, isn't it? For him, potentially. Head Trick, he's really come alive. Last sort of 4 rounds or so since the success has come through. Head Trick's been an integral part of it. And if MPL can join him, he's getting a moments here and there. If he can start to really find this fire as he usually does, Heroic could be in trouble. I mean, they already are. It's a 1-round game.
Slow moving from Heroic. Looking to end on that B bomb site. Not a lot of utility to get it done, so raw and open fights here. A well-timed smoke, ridiculously well-timed. I think they were about ready to get going. So now, yeah, the question is, do they stick to the plan? Do they change it up slightly? But for now, we all have to wait.
I think it's too late, you know, in a way, right, to kind of commit away. Break open of the smoke, and I think they very quickly realized, Bait, that they've got the only place they basically can be. They have to be in towards tunnels. Krasno, even just one spam, he's going to get a few kills here. There's the first. Attention drawn as well. Sentinel still unchecked, so he gets gifted a freebie. Krasno will fall, but up close here, I was going to say, Sentinel should be okay for another, but a nice second shot by LNZ. Now all for Nilo, but head trick at range. Will not miss those. 10 all tied. And that is now 5 rounds in a row by Bait as well.
Yep.
From going from having no consecutive rounds on the board to 5 in a row, this is Bait who are back alive. This is really solid.
Yeah, and I mean, the kills are kind of nice from Heroic if you really break it down, but they need more than that. They need a bomb plant. They need to really make Bait sweat. You've got 2 players at the end of that round. They were on 16K. You know what I mean? On the CT side, which is just crazy in a game where the scoreline is this close. It just goes to show like how dominant Bait have been in this run of rounds. It's one thing to string them all together. It's an entirely different thing to have basically 3 players on max money. Insane.
Oh, head trick. He knows he's pincered here as well, head trick. It's really difficult to get out of here, and he won't. Too many people to fight. So he's the first to fall, and it's a pretty big scalp to take if you are Heroic, if you're trying to get this redemption going. Dropping the heavy hitter thus far. Such an unorthodox angle by Alex as well. Most flashes that go out towards long don't really even affect this either, or you can at least turn away from them enough so. But now the gimmick's up, and he is flashed as it's popped through the door. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's a great angle, but I think he gets a little giddy there to fight initially. Oh my! Krasnal gets to and gets out.
Damn. Bomb going to be seen and dropped as well. So all of a sudden, the round turned upside down. Hades cannot swing fast enough. Their little rivalry continues, but a hell of a round from Krasnal. Ultimately saving it as well for Bait. So really, really big deal now as they will move up to 11.
Yeah, your spot on Krasnal absolutely saves it there. Really nice fight from him too. It's looking like it was slipping away, but it just does so well. Saying sorry as well after that boost angle falling flat. It's fine. I guess all's well that ends well if you win the round. If you lose the round there, it looks a lot worse. 11 to 10. So maybe this is again. Just I think a pixel or two too far. I'm right in saying I think it's down if it spills through the door. I think you're just a couple of pixels too low. And a couple of pixels too high and it bounces back off. I know this because I miss it all the time.
There you go.
I'm a pro at missing it. Nilo dumped by the nade. And then seen off by a Sentinel. And here's Krasnal again to step up. He does get dinged though. He's going to tuck his head. He wants to buy some time. He's really desperately trying to. But youngster, patience pays off for him. Difficult spot now. LNZ. Is he going to get cleared? Yes, he will. So numbers favor Bait now on the retake.
Yeah, I think he maybe had to keep that angle a little longer. Let the bomb go down, perhaps.
Yes.
But his hand forced, he felt, could make a big difference. So they get that kill early. They're able to rotate in. The bomb takes a while to go down. It is true. We'll see if the remaining couple of players here for Heroic can hold things off. One confirmed. Down on towards CT. It's not going to be enough. They make quick work, light work of the B bomb site. Bait will get their 12th, and Heroic, where have they gone?
Yeah. And where Heroic have disappeared, one man who has reappeared is MPL. So solid, right? A great retake from him, but the calling has been excellent in terms of the pace that they're trying to set on the CT side. So fun to watch. A second tack pause taken here by Heroic, but chances are dwindling. Thankfully, they have enough money for the buy, and of course, that bomb plant definitely helps with the loss bonus, but man alive. This is a Bait side that are looking great. They were my dark horse for a reason. I said Bait with a stand-in. It's just Bait. It doesn't matter. It's all about the system. It's about the playstyle. It's relentless, but it's loose. That's why I didn't think a stand-in would make too big of a difference to Bait. We've watched this Bait side for years now, right? And even kind of previous iterations of kind of this core, it's always been so loose that it feels like a stand-in just doesn't really affect the vibe all too much. It's can the individual shine? Yes, and if they do, then the team really shines. And that's what we're getting right now. 12 to 10. Match point bait here. And to scalp Heroic to start off this tournament would be really good for them. And damning for Heroic, who really do need something out of this tournament, to be honest.
Oh, missed shot. They're just going to move quick here. It will be an overzealous repeat for sure, but just not expecting them this fast. I don't think anyone really was. Might just be like an instant save angle. They're quite far away.
They got money.
Unless Krasnal can get something. That is a very good point,
got
though.
a lot of money.
What's the point in saving here, actually? So you might as well just go for it.
MIBR's got 15k. Just may as well.
Yeah. They'll be all right. But there is that kind of like futility angle, the holding on to the AWP in particular. Headtrick will find the kill there.
Eventually. They're leaving it late, and they are going to give this a go. I mean, they're close enough that they...
Small retake.
They look tempted by it, but maybe it's more to make it expensive on the way out. We'll see. Youngster finds Alex, so that'll all but confirm things. There is a player in towards T-spawn, so something that needs to be keeping an eye out for. excl and Hades both go down. Oh, recovered short. I mean, money's not great, but they've got just enough of the saves that they're fine to be buying back in. Another attack pause that comes through. It's a bold call there, though. If we're being honest, by LNZ, right? It's just a full rush towards B. Just hope things work out. And thankfully, they do. Essential gets core. He probably, as he drops that smoke, Essential needs to wait for it to plume before then peeking, or change up the angle, change up the height. But instead, re-peeks in same position, and Hades was just trained. It's a bold call. It pays off. And, well, for bait, I don't even know why they don't give it more of a look in. Like we said, they've just got unlimited money.
Yeah.
Like, you may as well. Like, even if everyone dies, like, who cares?
It's probably just battling it like, kind of like we did, where it's like they see the situation, someone says save, then someone's like, wait, we've got loads of money.
Yeah.
By then, you're already in the mindset of conceding and moving away and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
so,
like instinctively you want to save just to be side, but
fighting those instincts feels awkward.
Yeah.
And you just don't want to give in to them necessarily.
It's a good round, though, by Heroic. Finally break this deadlock, this streak. 7 rounds in a row by bait. On this CT side, Heroic finally find one. I stay alive, LNZ is so lucky to still be alive, but it's only briefly. As Krasnal will get the trade.
He will indeed. On the unhealthy player, though, I think he wanted a nice one. Onto somebody else there. He will get out. They've given him a lot of room to do so. You feel like 3 players in upper should have been able to deal with him and get a trade, even if a little late, but they fully let him get away. Flash towards mid. Sound cues for Heroic, but no one to peek, no one to truly fight. Bait have the golden frag. It's all they need, and they have turtled up here.
Smoke down in towards CT. Could set up for kind of a mid to B split, but they'll know by how that CT smoke was thrown that they're out in mid already. It's not the box smoke, it's not the bounce smoke. They know that's just thrown up close. So you can see them a little bit tentative, hence why they're playing so far back on B. They actually don't really want to contest in towards mid anymore. It's a very spaced out CT setup, but there's not a lot of time, 20 seconds here.
Yeah, there's not a lot to go off. There's not a lot of room. Molotov comes in, should force the CT forward, but no, it was more for Sight than it was for Goose. Keen find, he's still alive as well. He will go down on the pre-fire. Nilo big kills. He was the bomb carrier as well. What is going on? 2 on 5 directly, and they've managed to bring it back to the 2 versus 2. Youngster, unfortunately, caught with nade in hand, can't correct his crosshair, but Nilo is about to have a moment here. Hidden away, trying to play the clock, takes the wide swing, and takes us further.
Wow, Nilo, what a time for him to step up. He's had a poor map the entire way through Dust 2, but what a time to pick up a quad kill. That's made up for the slow performance all the way throughout. I gotta say, though, you're looking at... I think Krasnal does his job. It's that fight there for MPL that has to go successfully, and then Alex trying to tuck himself into his car alone. It feels like in that spot, if you are Alex, you just gotta play time there. Youngsters hyped.
Full pressure.
Full pressure.
We'll see what that looks like.
Yeah. They're just going to fold immediately first round. So far, for Bait, I don't think they need to be too concerned. It's just the fact that financially, it's now reset. This is the benefit they've had for, as we've been speaking about a lot, they've just had unlimited money where that's not been the case for Heroic, and that's where they've kept the pressure on and where they built up that 7 rounds in a row. Now, though, we're all set again. It's all even. They've kind of got to win it the hard way. And is it going to be similar to a Fluxo situation? Fluxo, they had 3 match points, squandered all of them. TYLOO win the series. You hope for Bait that it's not the same, but a pretty damning final round, all things considered.
Early nades out. Not anything super aggressive in terms of the peaks from the T side. The CTs going a little wild there. 2 up short, and the AWP does not know when to stop, apparently. But no one on the other end of it just yet. Thinking about the boost. Actually, indeed going to commit, so a sort of accidental fall off there, I think. Or tip of the head spotted, but no frag. Really important, I think, first round here to sort of break the deadlock.
Yeah. Bait are forced to play a little further back on short than they usually would. That's such a good flash. And, well, laboured. MPL does finally get the kill on towards LNZ, but it's so laboured, in fact, that Hades can swing in for the trade. A little bit more clinical there, and it probably would have been an easy get in, get out, but not to be. Youngster stuck. No way of surviving this, surely. They are giving him the luxury of survival, though, because they're so cautious about mid. Krasno spotted. Ascential up close. They know there's someone in towards upper tunnels. Is whether he's still there is the question. 1 HE on this B site. Youngster be dead in this round. I'd have no real chances for Heroic, but he snuck his way out. Youngster gets 1. A quick trade coming through from Krasno. Pulls out the rifle, but he can't cock it in time to get the kill. And Hedrick left all alone. He's not retaking this. That's it.
Wow. I mean, another moment from Nilo. It's not quite as big, but a really, really key kill from him. Just throws everything up in the air. They're able to pirouette their way out on towards that B bomb site. But yeah, that's...
Why do they let
so wild.
Youngster survive?
Yes.
They've heard the dink. Like, just commit to the fight there. The only issue is that, kind of unfortunately for them, you don't want to push too far into those tunnels, but you can at least push far enough where somebody can hold this corner here, and you can spam the boxes, and you would have been able to see him off. It just feels like leaving him alive, and also they leave him alive, and he then walks out, plays contact, goes silent, gets a kill. He's left very late here, so I don't think these kills really even going to make a difference in all honesty, and it's Nilo who sees it off. It's another multi-kill round for him. You were touching on it. Another really important one. He gets a quad kill to close out regulation and a triple kill to open OT. So a slow map is made up for it immediately within 2 rounds.
Yeah, this guy to wake up out of nowhere and then have the life game right at the tail end into the overtime. You know, suddenly you can't deal with this guy that's been no issue thus far. Could really turn the tide if he can keep it up. Absolutely wild stuff. Heroic, though, keep their little mini streak going as they move up to 13. Bait, it's tough. The headspace now is very, very tough, right? You should have closed this out. You've played well enough to close it out. You know you should have closed it out. And it's all you're going to be thinking about. And the round to get us to overtime is wild. You know, really, really difficult one to stomach. So I don't feel good about this. No. I do not feel good about this now. I think this really could be problematic.
I'm with you. It looks like they've fallen very flat, and Heroic have finally really woken up. And I think getting fired up, winning a massive round like that at the end, it gives you so much momentum, so much wind in the sails, and you can see it by the reaction. Youngster getting hyped, the whole team getting loud. This is what Heroic can do, and this is how they kind of bring out the best in them. It's a chunky nade there. excl and LNZ hit very, very low. But 50 seconds to decide what they want to do. The way they're set up, this just looks like a very simple pop-up short in towards the A site. Get a CT smoke down, a couple of people drop down in towards LE, and you play that in the post plan.
Well-timed Molotov. 35 seconds, so some pressure on Heroic to get a move on. Another Molotov plus the spam. This time it's going to hurt a bit more. However, MPL, yeah, not ready for that dropped player. Krasnal doesn't really know where to look. He's been tagged down. The jump shot doesn't quite make it to him. He does well to even get another from there, to be honest. Meanwhile, in at middle, Youngster has held them back. 2 versus 2 into the retake now. A big dink landing there, I think. Alex leaves Hades incredibly low, but there's just very little way into this site. Still, if you're hitting the shots, it doesn't quite matter. Hades on 4 HP against the world here, just creeping around. Where's this player gotten to? He doesn't quite know. Somehow finds that kill. You can't be serious. Hedrick also very low. The Tech 9 of Hades gets it done. And there's your stand-in.
Stand-in superb here from Hades. A heroic moment indeed. They needed him. Really, 4 points of HP in a 1 versus 2. And what a time for him to step up. He's not looked bad all map long, but that is a monster moment coming through. 4 points of HP again. He has no right to survive that, but just too much respect. And look what it means to them as well. No doubt. In the last, 3 rounds, we've seen 2 massive moments coming through. One from Nilo, that quad at the end of regulation, and that one there. It's all the momentum completely eradicated now for Bait. MPL goes ahead of the util. I was going to say that's bad, but somehow Alex makes the best out of that situation.
Yes, that might be another key moment to look back on. It felt like Heroic had the read, that they were going to get frustrated, they were going to force something in this round. Will it be worth it, though? Is it going to have the impact that it needs here for Bait? They've lost control of B. Maybe all too easily, all too quickly. Some time bought by a slow smoke from Heroic, but ultimately, this looks good. The notoriously difficult B bomb site to break back into. Youngster, patience pays off as he enacts a little bit of Bogdan's Law to get that frag. Looking for another one here as well. Potentially will go down, but he'll take a 1 and the information. So hard to get in here. Down goes Alex, and I just don't see it happening. Hedrick is desperately clutching at straws. Heroic will hit 15. A flawless first half of the overtime.
Yeah, it really, what a resurgence coming through from them. They look like a completely different side. They look even better than the decent moments we had in the first half of regulation. It wasn't a bad first half, right? 7-5, and there was some nice moments coming through, but this is a whole new lease of life for Heroic. Bait looks so flat though, right? And this is more than anything. I just think Bait are giving up so many opportunities now. You can see the effect it's having. I really can't even blame them. It's all fallen off a cliff for this Bait side. The calling looks lackluster. The individuals look lackluster as well. And it just doesn't help where you've got the flip side of Heroic. I don't think they're even calling anything too drastically incredible. It's just the individuals have stepped up tenfold. Nilo looking so good now after looking so poor for so long all the way throughout. Youngster continuing his form. Hades having his moments as well. And despite actually excl, who started really well, he's gone very quiet. It doesn't matter. They've made up for kind of that lack of firepower, I guess, in a sense. This is a great showing from Heroic. And they've got 3 opportunities now to close out the match.
Looking good. We'll see if they've got anything left up the sleeve here into overtime, of course. Been a while since they were on the CT side, but looking to fight fire with fire. It's a slower takeout towards long. Oh my god. 2 blind kills while through the smoke. Like, come on, guys. That is crazy work. And it might just be exactly what the doctor ordered here. X-Floud spots the shadow. Free as a kill that you can get. And it's all down to just 2. Bait looked so good. This was their game on a silver platter. Maybe it still is. Hedrick keeping it alive.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want about Bait and falling off, but Hedrick doesn't. That's 2 very quick shots. And Alex gets one of his own. Hang on a second. Bomb recovered. A site open. This is not an easy spot because Youngster can't really get out of CT. So puts all the onus now on X-Floud. Smoke down towards short. down goes Youngster as well. Headtrick hitting those shots, but he's going to get caught. Less than 40 seconds. Bomb needs to be recovered and planted too. It was spilled off the death of Headtrick, but Alex will get it. excl doesn't hold for it.
Yeah.
So 25 seconds, the bomb will now go down in a moment, but you can see both of them are so wary of where each other can be, whether they're making some sort of move. Little do they know, neither of them have moved.
Big fan of it in a clutch. That bomb is the only known variable, so just take that out of the equation and all of a sudden you leave that lone T guessing. And xFloud has played it almost to perfection to just make Alex panic. It will be Heroic to take things in kind of shocking fashion, to be honest with you.
I gotta agree.
Absolutely wild stuff.
Yeah, a really, really good resurgence coming through from Heroic. So impressed of actually how they recover from looking so damn weak. But for Bait, that's damning. That's quite indicative of the bad sides of Bait as well. And, oh, you hate to see it. We're gonna throw back onto the boys on the desk. We'll catch you in a bit.
An expertly played clutch 1v1 there by xFloud to carry Heroic to the victory. But I think the main headline has to be Hades pulling his way across that entire map and, yeah, winning the stand-in battle, so to speak.
I mean, both fans played well, actually. Krasnol had a pretty good game.
Absolutely
yeah, absolutely
did, but it was, yeah.
The Hades clutch was obviously...
At the end of the day...
Hades multiple moments, but he was also doing bits to an extent in the first half too. It wasn't just that second half, wasn't just the OT either. I really do think Hades, even if there were a few less frags, he made sure his impact was felt.
Also, he won the game, so yeah, at the end of the day, there's only one winner, and the loser going to be playing against FaZe for elimination.
Oh,
that's tough.
That's tough for Bait.
And that's big.
Tough for FaZe losing the foot, too. I mean, that's crazy that that happened. Wow. Because they were up, like, a crazy amount and just choked it out anyway. So
I think, you know, we promised you it was not going to be another Fluxo TYLOO.
We almost got there. We got to one OT.
It wasn't on the same level, but the
better quality Counter-Strike, too, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, again, we highlighted NPL, and I think the lack of MPL's impact in the first half and like leading up to the comeback was apparent. I noted it down. He was 4-10 as it was 10-5 down, right? But then he turned it around. He didn't die until the last round. He was from 4-10 to 13-10. So obviously pivotal for the comeback. And Headtrick, who was not inspiring to me recently, he was a huge part of the comeback too, getting the last gun round on T side with a double entry, and then on the CT side carrying on. Ultimately, they threw the last round. They had like a 3v2 situation. Then they lost. Came down to the 1v1, lost it, I think, to Nilo, and then we saw what transpired in the overtime. Complete domination from Heroic.
Yeah, big time clutches there from Hades and xFloud to close out this game, and obviously the two top performers for the team. Youngster also had himself a game as well. And yeah, I mean, Heroic, I think, would have been kicking themselves if they lost this game. I mean, they were up 10-5. They started both halves very effectively. They put themselves in prime position to win. Let it go. Really struggled to close out on the T side. Obviously, wound up in OT because of it, but a very clean overtime from them. I mean, they really controlled it from start to finish. It didn't really look like they were, except for that final round where they were, you know, in a 2 versus 4, but then they reel it back in and get the job done. So, well done for Heroic. I mean, yeah. I honestly thought Bait would come in a little bit favored, and Heroic showing that's not the case. I'm
just curious what happened with Heroic on the T side in the gun rounds, because they are doing absolutely nothing. Like, they couldn't really put any pressure. Obviously, there were some rounds where they were caught off guard by some aggro plays in lower or on short and stuff like that. But even when they got the space, they couldn't really either get entries or manipulate any rotations. Just felt like it was so obvious what they were doing at all times. They're just walking into stacks, dying, and giving away easy kills. So turned around that in the overtime, but still it was concerning how they let it go to match points for Bait. Overall, still, you know, they got the win, and that's as much as you can hope for.
Yeah, absolutely fair points. They come out with the win, but certainly some holes to be patched up before their next matchup. Yeah, shout out to Youngstar being our player of the match. I don't really want to overshadow his performance because it was very important, but great to see Hades really fitting into this team. I think in that first half, there wasn't any sort of specifics as to why he was being successful, but yeah, there was definitely some impact there. Second half, crucial impact, especially at the very end. Guys, is this enough for Heroic going forward as the competition increases? What more do we need to see from Heroic, even coming off a win?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to do a little bit better about closing out the advantages that you have, right? I mean, when you go up 10-5, this game should never go to overtime, you know, especially how fluent they can be at Dust 2 and what they've been able to show in the past. And we talk about all the things that are stacked against Heroic, you know, losing so much talent, roster instability, stand-in this tournament, map pool and tatters, not really a whole lot of good recent results, but you had yourself a situation here where you could have won this a lot easier. So that's the one thing, if we're going to nitpick, you know, just have to clean up some of those situations and make sure you take advantage of your leads. But ultimately, they got the job done at the end of the day against a bait team, which I think was favored against them in this matchup. And so all in all, nice to see them, you know, I wouldn't call it like a true upset by any stretch of the imagination, but they were a slight underdog here and they got the job done. So well done.
Prof, you mentioned you weren't completely happy with what you saw on that T side from Heroic. And yeah, I agree there were moments there where they could have been a bit more optimal. Is there anything that comes to mind about how you think they could clean things up on that T side? Going to be very important going forwards. You know, especially with stand-ins, do you expect maybe a bit more aggression and freedom on that T side?
I don't know. I just feel like there wasn't, the utility usage didn't really put the pressure on the CTs. Like it was the map vision, so to speak, was very apparent to bait, and I don't think they were doing anything super special on a lot of the rounds. It was just like rotating, holding angles, and then not being put in any uncomfortable situations for quite a few rounds where, you know, where Heroic did have a full buy and they had all the utility at the start, but just didn't really use it in some effective way.
As a final point, let's talk about the flip side of this equation. We've already touched upon it a bit, but Bait now, yeah, they're going to be going into a losers matchup against FaZe. That's tough, and if I'm not saying it'll be a best of 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's going to be very tough now for Bait to progress further in this competition. You'd assume at this point they're probably heading out of the competition. Dust, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to put them on the back foot, obviously expecting to win that best of 1, coming in the slight favorite, but also you're probably not expecting FaZe to get knocked down by FUT. Like, you know, you're probably thinking you're going to have a slightly better chance at a BO3 in that lower bracket, so definitely kind of a tough luck there. But, I mean, at least Krasnal did play well as a stand-in. Like, that must be noted. We did see some good individual play there from him. Headtrick had his moments. That was good to see. As you noted, NPL had a very, very cold start, but was at least able to recover and get himself into the game. Hopefully, he'll be able to just kind of do that from the get-go and not have to warm up, so to speak. So yeah, they just need to come fully locked in and play their best CS because they're up against tough opponents.
I mean, Prof, maybe there is, considering, you know, the context of why FaZe are in that losers bracket now, losing to FUT. Maybe there's a chance for Bait here.
I mean, I'm not going to write them off, right? FaZe had 9-3, I think, CT side on Mirage against FUT, and then didn't do anything pretty much on the T side. It's their first event with this exact lineup, right? And they came in super late. They were playing EPL, so a bit of a jet lag situation going on. Good excuses to have handy. You know, I just noted 2 or 3 here, but I wouldn't give it away just as a clear win for FaZe. You know, Bait with a stand-in without. Krasnal played pretty well. He was slotting in these aggressive roles. I think 5 opening attempts on the T side. So he did it quite well, right? So I think it's still going to be a challenging game for FaZe to stay afloat there, but it's going to be a rough path having to go through all the lower bracket and knowing that no one else can come. Only one team can come through to the playoffs from the lower bracket.
Prof, Dust, thank you so much for your thoughts. All right, now, everybody, going to be a short break before we head into our first best of 3 of the day, Huns versus VP. And we'll be back into the capable hands of Rachel Lewis, Vendetta, and Maui Snake. Thank you for joining us. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。
集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感，无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。
一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。
兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。
老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。
来吧，看我们的！
他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！
目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理，行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。
准备安炸弹了。嗨，我们成功了，走啊！让他们见识见识谁才是老大。
你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。708的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了！今天还回得去吗？
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships. We're here at the PGL studio. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Getting tagged in. We've sent the rest of the guys off for a break. So joining me on the desk now, we have the most venomous analyst in all of Counter-Strike. It is the Maui Snake and a man who always holds a grudge. Vendetta. How are you guys doing?
Doing really well, doing really well. I really appreciate that intro.
I know, I actually thought I'd do some effort this time.
Yeah.
I haven't done an event since June, I'm rusty. So yeah.
As soon as I heard Venom, though, I was thinking, where's this going? I was like, I thought Kassad had the most Venom, personally.
No, he's just crazy. He's,
okay,
he's just actually...
He drinks the Venom.
Yeah, he drinks the
snake
Venom
oil.
and then tweets, which is bad for everybody. Anyway, what we're going to start by doing before we get into the action is we're going to talk about our predictions. We haven't had time to do that yet, so we're going to quickly take a look. These are the predictions from our analysts about who we think are going to go through from each group. So I've got you here. Talk me through your picks.
Well, first off, I've got 3D Max, who, if I today had to make a pick for who's going to win the tournament, I would actually just take 3D Max to win the whole thing. Then I have Liquid.
Hang on, you can't just breeze past that. That's a crazy thing to say. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Elaborate.
my favorite. They're my favorite to win this thing. I think it's that between them and Liquid, I think that they've looked the best in general. I mean, so far, FaZe obviously dropping their first series kind of puts them into the lower bracket now already. But I think they're going to be able to bounce back. In general, though, 3D Max, Liquid, GamerLegion from Group A, Group B, FaZe, TYLOO, Pain. But I don't know. 3D Max, to me, it's just their time, okay? I feel like their tactics look really sharp. I think the switch of IGL has actually done them wonders already. And so that's why they're my pick, Richard.
No, for me, I was the only one who decided to not be a copycat. So I got LiveVision, got burned immediately. Took about 5 minutes into the tournament before that went awry because they're going to be playing GamerLegion to fight for survival. Didn't really pan out in that sense, but no, I kind of had hopes. Again, home turf and everything. LiveVision did have a pretty solid run at the last major. Obviously, didn't see the interview where apparently half the team had been sick leading up to this, so that would have been nice to know ahead of time. But no, as for the second one, I had Heroic, where I think most of the other guys went for Pain. I just like the makeup of the Heroic team. Obviously, not ideal that Alcarin is not here, but we saw from the first matchup, Hades is doing just fine slotting in for him.
There's been a few stand-ins, no doubt we'll talk about that. It is going to be relevant to the series we're going to watch. But first, why don't we take a look at Group A? And this is the standings. This is what we've got going on here. You can see, obviously, the format. It's that classic GSL style that we love. What have you made of it so far, how it's panning out?
Well, I feel like on the top half, you've got I would say every favorite won their matchup, with the exception that GamerLegion Liquid was a little bit more of a coin flip for me. So to see that unfold as it has, I think that this has been pretty straightforward. It's really the second group where you have to start scratching your head.
Yeah, I will say though, I've been like positively surprised by MIBR. Like I thought that was going to be a much more competitive game from Lynn Vision's side, but like the new addition, Clem, tagging, basically tag teaming with Insani has just looked amazing so far.
And Group B already kind of all sorts of chaos going on there. We just watched FaZe throw like a 9-3 lead, I believe it was, at one point to FUT Esports. So FaZe's problems continuing, and that's kind of turned that group upside down on its head.
Yeah, I feel like we have multiple favorites that have lost in that one. Pain lost their matchup as well. They were one of my favorites to make it through that group. And so as it stands, I can't be right. I can't be right about my Group B predictions. I think Ven can be, though.
I could, but I need a miracle run from FaZe at this point. So, hanging in a little bit of a slim line, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about our series that we got coming up. It's Virtus.pro versus the Huns. I'm going to start with the Huns because we haven't seen a lot of them at these international tournaments, and due to, let's say, circumstances in the Mongolian scene, they've kind of been bumped up a notch, I think, and they've got some familiar faces that we, a couple of players that we know a lot about. So let's talk about them and their prospects. I'll start with you, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious one to point out is Score, right? Again, having a pass in the old IHC, which is now Mongols lineups and everything, and actually being one of their more prominent players whenever we would see them at international lands in the past, right? So the fact that he kind of was left behind, and obviously Mongols went on to do amazing things, a little bit of a surprise as it happened to me, but he's been, and he needs to be kind of the standout for me, and if they're going to have anything to say really in a tournament of this caliber.
When we last saw Huns at an international competition, or at least the last one that really caught my eye, was the Blast Open event from the spring season, and they lost all 4 of the maps that they had played there, but they played Spirit, then they played Falcons, and they took Falcons to overtime on one of the maps. So I'm actually hopeful that the Huns are able to show a little bit more than they did in their opener today versus 3D Max, where they just got absolutely battered. And even though Score for the last few months has been their highest rated player, at that event, I remember Nine's Deagle was just insane. Like the raw mechanics and aim of this team is one where a VP team that is all out of sorts right now, they're definitely going to have to worry about, because I don't think there's the backbone for VP that's going to hold them up against a Huns team that can definitely go one-to-one in terms of just like pure ability. And so VP just got to shape up quick.
Yeah, well, talking about that, this is how I know I'm cursed. I go away for a while, I'll come back, and they're like, hey, Rich, you want to do an event? Yeah. Oh, the first series you're going to watch will be a Virtus.pro series. I was like, oh, man. Why did
different now.
Why did you say that before I signed the contract? I have a rule. I don't like to watch these guys. No, I mean, seriously, we've got some developing news about them. We said stand-ins would be relevant. Obviously, they brought back Icy, right, Vent for this. So we're not expecting VP to be at their best, but the roster has just been so chaotic of late and so many ups and downs. The electronic experiment was a failure. I don't think it ever truly got started.
Yeah.
And so I don't really know what to make of them, or whether I just hope they start playing good Counter-Strike.
Like, I don't know if they don't know what to make of it, really, because again, I'm not sold on Perfecto as an IGL by any means.
It can't be worse.
That is fair,
I will say that.
But like, how long is it going to take before they crawl back to Jame, right?
Sure.
And ask maybe you want to come back, you want to bring some new boys into the team, that kind of thing. Because this has been pretty woeful from start to finish, really. After the departure of Jame in that VP squad, they lost their identity, and everybody kind of knew what they were getting from VP. And what you mentioned, Maui, with like, they would always have that backbone when they were a Jame team. That felt like it doesn't matter who they play against, they're going to grind it out. They're going to be in there. They're going to be potentially dangerous to just about anyone, and we can't really say that about them anymore, like regardless of opponent.
I mean, the backbone, they became invertebrate after he left. I mean, they had really nothing to work with. I think that when it comes to the VP team today, the IC situation is tricky, but one that I feel like they should be able to survive through. As we get the vetoes coming in, the main thing that I really think about Perfecto, though, before we jump into it, is just that I just want him to develop his lurkers a little bit more. I think that's the one thing. I feel like I'm seeing a little bit too much of the kind of like Aurora style right now from MIBR, where it's just like they're just 5-manning a little bit too much. If he can actually split up his pieces a little bit more, I think that's going to really benefit them.
Yeah, well, I mean, also as well, we're going to see if it sort of informs the veto a little bit. Do you want to necessarily try and have a comfort pick for the stand-in. We'll see if that affects it. We got Inferno confirmed. That's locked in.
Dust2 as a pick from VP.
Yeah.
That kind of tracks. VP would have loved to pick Train if they had the opportunity. That's kind of what they've gone to in last recent series. But that being the permanent of Huns is not going to be a possibility for them. So them picking Dust2, I think that's a good shout as well. Huns have necessarily been looking fantastic on it. I might have been a little bit surprised by the fact that Huns went towards Inferno rather than something like Ancient, where we've seen a team like VP pretty much have no clue what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's also one of the Huns' normal strengths, going for Ancient.
Yeah.
So they could have kind of had the double whammy there by going for the first pick.
Yeah, and I think they would have gotten Mirage as well, like as a decider if they wanted to towards the end there. So it's a little bit curious, but again, they might know something we don't. But yeah, I kind of would have liked to see the Huns take a little bit more of a chance in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here, this is how it's going to line up on Inferno. I'll be totally frank with you guys. I don't remember the last time I saw Huns play Inferno, if I've even seen this lineup playing. So I'm going to defer to the experts here. What can we expect to see?
Well, I feel like one guy that kind of has this giant chip on his shoulders that I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to, more of a narrative reason, and also skill-wise, is Bartak.
Right.
Brother of Mizinho, plays a lot of the similar positions to him. You could see that he's going to be on that A site, kind of towards pit frequently, and it's just kind of ridiculous, really, that like a couple of years ago, as Mongols were turning a corner in their development, they decided to go with the younger brother as opposed to the guy that was already a bit more established in Bartak. So I want to see him actually show a little bit, because I know that the Huns are definitely the underdogs here, but I don't think this is completely unwinnable for them.
I think whenever you play in Virtus.pro, I think you always have a chance. I mean, like, I'm going to just be frank. I mean, what I expect to see here is 3 maps, all of the rounds, probably some overtimes. I don't think it's going to be a stomp, because Virtus.pro have historically had so many problems closing out games. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they notoriously play to the level of their opponent so often, right? Like, we rarely see a VP stomp. And considering both teams got stomped in the first one, they're going into this with, I guess, low shoulders, in the sense that they don't really have that high of a bar to clear in terms of like playing better. But it's going to be interesting. Again, VP should win this by all accounts, but it's like you said, like they're not bulletproof by any means anymore. They're obviously playing with an Alper who is not necessarily meant to be with the team. Again, I'm not sure if it's like how
it's kind of awkward as well. Yeah. I mean, I think it was kind of acrimonious. Like Icy was essentially like a player that was like, going back to like Cloud9, earmarked to develop and kick on, and it
just
didn't
ended
quite
up being
happen.
perennially mid.
Yeah,
he was so mid. He was pretty decent in late round situations. His opening ability wasn't that strong, and they probably wanted a guy that they could test out that's a little bit flashier, could kind of take control of the game a little bit more. On the other side, though, yeah, they're playing with a stand-in, but I'm still keeping my eye on the development of Toro, the new guy that's on Virtus.pro right now. I find that in defaults, this guy's actually pretty sharp when it comes to just taking a 50-50 duel. Like, if he gets pushed by the Huns, they're going to get punished. Like, he's really good at just kind of meeting opening plays from other teams. I'm not really loving what I'm getting from the mid round or late round in terms of cohesion. Like, I think sometimes his spacing can be a little bit bad, or like he's maybe in a clutch just goes for the swing a little bit too early.
It's like rookie mistakes in that sense,
Yeah, and I want to just see a better version than what I saw at the last event for him.
That's a fair
I mean, just in terms of Icy slotting in, what do you feel Virtus.pro lose by having the stand-in, if anything? Because obviously he was there for a while. It's not like
you lose hope. You lose his hope, because this could have built you up to something where you're actually hopeful for the future. Now you're playing this one and you're too aware of the deficiencies of Icy, and so that's going to just kind of be just this. It's this wave of dread that's just still consuming you.
I guess in one sense, you know the weaknesses, like you said, his shortcomings, so potentially how to work around it. Like, that's kind of what you've been working towards to kind of negate the gaps that he leaves so far. So yeah, even though he's labeled as a stand-in, he is, basically until last week, or from last week on, like he was a permanent member. So structure-wise, like how they get along, or like how they actually run through their game plans, etc., shouldn't have changed all that much. If anything, they should just be more prepared of being like, yeah, this could happen. Like, this is a bit of an oopsie that we might have to look out for. So I think this should be pretty well prepared. I think, honestly, they would have been worse off in terms of just preparation-wise if Bist were to play. But obviously they might have had a much more explosive AWP at their hands that could have opened up rounds and given them an advantage in that sense.
Right, well, I've heard your thoughts. I'll bring in our commentators. You can see there they are.
Heyo.
Henry and Dinko. Henry, we're at an esports event. It's me, you, and Vendetta.
Dude,
it must be your idea of hell.
I was going to say, what year is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's happening? Again. Us three,
we bounced back.
Yeah. Was Adam born at that time?
No, Dinko was not born. He wasn't even old enough to play Counter-Strike.
Rich, you've got to say as well, how do you get those trainers so white, mate?
What I did was I spilled coffee on them this morning, and that really brought the sheen out. It was kind of like
if you pour Sprite over yourself.
I saw you do that
it's
too,
a nice
mate.
cleaning
technique. Anyway, enough green room shanter. Why don't we talk about what's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen in the games, guys?
It is the big fixture, isn't it?
It's the big one everyone's talking about.
We were in Mongolia at the start of the year. You got a chance.
You had a great time out there, I heard.
Yeah, it was a nice
Have you been paid yet?
work experience.
You got to meet some of the Huns players, interact with them behind the scenes. You're a bit of a fan. You got some merchandise and stuff. What are your thoughts going into this one? Do they stand a chance against the mighty VP?
Yeah, I think they do because VP ain't so mighty. This is a team that
come on.
I'm on Richard's side. I was like, the first game of the tournament is VP. Like, this is a team we didn't have to watch last tournament.
Be careful what you say. They will complain.
Yeah, they will. But, but I think surely today, actually, the VP should be able to beat Huns. They have enough skill on the team, I think, eventually.
It's going to be a 2-1.
I think it's good they've got a stand-in. I think it'll loosen them up. I think they've just looked too rigid. I don't think Perfecto's a very good in-game leader right now. I'd say 2 years out of the game. I don't think his head's in it. He doesn't seem like a leader of men either. He seems like he doesn't really have the vibes, as it were, to actually rally the troops. I'm not a big fan of the team. Would like to see them do well. It's been too long.
Yeah, I just want to see them play a little looser. I don't want to see the slow VP style trying to control the game right down to the final few seconds. You have so many riflers in this team that are exciting to watch, Flit and Fame, and if you unleash them, hopefully that makes it more exciting. And I think that's enough to win against a team like Huns.
Come on.
But
go on. You're taking over.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm still here.
All right.
It kind of like sums up my career in a way.
Yeah. Go on.
Still here, but no, I was going to ask you just about obviously having that experience being in Mongolia and kind of getting to know these players and seeing them perform live and stuff. Is there some sort of X factor on the team that can maybe drag Huns through a series like Virtus.pro?
That's a Dinka question.
Yeah, well, I think when you look at it, this team, they have a nice mix of experience. Like Mao, you're saying, Bartak has been playing in the scene for a long time. Nine was the all-per for so many different versions of Mongolian teams. But I think sometimes a standout player whose ceiling can be quite high score, obviously. But the problem with him is he's so hit and miss. I feel like sometimes he's just flat and he doesn't do anything. And when he's playing well, it's a completely different roster. So, yeah, I think it's just an inconsistency. But if those three players are playing well in terms of, I think score is the X factor, absolutely.
Anything to add to that, Henry?
No, just the fact that it's going to be a long best of three.
Yeah.
We've been on the road for like the last month and a half now, and now we've got to kick things off with a VP best of three lower bracket game. This is going the distance. We're a bit tired, but I think we can do it.
No, VP wake you up. That's the thing.
I've got good news. I've just been told there's no ETA for the start. So
brilliant. Perfect.
Why don't you turn around? That's a rather fetching hoodie. That's really
a nice little look at here.
Where did you get that? That's
show
them the back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at that.
I know which way you vote.
Beautiful.
Yeah. An event in China, I thought of Rap America. That's how it was. Apparently, that's the way to go.
I like it. Yeah. Notorious.
Yeah, but obviously, it comes from the wonderful shop of Richard Lewis. So
thanks,
great
man.
design.
I believe it's generated by AI, isn't it, Richard? That's how you create your.
Right. Well, now that I've plugged my merch, we can actually start the game, guys. So take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. We are ready for the lower bracket game. It's going to be the Huns taking on VP. The Shanta is over, and we'll see whether VP, surely the favorites here. Huns, they're going to be fighting back though, Dinko. They shouldn't be slept on.
No overpass. That's at least that's one saving grace, right? We've got Inferno, Dust 2 Mirage as the map veto. We'll kick things off on Inferno. VP will start on the CT side. And as pointed out, Icy technically a stand-in label, but not exactly a stand-in. He's been playing with the roster for a while. It's kind of like the Rain scenario from the last event.
Dude, Flamus is there.
Yeah, but they don't like Flamus. They keep
Flamus is right there.
He has to keep that bench nice and warm.
All right, then. So, yeah, VP certainly the favorites here. They'll be starting on the CT side of Inferno. It's a slow-paced map. Not everyone's favorite. A lot of saving on this one.
Can be.
See, it's going to be a B execution to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of smokes, Molotov for new boxes, flashes to go over. We all know and love it. It's going to be Flit with a defensive smoke, Perfecto with the flashbangs in towards Spawn, new in-game leader of VP. It's a bit of a three-man stack over towards the B-bomb side as well.
Yeah, in terms of the numbers you've got here, you'll be pretty happy about that.
Defensive smoke goes down. The Mongolian's going to disrespect it, go through with a flashbang. Here comes Foot. Oh my god. Oh, he's fumbled that one, hasn't he? But Perfecto certainly won't. He's got himself a headshot. Bartek down, and Perfecto running out of bullets. Finally perforated by 9. We've now got Fame, Icy, and Toro trying to race back to this bomb site. It's Fame defense from Dark. And that bomb finally arriving into the site is scoring. Zeralt continue to fight on, and Toro now 1v2. Jolbrad is no king and no utility.
Not looking too good, is it, Dinka? That
No.
was a little bit ugly. Running through the smoke, you had them with their trousers around their ankles and
pants around the ankles.
Couldn't catch them, couldn't find the shots. Toro still has a slight chance, I suppose, but now spotted and taken care of. There it is. Lovely work from the Huns to kick things off here. 2 players survive. B execution works out quite nicely. Focusing toward that CT spawn area. Caught them off guard. VP with 3 players stacked and ready. Put up little to no resistance.
Yeah, I mean, Flit obviously knew what was happening. He tried to be proactive about stopping that CT push. I like the move. He just whiffs the shots coming in behind him. VP going for a force buy. Going to have Fame out in the MP9, UMP for Toro, and 5-7. So, I mean, the amount of force buy wins we see these days, Henry, I don't put it past VP being able to pick this one up here.
Well, we have got the new meta weapon, the UMP.
The ump.
It's cheaper than the MP9, and some people are saying it's better as well. Time will tell, Dinko, as we do see Cobra Zera, top of Banana, and he might just go for the contact play. A lot of this right now going on.
Got it all going on, especially Fame off the top of first oranges is Cobra Zera taken down. Unusual to see a player outside of Brazil, operate the Zera tag, Henry.
Yeah, I wasn't really aware of that, but I'm very happy to see it.
Yeah. Oh my God, no, VP, what have you done?
No, that's still good, it's still good. Perfecto can get 1, potentially.
Oh man, it's an absolute fairy tale to win this one for Perfecto, and he's going to be smoked out. He's held back.
He might be onto something there.
Dude, they had the opening kill, Henry, and then they just stand behind the smokes and destroy it by 1 big boost.
It's unfortunate. It's a real damn shame, but it is going to be 2-0 for the Huns. 4 players surviving here. And yeah, you'll save a couple of pistols. That famed UMP, but doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all here. Not the start they were looking for. It's a pick of the Huns, I suppose.
No. VP, it's a poison chalice sometimes for these new players coming in, right? We talk about... Flamus is a great example, actually. I mean, you're in a GamerLegion squad. You want to go to a storied organization like Virtus.pro, major winners on the team.
Play of your heroes.
Yeah, play with James, play with these sick riflers and Flit and Fame. And it's obviously a big move for Flamus. He goes straight to the bench within a couple of minutes.
He's so talented as well. Such a world-class potential.
Especially, because he was playing in the team, he was playing not outside of his roles as well, right? He wasn't actually getting to play the Flamus roles that he looks so good in over on GamerLegion. Well, now he's on the bench for a while. And then obviously now Toro's come in as the academy player up from that VP squad, but he's come into a super dysfunctional team, right? He's coming in, your electronic spot's taken away, and Toro's now in the spot, and no one's exactly feeling good inside the VP camp. They missed out on the major. There's a lot of problems right now. VP are in a weird spot, shall we say.
So the vibes aren't great, is what you're saying.
Negative vibes.
Anti-vibes. Well, like we said, a slight chance of round number 3 falling in their favor. Looking to cause some financial damage primarily. That's what you can really hope for in these sort of scenarios. Difficult map on Inferno. They've got the smokes to try and slow them down, rot that clock. Here comes Scorp. On a banana. There's going to be holding for any CT aggression here. It's quite passive, quite tentative from the defense so far, which is to be expected with VP. Still a slow team.
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, maybe Inferno is just going to obviously play that out, but they're on the CT side at the moment. It's the Huns dictating the pace, and they're going to be taking the time trying to figure out what VP might have. There might be a stack somewhere. You don't want to walk into that blind, so Huns just taking a nice chill pill. But there's 4 players outside of it at the moment for the CT side.
Slow and steady so far. The B bomb site has been kind to the Huns, dominated it each and every time. Lovely pistol, 2nd round conversion, looking for their 3rd here on the T side. T-sided map needs to be noted. One of the few we have left in CS2.
Yeah.
Might be changed with the update we saw today, Dinko. Do you see that the defuse has been kind of modified so you can't actually fake tap the bomb as much anymore on the TT side?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay, yeah, they released a beta branch today on CS2. So if you tap the bomb, you can't shoot for 150 milliseconds.
Oh, sorry. Diffusing the C4 will now lower the view model weapon, prevent scoping.
So you can't scope with the orb. So I think they're trying to combat the CT meta we have right now.
Oh, that's cool. Interesting.
It's not going down very well. People don't seem to be enjoying it.
Yeah.
But they haven't even played it yet. I think that's the problem.
I think it's just the idea they don't like it. And also, people don't like change.
They don't. And it's been a staple of CS. It sounds like a reasonable change to me. See how it plays out. And that's a reasonable shot from Icy. Does manage to get one at the very least. It is going to be 3-0. Not the most exciting round.
No, one of the rounds they have to get through, and Huns going to go 3-0 up. The Huns started off their tournament campaign against a team that are looking very hot right now, 3D Max, who won 13-1. So that was a very dominant
How did VP get on?
VP also not having a great start to the competition, I must say. But yes, indeed, they did win one extra round than the Huns. So together, both of these teams today have won 3 rounds. Both of them. But, you know, now Huns have won 3 rounds on Inferno. So it's starting to go in the right direction.
Okay. All jokes aside, very important gun round here. Money's not too bad. They've at least been saving Kevlar and stuff, so we'll have the ICAWP. It's the Fame UMP being deployed.
The Fame ump.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with it. Interested. A lot of pros leading towards that weapon these days.
Yes, indeed.
And we are going to be all for 9 as well. Looking to step up here, find those opening incisions if possible. We've got a boost towards middle.
I think the AWP battle between Icy and 9 is actually pretty even when 9's having a great game.
Yeah, true.
So I don't even think Huns have a massive disadvantage there either. They've got Score now crossing into the open, actually trying to play in front of that smoke. He didn't see anybody playing aggressive, and he's actually just going for a risk. He's just hanging around waiting for it. Yeah, he was thinking about it for a second, but it would be a very strange decision to watch Score walk through that smoke. Especially as a solo B player. The rest of his teammates currently outside of it as that bomb now ships up through Banana.
Just trying to show presence across the map here. Smoke down towards Arch. Made out some utility. Hold off those rotations. Could go either bomb side still right now. It's going to be Score with the HE grenade in towards Spawn. Doesn't quite hit the mark, but got the right idea. There is going to be a play on the other side that's Flit. B split potentially. Little lurker in the form of Bartak.
It looked like Score was going to end up being the lurk at the start of the round, but going for that B finish, and Bartak not exactly getting that forward spacing towards Arch that he was hoping for.
Thing is, though, he's doing a great job, thinking. Consider there's 3 players still towards the A bomb side. Flint's going to get absolutely massive here, but it's going to be Fame opening things up with the aforementioned UMP. He is mowing them down, making a good case for the weapon. 9 finally answers back, but the damage is done. Surely there's no recovering this one, but he does find a quick scope. No scope, in fact. 14 seconds remaining. Icy, does he challenge on this plant?
I always cancelled it now. Not going for that peak. 8 seconds here for 9. You don't want to die after the time, but that might become a reality here. 9 going to be waiting in behind the coffins. You've got Perfecto and Toro currently marching their way up through Banana, and 9. He's got his hands off the mouse. Maybe that was the wrong webcam. Well, anyway, it's going to be the first round here for VP being able to pick it up off the back of a 3K from the UMP. Yeah, Fame definitely making a case for the weapon, Henry.
Lovely work. Really enjoyed that. A little bit messy from the Huns towards the end of that one. The flashbangs were perfect over on the CT side. UMP activated, 3-man spray down, and no plant as well. 3-1 VP, break the streak. Decent round, decent economy now. Got an AK-47 in the hands of in-game leader Perfecto.
And Fame gets to play with a rifle.
Here we go. Reward. This is the round, though, Dinka. This is the one that's real important. If you can break them here, the Huns, that is, they will be on an eco going forward. So, VP have to battle Score, making his way towards Banana. Great flashes, popping that smoke open. Double kill for Flip once again.
Yeah, double opener here for Virtus.pro CT side. I mean, it's really difficult from this point for Huns to get anywhere, especially with IC boosted up on the half wall. So you had a 3-man start towards the B-bomb side from Virtus.pro. Score gets caught in an awkward spot, flashed, and the smokes are cleared by the grenade. And Flit obviously getting a second as the spam down comes in. So VP showing a willingness to challenge down Banana. And this is what we're talking about, Henry. You know, we've just seen a big round from Fame in the previous round, a big one here from Flit.
Yep.
These are the 2 riflers that we talk about inside of this VP squad that should be enough to get VP over the line today.
They're supposed to be like a tag team duo that finds you all the kills, gets you over the finish line, and has those exciting moments. They've just been so, I don't know, thwarted and kind of rigid the last few years. It just feels like there's not much left. But these are the sort of rounds we want to see. Active CT play. That's why I said coming into the pregame, it's kind of interesting they've got like another standing situation. They might loosen up and have to take these individual moments instead of holding these defensive crossfires. So really great play play, perfect pop of the smoke, flashbangs over the top, hit your shots, get the job done. And as mentioned, the Huns will have to take a bit of an eco here. There's not much to report. They do not have Kevlar, a Deagle, a Tech 9, Icy. Trying to get a bit of intel here as well. Beautiful shot. He is feeling it right now. 5 and 2. Okay, we might be on something here for VP. This is the most exciting version of them I've seen in some time. It's only 2 gun rounds, but still, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got to start playing with some confidence if you're VP, but you got to like even fake it till you make it, because I mean, your major's out the window. You're not going to the major. I think they realize this roster, there's a lot of work to be done to get this team into a position where they can actually win. This isn't a project that you're even moving forward with, right? IC isn't going to be a part of the squad. Right. So you might as well just
enjoy yourself.
Just have fun, yeah. Just like play CS without pressure, and you already lost the opening game. You're going up against Huns. I mean, if there's a game to have a little bit of ego in, I mean, it probably is this one for VP.
Yeah, completely agree. Should be no problem here. Already got the initial 2 kills. Deagle not quite connecting. Can be tricky at that range. Cobra Zera certainly does though. Tech 9 finds the skull of Perfecto. Should be all she wrote, but you never know with this squad. Flitz looking sharp as you like. Beautiful tap set towards the apartments. Finds a double headshot. Score will get one of his own. Surely we're done here though. It's going to be all tied up. 3-3. And now, do VP want to continue with the exciting dynamic CT play? Hunting for intel. Going for opening jewels. You've got the AK-47s now in the hands of Flitz and Fame. I would say continue with that methodology. It's working out nicely.
I think Huns will take a time right here to discuss the issue in Banana, most likely. It's obviously been pretty difficult for them to deal with. They got the space early on when they weren't challenging, but I'd imagine VP are going to continue to challenge down Banana again. And Score hasn't really found his way past that half wall even. So could we take this time out? Obviously going to have a similar conversation as you were posing there, Henry. What are VP going to bring to the table?
Well, they've absolutely dominated Banana. So now that they mix things up, they could go for some second mid aggression. Get the orb set up in the apartments. That's how you keep things very uncomfortable for the T side. Move him around. Keep applying pressure across the map. Condition them to respect certain areas more than others. Let's see, round number 7. Be indicative as to what kind of setup we've got here. Fayman and Flitz still towards B. Dropping off some key util. We've got Icy jumping across. Does he go in towards that boiler room? Takes a pop shot through the mid-smoke. Nothing connects.
I mean, Icy for him as well. This conversation about his performance in this tournament. If you know you're not on the roster moving forward, start showing what you can do.
Absolutely. Put yourself in the shop window, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. Raise your stock. They're going to be coming at him through the short side. That's the ball going down on Boiler. And there's the push out for Perfecto from the Cubby. They're not even playing off of each other in a massive way there. You know, you've got Perfecto and the Cubby alone. Icy takes the initial attention. They try and flood up through short, and then Perfecto catches them back's turn. A dominant round from VP. Not a single player goes down.
It's what you love to see. I can't believe I'm saying it, but VP playing a very exciting brand of Counter-Strike. Nothing too flashy, nothing too defensive, most importantly.
Yeah, willing to just take the fights.
Taking the fights, hitting their shots, showing a bit of flair, a bit of confidence.
Now, did they even attempt to flash Icy?
Not really.
They know an AWP is in play, Henry.
Yeah.
They know that from the last round.
Yeah.
Didn't really even seem to pressure one of the most common AWPing positions there.
Lesson learned, okay?
Yeah.
We all learn as we go along. Next time,
I don't know about that.
Next time, they'll probably use a flash.
I mean, they don't have a single flash in this round, so...
No, that's a good point. But they do have some Kevlar. 2 players without, and aggressive, of course. Flitz opening things up. Nice little spray down. Dominating the Banana once again. Removes complete control from the T side here. You could even afford to rotate a player back towards A at this stage. You could just leave someone parked up with the AK-47. Smoke goes down. Fame might go for another spam just to get Flitz in position here. And in we go.
Yeah, just standing, fighting, goes into the peak. He's got Fame beside him, and that's that double F combo. Really, it's F's in chat right now for Huns. They're getting destroyed by them, and Icy's waiting for the boiler peak. Here's the rifle, or rather the Deagle peak from Zeralt, and he's gone no problem, leaving Bartak in the apartments, and he's home alone.
Home alone indeed. Lost in New York.
Yeah. His brother Mazinho, though, that's one hell of a story, isn't it? Love that.
Is. What is that? Is that the story concluded?
Yeah.
Is there more to that story apart from their brothers? Or?
Well, Mazinho took a spot, Henry. So,
okay, that is a good story. Okay.
No, Bartak's gone. They decided he was originally in that IHC Mongols team at different points.
That is actually quite a good story.
Then Mazinho comes along. He's not that good in this first tournament. Remember, Mzinho actually played his debut was with at the same tournament. Donk his first big tournament was Katowice.
Wow.
Last in 2024, right? So yeah, he wasn't very good originally. Mzinho, young 17-year-old, stepped up as the year went on, and now look at Mongols.
Sometimes amazing, sometimes underwhelming.
Generally, when they practice, Henry, they're a very good team.
If they actually started practicing, imagine the team they could be.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't practice before Fisher. They lost in the final against Furia.
Yep.
They didn't practice before UPL. And they went out in group stages.
Got grouped.
So hopefully now they'll start to ramp up for the major.
I think you're probably right.
All before IC continues to be there. Look how much money VP have. That's the other big problem here for Huns.
Well, they have got 5 rounds in a row. They've been very convincing. See if they want to change things up. Not so aggressive towards B, knowing there'd be some sort of response here. Double Molotovs towards the barrel position. And I think that's a great change of pace here. Because they're going to expend a lot of util now. They're going to be so worried about that banana position. Grenades being exchanged. Flip flashed over. Another flash courtesy of Fame coming in. Great tag team duo. Very meta smoke. Teams preferring to smoke this half-full position instead of bursting in the bomb site, allowing them to have full execute control.
Yeah, especially when you're having such a good game and you're so confident right now. And honestly, Huns haven't shown much ability to get beyond that half wall. Yeah, eventually, Score is going to start have to challenging that a little bit more because you can keep these 3 players in the A bomb site with the info you've got at top banana.
So Roltz will have top mid. Bartak will be smoking towards the arch side. Trying to set his teammate up here. Should be landing in the arch itself.
It's the same setup from the previous round for VP. Perfecto plays in the cubby with no support, and they're not even going to check it.
Boys.
So it's a double peek. It's a Perfecto double kill. So Roll to Bartak, both gone. No one even considering the cubby.
All right, well, should we just go B then, I guess? I guess that's what we really can do. We've got 1 smoke, 1 flash, take a deep breath, hope for the best. You're probably going to overlook Flit in this position. I think he gets 2 here, as Fame will find 1. That's from Emo. Yeah, round over. Pretty woeful there from the Huns. No one even considering the cubby.
To be honest, it feels like they're going to start having to challenge her on that half wall. If you're just going to dry walk up into A, you got some decent space at long. But, I mean, you're using nades to get over the half wall. Score just never peaks beyond it. Like, you don't ever at any point try and force them back away from top banana.
They've got maximum loss bonus, but they're not even getting near a bomb plant. No kills found once again. And you're not even considering this position. What are you even looking at?
Like, it's not even that good of a spot because he doesn't have anybody helping him. Like, they could just walk up and peek, like...
Oh, it's going to take another timeout, maybe. It's going to be a half buy, I would assume.
I mean, Perfecto played it in the last round, so maybe you're kind of thinking he's not going to take that spot again.
Yeah, surely.
But that's probably, to give him some benefit of doubt, I guess that's maybe what could go through their head.
Well, the protocol is normally like when you have that sort of mid-control, Molotov that position. Yeah, but I guess they're kind of going for the lurk play. I think their intentions were to go towards CT spawn. Didn't want to give too much away, but my God, has it come back to bite them in the arse. So round 10, tactical timeout. Like I said, partial buy. This is where you want to change things up. Let's go for an apps pop or even a B rush. Just something to get a bomb plant down and give you something to work with here.
Yeah, VP, they're on the Champions Trail right now to win this opening map.
The lower bracket
run. The lower bracket. Champions of the lower bracket. That's what they're hoping to be here, VP.
Wow. I'm enjoying the show.
Tech9s, Deagle. That's all they have to play with here on the T side. Maybe try and get around that half wall, guys.
Yeah, I think this set piece needs to be the aim of the game. They try and get that banana control. Let's just execute towards B, whether it's a stack or not. Let's try and trade out some kills. And they're playing very aggressive once again on the CT side. And the incendiaries are burning them to a crisp. Score down to 36 HP. Takes more damage on the jump up as well. You can see that Flit's being baited in. They don't really have enough to flush him out. They got the Molotov. I don't think they want to waste it on that. Couple of kills, but Flitz only wants 1, confirming they're on Tech9s here. Smoked off, pretty much round over already.
Yeah, you need to find that instant kill, really, and then build that momentum into the B-bomb site finish there for Huns. Either that or, Henry, they can't go for an execute. They have smokes available. You gotta get in a position where you can execute, though. Now I'm gonna sever off the flow here of information towards Icy.
There's the Molotov.
Yeah.
They'll never be caught by the cubby again.
Yeah, so they do the 3/4 smoke just in front of the library, and then the Molotov to force the upper away from the angle. And that's going to push Icy all the way back in towards the arches. So here's the B-bomb site execute for the finish.
Doesn't feel good. Smoke is completely blocked. You hate to see it actually works against them. It's a nightmare.
No way.
Now you got to run through your own smoke. Like, lads, what's just happened there? Flitz helps himself to yet another kill. It's far too easy. Comprehensive victory once again. 5 players surviving the round. Presumably, Zerol will have nothing to work with here. 20 seconds actually wants to go down. Needs the money going forward. So just has to run in to his certain doom, and there it is. 7 rounds in a row here for VP. This is one of the most exciting versions of VP we've ever seen, Dinko.
It's insane, right? So Icy's locking down the A bomb. So he's been at B a number of times.
Dude, they've got the Royal Flush set up as well, as you would say. 4 AKs and an AWP.
Oh, you would say that. Yeah, absolutely. It's looking fantastic for him.
We'll have to break that one down on the desk. The Royal Flush set up, CT side. Can it be stopped?
We'll have to wait and see. They can win every single round now for the rest of the half. It looks pretty likely. Problem is the A-bomb site's defense has been so strong. Like every time they try to go there, Perfecto's wrecked him or Icy's AWP has been short, and it keeps funneling them into these B finishes, and they just have never looked good at getting into B, which means you've got Fame and Flit who are both playing well, and they're just destroying them. Like literally destroying them. Flit especially.
Nice pistol round though.
Yeah, nice knife-glove combo as well there, Henry.
You know what? I'm thinking of selling all my skins.
Oh.
Every single one of them.
You've got a purple inventory going on,
Yeah, and I'm kind of falling out of love with it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of like clearing the house out, wait for the market crash, reinvest.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you're going to try and time the market.
That's my plan right now.
No time in the market. Like you've had your time in the market.
The thing is, like, if I go back in the I used to have like the absolute banger skins. I had all the good ones. Swapped it all for this purple inventory.
What'd you do that for?
Hate myself for it. I don't know.
You just gone through a purple phase?
I was, yeah.
Did you do it when
going through
Prince died? You know, Purple Rain, you know?
Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. I think that actually lines up with about that time. Yeah, you're right. You might be honest.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, planning on selling the inventory and hopefully bouncing back in the future.
Well, if you want to buy Henry skins.
Yeah, I'll do a kind of all-in-one deal.
Yeah, okay. Well, hit him up on social media. Well, I guess we got a tech issue here. We can read over that update you mentioned, Henry.
Yeah. Okay, you haven't seen it yet.
No. So
most notably as well, the performance updates. We desperately need them in CS2. So the fact we're getting like optimization.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we definitely need that.
Apparently people aren't saying it's that good, but like just the idea that we're maybe getting some more FPS.
You know, it's a first step. But Counter-Strike 2 pre-release update, a new pre-release build, is now available in the CS2 beta depot.
The fact they're actually using the beta as well, like instead of just dropping a new patch and it's bugged out, like I think that's great news. I think they're learning.
Dude, I think that's great.
This indie company,
like,
Valve,
hey guys,
are learning.
Here you go. Here's the thing that's might mess everything. I think when you make such a significant change to the gameplay as well, that's definitely got to be something you try out. So the engine, updated engine code to the latest version of Source 2. Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's the same as like what Deadlock is using.
Okay.
So apparently that's a big deal.
Okay, rework the bullet penetration stimulation to reduce CPU. So that's some of the performance things you're talking about, Henry.
From what I've heard, not that significant, but like I said, the fact they're even announcing they're working on optimization, that really is the most important thing, along with
Yeah, you need like a supercomputer right now to play Counter-Strike.
I've got like a 5090 and a 9800 X3D, and it still doesn't feel like enough. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, here's the gameplay. That's the big one you're talking about. Diffusing C4 will now lower the view model weapon, prevent scoping, and delay firing the weapon by 100. That's going to feel so weird, man.
Like I said, though, I think they're trying to
diffusing like that.
remedy the CT meta we're seeing right now, and just like removing that aspect of like you can't just fake tap the bomb and then be ready to shoot straight away. Actually, I know it's part of CS and it's change, and we're worried about change. I think it doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world to me. It's like I've seen the video comparisons. It doesn't look that jarring. Like, it means if you are going to tap the bomb, you really do need to be aware of the T position if you've got to fake it and be ready for the fight. You can't just bait them out no matter what because you can touch it. And I think as well, you can't be like diffusing and throwing grenades anymore. Do you know what I mean?
You can't be like tossing flashes.
Which I always thought was a bit silly. Like how
you're diffusing with one hand, flashing with the other, dropping smokes. Yeah, that's true. Well, major highlights are now available and viewable from the spectator loadout. Selected players now more visible in team counter.
Did those even catch on? I don't know. No one's really talking about the major highlights. It seems like they chose really
but maybe that's what they're trying to fix, Henry.
Kind of shoddy clips, like really like mid clips.
I like the idea though. Like, you know, it maybe not exactly how they're being utilized now, but the idea that you can start taking collectible items from the major itself maybe opens up more ideas that, you know, like Dota has a lot of great ones. Maybe we get something like that in CS. Really, I'm selfishly hoping commentary lines could be put in there, Henry. Like, to be honest, that would be great. You know, you could have a couple of great lines in there. You know, someone messes up, you can voice chat "What a blunder" to your teammates, Henry.
Dude,
think about that.
If we get "What a blunder" in the game, I can die happy.
Yeah, there you go. Dude, imagine the royalties from that. You could live off it forever.
What a blunder.
You could just do it every time your teammate messes up.
True. All right, yeah, you're onto something there. All right, what's next on the update list?
Next on the update list, we've got map scripting.
Oh, massive.
Added boosts value to CS gear slot.
Okay, that's huge. Why don't you break that one down for us? What does that mean exactly?
This is the gear slot for health shots.
Okay.
Not really sure what all that means, to be honest, Henry. There's quite a lot of words in there, and I don't really want to read
the
that.
Scripting stuff, like, all jokes aside, that is pretty huge because we are lacking fun in CS right now. Like, the community maps,
Dude,
like the Warcraft 3
we've got
mods.
one actual wingman map.
Yeah,
like, come on. We had two, but we can't have
to be
nice
fair,
things.
though, that wingman map is pretty good.
It is.
The new one is actually a bit of a banger. My favorite thing to do is, like, work out all the smokes and just be the most annoying guy to play against, like, doing set pieces.
I remember we were called the Boyard Bastards, weren't we?
Dude, yeah. You've played with me. You've seen what I like to do. I sit on the server by myself and was working those ridiculous shit ever.
But we played before you could sell nades.
Yeah.
And you were like, buy a nade dinko, and I'd be off on like TikTok brain.
Yeah.
And you were like,
buy nade
dinko, nade dinko, and then I'd buy armor, and you would just go, bro.
Yeah. So like, I was playing with Alex the other night, so I've got like the set pieces. I'm like smoking off both choke points, Molotov behind the bomb site, double flashing a pistol round, and it just like what really warms my heart seeing people type and how mad they get. Like, oh my god, you learned nades on a wingman map. Like, yes, I did.
Love it. Yeah.
I'm a 37-year-old man with nothing better to do.
Yeah,
I've learned all the lineups.
I spend my Saturdays doing nades.
I've made my own lineups on the map. Deal with that.
You know what? I really respect that. Honestly, I feel like we could have a huge map pool of wingman maps we've had over the years. Like
There's been some
man.
bangers. Yeah.
Boyard's an absolute banger.
Just like if you're not like, no one wants to play lower bomb side and nuke in a wingman. Like
it's terrible.
Like
it
no one wants to do that.
Terrible.
Like just release like the best like greatest hits. You know, like all the good wingman maps.
I mean, if you're
over the
buying
years.
the maps, like in the past, I think they were paying royalties or there would be like a monthly fee if you had your map in the game. But I'm pretty sure after talking with a few people, they're just straight up buying the rights to the maps. So, just keep it in the map pool then. Why only have two?
Why take it out? Especially when there's only one.
Especially when we have such a limited, like we don't have anything really.
Remember Rialto as well? That one of the that was so good on the rooftops.
Rialto Bridge.
Yeah, that was so good.
That was fun.
I liked that a lot. Dude, it was like a weird map. It didn't play well. It just like it was just so booky. Like the fact you'd be on roofs and like diffusing bombs. Like it was just fun.
I remember playing that a lot, and then I actually went to Venice and seen the real Rialto Bridge, and I was like, yo,
wow,
Counter-Strike map.
I've seen a photo of it, but yeah, the idea of going there. Did you go there purposefully to see the bridge?
Yeah, I set off
You're like,
on an adventure.
Look, I love this map in Wingman so much, I need to see it.
You trick your girlfriend at the time into thinking, yo, it's a romantic trip. Really, it's all about that. Hey,
I want to play Wingman.
I want to play. You're my wingman for this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. I think that was a good segment anyway. We got an update on the update. As we get ready for round number 11 here. It's 7 rounds in a row for VP. Looking unstoppable right now, and the Huns falling rather flat, if you don't mind me saying. We'll see whether they can bounce back here. They'll have time to think about their approach. I think you just got to throw caution to the wind and speed things up, try and get some early control. Once again, jostling for control towards Banana, but it's the boost for Icy once again. Does he find the opener? I think he does. No problem, and that's
all right. Back to
5 on 4.
Back to the update, shall we? Here's a swing out from Flit. He's going to start challenging. Actually, a little bit more space this time. Finally, for Score towards top Banana, and then a Molotov comes in and forces him back. Maybe there has to have been a conversation here for Huns, an idea to start being a bit more aggressive, taking a few more risks, trying to take some fights.
Well, that was like, that's not a strategy. He just said, like, I'm going to try and get a pick in towards apartments.
Maybe that's what you need the last couple of rounds here. You need your individuals to maybe start taking a few risks.
Yeah. Well, that's not bad at all. A 4 on 4, a round that looks possible. Everyone's here. They're all towards quad, one towards the apartments. Molotov through, it's down to Toro. Needs to step up, the Raging Bull ready to go.
Yeah.
And actually taken down. We've got a round here.
We might, but Perfecto from Pit with a double kill. He goes actually a third with a setup of the distraction, but couldn't take the third. In fact, his teammates will do that, and then Perfecto goes back to finish off a 3. 8-3 is the score, and a little bit more excitement, I guess, from Huns to get 2 kills against the defense, but they never really look like they're going to get into a winnable situation.
I mean, that's been the best round yet, which is saying quite a lot.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Like, and it all just stemmed off this nice little pick from Bartek. Admittedly, good shot, but the fact that Perfecto gets free here, where's the pressure? There's no util towards pressure is the tires. You know that. Yeah, the fact he's got no Molotov there, like not even smoked off, there's nothing, no HEs, he's got full health. Like, that's a little bit rubbish, but It's the final round. It's been a bit of a rubbish half overall. They went up 3-0. Lovely pistol, as you said. Good follow-up conversions, but nothing since.
This is their map pick as well.
That's true. Nice nade.
It is a nade available, yes, and it's landed right towards Flit. 67 HP is not going to discourage Flit from being aggressive into Banana, though. Here comes the swing. Icy not able to connect for the first time ever. We actually have Huns with the possibility of B-splitting. They actually get a 1-for-1 trade on Flit, and Fame is under a lot of pressure. Let's see how he plays this one, because he's got to worry about CT and Banana, so he goes back into the church, and they're going to start thinking about clearing him out, but, oh, the spacing, what is that? Now Bartak's giving up. Oh, it's so easy. All right, Fame, he's got it into a 4v2, so...
You can win 4-on-2s.
Yeah, you can. Pretty unlikely.
Yeah, but they're a little bit too confident right now, VP, you know? This is where you might make a mistake. We'll see. It's Cobra's era. Looking to find his opening kill. It's going to be 9 to beat him to the punch. Can the Cobra sink his fangs into them? Apparently not. It will be VP coming out on top, I'm afraid. 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's the worst part, right? Is the fact that Huns actually had the ideal start. You win the first 3 rounds of play, you're like, oh, VP, what's happening here? You know, you've let your opponents get 3 rounds out on the T side earlier of their map pick, and then they win every single round.
Well, been a lot of blowouts today. This one might be no different. VP looking very good with a couple of stand-in situations. Difficult to keep track of who the main 5 in this team is anymore, but...
I can tell you if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
We've got Fame, Flit, Perfecto, Toro, and Bist is the planned roster for the future. Toro coming out of the Academy team. Bist also coming out of the Academy team.
Not familiar with Bist. Has he played a game with them yet?
Bist has, in fact, not played a game with his
every
VP
tournament
squad.
I commentate on, they've got a different roster.
Yeah. But, you know, he hasn't played a game with him yet. He was a part of VP Prodigy, as was Toro. But I think everyone's kind of going toward... No one wants to buy players anymore because they don't necessarily always work out. I think Icy's purchased from Cloud9, you know, not exactly looking that solid. It never really clicked. Bist, you already got him on a contract. He's probably not going to charge that much money. Let's be real. Probably keep him on the Academy contract, put him in the main team, give him a go.
Well, good luck to him.
Yeah, well, he's 17 years old as well, so super young. Described as an explosive and exciting AWPer.
That's what they need.
Look at that chicken.
HD chicken. So, looks like we're ready to go momentarily. Dingo, I can break down the utility for you, if you like.
Oh, please do.
Kind of my thing.
Please do.
Kind of my whole career.
How much have they got?
They've got 1 decoy.
One decoy.
That will be used for the half wall at Banana. You bounce it around the corner to detect CTs on the other side, so you don't have to dry swing it, Dingo. It gives you a sound cue, makes them uncomfortable, and then you'll go for a BXQ here. You'll be smoking spawn, you'll be smoking coffins, you'll Molotov new boxes, and you'll do the Molotov that lands on second oranges, which flushes out both sides. That's what I predict. That's what I'm looking for here.
Okay, that's what we're ready for VP's
That's
pistol.
What I see coming right down the barrel at this stage, but... it depends. The Huns could present some CT aggression. Then everything goes out the window.
They could. And, you know, the common area is to see that CT aggression. It's right down middle, isn't it, on pistol rounds?
Yeah, that's a good point. Over the years, it's been a favorable strategy. Just run down mid with 3 players.
I remember just back in the quarterfinal, the semifinals against Vitality, FaZe had a massive aggressive play down mid. Twist came out on top. It just reminds me of FaZe getting beat by FUT today. So
that's FUT, F-U-T.
Yeah. F-U-T.
They were 9-3 up as well.
Yes.
You really don't love to
9-1.
9-1, yeah, one state. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy work to give that game away.
13-11 loss over there.
Well, let's see if I'm right with the idea of the pistol. With the decoy there, I feel like that's what they're going to go for, but let's see if we nailed it. Waiting for that CT aggression. There's the decoy. Not yet. Hold your horses, Henry.
So it really is the decoy.
I built up this decoy.
It is the decoy.
Massively.
Yes, let's go.
I didn't know how to throw it. I want to see how he does it. Stay on Flip for a second.
All right.
It doesn't even use the decoy.
Bro, he's just carrying it for fun.
It is the BXQ at least.
Rattling his little Glock at them.
So, there's the decoy. Perfect.
Is that what you expected?
Not really.
Well, 9 walking down mid, some CT aggression. Works out perfectly as Perfecto turns around and goes, oh, okay. All right, we got 2 mid players.
Good duel, good duel.
Yeah, quite a decent duel there. But VP have now got a 2-man advantage. Going to be going for the B-bomb site finish. At least all 3 remaining Huns players.
They can win this for sure. The Huns, that is.
Oh, the flash does not go deep enough. Oh, it does actually. It catches Toro. Fair enough. There's the Joel Beretta's taking a double. Icy able to come out on top. Cobra Zera gone. And a 3v2. It's still doable here for Huns. The bomb isn't even planted yet.
He's going to find him. Oh, close. Very close indeed. That smoke makes things so much more difficult now. No kit available. Reload of the USP required. It's down to Zerolt, and Score on this retake will take a series of blunders here from VP to give this one away. But stranger things have certainly happened. Keep your head down, Fame. That felt a bit unnecessary. This could be a double kill here for sure. Yep, they've given it up. Somehow, some way.
Well, here comes Score to try and body block on the 10-second defuse, and he will allow his teammate to defuse. And VP, yeah, somehow have let this round go. All right, Huns have won both pistol rounds now, Henry.
Oh, man, a 5-on-3? Sure, they got a couple of kills with those Julies, but why are you giving them so many fights? Like, that's the overconfidence.
VP are back.
Rearing its head. Yeah, that's like no real reason to fight from that kind of pool position. Like, just to get the info and then duck your head down. Your teammates will have the crossfire and win the round. And that could be it. The Huns are back. They needed that.
They absolutely did.
Squandered the pistol. And we will see a force buy in response. Of course, the bomb planted. Yeah, that's just CS fundamentals going out the window. You feel like you can do no wrong. Overcommitting to a duel. And like as soon as he got that first kill, you know he's getting the kill towards Dark as well.
Yeah, force buy opportunity though here for VP. They've got 2 Galils, 2 Tech 9s, and a Mac 10. It's a very early flashbang just to get Flit to peek out of stairs again. But Huns, very passive setup, both on A and B. A little bit more advanced on A. You know, you've got the double on bracket setup. That smoke being deployed. VP are keeping the information at bay at the moment for Huns. They don't have too much as to where VP are currently occupy. And you're going to have Flit starting to investigate Banana. He's got his teammate just in behind him of Perfecto. And they know they've got Huns sat back on the B bomb site. They know they've got this top Banana control. But it's looking like it's just going to be all about trying to fake out a lot more presence on this B-bomb. So, what?
Okay.
Dude, Score had nades in his hands, and now they've actually got an A-split going on with Flick going through CT. You don't see this all too often. Oh, and Flick gets away with 1 extra, Henry.
It's going to be the A-bomb site.
Oh,
available
my God,
here.
they've absolutely destroyed them there.
They are bouncing back. It was looking like a chance of the Huns here, but a few fortunate timings land in favor of VP. Sure, Perfecto goes down, but I don't think you can even consider going for this one. Got to save your M4s. It's going to be 10-4.
Yeah, you see 9. Still thought it was going to be B.
Yeah.
Flit coming in, catching Score with nades busy and towards CT. Rips his head off, goes, okay, well, my teammates are trying to get out the apartment, so might as well come through. And you can see those A rotators in full panic mode coming back through CT spawn. Flit makes the most of it, gets another kill. Then the A pop comes in off balcony. All the CTs are out of position. VP loving how this round went down.
Oh, we all are, really. You find that freebie in CT spawn. The hunt has been called. Icy probably goes down, but there will be a trade opportunity for Fame. Does he fancy it? Yes, he does. Very important kill. Takes down the penultimate M4A4. And double digits has been found on their opponent's pick here. VP and scheduling fans across the world rejoicing here. 2-0 looking likely. Huns haven't really turned up as of yet. They've won both pistols, but they've only got 4 rounds.
I mean, that's kind of the worst outcome, isn't it? You win the pistol, not only that, but they win the conversion the first half as well. You had a 3-0 lead.
Yeah.
And you're now 10-4
not a great
down.
Stat line on your map pick.
Absolutely an indictment to the team right now. All right, well, should be 11-4 most likely here for VP. You would eradicate all the money for the Huns as well. And then you're looking at 12.
Oh, nice little push from 9, though.
Yeah, you like to see this.
Tucks himself in. These are the sort of positions that can be overlooked. He's got to find a timing now, though. Got the weapon for the job, the hand cannon, the Desert Eagle. Is he checked, though? You can see he's feeling uncomfortable. Nice timing from Perfecto. Saves the day. He's lining up the shot.
What a map Perfecto is quietly having here. 15-4.
Yeah, true, actually.
Number of shutdowns over towards the A-bomb side on the CT side. Did well with the pistol. Fame catching, bot tag, and an awkward flash engagement.
Yeah. Fortune landing in their favor. More often than not, VP looks solid for 11 rounds here.
Absolutely. You know, you're talking about looking at the money here for Huns as well. Realistically, you want to save that M4 again. If you're Cobra Zera, just tuck away. At least have that available.
Well, bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is like a lower bracket game. You're out of the tournament in GSL format. You lose 2 games. That's it. You're done.
That's it.
You went all that way. You could play 2 games. You could play 3 maps and be done here.
So far, they've won 5 rounds, Huns.
Yeah. You could only take 5 rounds in the tournament before you're going home. So, good try. But that's the M4 dealt with, and it's going to be score. I guess you saved the MP9. You couldn't be further away if you tried.
Yeah, you got the Kevlar as well.
I suppose, yeah.
It's a small win, small W.
The thing is, oof, I was going to say that's not ideal. The thing is, sure, you're technically supposed to eco in the next round, but you just don't have the runway. You have to force buy again, especially
unless you believe in yourself.
You've got to have to force buy and just go for it.
Bring it back.
You're not going to recover a 12-4 game.
No.
When you haven't even won a gun round.
I mean, it's that old cliche, Henry.
What's
at
the
this
cliche?
point of Huns got to try and play themselves back into the game for the next map.
Play their own game.
Play their way back into the game for the next map, Henry.
Okay, I see. Okay, that is
win a few rounds.
Okay, that's fair.
Gain some momentum. Feel like you're
frustrate your opponent.
Dead.
Don't let them have the easy win. We always say round number 13 is the hardest round in the world to pick up.
Yeah, that's what we always say.
The most dangerous scoreline in the world is 11-4, famously as well.
Yeah, we got a new law for Zonic, though.
Was it 9-3?
No, the new law for Zonic is to win 50% of your pistol rounds.
And that's it?
Yeah, and that's it. That's all you need.
Fair enough. He did do that in the grand final, but
didn't happen, did it?
Wasn't the most like we built it up. We showed the documentary before the grand final, like, oh, it's going to be like the Thunder from Down Under. We've got a rematch. And well, 3-0 didn't really get going.
No,
a real shame, really. You got your trophy moment though, Dinko?
Oh, I did.
You were looking for it all year long.
I was begging for it, changing the schedules for it, everything really.
You got your trophy moment. A lot of fun, a lot of hype.
Yeah, it was a great final.
Well, here we go then. As mentioned, kind of have to buy into this one, and they have done so. Got the 5-7s, some HEs, some smokes, a little bit of a stack here towards B, 3 players. Deeper smoke than what we're used to here from the CT side. Score takes some heavy damage, but still fine for now.
Fame in the bedroom. Clearing out the apartments. Molotov out into the hallways. Your VP, you don't want to slip up here. And I like how patient they're taking this one. I like how disciplined they are. No one's making some wild individual move. They want to get 12 and win this. Lock it out. Don't let Huns play themselves back in the map at all.
It's good advice.
It's getting the dust too.
Get out of here quickly. Like I said, scheduling fans are on the edge of their seats right now.
It's not even the scheduling either. It's just the fact that VP, you lost your opening map 13-2, like, of the whole competition. At least bounce back with some confidence, you know? True. Clean victory versus Huns.
Okay, so VP and scheduling fans.
Yeah, all the fans, really. Well, Fame, he's got a double. Score and Cobra Zera both gone. That was it, really. That was their hold. That was it.
It's completely. An old VP classic. Plant the bomb with 5 seconds left.
True.
Rolling back the years.
Yeah, and I mean, Huns have no other option. No money, so you're not winning the retake. You might as well just save.
I mean, yeah, saving 3 pistols is a choice, but the only choice they have.
It's the best choice.
It's the best choice of a real bad selection of options available. Retaking with no kit, no util with 3-5-7.
At the end of the night out, you know?
Yeah, the lights come on. Got to make your last choice.
What choice are we making right now?
So yeah, looking to get exits, but why would you even give them anything? You don't need to hunt. You know they've got pistols only. It's a damn shame. Like we said though, round number 13, the hardest round in the world to pick up.
So you're telling me that Huns are going to win with these 3-5-7s, the little bit of extra money they got?
I guess the Kevlar. Oh man, the money's so bad. So yeah, the 5-7s might be required.
Dude, the 5-7s are kind of goated though.
Yeah. Not enough to maybe win a round, but let's see what they can do with it. There's a FAMAS, an MP9. Oh, it's not getting any better. Not a single M4 here.
They had if
Even
they had a
with the
UMP,
saved Kevlar.
you know, bit
True.
Story.
UMP has shown its worth already. The triple kill in the first half, courtesy of Fame. Here we go then. Could be the last round of play. Both pistols picked up by Huns, ladies and gentlemen. That is correct. And they only have 4 rounds to speak of it. A 3-0 start. Won the pistol in the second half, and yeah, it's all going wrong. The wheels have officially fallen off. They're unraveling at the seams. However you want to put it, it's not looking good.
Nah, looking great, though. For Virtus.pro, who have Fame and Flit step up on the B bomb side. Perfecto on the CT side. He was just fantastic. A real anchor inside of the pit, over towards long. I see a number of great moments is in that sort of rotating all-pro. He's started on B a few times. He's locking away short A on the CT side, and VP just did too much of the heavy lifting in the first half for the second to even have a fight. Although, as VP do, taking the most of this round, even though they're up against 5-7s and 2 FAMAS. They do not want to lose this round.
It's all quite tense right now. Slowly,
tense,
but surely, they make their way over towards the B bomb site.
Final 30 seconds.
Players here. Oh yeah, and they're in 2 lines.
have given
Here we go.
the Huns their only chance really
This
to do
is some
anything.
VP magic right here.
You're giving them the only way to win the round
The
is
scramble.
by leaving such limited time, not having enough time to clear out all of the angles in the A site. And now the 5-7 is going to unravel them.
seconds.
There's Bartek with the first 9. Cobra
it
Zera, VP
There
given
it
the
is.
only way to win it. And of course, as Henry has been telling us forever, that 13th round is the most difficult round to find in the world. And we will get 1 extra round of play here at least.
That's what we love to see. It's a bit of VP magic.
It's like, guys,
from a bygone era.
We've absolutely smashed their money. They're going to be on pistols.
Yeah.
Let's take our time. Leave us with such limited time until we have to run into a bomb site, not be able to clear anything, and give the 5-7s the only way to win it.
It's a real beautiful thing. I love it. I respect it. So now you've given them a lifeline. You've given them 3 AKs, an easy round to pick up. James is watching this somewhere and is absolutely loving it.
As he prepares for the major.
Yeah, as he prepares for the major. Ouch. As we see now, still a chance to close things out. They're still going to win. But that was the easiest round you could possibly ask for. You had 5-7s and FAMASes to deal with. And you
come back.
You give yourself 20 seconds. Like, lads, come on.
Yeah. I mean, is this the beginning of a beautiful comeback from the Huns? Let's wait and see.
Like you said, though, every round they can get will help them out in the series. Like, you can shake off the bad result. If you can get like 7, 8, maybe 9, maybe 10, Dinko.
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10. You can just make things a bit more uncomfortable for them to frustrate your opponent.
Or maybe 5. As
Or
has
maybe
got the
5
opening
could
kill
also
here.
be the end.
Oh, look at this.
This is where was this page?
Yeah, where was it? Oh, look what they can do. Just run at them. Fame takes bar attack down. Suddenly, the banana push is going to walk right into Flit. Scorer decides, no, that's probably not a good idea. They're going to leave 2A defenders left inside of the bomb site. Yeah, that is a huge nade there, right onto Zeralt. 9 is just anxiously awaiting this final move forward from VP. They've got the map control, they've got the space. Now they just need the kills to close out this map. And VP eventually, you would imagine, want to come onto this A bomb site, Henry.
We're going back. Around the world.
Yeah, you're right.
They have got enough time to do this. This is fine. You've ascertained there's at least 2 players toward the B bomb site. In-game leader Perfecto. Looking for any rotators here. 9 suspecting the play. They might have overcooked here. If you're going to do this sort of play, you need to go quickly. You cannot afford to go in on... Oh, through the smoke we go.
Nades too.
Yeah, this actually could be a bit of a nightmare.
Oh my god. All right, should we go back to A
now?
All right, let's go back here.
Oh, dude, they're actually doing
Perfecto pulls out his knife.
What is this?
Zeralt has taken him down, and VP...
Stop overcooking.
They literally overcooked the pooch again. Zeralt is just shutting them down. 9 seconds. Fame's running in, but the bomb's not moving. They've lost the round, Henry.
Just choose a bomb site. You don't have to have, you don't have to play the 200 IQ 3D chess. Like, it's fine. Just, you've got a 5-on-3 advantage. Use it.
Why? Like, just, this made it so much more difficult for themselves.
Holy moly.
Red beans.
And ravioli. Like, it just overcooking is just the perfect way to put it. Like, you've done all the hard work.
Ravioli,
you've got the mid control. You've got the apartments control. Just finish A, smoke Moto, and go in together, trade out kills. Crazy.
Yeah, Finn's not going to be happy about it. It's like, boys, what is this? What is this going on right now?
I think it's because, like, Perfecto, they're kind of bickering now, you can see it.
Oh, it's collapse. Huns
and it's just like, it's because Perfecto, like, he's the in-game leader, and he's got that position towards the apartments, and he's found the gap, and he's like, even if you get that, like, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you have no time again. You can't let this be a factor of every single round. That you're scrambling in. If one player goes down, the round's over. Like, that can't be your identity anymore. Like, how often does it happen with this squad? It doesn't matter who the in-game leader is. Jame, Electronic, or Perfecto, it's the same old story.
Just unbind shift, please.
Yeah, this rush B, it's just like, boys, we're rushing B. We're getting
timeout. Just run at the boys.
Yeah.
Here comes Bartek. That's the bomb. He's going to lose the fight against Icy. And they're held back by utility at the moment. Top Banana. I'm looking forward to hearing what Maui Snake thinks of,
he's loving it.
Of those last couple of rounds on the T side here.
Decisive, controlled CS.
We've got Score going into the peak. Yeah, not bad. He's got one. Soralt needed a double. But there's still one B defender, Henry. And don't forget, it is the Coiled Cobra.
Okay, so you know there's at least one B. So you like just choose a bomb site and go there. That's fine. Like, thing is, with the AWP, one of you can get picked off and they'll just run back to the other side and they'll be stuck in 2 mines again. They need to be very careful here. So 9 with the AWP towards the opponent. You can catch him perfectly, Dinko. Oh, and then it's going to be so good. Now you can run. You know, one's B and one's towards second middle. I don't think he gets all the intel, but he will hear them. Is this where they close things out? They need to get the hell out of here. It's starting to go very wrong very quickly. No. Oh, there's one smoke, so they're okay. They have the advantage here, VP.
Yeah, get that bomb down. They're low on HP. There's a little bit of utility left for 9. If you use that towards pit.
Everyone's on 10 hooks.
Yeah.
Get us out of here.
Re-smoke out Modo. Icy and Fame having to shut this one down. Trying to close it out, but Icy's gone. And now it is Fame inside of the pit. He's going to hold his position into the peak. Smoke goes onto the bomb. Oh my god, grenades. Perfect. That's going to stop. No, it won't because... Okay, 9 blasted away. And then they get back onto it. He's going to hold it. He's going to stick it. Oh, yeah. Finally, Fame closes out Inferno. It's never easy with Virtus.pro, is it? They give us a little bit of excitement right down to the end. And Virtus.pro finally closing out Inferno. It's time to hear the thoughts of the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Dinko. Turns out, bye, Dinko. It turns out, yeah,
Henry was already long gone.
Maui was not loving it. I was not loving it. It got a little bit hairy there. That could have been dicey. I mean, if they'd lost that round there, which it looked for a moment they might, the Huns could have mounted a genuine comeback just because of where the economy was. But Virtus.pro did it. We'll start there.
VP have a way of making a 13-6 victory feel like a double OT nail-biter.
Yeah, I know.
Just always finding a way. The spirit of the team, the essence, the soul, it never left the body.
I feel like Henry went through like an entire life cycle of emotions there. Like, he started off so excited, happy, like, this is the VP I like, this is the VP I want to see.
Yeah, he changed his tune real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Towards the end there, it's like, no, not again, not again.
I just love it because it was like, this is the most exciting VP we've ever seen. He just kept repeating that over and over again. We call that manifesting. He was trying to make that true.
It was working for a while. It was working for a while.
But the point, I think, is, and obviously we have to give Perfecto time. I fully support that. It is a good point we made earlier on the panel. You know, he's been out of the game for 2 years. He's not just learning a new role, he's essentially learning a new meta, a new game, you know, and having to be the strat caller in that is going to take a while. But their default identity of, right, the round has gone to pieces, what's our plan B? It's crab walk somewhere and get killed one by one. And this is what I've been talking about. I just feel it's such a tough watch, VP.
And towards the end, you could see just the way that he's trying to seesaw between the bomb sites, recognizing that this one's a little bit too dicey over here. We're going to rotate all the way back to the other one, not giving yourself the time to go for those kinds of rotations. That sort of management or lack thereof of the clock is something that is definitely biting him here. He just had so much leeway, though, because, I mean, to be fair to VP, okay, they started off by losing the first 3 rounds. They immediately shut out the Huns for the remainder of the CT side. They look completely in a flow state when it came to their defensive side. Like nobody from the Huns could really perturb anybody that was on the VP side. Fame did incredibly well. I saw great moments from Flit. Icy was just pushing down Banana with the op. Like all of those players that you expected to just humble the Huns definitely did that.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, for how much grief we're giving VP for maybe not, finishing the game in style, tactically speaking. I mean, at least they did more to kind of adjust to what the CT sets were giving than Huns, or the Huns, I should say, because we saw that time and time again, and that's one of the reasons why Fame is the standout player together, probably with Flit and Icy, is the fact that they try to batter that bomb site on B so many times, and they just about never got in. Like, this is one of the few instances where they actually made it up to the bomb site, but usually would just start out with either pop flashes or utility being thrown down by VP, and Huns trying to fight through it each and every single time. Then
I mean, once they got the AKs as well, there, that bomb site was locked down.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get over to the second half and you see VP like, oh, you guys are throwing util early. Let's just chill in T-pit for about 25 seconds and then move on, with a round. So definitely not the adjustments that we needed to see from Chimera from Huns. And, the guy who was my kind of like one to watch player on the side of Huns score, he pretty much had 4 kills by 2 rounds. So he, had impact in the pistol, and they won both pistols, but it kind of just started and ended there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was always going to be a tall order, even though it was their map pick. But we did see some cool stuff this game, didn't we, Maui? Round 10.
I felt like this is just too perfect. Had to bring this one up.
Sure.
The fact that on the B defense, I think it was Flit who was able to just jump right into the smoke, just blocks it right with his chest. And, a lot of people are doing this in CS2. You're trying to block the smoke and everything like that. It doesn't usually work this well, though.
Yeah.
So this was just a funny moment, just kind of a stamp on the half in terms of VP have already erected the wall, and now they're using the Huns' own utility against them by just body blocking it into their faces.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good CT side. So I will say this, considering we had some questions about how VP might handle Inferno, we thought maybe Ancient might have been the better pick and everything else. I think there are positives that you take from that from VP, even if your opponent realistically is an underdog.
Yeah. Again, I think it's great. Obviously, we would probably love to see more out of Toro, considering he's the newest addition. But
it's a rough one. But then again, it's
didn't have to do much.
Yeah, if I don't go to the bomb site you play on, you can't kill me.
Exactly, right? So, like, he's holding apps, he's hanging out, nobody's showing up. So, just going to stay there and do his job. And it worked out fine in that sense. So hopefully we'll get to see more out of him on the second map. But if VP can kind of just get through, parts of the lower bracket, not having to rely on more than Flit and Fame, I mean, they're cruising.
Yeah, well, speaking of the second map, it's going to be coming up. It's Dust 2, so we can talk a little bit about that. Obviously, VP's pick. This is a map they're comfortable on. I think it's always a good map to have for a stand-in. Even with the small changes that have been made down the years, it's still an eminently puggable map, isn't it? You can just kind of do what you want on it.
It's one that Perfecto has shown a little bit more strength as an in-game leader because you can just go for the all-in plays. It's still a map where I would like to see people like Toro get activated a bit more towards long A. Watching back VP on this map and trying to figure out why it is that they want to pick it, it's mostly just because you can run 3-2 splits on a mid to B. You can run everybody out long if you have a great enough spawn. And Perfecto, I think that when he uses himself as he sometimes becomes a lurker, maybe up the short side, I've actually liked how he's put the rounds together. Maybe he's the sole guy that's going through the mid to B by himself through the double doors. But when I see other players in lurking positions, this is even on Dust 2, I still find that he has some hiccups trying to activate them or giving them a good timing. And so I know that Toro can handle himself when he's just sent out to fight at long early on. And it would be really great to see him bounce back here by actually truly activating him and letting him try to take that fight towards Bartak.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my point, Ben. I was going to ask you about that. Obviously, Bartak is, you're probably mechanically speaking, aim-wise, the weaker player on the roster, and he's got such a vitally important role. He's responsible for holding long and stopping them being able to kind of pincer onto that bomb site. So I guess a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Absolutely so. And again, he's not going to win an outright fight versus Toro. He's not going to win an outright fight versus anyone on VP, really. That's just the reality of it, really. So, the Huns are going to have to account for that. They're going to have to kind of lean probably a lot more towards long. I do think one of the benefits that they have with this version of Dust 2 is the fact that the spawns doesn't necessarily allow for that good long rushes as often as they did in the past, and you don't have like the cycle spawns that you used to have way back in the day. So that is a little bit helpful because VP might just get bad spawn rotations in that sense. So, so maybe they avoid it in that sense. But I still think that Huns are going to have issues with, well, just about any VP player at this point. I mean, if we're talking about just seeing standard catwalk takes and everything and just having Fame being sat in mid, lurking, waiting for rotations, I feel like Huns are the kind of team who are not necessarily prepped to kind of deal with that in a good manner. So they need to win opening duels and they need to kind of get off to a good start if they want to have any sort of shot at this.
Yeah, we got about a minute before break, so I have to ask you, this is like generic host question. Is there any hope for the Huns? Because honestly, what we've seen today, it's like outside of the pistols, there's not really a lot happening.
I would say that watching them back at Blast, I remember that 9 actually was able to take over on this map, I think versus Falcons and Spirit. So he's my player to watch for them in this one, even with the AWP, of course, if he sometimes picks it up. But honestly, this is where he had some like all-time like best highlights of the year Deagle clips. So
4K Deagle.
Yeah,
absolutely insane.
So if he's able to get something like that going, yes, we can see a little bit of a spark. But through and through, I'd say VP are definitely the better team here.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen. It's time for a quick break. When we come back from that, we'll be straight into the action with Henry G and Dinko on Dust 2. Bye.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Scott.
Welcome back to CAC 2025. We're getting ourselves into another really important map here for the Huns because it is elimination on the line, Henry, on day one of the tournament.
Yeah, could be a real rough ride for them. You can play 3 maps total and be out of the tournament in its totality. We are going to see VP bouncing back from their earlier defeat to Legacy, went down 13-2, but actually looking quite promising here in the opening map of Inferno. Actually had a very strong CT side off both pistols, got a 13-6 win. Some ugly rounds in the mix towards the end, has to be said.
Yeah.
A couple of head scratches, some VP magic being brought back, but overall they look like the much better team. I mean, we went to Dust 2, and in terms of the fragging as well, no one could really do anything about VP or shut them down. So I feel like this should be a 2-0.
No, the only thing that could really shut VP down was themselves in that second half for a couple of rounds, but got it over the line before things got truly messy. But yeah, I mean, Maui was saying they got into this flow state on the CT side, and it absolutely felt that way.
Oh, absolutely true. Huns will have to replicate that sort of form, down but not out, but this is their opponent's pick now. VP wanted to be on Dust 2. Keep things nice and simple here. They've got multiple stand-in situations. Perfecto rejoining the roster, and he's been out of CS for, what, 2 years or so. So interested to see what kind of input he can have, because his impact on Inferno was tremendous.
Yeah,
he got like 15 plus kills. He looked very good for an in-game leader.
Yeah, especially on that CT side over towards long in 2 rounds, particular from the cubby, then in the pit. Yeah, Perfecto looks solid on the CT side, absolutely. His calls, I think it isn't the individual skills sometimes of Perfecto. I think it's just the fact he's an in-game leader now, which is the crazy part. It's like, okay, well, Perfecto, we know you haven't been playing CS, but we want you to in-game lead a team. And I think you could see some of the weaknesses of that on that T side already.
Tinker, we do have a B stream going on as well.
Oh, yes, we do.
A lower bracket game there at the very same time. It's GamerLegion versus your favorite, Lynn Vision.
Yeah.
GamerLegion picking up the first map of Overpass 13-5. They are currently playing Train, where Lynn Vision are fighting back on the T side. They're up 4-2. So a lot of Counter-Strike action going on here at CAC, but it looks like we are good to go. VP versus the Huns, Dust 2. Doesn't really matter which side you start. You do probably prefer to go on the CT forces. We'll see if the Huns have that idea. They certainly do. Here we go then. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. No decoys this time, most notably.
Yeah, definitely. We noted the decoy in the last map quite extensively.
It was a mainstay of the broadcast for sure. We're going to see aggression though. Bear in mind, 100% of the pistol rounds landing in favor of the Huns so far. It's a classic strategy though. Get long control, smoke the crossover, wait for it to bloom usually. Flashbang to go in, but...
it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, they still get taken down.
Yeah, still going to be an opening kill here for the CT side. Okay, nice shot from Icy. Response is immediate from Bartak though.
Gush.
Another smoke for the cross, as that one will start to fade away soon. We've got Score. It actually blocks his boost a little bit there,
That's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, you were just waiting. And then he tucks his head down and works it with him, actually, because then Faden goes into the open, didn't see the head, and now Toro having to step out. It's just 1 kill every time here for VP, and that is not enough, as Perfecto is left 1v3. The Huns about to pull off a retake.
Oh, yeah, it's looking very promising, isn't it? Down it goes. Got the opening kill. Piece by piece, they pick up all the kills required and defuse the bomb with no problem there whatsoever. Another pistol landing in favor of the Huns. With the bomb planted, I'm going to assume there will be a force spy here from VP. They went down 0-3 on Inferno as well. Bounced back rather nicely. So, good stuff there from the Huns. Needed that, but need to hold on as well. This is the opening kill. It's unlucky for Flitz. Spamming that smoke. They found a couple for the ones planted. He thought the boost was nullified with the second smoke, but waited patiently, rewarded, and eventually the round converted. So, almost certainly going to be the force spy here. Galil for Toro. And we have a scout as well in the hands of Icy, of course. What a scout it is.
Oh my god, okay, yeah, good start. I mean, absolutely using that scout to devastating effect. 9, it is a wild maneuver to take that M4 for a spin.
Holy.
Oh, no, it's a roll burning, and then, yeah, well, the one not to remember here for
he
Huns.
looked at the smoke in hand for, what, 3 seconds?
He's like, you know what?
You know what? I'm going for the swing.
This could really help me right now.
Oh my god!
But I'm
what
just going to run.
This is a round they'll want to forget. That was wild.
What the hell was the top mid push as well?
I guess you just lost somebody that's hoping you can find the tech. You need some alley-oop though. You need like a flashbang or even just nade it yourself. Like you need to soften them up. You can't just take a crazy swing like that.
It's the fact it's an M4.
Yeah,
this kind of round, right? It's a big piece to lose. Now M4 given on over to Perfecto.
Yeah, a couple of them.
And you now have Bartek and Score looking to try and win this out here.
We always say as well, Dinko, winning the second round force spy, arguably better than winning the pistol itself.
Absolutely can be.
Depends whether you save these 2 M4s. But the round's over.
Still taking the time, though. Just not wanting to let this round go, VP.
Yeah, I can't see a world where they give this one over. Bomb planted for long as well. Oh. Not necessarily feeling it.
Oh, they're very scared now.
Yeah, not feeling it. Oh, that's a great kill from Flip. Okay, that's actually monumental frag. Saving 2 rifles is great, but 1 doesn't feel too promising. I think Bartek will get spotted as well. So yeah, now the hunt will be on. No hunt required. Pure domination here. Everyone's got an M4. As we do see Virtus.pro bouncing back. My God, it's a messy round for the Huns, though. A series of errors, a series of blunders.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you come into a map like this, you've just lost Inferno 13-6. You want to get started on the CT side on the right foot, right? You want to try and win the pistol, find the follow-up conversion. Oof. You invest a lot into this. You threw the rifles in. You went heavy on the M4s. And immediately Huns losing, giving VP all of those M4s to play with, which is going to allow this T-side... Oh, they missed a long corner smoke. Well, it's also going to give all these M4s the T-side to play with, which just allows that money to build so early in this first half. And even though that long corner smoke does not connect the way they would like, it still works out for the long take. And VP are now up into a 5v3.
Finding that flow state again, Dinko. This is the force spy, bear in mind as well, and it's not going too well, even with the missed long corner smoke. Everything's under control. Should be another frag here for Perfecto. Takes them down with the M4A1S. 2 players remaining. They know exactly where they are. Got them contained, locked in. Down towards long.
Yeah, I mean, this is great work from VP. They've kept it nice and clean here. All the money's going to be building on the T side. No, a single player goes down. Look at that. You've already got enough for multiple buys already. So, and it's going to be more money because Huns will have an eco coming up here. A VP can limit casualties again.
And it's one of those ecos where you can't even invest a P250.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to go full USB.
So realistically, VP should have another round where 5 players stay alive. And you've got money for pretty much the rest of the half.
Very true indeed. Doesn't look great. Doesn't feel good. Huns now on their knees here at CAC. Got nothing left. Been a rough tournament. 13-1 to open things up. 13-6 in their second map. And could be knocked out here on Dust 2. With just a handful of rounds picked up. USPs only for now. No Kevlar, of course. And just a matter of time before they give this one up. See if they can save a rifle, though. That's really all they can really hope to do. Push towards up. Who could they catch? Flitz, potentially. Oh, well, it's the shooting gallery for Fame. And he's certainly shooting back. This tag team duo, Flit and Fame, combined for a monstrous amount of frags on Inferno, looking very good. Some very promising scenes here for VP. Looked a bit looser, a bit more confident. Willing to take some fights. Flit not even dissuaded now. 26 HP. Might want to hold on to that M4. Hoping they push him. He's got the cover of his teammates. Fame in towards T-Spawn. Easy does it. Easy round. Easy skins. all of the above.
Yeah, nice little throwback. We've got Huns with finally enough money to get rifles out. No AWP will be sighted. VP gonna just run with the 5 rifles for the meantime. And obviously playing CT side without the AWP is very tough. Well, let's see if they can do anything of value with the 5 rifles, including a FAMAS in the mix of those.
This is like last chance, Lynn. If this round goes down with a 5-man deficit again, like you just get no kills at all, just throw in the towel. If they're not defending themselves at that point. Ooh. Oh, okay, miss smoke. Does it still go high enough? Yes, it does. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not exactly ideal. You're going to hear the jump up on the Xbox. Some good damage there done onto Flit, but he is going to make it around the corner. And a grenade goes back and takes some health off the top of 9.
So far, so good for the default. Short control is theirs. Lower B under their remit as well, waiting for any CT flank, CT aggression. Intel is the aim of the game on the CT side of Dust 2. Can't just sit there on each bomb side in a 2-1-2. What's the next play going to be? Trying to bait out some util here. Nice little position from 9. Trying to body block the mid to B exploder if it comes in. Well, I got the chance to do so. 2 players towards A. Zeroldson score. Good smoke. We do know VP like to run that clock down. Lovely grenade. Significant damage. Palm tree flash in position as well. One of the best flashes on Dust 2. Another smoke. This would be challenging now for VP.
Yeah, Bartek's out of commission right now because he's very committed to watching that long flank, but there's no one coming that way. It's going to be a 5-man thrust. Final 25 seconds here for VP.
There's the flash.
And there's the peak. Zerol going into it. Fame didn't take it down. We've got score on the ramp. Important kill here for Perfecto, and they know that Zerol is still a goose. They're going to finish him off with a great flashbang coming in as well. 9 cut through, and remember, Bartek was long. He actually pushed and got the short flank going, but his teammates didn't do enough for this to really be a potent flank in any way. And you talked about, you know, if this is another round where VP keeps so many players up, it might just be GG. Like there's a great chance now being set up in that half. VP have got 3 players still standing. Cobra Zero saving the FAMAS of all weapons, the worst rifle they had, and VP are now 4-1 up with money for days.
The reason I say that is because on Inferno, they just won both pistols and scrambled together a couple of rounds towards the end where VP threw them away. And now you've won the pistol again, and you're not even making the rounds close. They're not even competitive. So, sure, this round was a little bit more promising, but essentially you only got 1 kill on the final commitment in towards A. You knew they were coming. Even with the lack of intel, you double smoked short. You had the flashbang set up. Your swings came through. You just don't hit the shots. You saw that player towards the A ramp itself. Just couldn't actually connect the dots there. And the round falls apart. I think there was score, like, had some open runway to get a couple of kills. Couldn't find the crosshair, couldn't find the aim. And it goes 4-1 in the convincing manner. That kill right there. Perfecto. Way too easy for him. And you can see it's just 1 by 1. Don't have the AWP to defend the A site. So round 6 comes through, and it's another pretty disappointing setup. We're going to have to take another eco here. A couple of invested pistols. A scout does find a tag at least on Icy. Puts him on high alert. Good flash, though. Makes things pretty much over for the scout to middle. Got to reposition now. Oh, he actually hit that. He actually hit that.
He actually hit that shot. That's BS. All right, fair enough. Some damage, but unconfirmed. We'll soften a couple of players up for these pistols. Maybe they can mop them up, get a few extra kills here for Huns. Virtus.pro progressed up short. They've got the catwalk control they're looking for. And Flit might just drop this scout. He does. Very clean on the AK. Is there another opportunity for Flit? Oh my god, he gets double dinked and then broken by the Deagle. That's a better weapon available. The CTs move towards it. Perfecto makes sure that it won't fall into their hands. He picks it up himself as we go under 1 minute on the clock. Oh my god, 5-7 push into Longhouse. Toro's been absolutely cut down. And a rifle now available for the CTs and the player advantage, Henry, with 49 seconds left.
49 seconds. Feels like a lifetime for VP. They're happy with that.
Oh, push to the score, nearly getting away with both. Cobra
okay, we're back. We're so back.
Able to take him away, and now Icy on for the clutch. It's a 1v4. You know, brought back in, didn't want to play with him in this event. Let's see if Icy can show us a little bit of highlight action, but that flank to the tunnel should be cutting him down here. He got actually around the start of the box. Window peek coming up. Where's the tunnels push? Finally.
It's coming.
There it is. Yeah, it took a while, but Bartak eventually comes through.
A bit of magic required there, but the shots land with the pistol. One by one, they fall, and Virtus.pro don't get a plant. That's more like it. The Huns find a lifeline here. I need a life raft at this stage, considering how the tournament's going, but still, the money is very strong for VP. They got themselves back into this first half. 4-2. Double AWP setup, Dinko, as well. 9 and score. This is what we need to see. Dust 2, a classic for the double AWPs.
It is indeed. You know, we went a little while there without seeing AWPs in play. Now we got a lot of them. 3 on the server at the moment. And score, ooh. It's 9 going for that peek in mid AWP. Score nearly playing a dangerous game. Thought might be able to get hit on the cross there by IC. And it's actually going to be the AWPer of 9 connecting the damage. Up towards top mid. IC dropped down to 5 HP.
Well, you are. Let's see if VP can bounce back. Had their feathers ruffled with the pistols. Crisscross smokes coming in towards middle. Suggests a potential B splits here. The bomb outside the tunnels right now, but you never know with VP. They could change their mind up at any second. Oh, you thought that was a kill. Unlucky there for score. So that's the mid to B smoke from outside tunnels. Courtesy of IC. Fame with the dark smoke in towards B. And the B splits is on the menu here.
Yeah, right up towards score. It's that secondary sniper kicking in already. We've got CobraZero waiting in behind the car. Missed shot from score. That is a massive frag, yeah. And now Fame is going to cut through CobraZero. The B bomb site has fallen, and we know how difficult it is to retake, especially when you're a player down. And so they just don't have the money for it. They're going to go and save their weapons. And we're looking at 5-2. So VP, sure, they slip up in the previous round, but they bounce back immediately. And that's what we're talking about when we say it's so difficult for Huns, because VP have built up so much money that they're just going to have buy after buy. So even breaking them and forcing them to have an economic break just isn't going to happen throughout this half. So if Huns are to compete, if they are to pull this back and get a respectable scoreline, it's got to be done all on rifle rounds.
Well, speaking of rifles, looking to save a couple of them here, but Fame is on the hunt and he smells blood in the water. Finds a player in towards T-spawn. 9, though. He's got the AWP. That's the secondary one.
ZywOo.
ZywOo. Looks like the Hunt's
player of the week.
Has been called off.
ZywOo.
Player of the week. Didn't get MVP, though, did he? At EV.
He got the sponsor MVP.
Yeah, he did get that. Like, well, that's worth. He got that.
He got that.
HLTV MVP Monas, he took it. Don't see that too often.
No, you don't. Losing team getting one. Well, he won 5 clutches this week, Henry. Big ol' ZywOo.
5?
Yeah, 5 big
pretty
clutches.
Good.
Yeah. Well, 5-2 scoreline for VP, looking to try and continue their success. You see those odds are not looking too good.
That's a landslide.
Not looking too good there.
Okay. They did save the M4s, and they've got a double AWP set. They really want to make this double AWP a thing, and you can see why. 9 applying the pressure in towards middle. Icy goes down, not dissuaded. Get that nice advantage. You got to get out of there, Dinko. Once you get that kill, like, you're in no man's land. You should not be holding that position with an AWP.
I think we're watching Huns now just decide, all right, we're getting absolutely destroyed. We're gonna, if we just continue to play like this, we're going out of the tournament. So let's try and change it up a little bit. Take a risk, go for some individual moves. 9 running up top mid. You're right, Henry. It does great to get the opening kill. Maybe try and keep it.
Hey, they've still got the advantage. That secondary AWP paying dividends, as we will find the 3rd kill for the CT side here. They've got a 4 versus 2. Surely that's enough to win. Perfecto not known to be an AWP. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. But it might not matter, because as you mentioned, you know, Score, his reaction to push into the tunnels, they continue with regression, fighting fire with fire. The AWPers going a little wild in this round, and they've put Huns into a very important position here in a 4v2. Gotta close it out, though.
It's gonna be fine. I think Huns have got this one all day long.
Yeah, this is a good setup. You got Score at window, looking down with CobraZero's rifle support, the bait and switch ready to go, limited time for VP. Really hard to see a world in which VP can even inflict any serious damage upon Huns here.
Well, now you've laid the foundation.
Yeah.
It's going to be the M4 patrolling the crossover. Not really the weapon you want patrolling this area.
Yeah, I got to be clean on the headshots. He's got the info, and I like the decision to play a little bit more passive here. Use the utility, Instead of
missed the
getting,
volley.
oh my god, he has, Henry, hasn't he? Smokes are up. The bomb can be planted. All right, let's see.
Jump shot.
Cobra's arrow.
There we go. Save the
Oh,
day.
he's actually pulled it off. Fair enough. There we go. Not even a worry.
Actually kind of needed that. The bomb gets planted. They're actually in a bit of trouble. 5-3, convincing round. As you mentioned before, the money is incredibly strong for VP here. Round number 9. Won't be a walk in the park. Did they recover the double up setup? They've got a couple of AKs, and they're going for it again, I think. This is the opening kill from 9. Like I said, probably had plenty of time to fall back there, but good response from Score. Maintains the man advantage. Zorolt gets a nice engagement versus Flit as well, and the jumping shot to confirm the round.
We see a timeout immediately called here from Virtus.pro. I want to just try and nip this in the bud. I'm sure Finn will have a conversation about how he would like his team to deal with the aggression the Huns are throwing in. You know, if they're throwing a couple of wild plays, that's starting to come out on the CT side. It's like, guys,
you know what to do.
You know what to do. Just throws the watch at them.
Give them the old classic.
Let's bore them to death, all right? That's what we need. Rot the clock. Be patient. Be ready for these aggressive plays. Because when VP are getting up cat, when they're allowed to progress and get that map control, I don't really see where Huns can put a stop to this. It is that disruptive style that is the only way I see Huns being all that effective. Miss smoke again, Henry. Highlighted by our wonderful alternative, but at least it flies up to the top.
As long as it gets big, then it's fine. It's not ideal.
That's what they always say.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as it gets big.
Yeah, it's all fine. I think it's by design. It's got a bit of a safety net, you know? Let's see whether they can find the Molotov towards short. That one lands nicely. Looking to bounce back. Looking to find their winning ways once again. They've got that short control. That's always stage 1 of the default. Clear out lower, get short control.
Yeah, they got it pretty early in the round as well. Can burn some extra utility out of the CTs here. And they're actually just going to go.
There's a missed shot to kick things off. Second one will connect. Nice work by 9, getting sharper and sharper with his AWP. Carry a spot, but gets one through the smoke. Bomb not going to be planted just yet. That's got a man advantage as 9 continues to find kill after kill here. Has he got anything left in the chamber? Back towards CT spawn. I think the bomb's been dropped.
Yeah, the bomb's loose. It's down on the ground, and they've got to try and get it back, throwing utility down in towards CT. There's no smokes available here. Well, there is now. Flit's got one. He's going to put it in position. Going to throw that down into the CT cross. And
what a great smoke.
Yeah, look at that. The massive gap. You can still see the bomb.
Shocking, really. You can't really do anything with it.
Oh,
and that's the round of that smoke. You just have to drop someone down and hope for the best there. I think Flit just has to drop. There it is.
I mean, the AWP did come off the angle. They got the kill. The AWP came off the angle completely.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, damn. That
was the money shot.
Yeah, that was it. Now it's coming down to a rifle. Oh, God. It's all gone wrong here for 9. Started as the hero. May fall to 0. But
he can still win this.
He can still win it until that headshot. Toro.
Good try.
Yeah, he came back into the question. You know, he was out long. He stopped that Bartak push. Bartak's been trying to push long and get the short flank going pretty much every time on these retakes. He tries it again here. Toro stops him. 9 does what he can, but his teammate's unable to do anything about it.
It's kind of nuts when you've got the bomb there. They've missed the smoke. Why is the AWP getting off the angle?
Dude, what? Yeah, what did he do?
Why did he let them get the bomb?
Surely you get the rifle to look on the flank. If you're paranoid about the flank, get the rifle to look at that, no?
That's bizarre. They let them get away with that. And then the missed shot, the money shot we said. And we're coming to the dying stages here. The first half of Dust 2. Feels like another must-win round for the Huns here. They've got some long control. The Molotov doesn't quite spread, though. Toro with small island to deal with it. They know he's there. I think he's going down. He's going to have to swing. Okay, good awareness. New is towards blue. Opening advantage once again. Good follow of HE. Flit down to 79 points of health. So this is looking very promising now, but still concessions being made in the map. They're trying to find that AK. But I can't quite find it yet. Should be around there somewhere. Where is it? There it is. He's just giving up on that one. It's like, you know what? I'll keep my famous. Whatever. 5 on 3. Where is that AK? He has no idea. It's blending in. Maybe that's by design. You can see it's actually the same color as the sand. Almost perfectly. 45 seconds, Dinko.
Yeah, very limited time here.
That's how they like it.
Well, they're starting to progress up short now with a bomb on their backs. Bartek lost the fight to impatience in the last round.
11 bullets is one of the fan mates because he can't find that AK. If it costs him the round, that's going to be so frustrating.
Well, we'll see. Flit still in the longhouse. Bartek starting to move forward.
Okay,
nope, not going to cost him.
There's an AK.
Yep, and that's going to be picked up. No problem there for Bartek. Zeralt dropping Fade. Oh, perfecto! Still able to get away with a second kill. He knows Bartek's out long. Problem is the bomb. He's got to pick it up here. In 9 seconds, the flames tickle his feet. He has to start planting right now, and round's done. So at least he dies before the time. Nice shots from Perfecto. A little highlight towards the end. But Huns doing something here in this half, Henry.
It's tactical timeout territory for VP at this point.
You finally ground the money to not an awful spot, but you're starting to see some weaknesses here.
Bear in mind, this is the pick of VP. Lost the pistol in that second round force buy. Was looking very convincing, and then the Huns went out with some 5.7s. They've actually been activated here, looking quite promising in some of these key rounds. No timeout called by VP. They have got the AWP for IC, but just a Tech 9 for Perfecto. I feel like that's why you take a timeout here. Operating with a pistol, you kind of want to think about your options here, but either way, we'll see how they go. It's going to be a successful smoke this time. What have we got then? Running that default once more. Like you said, the objectives. Get through lower. Flush out short. Park up a T towards the catwalk. And your options are B splits, A executions. You got to watch for the flanks, and that's when the CTs are activated to push the tunnels. And it looks like a B execution, Dinko. We're going to see smokes towards either just the door or the door and the window. And it's all about CT reactions here. Smoke down towards CD spawn. So it's not even a B split. It's trying to keep a player towards middle. That's smoke for the doors coming through. Molotov for the back platform. Cobra Zero, though, playing in front of the util, but catches a face full of flash. He does manage to get one completely blind.
Yeah. Now it's all Zeralt under the window, and he's dead immediately. To Perfecto as we leave 9 and Bartek in a position of trying to save, but that is even denied by Flit. So we're looking at 7 here for VP. Bartek with an AK and $0 left in his bank. So a save would be the best case scenario here for him. And we'll go into the last round of the half with VP confirming a lead. Whether or not it's going to be 8-4, yet to be seen. But very likely considering the lack of funds that Huns have. We mentioned that B stream.
How's it going over there?
Gonna take a little look now, Henry, and let you know. If you guys are listening at home and don't want to be spoiled, make sure you cover your ears. You got a couple of seconds as Bartek attempts to save this AK. But,
I mean, it's not a movie, Dinker. It's live sports.
Yeah, I know, but you know there are people
who's tuning into the B stream games after at the end of the day.
Some
going,
people do.
Here we go, lads.
Some people do. Some people do, and they let themselves be known. I'll say that.
Go on.
They get
I
very
said my
mad.
piece. I said my
very
piece.
vocal people. All right, so a game between GamerLegion and LynVision happening on the B stream. It's a 13-5 win in the opening map of Overpass for GamerLegion, and we are now on the second map of that series. It is Train and LynVision up 11-5. So looking like that one's going to 3 for an Inferno finisher over on the B stream with Anders and Vince. AKA Budget Anders. AKA Anders Budget Vince.
The boys are back. B stream is kicking off. LynVision fighting back, and we'll see if VP can close things out here in the first half with 8 on the board. Money's not great. The lost bonus wasn't there. The Scouts continues to find ridiculous damage through this smoke.
Yeah, it does.
It's unconfirmed damage, sure. But damage nonetheless. Surely VP with a healthy lead here. 7-5 would feel like a bit of a resuscitation here for the Huns. But that's if they can get it. VP have lost to the 5-7s once already in the opening half of Dust 2. Bear in mind, if Huns lose Dust 2, they will crash out of the tournament with only playing 3 maps total. Not a great look. And it's not going well so far, has to be said. Last round will be very difficult. Flitz ready and waiting. Preempting the jump up here. Drops out the first smoke. Good dink.
Good duel. 30 seconds left. Here comes the attack for VP up through short, trying to finish on this A-bomb
He
site.
loves spamming this scout, bro.
Yeah, he does, and he's got one more out of it. But not enough done on the defenses. And now Zeralt spotted going towards the elevator. Fame's going to finish him off. Toro, got to be careful here, buddy. Good timing to bring Crosshair back. He'll have no problem on bar attack. Toro has won that fight the majority of the time. And now we've got Score and Cobra Zera. Last moves of the first half as they come out of CT spawn. It's going to be an 8-4 lead coming in for Virtus.pro on the second map. Very likely VP can find a pistol round win here in the second half, Henry. We are very likely to watch Virtus.pro just march away with this one.
Yeah, I think he might be onto something there. It's a shame. VP also looking a bit weak today, considering they played against Legacy earlier, lost 13-2 in their best of one. You thought there might be a chance with the Huns, but they've looked pretty flat. There's been some interesting rounds. We also have another game coming up on the A stream, of course. 3D Max versus Legacy. That's got to be game of the day. 3D Max looked pretty electrifying at Pro League, Dinko. Like the fact they even got to the playoffs.
Dude, it's crazy how good they're looking right now. And
with Ecstasies, the MVPs at a level performance, he was looking so good.
Yeah, Mac had some moments as well individually, and obviously with Gravity as their new in-game leader, he's been seeing things that Maka didn't. That's what Maka said in an interview. We've seen Gravity really elevate the performance of the team. And, you know, when you're playing with the French roster, you can't exactly change a lot of players all the time. You don't have, you know, the only players you would want are Zywo and Apex. So
that's an upper bracket game. So bear in mind, the winner of that goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So that's coming up after this. We'll see how that game goes down. Legacy starting to pick up the pace as well in the second season. Obviously had a miracle run in Austin. Weren't meant to be there. Shut up, Bestia. And then they went on to be the only team that defeated Vitality.
Yeah, true. Broke the streak.
Yeah.
Then we had to say...
Well, the first team, rather.
32 series in a row.
Yeah, exactly. We started moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Legacy did that. It was the best of one they beat them in.
Yeah. Okay, then. Oh, that's beautiful work. Been a lot of... I swear in CS2, you could in CSGO especially, you could not body block like that. You couldn't stop them.
Not that way. But it's the new volumetric smokes. And Maui highlighted in the previous map how they usually don't go as well as they did on Inferno with that big chest, you know, like boom.
Yeah, like it's kind of crazy what you can do with them now.
All right, so they messed that smoke up in middle. That's been stopped by Perfecto.
They have got another one though.
All right.
Zeralt will have it. But towards long we go. The thing is, though, Toro's tucked away in the pit. Flit's like pretending like, oh, this is the standard long setup. I'm going to take one shot while blind. Run back
release the ball.
Yeah, release the ball from the pen. The Raging Toro.
El Toro.
But going to have to play this one on the fly. After missing the smoke, taking a dink. Looks like they're just going to try and get some intel on the map. Spotting one player towards middle. Looks like long, no longer an option. So I guess they're going to go for the mid to B smoke and just crash in towards that B side.
Yeah, not a bad idea considering what's available to them. They've got the space. They can actually explode quite quickly.
Here we go.
Can Perfecto get anything done from the window? Down to the wall. And he's unable to land the headshot. You got Fame now waiting with Jewel Berettas. Remember, two very low players for this attack of Huns. They run it back turn to Fame. So nice and easy for him. He can't get a second. Cobra, that's what we needed to see. Now 9, cutting off rotations. Nice spin from Toro. And we got Cobra having to do everything now. Just don't go in alone. Don't fight him alone from the window. And now the fight's coming together. Cobra has to pull out for a reload and pick that bomb up with 2 coming through the doorways. He is stopped by Flit. VP have the pistol.
No bomb planted either. Looked like there was a moment that could have fallen apart there for VP with 9's position by CT Spawn, but only gets 1 out of it, needed 2.
Yeah, if you're 9-4 down and you lose the pistol, you at least want to have the bomb plant on the T side. Give yourself that great force buy going into the next. But as you mentioned, Henry, without the bomb plant, they don't get that solid force.
And it's double digits. Oh, I seen a scout at least.
Now you can resell this, right? So you can just use it to spot mid, see the numbers across, or when you shoot, it's done now.
No refunds, bro.
Well, we've seen this a couple of times at EPL playoffs. I think it was popularized by Aurora. You would go for the scout and 4 Glocks, right? You would soften them up with the scout. The Glocks could finish a couple off. Maybe,
ambitious.
We've seen Aurora do it. FaZe did it in the final, in the semifinal. So we're seeing it come through a couple of times now. Might as well try everything.
We call these like the vampire rounds as well. They're just trying to bleed out the utility on the CT side.
I like that.
Yeah.
Jump around with your package, show off.
Yes, exactly. You're just trying to bleed them dry. All the util gone. Every dollar counts in CS2, especially in MR12.
Well, the ump's back. You like the UMP coming out here for Flit.
Yeah, I really did. I've been playing with it in my games at home a bit. I actually thought it was a garbage gun originally. It's actually really quite good.
Yeah, I mean, the MP9 is still a solid weapon. It's just not...
Since the nerf, you just like that's the idea of nerfs, right? To make you explore other options.
Yeah, it gives you more
OP.
options. It's still viable, but it gives you more options. And I think with how cheap the UMP is, people pick it up.
Yeah, it's $50 cheaper.
All right, 40 seconds left. Going for a catwalk play. Attempting to try and get that bomb down towards the A site. That's why you get the scout out.
Okay, this is getting dicey. It's getting uncomfortable. The scout, not really the weapon for the job here.
A bomb plant is huge. If you can get a bomb plant, this is massive.
They're getting a bomb plant for sure. 100% getting a bomb plant. No doubt in my mind.
Not a single doubt in Henry G's mind right now for a bomb plant, and he would be right. Because that money is secured. Not bad at all. He had a scout come into this, nothing else, and a bomb plant comes out of the round with a kill. So, 10-4, VP, well, they know they're going up against the buy next round anyway. It's just going to be slightly better. They'll be aware that more utility, etc. from the Huns, and maybe even an AWP.
You could get an AWP. You might want to take a timeout here, lads. Like, your tournament's going to be over in 3 rounds.
Yeah, figure out the buy.
If you are going to get an AWP, it might have to be glass cannons. So let's take a timeout, shall we? Let's kind of feel like we gave it the best shot we possibly could.
Well, no timeout yet.
I would really recommend it, but
yeah, it would be like a classic situation to see a timeout being used.
Oh well, going in drive. We'll see whether they can step up. It's going to be 4 players over towards B. I don't think they're going for a B rush. So no one's doing that at this stage of the tournament, are they? 4 in the tunnels.
Suppose you don't really need a timeout if you're going to rush B. So here they come. Quick B pop coming into the FAMAS. Works out pretty well, actually. Good damage there from Fame, and that Perfector grenade finishes him off. Cobra Zarek trying to cut off rotations, but the rotations have already arrived. Flitz at the bottom of the ramp. Icy now cutting off middle. It's not looking too solid here for Huns. In terms of a retake, though, Cobra Zarek could make it a lot more difficult.
The repeak is crazy. I think you try and get back towards the side at that point.
Yeah, you go through tunnels.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of overcommitment to the fights, but still a very possible round. Zeroltz, low HP though. Incendiary towards a big box.
No flashes. So they just got to go and try through these windows.
I think the Huns win this.
Yeah, the Huns have a great opportunity due to the lack of flashes. They just have to try and go through with bodies, and Bartak breaks the first. Nice kill from Toro. Bartak finds the follow-up, and yeah, lack of essential utility in terms of the flash buying there from VP makes that retake very difficult. So a timeout for VP. Huns with the heavy direct hit towards the B bomb site. It pays off.
Yeah, nice work from Cobra Zera.
That 1 kill from Carnage makes a massive difference. Like, yeah, you would agree. Should probably go back to the tunnels there after the 1 kill, but that 1 kill thins out the herd of VP, makes it a bit uncomfortable, disorganized in the retake.
Oh, absolutely. 10-5. Looks like we might have an eco here. Here's the tactical timeout from VP, discussing their options here. Will be Mirage if required here. Could be the case. That's a very, very important round. Nothing too complicated from the Huns there. Towards B, couple of flashes, smoke at the doors. Managed to trade out the first kill. Nice grenade in response. Made things uncomfortable. Once the bomb was planted, they managed to convert the round. Will be the full investment from VP. Toro will have to make do with the 5-7. Scout for Icy as we head towards long this time. No CT presence there really at all. Toro alone, flashed off, goes back towards the bomb site. Missed corner smoke, doesn't seem to matter too much.
Very missed, in fact. Almost
map.
Crazy how much they've missed that one.
Yeah.
That one was blocked.
CT in there.
That one was blocked by the T's, but it was Hulk. It feels like that's insane.
Oh, that defensive smoke from VP is actually kind of huge. We saw it was like Aurora started doing this initially. He dropped like a really deep smoke down there. That's like makes things uncomfortable, but they're still finding a way to open things up. Toro goes down through the smoke. Second one goes down. See whether they can find a way to make this work. VP looking for anyone boosting behind the smoke. Any positions given away. 5-on-4 advantage for the Huns.
Yeah, they know they're fully committed, right? They've got no one outside the long doors. They could be getting swarmed right now. They could be trapped in, for all Huns know. So they are very much committed into this A finish.
Smoked it again.
Oh, the time is going to be quite worrying. I love that. That's a perfect way to deal with it. The boost comes in. They assemble that so quickly that Flit just gets knocked over. And now VP with 3 players. This ain't happening. Like, that was the last piece of utility. This surely is a Huns 6.
you're going to give it a spam through the smoke. You're going to try and see what you can find. But yeah, I think you're looking to save the one rifle here. But Perfecto trying to get in a position that could be beneficial. Oh. Lovely shot, in fact.
Yeah, fair enough. Needed the second.
Now you're saving.
Yeah, couldn't get the second. At least a little stylish kill there from Perfecto, but Huns going to be happy about the fact that Score kicked things off with this smoke kill, and then they boost over the top to catch Flit, and you have a 5v3 before you even think about going towards the site. So Huns staying disciplined. We'll close on a 6th round win. Money's gone here for VP. You'll have these 2 safe rifles, but everybody else is very sparse on utility and weapons. So we're now looking at a very likely 7th round coming up for Huns, and maybe the comeback, Henry.
Maybe. It's feeling promising, at least. The fact that they're converting these rounds, not panicking, even with the 3 smokes being thrown down by VP. Huns find a way out, keep 4 players alive. 2 rifles saved. So you're not out of the woods just yet. Like, there's still going to be a difficult round. It's Fame. Had a great first map on Inferno. Icy will join in with the M4, but as you mentioned, great way to deal with this one, boosting over it. They were ready for that sort of play as well, just couldn't hit the shots, VP that is. So 10 seconds after freeze time. Will they invest any further into round number 17? Doesn't look like there'll be much more brought to the table. A few smokes invested, 1 upgraded pistol for Flit. Fame and Icy looking to find round number 11. Will be a very compromised one. Different way to smoke the double doors there. Oh, that's a pretty cool lineup.
Oh, Fame not enjoying the fact he's just been mollied out of position. Will have to smoke and drop back in towards CT. We've got Zeralt coming up through middle. Plenty of teammates in behind him. And that mid-control taken here from Huns. Icy making no secret about the fact that he is very committed up through Cat.
Well, that's where they're heading. Zeralt's looking to challenge the likes of Icy. 4 players on the A side of the map here. It's going to be Perfecto with the USP, trying to lock them out of the B bomb side. First kill. Both rifles go down. It's unfortunate. That is round over. 7 on the board. It's the case they can find some exits here now. It's just the pistols, no Kevlar remaining. Excellent work. Huns are starting to wake up. Looking more promising as time goes on in the series. Must-win map. Elimination here in the GSL format. Lost the best of 1. You have to win in the best of 3 or you are knocked out of the tournament.
All right, we'll get another buy just around the corner here for VP.
Won't be an amazing buy.
Yeah, it won't have everything.
Saving 1 gun will be huge, but I don't think that's happening.
So then we'll really get to see if this Huns T side has some legs for a true comeback.
I think you half buy this.
Yeah, you want the AWP out on Icy.
I think you take a half buy here. If you're really serious about winning this, oof, you're gonna have like FAMAS's, M4s, no kits, no helmets.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they're going for.
Okay, so they are fully investing, so you have a lack of utility.
You're right. I mean, a half buy definitely seems like a better option here.
Hey, you can still win the round, I suppose. I feel like this isn't a great buy.
But it shows VP have some confidence in themselves.
I suppose so. 3 players towards long, one of which is going to be Perfecto with the rifle, tip of the spear, but we're going towards B again.
Yeah, bombs outside long, though, so it won't be any real commitment, you would imagine, from Huns. Just looking for a pick with the AWP. That bomb is coming back towards T-spawn, but not drifting all the way over there. Actually, just sending Score forward here.
Contact play.
Mm-hmm.
Fame to deal with it.
If they find success, the bomb can run over, but it's still a long way off, all the way back at T-spawn. But look how deep Score's got out, but Fame's angle. Will he be able to stop Score? Can he react? Shadow, dink, and Score still comes out on top. Now they sprint. Now they send that ball back over. And
save.
VP have to save. They have no money.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. What a maneuver.
I love that.
The solo excursion into that B bomb site, and they're still finding multiple kills here. This is supposed to be a 4-man save. It's starting to go very wrong very quickly for VP now. 10-8. Loss bonus still not great. So yeah, holding on to a FAMAS and an M4. Not an ideal outcome there. Score just with the audacious maneuver, making his way all the way into the B bomb site, has a presence of mind to check the jiggle peaks towards the back of the bomb site. Even with the shadow advantage, couldn't adjust in time. And that's round. Surprised they even get the 2 follow-up kills as well.
Nice pick there from 9. It's going to be Flit falling, so it's just the FAMAS left. Cool. Quick switch out to the M4 from Toro. At least drags that into the next, but not much of a save there, Henry, is it? You know, you lose Flit at the end. It's just Toro getting into the next.
You don't love to see this for VP. This one's starting to look quite uncomfortable now. They were dominating on Inferno, 13-6.
Yeah, if they go on to lose Dust too as well. Mirage was the map that VP only won 2 rounds on earlier.
Oh, dear. Okay.
And that is the 3rd and final map here in the series.
So this round looks like it's going to fall apart as well. Not even really a partial buy here. Some upgraded pistol, sure, but not much else to talk about. Got an MP9. It's got some Kevlar behind it. Can they steal this one away and alleviate a lot of pressure? Lurk smoking towards B. This game felt like it was done. It was over in the first half. 8-4. Slowly but surely chipping away at them. Huns with the advantage now. Looking to close this down to a 1-round game. So Rolt, short control. We talked about that objective. Premium real estate here on Dust 2. Gives you a lot more options. CTs have to respect it. Have to dump their utility to hold you at bay. Mid to B smoke. It's going to be quite a defensive, shallow smoke with the CT side here. They're going to force the fights. Flit is going to go down here. And that's round.
Yeah, that's it. That's going to be 3 quick kills to open things up and close things immediately. And that save is put under pressure again. Toro's going to handle it for a little bit longer. Then the Deagle whiffs from Icy. And he's going to be stopped by a score, and Toro even drops. So they don't save that rifle. Are these loss bonuses now maxed out soon? Right?
Now we've actually got, that's the 5th one there. So we've actually got the full max loss bonus. We've got the AWP potential for Icy if he so wishes. He is going to bring that out. Kind of last chance to finish this game off.
Yeah, absolutely. Huns have done very well to bring this T-side back. It felt very flat from Huns this whole series long, but finally starting to play some Counter-Strike. Score showing us some of the X-Factor ability in that B push round, and we've got 9 going for the opening kill here at long. Need to be careful on the repeat here, Toro. They're going to know the AWP is peeking. Going back for a double dip here, 9. And not going to come out with a kill. Mid control taken for Zeralt. Virtus.pro not challenging out through Cat. They've got that space to play with if you want on the Hun side of things, because they have got Icy's AWP watching it.
Well, well, well. It all comes down to this. VP can feel the room shrinking around them. Felt like the 2-0 is completely locked in, confirmed. Thinking about their next game. The Huns, we assumed, were about to take an early exit, but admirably fighting back here. Boost up from Perfecto. This boost, like all metas shift, like this was so out of fashion for a while, but now it is back. We sort of EPL a lot.
Yeah, it's just very effective in terms of
because everyone stopped using it.
Run up the ramp.
It stopped being effective for so long, and now no one's checking it, so it's effective again.
It's been out of fashion long enough for you to forget about it. Well, right now, just picking them off one by one. Yeah, Perfecto's kind of screwed that one up, hasn't he? Hello. Cobrazera just waiting. And there we go. There's the execution on the B-bomb side player. He's called his teammates to get out.
He's actually smashed it.
Perfecto. He's dropped the bomb now.
Okay, that's a good recovery.
He's made up for it. Yeah, he's made up for it. Perfecto. Here comes score. Here comes the utility. Perfecto's blind as he runs out. He looked into his teammates. Flashed limited time. Yeah, you've got to get this bomb back. Toro up on the boost. It's really getting use in this round. And we've got Cobrazera going for the 1v3 clutch inside of the B site. Decides to play aggressive, peeks into the open, and gets destroyed by the AWP.
Okay. Still an uncomfortable round, to be honest with you, but they get the job done.
I think Maui summed it up perfectly. You know, VP can make a 13-6 feel like a nail-biting overtime game, and even rounds like this.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-1. It just feels like it's not safe. It felt precarious, if anything. But yeah, Huns finding the gap, even with the boost, as we mentioned, it looked like the perfect play, but Perfecto didn't catch the timing from this position. Does find the bomb to follow things up, though. So he actually did save the day. If the bomb made it through there cleanly, I think they lose the round. So he definitely saved the day, and they recover a few AK-47s as well. 3 players survive, 11-9, 1 step closer to glory here, and surviving the lower bracket. All for Icy. Money's still very good for the Huns. They'll have enough for the rest of these rounds, I would say, and that's not a great start. Was Fame like looking to drop a bit of util there? I don't think he realized he was so exposed. So that's an early 5-on-4.
Yeah, can Icy pull it back? Oh my god, he might get caught here as well. Zeralt!
Good shot.
Accelerating in towards him, but Icy puts a stop to him. And they can hit the pause button here, Huns. Maybe rejig this attack because sure you get the opening kill, but the fact it's gone immediately. You didn't get the burst you were looking for through B. They're gonna leave the tunnels, go back into lower, and perhaps think about a progression up cap, because Score's got this position, he's got this angle. Knowing the AWP was spotted middle, and it was Icy, you know that it's unlikely to be holding this ledge. So Score goes around and takes cap.
It all comes down to this. 4-on-4. Bit of a stalemate right now. No real control of the map as of yet. Going towards short. Feigning that mid to B setup, trying to hold players on that side of the map here. It's going to be Icy, though. Classic position for the AWP, holding the car. If he finds one cleanly, the thing is, quite an exposed position, vulnerable to the flashbangs. Turning from them now. Can feel them coming in. Notes there's a slight gap here, but will retreat to a safer position. Once again, waiting for flashes. Molotovs come through. Good flash. The final one they had actually gives them access towards the A side. Retake will have to be the aim of the game now.
Now, ball gets planted, and Huns going to be dropping back as these smokes start to fade away. They know the fight will arrive to them soon. Virtus.pro have a decent amount of utility here. 2 flashes, a couple of HE grenades, and Incendiary is still available. So, Nate goes over the top. Score burned out of position, forced into the open, into these fights. VP now charging back in. It's going to be Toro raging forward, taking Score. Second kill on the AK. Grenade blasts away Cobra. It's all down to 9, and he just can't get the wall bang. Toro defended by Perfecto, and series point taking for Virtus.pro.
Okay, nice retake. I didn't think they had it in them. I'll be honest, when they missed out on the initial orbital, it's a 4-on-4 post-plant situation. Felt very promising for the Huns there, but all the shots connecting for VP. Massive round to alleviate that pressure we talked about before. That's where it all started, though. It's a weird pick. Yeah, I think he was trying to throw a bit of util.
Yeah, but like, come on.
Very odd. But
got to give the flowers, though, right now to Toro. He was the man who gets the double kill here on this retake. He's having a great game as well. 18 kills, 9 deaths. Not always the player that's at the top for VP, and I think maybe he struggled with a little bit of confidence. He hasn't always been given the best situations. You're coming in from the academy team. What can you expect? You're not going to be given all the biggest and best roles inside of the team.
This is the first timeout.
That's the craziest thing, Henry. Yeah.
In tournament live on the line, you're not using your timeouts. Like, okay.
Yeah, I was shocked by that. When I seen that kind of throw, I was like 1 out of 3. It's like, damn, okay. You haven't... Carnage, he's just kind of sitting there, I guess. All right, well, better be one hell of a timeout. I just run them all. Just one more. Run them all.
Might as well. But at least the money's fine.
Got the AWP out.
3 in a row required now. Do they have it in them? They've been impressive on this comeback. Down but not out here at CAC. They have been good at finding these little gaps. I think it's going to be the big explosion again, Dink. It's been promising for them.
Yeah, Fame's angle this time is strong.
Yeah, this is the kind of angle that does shut this one down.
Especially if Perfecto takes initial pressure.
Okay. They're not going to go for any more. They readjust.
Yeah. They got plenty of time. Well, progressing up Cat, mulling off the ledge. Getting 9 into position. Interesting that Score's playing with AWP, not their primary AWP 9.
Was a secondary AWP though, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where are we finishing up here? 3 for VP. Could be the final round of play for Huns here at CAC. The final decision has to be made. looks like we're finishing up at AA side because Zerot towards the long doors. There's only 2 players for VP here, but it's Icy with the AWP, the turret. Patrolling those long doors for now. So we'll have to be another retake, Dinko.
Yeah, well, we've seen that VP are very capable of those. That last retake was very solid. If you can get some advantages as well before the bomb even goes down, then that would be huge, because Icy holding the cross, looking to pick one off at least. He's flashed, great utility. Allows the Huns to transition to the site, but he's picked up another angle, and again, another flash. So great progression for Huns with 15 seconds left, finally putting that bomb down, and it is going to be a 5v5 retake.
Works out before for VP. Great flashes, you're dead on. Icy didn't even get a chance to take a shot there. Gives over his position as well. And the retake begins. The late lurk coming in, and I think that's Icy going down.
Oh.
Not the cleanest spray, no one's saying that, but a spray all the same is going to be around.
Toro's still alive. Still doing what he can. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Fine. All right, well, we got 10th round, and Huns 2 away from overtime.
Money's not great.
Yeah, money is not great. Overtime is absolutely a possibility here. Flit also falling, didn't get away. So that really doesn't help the money out at all, does it? AWP definitely helps money though. So good that Fame's able to save that. Give that on over to Icy. Icy can drop a weapon for Toro. And we got a good buy here for VP. But it's the last good buy, you know? This is it. If Huns win this round, and VP fail to save 3 players in a round loss, very likely we're looking at overtime, Henry.
Been a lot of overtime today. Something in the air. We'll see whether they can do it. The Huns looking to hold on in the tournament here.
Look how quick it is to get these 3 players into the tunnels with the bomb in the back. Flick goes aggressive.
That was a chance to get the opener. It doesn't even do any damage.
Not long as well. Just taking fights all over the show here, Huns.
It all comes down to this once again. You're right. If nothing is saved, the round is given over. It's almost certainly going overtime. VP. Where's that good form? Where's that strong play? We saw in Inferno. Can't find this killing blow, the knockout punch. Looking to get out of this lower bracket as soon as possible. One more round would do it. Position well. Taking ground towards upper. This kill could decide everything. Need a trade at least.
Oh my god, the jump to offset the crosshair. It's going to be Fame coming through. Bartak gone. Advantage Virtus.pro. Here's Toro. His turn. Rattling shots through the smoke. Getting a fight against the wall. Flit's got another kill. He's inside the middle. We could get one more here as well. That's the bomb. That is the bomb down in mid. And that should be it. It's going to be Huns getting eliminated from CAC. Last place. They came to play. They played 3 maps. They opened up with a loss against 3max, 13-1, and now they have been defeated by Virtus.pro, 2-0. The Huns eliminated. VP stay alive for a little bit longer, and we've got the desk to break this one down.
Yeah, we were getting ready to break down an overtime because it's never easy for VP, but for the Huns, it is GG. So I don't know what to make of that one. Remember, that was Virtus.pro's map pick, and it's kind of like, I get it, there's a stand in there. It just never felt fluid for me, then.
No, it didn't really. I guess we got to give some credit to the Huns for obviously having a
great comeback.
Yeah, better game this time around, and that's even without getting both pistols, right? VP actually won a pistol in the second half, so yeah, no, I guess you could kind of say that it felt easy enough for VP to a certain point that maybe they do get a little bit, you know, lackluster and kind of lackadaisical about how they go about things. And they leave things up a little bit up to chance. I think Henry basically made a point of VP not necessarily taking care of their economy, like while they still have a cushion, while they could still play around with it.
Ironic considering they were the progenitors of like money ball Counter-Strike.
Exactly. So the fact that they kind of let those kind of things slip by, that allows for the Huns to get a little bit closer, pretty up the scoreline towards the end of it. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, I didn't feel 100% certain about VP coming out of this without a 3-mapper, but they did at least enough.
There were definitely times where it felt like the Huns could have pushed VP a little bit harder, but what was really their true undoing throughout this match, and I would probably say the entire tournament, is just in some of the mid-round situations, the individuals just want to stick around, they want to keep fighting, they want to hold on to space, they don't really think about, would it be better to use my life at a later portion of this round instead of just fighting to the death every single time.
Yeah, and look, I've got to say as well, I think the one thing Virtus.pro did show against the Huns is that overall, individually as players, no matter what you think of them tactically, they are better. I mean, they were just better in terms of hitting their shots and mechanics and all of that stuff.
Yeah, and the one guy we didn't really get to see on the first map, Toro, right?
Yeah.
He had a very, very good map for himself in terms of, actually just KD. Not necessarily getting the highest ADR, but again, he's taking advantage of what he's given. In any sort of situation. We didn't necessarily get to see that kind of battle between Bartek and Toro.
Yeah, it didn't really pan out in the end.
No, it didn't really, but Toro still, was able to get him.
Never went long.
Yeah, exactly.
He almost never did it.
Yeah, he just kind of hung out. But I guess they did make a read early on in the first half because we did see VP trying to basically do your standard cat execute, and we'd see Bartek constantly try to do the aggressive push around from long instead of just supporting from long instead whenever there was an A take. And eventually you just see like Toro just posting up, pitching his tent and just waiting for him. And that worked out really well. So, that's credit for VP for realizing, what's going on. And maybe it is a little bit of a simplified plan out of the Huns that makes it a little bit too readable, but you still got to take advantage of it.
I'll put you on the spot here, Maui, because maybe it's the first time some viewers have seen this player play. So what can you tell us about him?
Well, if he was a bouncer at a club I was trying to get in, I would not get in.
I mean, that's true of anyone. You can't even ride the rides at Disneyland. What are you talking about?
I would just look at my ID a little too closely. I find so far with Toro, he can be fairly explosive. I think that when I've watched him at not EPL because they couldn't play that one, but I think it was Fisher actually. He looked pretty good in defaults. I like how he starts a lot of the rounds. I like how I'd say he's a 50-50 player at Tier 1 Counter-Strike for the first 45 seconds of a round, which I think is really good for a guy that's being picked up from VP Prodigy, brought into the big leagues. It's just that sometimes in the mid-late game situations, I've always found, or so far found, that maybe he is trying to rely on the explosiveness too much. I did see that actually tempered a bit more, though, on Inferno and even on Dust 2. He was actually not giving up his life as easily as he was at the prior tournament. So I'm already seeing a little bit of growth. That's probably slotting into the new system. He doesn't really know when he should call his number or not. But this time around, much more well-rounded game. But I think that against the Huns, everyone's going to look a little bit more composed.
Yeah, and just a quick thought about the Huns. Obviously, rough tournament for them. I don't know how high people's expectations were. Then, is there anything they can realistically do? Because obviously, they're always going to be in the shadows of the Mongols. I mean, that goes without saying. But obviously, as well as, there are players out there that they can maybe pick up roster moves. In fact, actually, hold that thought. I do believe we can go to China now for an exit interview.
Throat. 首先 Throat 今天2场失利意味着你们在 CAC 之路到此为止了。你会为今天做一个什么样的总结呢？
I would say it's disappointing for us because we didn't have time to adapt to the other team's playstyle, I think, and I think we're so used to the Asian playstyle, and then I mean it's just a thing of we're needing time, I guess. I think.
我感觉个人还是比较失望的。我们并没有足够的时间去调整我们的打法。我觉得我们打法还停留在亚洲区，在对阵亚洲区队伍的打法上面。总结的话，应该就是没有足够的时间调整的不够快吧。
那第二个问题的话，想问一下，你们在今天早些结束的对阵 SandyMax 的这场比赛啊 ，Buddy 他打出了生涯自己的新高 rating。通常一局服务器里面有这样的一个人出现，比赛基本上就已经盖棺定论了，所以你会把那场比赛跟这场比赛结合在一起，也会认为是一样，你们在调整不过来吗？
I mean, the first game Ancient was kind of the same as the one from 3D Max on Nuke, so I think we were just warming up on Dust 2 and then getting used to the playstyle, and then, I mean, it's kind of hard to play in sudden environments, I guess.
其实我们在 BO3 的第一局的这个 Ancient 跟我们早先跟 SandyMax 的 Dust 2那张图，感觉打的就是都差不多一边倒吧。然后我们还是觉得没有调整的不够快，然后也没有办法，感觉就是打的也不是很好。
但我希望我们从这种情绪里面抽离出来，因为你们还有1个多月的时间，下半年非常重要的比赛就来了 Major。是的 ，Major 马上就要来了，所以在 比赛开始之前，你认为你们的队伍需要亟待解决什么问题？
Absolutely, yes. So before the major, I think we're going to have like a practice period, like with the European teams before the major. So I think we will be much better. We will show much better performance than we did here, I think.
当然，我们有很多东西可以学，可以总结。首先，我们会有更多的时间去为 Major 做准备，然后我们也会跟更多的欧洲队进行训练，所以我们应该会有更好的表现，会打得更好。
也希望 Throat， 也希望 The Huns 能够在后续的比赛当中看到他们更加亮眼的表现。非常感谢 Throat 参加我们的赛后采访 ，Thank you for joining us。那我们后面的时间，我们先交还给解说席。
Thanks a lot. It turns out he sort of answered the question I asked you a little bit, but so let's pick up on that. He said that they're having problem with the European play style, which I guess sucks if you're an international team going to international tournaments. Will a boot camp fix that based on what you've seen?
I mean, fix is a strong word. Help, sure. I think there's a limit. Obviously, I think they come into the major having tempered expectations in terms of what they were able to do, but obviously they want to put on a good show. And I think we also have to be realistic and also remember kind of the path that was taken before them by the Mongols, right? Like it's not like they came onto the scene and immediately, became world beaters. They've had their, fair few tournaments where they just show up, play 3 games, go home, and that's kind of like the path that you have to take as an up and coming team and whatnot. I do think they have the benefit of having quite a few experienced players in the, instance of 9, Bartak, Score, etc., who've somewhat been there before that could kind of help along Corbazira and Zeralt. So I think a boot camp and practice in Europe or against European team at the very least is going to do them quite a bit. And I think it's going to be, at the very least, helping them have a bit more of a plan B than what we saw in the matchups today.
I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of them, but with
We're going to go back for the VP interview, Mario. I'm just going to cut you off. We'll pick up on that.
Fine.
对于 The Huns 而言，这是一个你们不太熟悉的对手，所以在这场比赛 BO3 开始之前，你们的备赛会有什么难度吗？
Actually not. We're preparing like always, like versus everyone team. So it's just normal practice. We watch they demo, and just practice like 1 hour maybe. So that's it.
其实并没有什么准备难度。我们对阵的 Huns 就像我们对阵其他队伍一样，我们都做足了准备，然后我们研究他们的录像，研究他们过去的一些比赛。我们大概针对这些有1个小时左右的训练和练习，所以就和打其他的队伍是一样的。
但讲道理，1个小时其实我觉得这时间并不长啊。那想问问你们，对于这个 BO3 而言，你觉得你们赢在哪个方面？是对枪、思路，或者是信息控制？任何？
I think everything. I mean, it's win is win, so you need to understand what they're doing, what they like, how he's shooting. So we just prepare for strategy and warm up on this match. So normal match, just normal match. We like, how would say, we respect all team. So it's just normal match. So that's it.
坦率的讲，我觉得是各个方面吧。这场比赛其实2比0，感觉我们也是做足了准备。我们很尊重我们的对手，在准备方面上，我们没有说去特别就是准备哪一方面，就是感觉各个方面我们都做了一下研究。
因为今天 VP 其实在早些时候也会有一场 BO1啊，刚刚结束，他们是对阵 Lexi 的那场比赛。现在 Perfecto 你有什么细节能回忆得起来吗？那张 Mirage 其实分最后不太好看。 那张地图怎么了
？So like we have like how to say new player. I mean Icy from the range because this new Wolf rules. So we just disappointed about that because it's very we practice a lot with the new guys, and after that we have first match without this guy. So we a little bit tilted, but try to do our best. And I don't know, they just smash us. So. I can't say anything. We've been bad in communication. Firepower as well is very bad. So I don't know. We try to better in next game. So we win and it's cool.
怎么说呢？因为我们这次打比赛也是带了 IC， 然后其实我们跟我们就是原始阵容的话是有很多的一些练习的，但是很遗憾我们这次比赛不能够以那样的阵容过来参赛，所以我们在MIBR这张图的时候感觉没有很好的热身，然后在打的时候枪也很软，战术执行的也不到位，所以我其实还是有一点打急了，然后打得不是很开心，因为我觉得我们练好的东西没有办法打出来，但是我们慢慢进入状态之后，在 BO3 上面就打得好了一点，所以其实就是比我们第一张图打得更有手感了一点。
但对于 VP 而言，对于 Perfecto 而言，你们的 CAC 之路还在继续，明天还会有比赛等待着你们。我们也希望 VP 能够在后面的比赛继续能够展现出来更加美好的实力。祝福你们，也祝福你们的 CAC 之路越来越顺利。感谢 Perfecto 参加我们的赛后采访 ，Thank you。接下来的时间我们交还给解说席。
Yeah, cheer up, Perfecto. It might not happen. Anyway, we'll come back to the point you were making before we went over there about the Huns. You were going to say something, I presume, or were your mouth just agape?
No. Yeah. I mean, the Huns are going to go to a boot camp. That's going to be fine and all. I just am going to say that from their performance today, you can see some of the individual talent on the players. Obviously, the style that they want to play is not going to really go very well against a European team. And for that reason, with all the respect in the world to that team, they will be my 0-3 pick.
Yeah, fair enough. Last thoughts about VP before we go to a break. So, we're in the Perfecto era now. We've had the Jame era. It was bad, but they won a major. We had the Electronic era. It was bad. They barely won games. We're in the Perfecto era. It's bad, but what is the hallmark of the Perfecto Virtus.pro? What's different? What's changed?
I feel like he's just learning how to use his pieces right now. I feel like everything I see on the T side is a lot more about just big units trying to group together. Whereas on one side of the scale, you had the Electronic VP, which was just microing 5 different people to do 5 different things in the same time in a round. Perfecto, it's 4 guys that are running one way, and then 1 guy on the other side of the map that's kind of holding things together over there. I think it's a lot simpler. I think you're going to see the firepower of the individuals pop off a little bit more because they'll just be in a pack. It's a lot easier to play like that. But you're not going to see them make too many upset victories because now they're almost solely reliant on firepower in my eyes, which is why they can easily dispatch of a team like the Huns. But if they played, say, I don't know, a team that's just a little bit more tactically sound than them today, like a Na'Vi, they would probably get beat pretty easily.
Yeah, no, to me, I'm really excited to see what comes of it because, again, Perfecto mentioned it in the interview that they've been practicing quite a bit with Bist, like their new players. So I'm curious to see like if what we're seeing, group pack mentality, kind of just going 4-1 for the majority of the T sides, if that's simply a result of them just not having, the time to practice with IC and not necessarily being as well drilled as they would have hoped to be. And if we're going to see like a pretty different side of, I guess, Perfecto as an IGL and also VP as a team once Bist actually like fully slots into the side.
I know it's been a tough time for them, but hopefully they can, kind of get positive, get motivated and go further in the tournament. I think it would be really big for the program over on VP. I'd love to see a great VP team again. Guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the final best of 3 of the day. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。
集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感，无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。
一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。
兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。
老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。
来吧，看我们的！
他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！
目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。
准备安炸弹了！嗨，我们成功了，走啊！让他们见识见识谁才是老大！
你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了！今天还回得去吗？
Yes, welcome back to the CS Asia Championship for 2025. We've got the final best of 3 of the day. It's going to be 3D Max versus Legacy. We're going to be talking about it on the desk. But first, I thought we'd check in with the results, just see what was happening around the groups and what have you guys. So we'll look at Group B first. Any shocks, any surprises, apart from the, obvious?
Well, I guess, yeah, apart from the obvious, I guess the one that maybe wasn't as obvious or one that kind of wrinkled my brain was the Fnatic Pain result because they played Overpass. Fnatic convincingly won, and Jack Asmo, obviously the hotly talked about roster.
Well, everyone's losing their mind about it.
Hate it.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. It's like, well, what up now? Like,
yeah, no, Jack Asmo played a really, really good game. Yeah. And yeah, they kind of handled Pain pretty easily, and I think a lot of people would have expected Pain to be one of the dark horses for this tournament. I mean, they could still obviously make a run through the lower bracket, but that was a very promising result for a Fnatic team that just qualified for the major as well.
I was also kind of shocked on the fact that Fluxo took TYLOO to 2 or 3 overtimes there.
Yeah.
I didn't really have any expectations of Fluxo in this group, so to already have a pretty competitive map versus a team that I thought was more of a sure thing to make.
I had TYLOO as a dark horse for the whole thing. I'm like, my heart was going.
I think they're going to make it to the
group,
I'm
overweight,
but not to win it.
It's always going. They always feel like that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Group B. This is the results that we've had there. Obviously, it's kind of been a bit more by the numbers, so to speak. Anything jump off the page for you?
I don't think that anything here is too surprising. I guess the fact that Lynn Vision has taken a map off of GamerLegion, who I thought the loser of Liquid or GamerLegion was going to go on to make it all the way through the lower bracket there.
Yeah.
So for GamerLegion to already have their life on the line with this third map that's ongoing here is a big surprise for me.
Yeah, and I think something we touched on like before the first matchup as well, the fact that MIBR looked so solid versus Lynn Vision.
I think it's a test for Team Liquid. I really do.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. And again, I think it's going to be cool for a lot of people to kind of have their eyes open to Klim. Obviously, I think most of them are already aware of Insani and like how good he is and how he probably should have been in a better team for quite a while. But no, Klim seems to have slotted into that team really, really well. So like apparently the Brazil, Russia, or Eastern European kind of like combination thing seems to be working.
Fury or trendsetters.
Yeah,
exactly.
It really works.
They really got their own at home.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, I feel like MIBR have the better opper in that series. So that's one for the Ultimate.
Yeah,
lovers.
Ultimate is catching a lot of heat, isn't he? It's sad. It's sad it didn't work out, but it isn't working out.
It's just so up and down. I mean, the ceiling is decently high, but then the floor is so abysmally low for him sometimes. So I don't know if MIBR is really the team.
It's tough being on Team. It's tough being on Team Liquid in general.
That's true. That's true. A lot of egos.
Yeah, a lot of egos, and it's such a spotlight team to fail on. You know. It takes me back to the Kooster years. It just heartbreak. All right, anyway, we are going to start breaking down the last series of the day. Just before we get into that, please, Kassad, put down your phone. And without any further ado, let's talk about 3D Max versus Legacy. Starting with you, Maui. You're like 3D Max is winning this tournament. It's a lock. Talk me through that.
That's a bit bolder. Yeah, you said that multiple times.
A bit bolder than how I would have framed it. I would just say that they're my favorite to win it. Okay, and that's a percentage chance victory. Okay, it's more like they have the highest percentage, still not a majority percentage, but sometimes that gets the job done. I just feel like the trajectory that 3D Max has been on ever since they moved Gravity to the in-game leader, actually moving Maka to just being a pure opper, has enabled Maka as an individual. Don't let these stats fool you. He's getting better, okay? And I think that there was already such a great foundation for their strat book, which is incredibly deep, and because Gravity now assuming the role of IGL, he's not really taking the biggest hit as an individual, and that's kind of a little bit of some shade thrown because he wasn't really doing that well as an individual before he was an in-game leader. So he's kind of holding on to what he was good at, and I just think that they're the team that when they need a great call, round 20, round 21, deep into a series, they have that one pocket strat that was able to take down G2, for example, at EPL, and it's just the barrage of flashes. You can't prep for it if you haven't played against it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, I think tactically, they really overperformed due to like that solid tactical foundation that they have. I mean, you look at the roster, might not jump out at you, and yet they have all these big scalps against big teams.
I mean, in many ways, they are that kind of a blueprint team that we see every now and again who have no individuals that really like jump off the page where you think to yourself like that's going to be a future star, that guy's the guy carrying the team or anything like that. As you can see by the stats, obviously even though they are a little bit misleading, like they're pretty evenly spread. Like everybody has their games where they contribute in a big manner and whatnot, but they rely heavily on, you know, the cliches of team play and strategy. But it really is the case for that 3D Max team, and that's also why you've seen like a very gradual climb for them as well. It hasn't necessarily been like, oh, we came back from summer break and now they're amazing. No, it's been like a steady climb for over multiple years. Obviously, like a couple of changes to the roster here and there, but that's the way they've done it. And I think that's kind of how they have to go about it as well going forward, because you don't really have like ZywOo 2.0 somewhere, you know, in an academy team in France. Well, at least not that we know of. So I think they kind of just have to like work through it, grind out games, and so far it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, and I have to say, I can't remember what event it was when we were working when Body joined the team. And you said that's a really good move for 3D Max. And I said I couldn't be more underwhelmed by a roster move. And you were right. I just want to say it on air. You were right. You were totally right. I think since Body joined, they've been on this uptick. And as you said, now with the switch of the IGL, they're actually a team I really like to watch.
They've now solidified themselves as strong gatekeepers to Tier 1. If you can't beat them, then you're decidedly, in my eyes, a Tier 1.5 team. And even some of the Tier 1 teams, if they're having a bad day, they'll just lose to 3D Max, as we saw at ESL Pro League. So the secondary voice that Body's brought in, because remember, he was the in-game leader for Fnatic. That's when his stock was probably at its lowest. But if you think about before that, when he was actually on the early iteration of Falcons, he was a fragger. Like, he was a really solid player for that team. He was solid even when he was back on G2 as well. And people just kind of remember this side of him where it's just all you could talk about with Fnatic was blame F Bates. What the hell's going on here? Is Mattis even good, or is this guy just random? But now that he's just kind of freed himself from the full-time IGL role, he's a really solid entry fragger. I mean, there were times during this year where you look at his usage rate on entry frags, he was pretty high, like 28% in tier top 20 play, and he was winning over half of his duels, and he's still bringing that at this point at this kind of tournament. Like, he had probably his best map ever in the series that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, looking really, really sharp. And as you say, having a good entry fragger, that's like gold dust, you know. It's so I'm really excited to see 3D Max. Their opponents, Legacy, I have to say, trying to keep up with all of the bits and pieces that's been going on in Brazil. It's like so hard to like keep up with all the roster activity at the moment. So talk me through this team.
Yeah, no, so again, for the side of Legacy, they're, funnily enough, like one of the few Brazilian teams that kind of at least keep their core somewhat consistent in Dumao and Lado, because this is like the remains of Godsend, like basically the comeback of Taco and so on from a few years back. And honestly, that is a pretty solid duo. They are kind of like the Temu version of Quesarado and Yuri in a sense. But again, they're still young and promising as well. So they do have time to steadily improve. And I do think they are really, really entertaining and good players to watch. As for Nissim and Lux coming in from Pain, kind of being like the leftovers there, I think they've found a pretty decent spot within themselves. My issue with Legacy is that they had the really, really solid stage 1 run in Austin. Everybody was super surprised. They were taking names, like nobody was expecting. We didn't really see the follow-up post Austin as I would have hoped for. And obviously it would have been understandable if it was a bit of a flash in the pan. But I would have liked to see a couple of more highs than what we've seen out of them so far. But, obviously starting the tournament, bashing VP, solid start. And they are very much a momentum team. So I think they can thrive off of that. I just like it. That tag team duo of Lado and Dumao is just really, really entertaining to watch on T sides.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see what maps we're going to be playing. The veto is going to be coming across the bottom of the screen. But do continue the thoughts, Maui, about Legacy.
Well, I feel like, the story is definitely Dumao and Lado, but if you even looking at some of the supporting pieces there, I think like Sadzin not really giving NQZ a run for his money in terms of the best Brazilian opper. I think that's more decidedly NQZ, but the guy that I always kind of fixate on for it's just such a luxury to have him is Nissim, because when Pain had Nissim, they had that really nice run back at the Copenhagen Major that when he was on loan from another team, and ever since I feel like Pain kind of lost that late round supportive element, that guy that's going to make that final incision to finish off a round that kind of is like pretty tricky. He's really good at problem solving, especially around smokes. I feel like he's constantly getting the better of even tier 1 players about how to use it. Should he spam through the side of it to get some sort of info? And I guess we could look at the vetoes here as they roll in. I'm a little bit surprised that both of these teams do love Inferno. I'm surprised that they were as formal in their agreement to let it go to the decider. No one really bid at it by going for it in the first round. And so you actually really get both of these teams going for, I'd say in my eyes, their second best map. So that's really cool. And we should have a really competitive series because of it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The one thing that has me a little bit worried is I think Legacy won this veto. And I'll say it because I've seen 3 Max play Dust 2. And that doesn't scare me at all. And I think actually, as I looked around, in preparation for the event, I think they had the worst retake rate out of any team on Dust 2 on CT side for both sides. Geez. Yeah, it was something like 6% on the B side.
You didn't pull that stat out of nowhere. Look at this guy.
But no, like 3D Max have looked very like disjointed, and it's weird to have a French team not knowing what to do on Dust 2. That's kind of why I would have expected them to kind of go the route. I think Legacy having the option to pick first did help them in this scenario, because obviously 3D Max would have been happy to see Inferno being picked by Legacy, so they don't get the benefit of having both maps immediately. But I mean, they get 2 other 3 best maps. They should be pretty happy about it. Even if they do get battered around on Dust 2, they still have a fighting chance in it by all means. But I do think Legacy are really, really happy with how this turned out.
Yeah, what do you think, Molly?
Well, I feel like the 3D Max, I can't really explain the stat actually there for the retakes. That's abysmal, honestly.
Yeah, it is rough.
But I think that's something that could be the saving grace for them, is that because Maka's switched off the in-game leader role, he is a bit more active on the op, and he's just better. He's just hitting more shots in my eyes. I find that he's a bit more consistent in general as a player. So that's always a win condition on Dust 2. If you have an opper that's a little bit more activated, can call his own number, be a bit more proactive, then he could actually stop Legacy in their track. So this is a really great testing ground, because like Vendetta says, I mean, it is probably, it's favored for Legacy on map 1 in this series, but Maka, a guy that I think if 3D Max win the whole tournament, is probably going to be the MVP favorite. I think that he's going to have to put a stamp on this game.
Yeah, and I will say, like, for how poorly 3D Max have been on Dust 2 as a whole, Maka has been great. Like, he's been playing really well on Dust 2, and he has done for so many years. Like, again, he used to be like a Pro League merchant, essentially, where he had like insane numbers for Pro League only, and then kind of just went into hibernation, shows up for next Pro League. Now he's kind of just started doing that outside of that single tournament, right? And Dust 2 has been one of his kind of like comfort maps in that sense. The one thing that I think would have been absolutely disaster for 3D Max as a whole is if we saw Ancient, because that's kind of the map where he just falls off the planet, doesn't really seem to have a comfortable spot. So I think he might be in a position where he can salvage 3D Max's Dust 2.
All right, well, we'll bring our commentators in and pick their brains. We're doing this to Phil probably
Hello
again. Let's
there.
see. How are you? You enjoyed that last game, that VP game?
Oh, it was a big one. That's a banger.
Yeah.
It was a banger.
That's why I'm here, for those sort of games.
And now we've got another banger, Henry, coming up. This actually will be
This one's actually for the
fiercely
playoffs,
competitive.
though. You know, like there's two good teams here, and we just saw 3D Max actually have a really good run at EPL, taking down the likes of G2, Na'Vi, FaZe, took a map off Falcons as well.
Yeah.
They're definitely the favorites going into this one, but you can never discount the likes of Legacy.
The thing is, 3D Max and Legacy kind of remind me of one another. You know, 3D Max is obviously the better team, but both teams have such high ceilings at times and such low floors. Like they're inconsistent. I think for Legacy, their first stage of EPL, they should have made it through. They beat Furia 2-0, and then they go on to lose to a dead Astralis going into that last game. So yeah, it's a bit weird. I think they're very hard to call, but when they're having a great game, I think they can beat a lot of top.
You reckon we go the distance here?
Yeah, I think we'll go to 3.
Oh yeah, definitely. Henry, you used to be an in-game leader.
About
what have you made of?
Yeah, let's roll it right back.
Yeah, no, a long time. London Mint or something, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So what have you made of 3D Max on a tactical level? Because I'm really impressed, but I'm merely a layman compared to you.
No, I like the fact since Gravity's come in, it seems to have activated Maka fully. Like we're seeing a lot more depth from him as a player. It seems like what was the quote that he's seeing? That Gravity
sees what
things
he
that Maka
doesn't see.
Yeah, so I think tactically since Gravity came in, I think they had looked like a much more structured team.
Sure.
I'm inspired by what they're putting down. I think they're actually looking like more consistent overall. I'm just hoping they can find the firepower today. They've come straight from Pro League. I know I'm feeling tired, Dinko. So whether
we
they're
were
ready
there
for
to the
this sort of
final
game-
day. They weren't. So
Yeah, true. But yeah, traveling to China, it's going to be rough for them. But I feel like they're going to take this 2-0.
Yeah, and Legacy Dinko, we're talking about firepower. I think they have some really, really nice pieces. I mean, like whenever I've seen them play, they seem to have those on occasional pop-offs, you know, but it's obviously a big ask today against better opposition, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely a big ask. I think Dust 2 kicking off, I think, is their chance. They can win that map. Then I feel like we could go to 3, absolutely. In that game against Furia, Dust 2 was one of the maps in that series, and Lux had an overperformance, so that's one of those pop-offs you're mentioning, Richard. Lux changed his res and his crosshair before that map, so I don't think he's going to be doing that.
Oh, I hear that's always a good thing to do before a tournament. Maybe change your mouse as well.
It did work. It worked for him, so we'll see if it works again.
If it works, it's good. I think we've just got time. Yeah, we're still just waiting for the game to kick in. So,
any other questions you got for us, Richard?
I mean, look, we can talk about the game, or we could just hang out. Don't you have a podcast?
We do.
We do.
The Post-Plan podcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
New episode.
I didn't even know. That's crazy that I didn't know.
I was
had
on
a
it. It's a
podcast
good show.
Yeah, Maui's been on it.
Show.
He's been on our studio.
It's the only in-person Counter-Strike podcast.
Yeah.
That's the biggest selling point I've already got for you.
I thought Chad's was in person.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes.
We're exclusively in studio with a full setup in my apartment.
Apart from the one with Harry.
Apart from that.
Yeah, because we wouldn't let him in, Henry.
Does anyone not have a podcast? Ben, do you have?
Yeah, I don't have a podcast.
You don't have a
no.
podcast?
Would you
talk a
like a
lot.
podcast?
Yeah,
I
that
think
would've
you could
been
do a podcast, Ben.
What about you, Maui?
We'll
I
workshop it.
I have too many podcasts.
Yeah, I feel like you're on everyone.
I feel like one of my podcasts is with two guys that are always getting in trouble on Twitter.
There's a lot of stuff going on Twitter right now. What is that?
Are we going to delve into that? Some tweets today?
Should we bring up the elephant in the room?
Yeah.
Let's not. So yeah, but no, I want to say as well, shout out to your comedic career, Henry.
Comedic career.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean with the acting?
Yeah,
you mean
dude,
my
you were
casting
really
career?
good,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah, I feel like that's the second big piece I've done in terms of we did the Fight Club one a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, you were
That was
Tyler Durden. Excellent.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, but they told me this time this would be my biggest role yet.
Yeah.
And I had like 40 lines of dialogue.
You learned the lines on the flight?
I learned the lines on the flight, spent like 3 hours just staring at them, nailed it.
Really
It was honestly nice to get name dropped. Like all battling aside, it was nice. Thanks. I'm sure you worked that in.
And yeah, let's say I did. Yeah,
All right, thanks. I love you.
I said Richard has to be part of this. It's in my contract,
Yes.
and I'm glad you enjoyed it. It seemed like everyone took it in jest. No one got too upset with it. I was worried with the PGL line in there as well.
Yeah,
maybe we could come in the PGL studio.
Oh well, Sylvia's away at the moment, so
Okay.
Oh, he hasn't seen it.
I think.
All
When
right,
he gets
Richard,
back,
we're gonna cast for the final games, yeah. And we're gonna get Henry out of here, probably. Me and you.
Oh, dude,
Take it over.
I'd roll it back. Man. Like
Rinko.
yeah,
Rinko Star.
I mean, put it this way: you're used to changing casting partners.
That's true.
by
I
now,
can work
so,
with anyone. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
True.
Why not? Why not add another one in? But I haven't casted a game since Boston. I don't even know if
What, the one you did with me?
Yeah, it was we did the show match.
Or was this like an all-star kind of thing?
Yeah, we did like a show match. We did like proper like WWE style.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I think I actually threw my voice out the window with that one. I actually couldn't speak afterwards.
A lot of casters
we went full send for a show match. Just kind of cringe, but we did it. We did do it.
Show matches seem kind of dead though.
Yes, for
VRS, it's another good thing to come out of VRS.
Is it though?
Why VRS is the best thing ever.
And I kind of felt a bit underwhelming. It was the only difference maker was $16,000, $10K being club share. So like third place decider, when it's that level of game and those kind of teams, does it really matter that much?
Yeah, every point
That's a
counts
point.
in
Yeah,
VRS,
points do matter.
Points of prizes, bro. Like,
but it's still better than a show
match.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, James Bardoff was right. Show matches suck.
Depends. Some show.
Good reference. I like that.
Spot on. Nice one, Mo.
Yes, well, some show matches are great. Isn't that
I don't know that one.
Yeah, some of them.
The caches.
The caches
like
is okay.
one,
yeah.
I have to say as well. Also, your second finest moment now. The caches, the hot cup of coffee to Chad's face.
That was quite good, wasn't it?
That was brilliant.
Actually, yeah.
You actually are a good actor, man. Like, were you a theatre kid?
No, not at all. Didn't even do.
It just gives that
drama in secondary
vibe.
school.
Yeah, he does.
Did you bully the theater kids?
No, I was bullying anyone. I was like skin and bone back in school and a 5'3". Like I was not bullying anyone.
Maui feels personally attacked right now. So
no, Maui's sacked. Maui's.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I'm all right. Thanks for checking in. Though.
No,
all right,
I made two really cheap height jokes, and I'm going to apologize when we're off.
When we're all sitting, no one can tell.
That's actually true.
Yeah.
You requested the chairs?
They do powerful work.
I asked for them personally. Yeah.
It's only really Blair that he needs a box to sit on a chair, doesn't he?
Jeez. All right. Way to call him out.
No, we're digging deep into the material. Still waiting. Should we try and rebuild up to talking about the game? Do you want to risk it? We might go live in a bit.
We could do that. Sure. When's the last time? 3D Max is an old organization. When's your earliest memory of this 3D Max organization? Richard?
I think I think we might have the same memory. And
go on.
It would have been 3D Max, Scream, RPK, ZRZ.
Yeah.
We're
Look
talking
at this guy go.
2007, 2008.
This is why
was that the Malik roster?
back in.
Malik was in 3D Max as well at one point. Yeah.
I remember because I remember we did an event in Vienna. It was like a Mad Cat.
Oh, the Prague.
We did one in Vienna. It was really weird because it was in a hotel, and I remember 3D Max. They literally came to the computers in their dressing gowns. They'd just been in a sauna and they played in them. And they won. So anyway, good news.
The game
they're going to be playing now. So let's see if they are in dressing gowns. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Richard. Here we go. This one's on the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. 3D Max taking on Legacy. See who will be the first team through here at CAC. The favorites, has to be said, it's 3D Max, hands down. But Legacy, a team that's difficult to put away. They'll be starting on the T side here of Dust 2. It's a pick of the Brazilians. And we will see Lato down towards T-Spawn right now. Gravity, not even at the PC, apparently. We'll sort those webcams out as we get ready.
Definitely not in his dressing gown, that.
No. There'll be Lato with the Molotov smoke down towards the double doors. Double Julies for Exercise.
Gravity. And ready to go with some shots to the smoke. Not going to be connecting his body. He nearly had a 3.0 rating in the opening map, Henry. That is...
Seriously?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, he's 10 HP now and dead. So not exactly the greatest start here for Body. Maka looking to make magic happen up through short with the dual Berettas. Goes back to the long swing. It's Nissim gone. Okay, Maka starting to chop them up nice and easy here for 3D Max. But still a 3v3 as Lato and Lux continue to combine. They don't even need a bomb plant.
Nothing too tactical there from Legacy.
Just bullets.
Getting some basic control of long and short. Full speed ahead, hitting those shots. Early gushes lead to early success here. That's, okay, ridiculous shot from Lato there. But Maka, the gunslinger with those dualies, managing to get a couple, but very convincing finish here, especially on that final kill. Lato dominates the pistol there. 3 kills for him. 4 spot in response, though. Difficult round. Always, especially with the scout out and about. It's going to be that double door smoke coming in early.
Maka just missed his chance to drop Dumal, who now climbs up on top of the Xbox and has that short control. We'll see how far Dumal looks to move forward, and he's going to continue to race after that scout, forcing Maka back to safety. And they've got the space they've been looking for. But Maka is not one player to just drop back and take it easy. He's going to go forward again, reposition, and get aggressive to try and catch this opening. There's a little bit of an element of surprise. How long does he hang around here?
Got to drop down eventually. Down he goes. Full control of short granted to Legacy, and they're jumping down. It's Lucky though with the 5-7 defending the scout. Exorcists and the Deagle, 2 bullets left in the mag. Looks like smooth sailing here. A couple of kills found, but still massive advantage for Legacy overall. Could be that Galil trying to hold them off, and now the retake will be attempted.
Yeah, Legacy not too happy about being a player down in this retake, but absolutely still on the cards to win it. Nissim and Sadzin together need this kill on Maka towards CT, who's acting as a distraction to free up his 2 teammates. Marching in from short, and Gravity with both in the Galil. It's a triple kill total for him to win this force buy for 3D Max. Legacy with a pistol win, but immediately losing the follow-up.
Well,
got a ball plant, so it should be a force buy again, Henry, and the force buy wars begin.
The force buy wars, the war of attrition, and it's looking good for 3D Max, recovering 3 rifles there as well. Galil's deep within their ranks. 3 players surviving. That's a very successful haul. With bomb plant, you're absolutely right. Will be a force and response. Lucky with the open up. That scout taking all the presence. They were hoping to find the sniper down there. Gravity watching the extremities, catches the kill towards short and gets a couple more with that Galil. Round snatched away. Maka's got the AWP early. And he'll put it to good use. That's a lovely opening kill, boosting behind their own defensive smoke.
On the topic of Maka, I did enjoy what Maui was saying. You know, if 3D Max were to have a good run here, Maka likely to be an MVP candidate. Definitely seen some magical moments out of him at Pro League. And I think unburdened by in-game leadership. Obviously being able to just focus solely on his role as an AWPer in the team now. Nice little boost for Lux over the top of the double doors. Have appeared down onto the ramp. Don't see anybody. Got old Mac out long with the AWP. He's scoped up, look at the longhouse. Eventually he's going to drift his attention back over towards Catwalk, and it's coming at the perfect time because they have got confirmation of Legacy's presence just around that corner, and grenades following up the Molotov, and that's going to end up being 52 HP for Lato.
There it is. An opening play, the flashbang very effective. Maka can't avoid it, jumping down towards CD spawn as well. Something to work with here. Lucky trying to back him up, but taking damage through the smoke. Couple of Tech 9 shots hit. Maka looks like he's got this kill all day long. No dice. He actually gets taken down. Even kill, but the scout prevails, and looks like we have full control here. The force by wars might have to continue. Gravity towards short, smoked off. His teammate nowhere to be seen. Stuck down in CT spawn is Body, and that's where he will remain. Spotted now, round over, and it is going to be the force by Legacy. Finding success here in round number 3.
Yeah, don't give Body too much more here in terms of the damage that he can output. You want to keep these 3 players alive. AWP M4 is massive to save. Dumao is the only one that can really keep the pressure up. Body's going to try and slip away with that Galil. And yeah, back and forth. Scrappy start to dust too. It's a great way to return for Legacy after losing that follow-up. Let's see if 3D Max decide to invest here. They do have a little bit of money left over in the bank. Gravity's not in a great spot. Body's leftover money is not fantastic.
He can drop an MP9, I suppose. They'll take a tactical timeout by the sounds of things. It's a 5-on-4 advantage as well. Surprising to see that fall apart. This kill from Nissim made things uncomfortable. Orb comes to clear it, but a great shot. Lucky, he thought he would be good for a couple there. Couldn't connect the dots, and we do have round number 4.
It's like a tech issue more than anything. Yeah,
you might be right. This game for the playoffs is best of 3.
I mentioned both of these teams. Pro League rosters, Legacy going out in stage 1. They play a lot of games in stage 1 too.
Yeah,
5 best of
2 and
3s.
3. Yeah,
and obviously a very unfortunate result for them going out to Astralis in a 3-map affair. Looked like they were going to be able to make it through to the second stage. Well, they beat Furia and they beat NRG. Other than that, they took losses to Gentlemates, Astralis, Bait, 3D Max, given a good run at EPL. Obviously stuck around a lot longer there in Stockholm. So they're traveled to China with less rest. And a lot of chit chat there. You can see Body typing in the old chat.
Yeah, day 1 here. GSL format, give you a couple of days off if you can close this one out. Straight to the playoffs. GSL can be kind of
it's
brutal.
not bad, is it? Playoffs on day one.
Yeah. You lose your opening best of one, though, you're down in that lower bracket. That's where things get real dicey. 3D Max, one of the absolute favorites at this tournament, though. You got FaZe there, but it's a ropey-looking FaZe after being up 9-3 earlier against FUT. Managed to give the game up in regulation. So they're down in the lower bracket. You've also got Liquid as well. They won their opening game quite convincingly.
Now they won 13-9 versus GamerLegion, who are another team that could cause some damage at the event. But you're absolutely right. I think if you're 3D Max and you're looking to make some strides and really start leveling up your expectations and results, this is a perfect time to do that. Because looking at the teams in this event, you're right. You're missing out on the elite squads. You're missing out on the spirits. You're missing out on Vitality, Furia,
Mouse,
Falcons.
The Falcons. Yeah. Bit of a shame for the Falcons over at Pro League, considering, like, they just looked so good throughout. Then they, like, same thing happened to Fisher Playgun, got to the semifinals, kind of fell off.
Yeah.
Grand final of Pro League was a completely different team.
Poor
in the grand
Nico
final.
again, having another clip where he can't get a shot from behind.
The game felt like it was already over.
Yeah,
but yes.
of course. But, like, obviously people are just going to ring on about that.
Yeah.
Well, finally, tech issues sorted, and we were wondering, would 3D Max invest again? And they have. So it's going to be a force by continuing. Let's see if the wars will be over, or will they continue? Yeah, as we've got 2 Mal going for the peak.
These are the questions. It's pretty decent force buy. Famous for Exercites and Lucky. Got those French weapons in hand. A little safer body. Mac on the M4. Little boost up. Once again, finds Mac at the opening kill. Looking to upgrade. Looking to find an AK. Body will recover it. And now 4 players for Legacy towards Long. No one flanking. No one probing the map. Molotov towards the car. No one home. Can feel that pressure coming in. CT's reposition. Do they push up a B here? That's the question. Yes, they do. Confirms their suspicions. So they'll leave a player in towards the pit. Smoke crossover again. Great kill from Lucky. Can't find the double. Maintains the advantage, though. And there is the backstab. Really nice weapon gravity. Stay alive now, kid. The hard work's been done. Bomb on the back of
down
Lato.
into CT. Body's going to get taken out. And then Lato gets his gun out in time as he just spots gravity. Okay, Lato. That's the kind of play that gets your team back into this kind of round. Here's Maka going for a solo adventure. Stops the bomb plant, delays it for a little bit longer, but his teammate's so far away. Look where Exorcist is. He's now just backing off through CT. Lato is waiting on his teammate. Fakes the plant, pulls him into the peak at window. Lato with a hero round right now. 7-1 start. And Exorcist getting legged on the cross. Yeah, this is a Lato round, assisted by some damage there at the end from Sadzin, who's chasing down that final kill, but it's Lato to confirm a 4K.
Wow.
That's a massive round, Henry.
Yeah, he goes 8-1. A monumental recovery there. 4 versus 2. Lato helps himself to the B bomb site. Times it to perfection. A couple of fake plants. Finds a kill towards window. Already got the entry in towards the B site. Then the AWP holding off those rotations. Hits the leg shot. Round done. Lato saves the day here. That shot especially. Fake plant. Beautifully played. And then closes it out. XC's already low. Has to be the eco now. Legacy in a prime position to get going here on their T side of Dust 2. Their map pick. Zeus for XC's. That's about it. Got a 5-7 for Gravity, but no Kevlar, of course.
Well, should be no problems here, really, in dealing with this one. Nissim made whiff the first couple of shots, but able to control the double push. And then moves forward to cut down his third. Shall be a 4-1 start here for Legacy. You know, there was a couple of possible pits they could have fallen into there, Legacy, throughout the first couple of rounds. You know, when the pistol lose the second round, and it looked like they were going to lose the previous until Lato was able to step up, and then they keep this one clean. So, nice foundation laid on the T side, 4-1.
Oh yeah, it's going swimmingly. Only losing to that force buy, but recovering. 50 seconds. Nothing for Body to do, really. He's at the long doors. He's going to confirm the plant in towards B. 3D Max, bear in mind, yeah. Got to be tired. Already played a game today. You're jet lagged. Long old EPL. Went out in the quarterfinals. Lost to Falcons, but took a nap off them, Tinker. That's pretty impressive. Like, it was a really great run, all things considered. I think they're one of the teams like kind of labeled as inconsistent, but I think they're slowly moving away from that.
Yeah, I think the gravity in-game leadership change has been very solid for them. I think their ceiling has got higher with him coming in as the in-game leader. You know, I've seen them beat Na'Vi in the opening of EWC. It was kind of the first run out with that, and they beat China already earlier this year, like just before EWC. So.
Right.
Or right after EWC, I think it was. Like, so they've already been out there.
Just got to get through day one. The hardest day of them all. A couple of games to play. Jet lag a factor. Dumal, though, in front of the incendiary. Will have to run the gauntlet. Takes quite a lot of damage on the exit there. He's not the AWPer, but had to spawn. And here we go then. Slow up. Default round being presented, trying to get that short control. We discussed this in the previous series. Your first objective. Trying to flush out any close-range players towards this B bomb site. Very defensive hold. Gravity spots on though. Drops in a flash, pushes them back.
We haven't even really seen this first gun round get going, but I think we've already seen a higher level of Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Than that last
night and
series.
day.
Yeah. Just like going through the motions, utility's better, just the general spread is much better, and a great opener from Lux towards that back platform. Gravity taking out, opening kill for Legacy. They sustained some heavy licks. You know, Dumal's down to 50 HP, some health off the top of Lado and Lux alongside Nissim. But I think they'll be very happy with the opener. With 38 seconds left, though, they've got to make a decision on where they want to go. And Lucky has to turn away from that flash, gets back into the peak. That's a 4v4 again, thanks to Lucky's play. Exorcist now calls the long push and starts flanking around the backside, and he's got that kill on Lato. Dumal stepping up with a trade, though. And it's now going to be a 3v2 for Legacy to try and deal with this push, though. Exorcist flying through the double doors. Dumal's waiting inside of the CT smoke, and they're not ready for him.
No, certainly not. Dumal patiently waits for his moment as well. 2 versus 2.
Exorcist is actually looking at it. Exorcist is looking at him.
Oh, man.
And he just turns his back. He looks towards Dumal. He comes through that peak. And they just take 2 1v1 fights. And both of the 3D Max players come out on top.
I feel like he had the grounds to push that smoke. I felt like he had to activate a bit sooner there. But great awareness.
You give them enough time to piece it together, I think.
Yeah. 3 kills for Exorcist. Huge round considering Legacy got that pick towards B. Some open runway there. Difficult retake, and they give it to them. Way too much breathing room granted the 3D Max. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. AK recovered. Open hands of Maka as well. Can they get on their feet on the CT side? Round number 7. First map here. Last series of the day on the A stream. How's that B stream getting on? Did GamerLegion win?
It's 1-1 right now in the series over that.
Okay.
And currently on a scoreline of 12-9 with Lynn Vision looking like they're going to close.
Oh, that's lower bracket as well.
GamerLegion will be out there for a number of days as well.
Oh, that's really rough. Keep track of that. Check out the B stream. Get on your second monitor. Important gun round here. Money is tight for both teams. If 3D Max win this, they'll tie things up. Almost certainly. Dumal finds a gap. Isolates the AWPer. Drops the incendiary. And is now going to be the mid to B split. The CTs are aware of it. Gravity and Body to defend here. Open duel. Gravity caught in the open. Nissim knows he has the upper hand here. Trying to work out where Body resides. He's going to get one. That's it. That could be the round in itself.
Smoke goes down on the CT cross. Here comes the boost up. It's going to be Lux to come away with that first, and Lucky cast aside. Now I'm going to be looking at 5-2 for Legacy, and this Dust 2 is kicked off very well. I think one of the issues that people talk about for 3D Max is sometimes their map pool. If they get a Vito that has some of their favorite maps in there, and there's only a couple, then they're absolutely a very deadly team, and you can take down some of the best squads in the world. But if you find them on maps they're not necessarily as comfortable on, you start to see some of those weaknesses come in, and Dust 2 is certainly one of those. You know, lost to a number of teams already, and Pro League, they got some decent wins, started to pick up some pace. They beat FaZe, they beat G2, but they had lost to Ants, they lost to Furia. So it's going to be a bit rough for 3D Max at times. And you've let Legacy get up to a strong lead already. And a lot of the heavy lifting needs to be done on gun rounds, and they don't have enough money to buy in the next. So we're really looking at 6-2 to be a very likely outcome in the next 2 minutes here, Henry.
Yeah, the loss bonus only at the second stage is $1,900. So lucky 2K. You can partially invest, but not much. You can bring a couple of upgraded pistols. You're not going to be forcing this round, that's for sure. Take a tactical timeout. They're first to 3. Things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable out there. So we're seeing a couple of MP9s being purchased, but here's the coach. You know.
Who?
You know.
Well, the next 2 maps in the series are Inferno and Nuke. 2 maps that are very, very comfortable for 3D Max. So that's what we're saying in terms of the death set us up with, if the series is to go to 3, Dust 2 is incredibly important here for 3D Max or for Legacy.
Well, there we go. What have they got? They actually cancel the MP9, get a refund. Could be a very light investment here. A couple of sets of Kevlar for Gravity and Body, who gets tagged on the cross. That stings. HE's sure they connect, but it's going to be the opening frag for Lux, no problem. Finds Lucky towards Long. But that should pretty much be it. Not really much else out there to work with. They've got full Long control now. Confirmed that. Dumao watching the extremities for any sort of rotations from lower or the mid doors, and he's going to get action in that area. So, good shot from Exorcies.
Yeah, it can't be bad to that on the Deagle. How much more can they get here? Smoke for the cross is going to make things a lot more difficult here for Body. Flux is dropped from the server.
Okay.
A little bit unfortunate.
That makes things a bit weird.
Yeah. Definitely makes things weird. Let's see if they can capitalize on this chance. 3D Max going to be stopped by Nissim.
Okay, crisis averted. We'll be getting a tech timeout in the following round, that's for sure. But Legacy weather the storm. 3 players survive. Should have been 4, I suppose. But it's 3D Max. That was the full eco. I want to take a timeout regardless. The money situation's still not great. That loss bonus really hurting them on the CT side here. Maka with 5,300. 5K for Gravity and Exorcise. So they want to change things up. Do they want to start getting a bit more aggressive, go for those opening picks? Mac has been very good at them. The boosts have been great. They've had plenty of 5-on-4s, unable to convert them though. Legacy. Bit of a sleeper team. Not normally highly rated, not on the tip of everyone's tongue, but certainly a difficult team to put away. We always talk about the Dumao and Lato show. Nissim having a great game so far, 11-5. They've got everything they need. Money's starting to build up quite nicely. Nuke up next, the 3D Max pick. Specialist on that. We saw plenty of success for them at Pro League on that map. Against Falcons, you remember, they were down 10-2, Dinko. They brought it all the way back to overtime.
Yeah, their most recent win on Nuke being against the Huns earlier today. A 13-1 win. Lost to Falcons, though.
Yeah. But still, nice little comeback.
Well, a tech issue. Just for everyone to get comfy in their seats.
Yeah. Lux dropping out mid-round. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to talk about 3D Max's busy schedule. They attended out for the second season. They opened up by playing the first tournament of the season, which was Fisher Playground 1.
That was a throwback.
Which TYLOO won at the start of the season.
Against Astralis in the
then
final.
They went to Cologne, then EWC, and then they went to China for the Perfect World CS Challenge Series.
Well, I think it's been good for them, like solidifying themselves like a top 10 team now, instead of just being an outlier that sometimes gets upset. Like they actually seem to be making playoffs, if not getting close to it each and every time. They're a dangerous team now.
Yeah, they won that Perfect World Challenge as well over TYLOO. And then EPL to here. So, here's a quick long take. Lux going to be charging out of the longhouse. He's got himself to the blue bin. It's going to be an opening kill through the smoke, though. Body landing the headshot on Dumao.
Need to start posting some rounds here for 3D Max. Tired, surely, but they've actually Molotov themselves. A bit of a lifeline here. Maka jumps at the chance to get involved, and here's the aggression we were speculating about, but still it starts to crumble once again. A 2 versus 2. This is down to 1 point of health. Lux will have to do the heavy lifting here. Bombs down in a precarious spot though, top and middle. How do they get themselves back into it? Nissim on 1 HP. XC's trying to lock the door towards those long doors. And now this fight decides the round. Clean from Gravity. Presumably round done. He's going to make his way towards the B bomb side, try and come through the double doors himself, but yeah, almost no chance of winning it. Would have to hit some ridiculous shots at this stage. Gravity seems to be aware of it. There it is. The one bullet connects, and we've got a round for 3D Max. A bit more aggression there, playing on the front foot.
Yeah, that's what we know and love about 3D Max is their proactive play both on T and CT side. They can be very exciting to watch. Oh, damn. Pretty even game at the moment.
Yeah, well, 3D Max were definitely the heavy favorites coming into this one, but this rough start has let Legacy back in.
Yeah, Mac has got the AWP out, though, going up against Sadzin. And Sadzin's going to bring that AWP over towards B. He's going to start in the tunnels.
Okay, yeah, 3 players making their way towards the tunnels at the start. Looking for the opening kill if possible, waiting for the initial barrage of utility to subside. Smoke down, though. Might need to reconsider your options. Huge grenade to kick things off as well. Feeling that B presence come through. Another grenade hits Sadzin in the face. 25 HP. Can't take nearly as many risks now. Smoke dissipates towards the double doors. Gravity not dissuaded, though. Wants that intel. Spots one. Flash over the top. Can't afford to peek again. Oh, this is great work. Triple kill potential, but still it collapses.
Yeah, now the AWP of Maka up at the window. Okay, look for a second there like Sadzin was about to get Maka moving off the angle, but Maka hangs around just long enough to get that kill. So Dumao and Nissim now trying to figure out how to win this round. So 2 players going after
this
Cat.
Is the correct choice, though. No one on the A side. They've got some open runway to get the bomb planted. No further utility, however. But XSC's unlucky. Would have to retake. Confirming the B tunnels are clear. Maka telling them to hold their ground. They might have to retake through short, though, realizing retake through spawn is going to be a tall order. They have 1 flashbang remaining. Do they have a kit? Yes, they do. It's on Maka. So time is going to be running thin here by the time they actually commit. Came out towards shore, making a lot of noise as well. Dumao noted. Now it's got the Nissim.
Head going to be showing now. Lucky able to take his chance and Exorcist to close it out. And absolutely look like Legacy have worked themselves into a very possible win there. And 3D Max come in for the retake. They don't lose the following player, and it's now 6-4 as that lead is slowly but surely starting to shrink.
Dinko got some bad news.
What's that news?
GamerLegion are out the tournament.
Oh no.
It's all gone wrong.
That is tragic, really, for GamerLegion. They had the new offer as well. Hypex is coming in.
He looked good at Pro League.
Yeah.
He bottom fragged the series. 3-map barn burn up.
Well, losing to Lynn Vision. The home fans, at least, happy about that. I'm sure Lynn Vision going to be challenging, trying to get into the playoffs still.
Crazy. Just 1 day of play for GamerLegion.
Towson's continuing to have good performances, though. Like I feel like him and Rez have started to really step up.
Yeah.
I think that trio of PR, Rez, and Towson's solid. Well, Maka, that's a good start. Body getting to go with the secondary sniper.
What a shot that was with the Deagle, though. Not enough to seal the deal. But yeah, secondary AWP put on high alert there. 5-on-3. And that should be all she wrote, because you can see they don't really have a whole lot to work with here. There's no Kevlar, no nades. 5-on-3, bomb down. Do not stack, whatever you do. Not down there. Chance of a shot there for Dumao, one that's not converted. And we got 6-5. 3D Max bringing this back to life. I feel like Dust 2, it's must win for Legacy. They have to. You're not going to take down 3D Max on you. They're too good at that. And it looks like we could be splitting this one right down the middle at 6-6. That was the eco, though. We'll have a nice buy. Probably tactical timeout territory for the final round of play. Bringing the coach. You want to convert this one. You want a nice lead going into that second half, considering where you were. You had their backs to the wall. 3D Max couldn't get going here, but now got everything they need. Double AWP setup, all the kits. Probably drop another M4 and spawn for a retake. And off we go. Final round of this first half. Aggressive once again, this time with the Orban towards lower B.
Yeah, Body starting to push up. Look at this, double ops pushing the lower and upper tunnels. With the rifle going forward first. Oh, Nissan!
Wow.
Making sure Legacy get a two-man advantage to close this. Kamaka shut the gap, misses the shot on the peak. Now the element of surprise. Oh, that AWP's gone, and Nissan moving forward with a triple kill. Not always known as the bulldozer of the team, but here he comes this time, just flattening the defenses of 3D Max. And it's going to be a 7-5 lead.
Well, you love to see that. An aggressive play. A calling card at 3D Max in towards the upper tunnels. An off angle for Nissan. Yields 2 massive frags. Makes his way towards B. A missed shot from Maka has led them to 7-5 on the board here. Legacy maintain their lead after a very successful opening gambit here on Dust 2. Started to drop off, but that is a monumental round there from Nissan. Huge output. All headshots. And now they have something to work with here. A slight lead into the second half. This will be very important for them. See the scoreboard come up here. Nissan was 17-8. Good God, that's a fantastic showing in the first half. 137 ADR.
Yeah, he's not usually like that player though. You know, as we hear from the desk, it's more about Lato and Dumao, that combo, or Timu, Kesrado, and Yuri is how Vor put it. I like that one. And Sadzin is the all-per, but you know, Nissan, he's having a moment. He's stepping up. Great first map here for him in the series. Let's see if it's a losing effort or if they're able to close out their 7-5 advantage they've currently got going on to the defense.
Very important pistol, ladies and gentlemen.
All pistol rounds are important. That is what we always say.
And we've got 2 smokes. 3 flashes. No upgrade. Oh, there is a P250 for Maka. I tell a lie.
Oh.
So.
Will that make a big difference, Henry?
He'll be working towards long, but they'll smoke the double doors, but looks things to kick things off.
Oh, he's actually looking down middle with that.
Okay.
We're going to make the P250 a bit of a sniper.
Boost all over the show here. 2 players towards short. The P2000, however. Crosshair down towards lower B. Doesn't connect. Tease. Oh, that P250. That was a chance. That was a freebie. Can't quite connect the shot. Nissan reads the situation well, knowing there's all his aggro going on. Tucks himself in towards upper B. Backstab potential is there. Smoke's being exchanged. And the final call from 3D Max. If they go A, they've made the right call. They have got XCs tucked in towards long. They'll have to deal with Dumao, though.
Oh my God, Nissan. What have you had for breakfast?
That's crazy. With the Julies as well.
Dumao with the car. It's going to be Mac's P250. Okay. Bloodthirsty is that little P250, but here he comes. The god of the server today. It's Nissim diving down into CT spawn, and they have to try and remove him with flashes, but nothing's hitting him. Nissim's actually just got away with it somehow. Fully blind, standing in the open, didn't get killed. Oh! And then Lato swings in from short to secure it. Nissim is now 19-8 in Legacy when the pistol to kick off the second half.
He's playing like a man possessed right now. The Julies, the one taps and lower. Are you kidding? Have a look at this. It all started so well. They've had so many opening advantages.
Shadow, bang, only 1 bullet.
And they get these 2 kills towards long. That should be the round over. How does he survive at CD spawn? I'll never know, but Lato was there. Heavy damage, picks up the pieces here. Low HP, still comes out on top. No bomb planted.
Yeah, those are the 2 players really spearheading this lead for Legacy. You've got Lato at 13 kills, Nissim on 19, and now we're getting involved in a bit of a scout battle in middle. Maka taking all of the damage.
So yeah, taking the full eco. Just the scouts looking for those tags, but it's pretty much guaranteed the Legacy find this one. Gonna have to do the hard way now, 3D Max.
Here's Body with the Deagle. Maka peeking in behind him on the scout, really trying to force Nissim away. Nissim doesn't want to put himself in a dangerous spot. And they'll re-smoke out the tunnels, blocking and not allowing 3D Max to come through with even a slight opportunity at opening up the B defenders and getting that bomb down. Here's a flank for Doom out. Loving this. Should be nice and easy to make some money. These are the best kind of kills.
Ooh.
And then Maka.
Okay, something. These sort of rounds, you're just trying to chip away at the economy. Not going to win it, but you can find 2 kills. Will have a massive knock-on effect if you can win the follow-up buy. So that's the objective right now. Lucky will recover the Famas, but they do want to go down. It sounds counterintuitive, but you don't get any money if you outlive the timer on the T side. No more kills found. It's going to be Lasso closing things out.
Still just thinking about that GamerLegion loss. It's like...
It's rough, yeah. They're one of the big names of the tournament.
So you've come to a tournament where, you know, you're the 5th highest ranked team. You gotta start doing something at an event like this. Oh well.
Good try.
Them and the Huns, same tier.
Yeah, when you put it like that, doesn't sound great, does it? It's going to be the first gun round here. However, Maka with the scout once again. Oh, that's a crazy maneuver.
All right, fair enough. Gymnastics with the scout going again.
Holy.
Wasn't too far off landing a second kill either, Sadzin.
Didn't think he'd be getting a tag, let alone a headshot there. That's wild. All right, opening kill, Legacy. Great opener. It's been 3D Max have been finding these 5-on-4 advantages, unable to convert them. Now the boot is on the other foot. Maka finds a gap, but shots don't connect, no damage inflicted. Smoked off. Grenades received here, chipping away at Maka. A split has to be the aim of the game here, but
Shadow.
Scout's going to connect. More and more damage inflicted, but 3D Max not done yet. They might be now. A couple of kills there for Lux and Nissim, and we just got Gravity already tagged at the start of the round.
Dude,
Scout will
the
finish him
scout
off.
is the GOAT weapon.
Yeah, that's wild. What a round. What an opener.
Well, not only does it look like they're going to win Dust 2, it looks like they're going to win Dust 2 convincingly, Henry. They're going to be up to 11-5. 3D Max don't have enough money to get a real good buy here. You can maybe see some upgraded pistols, but even then, there's a case to be made. It might just be worth saving all the extra money. If they are going to go for the Tech 9s, they're going to go for a little bit of utility. Gives them a couple of options available to them. But for Legacy, let's keep it clean. Looking like Dust 2 is going to be theirs if they keep playing like this.
Absolutely true. Partial buy with the loss bonus racking up. That's pretty much it. We've got some Tech 9s and Deagles. Maka taking the full eco for the orb going forward. They need to lock in right now. They can steal this round away. They'll be in a much better position. 11-6. 11-5, I should say. Looks like it'll be GG moment. And they're not going to find that early advantage. Not by a long shot. Sadzin continues to find great output here. That's going to be 4 kills in the round. He's on for the ace. Just lucky to deal with. In towards lower as well, hoping he swings around and gives him that easy 5th kill. But lucky, he's going to make him work for it. 11-5. Oh dear. Jamal gets him. Clean wallbang. 1 round away from map point. Let's have a look at the replay. Really nice little sequence, even while blind. Times the swing to perfection. 3rd kill was brutal. Ducking and weaving around the map. Last chance saloon for 3D Max here. Round 17. Got the AWP for Maka.
Indeed.
Full buy.
Got to show us something special here with the comeback on Dust 2. You've spoken of their tenacity and their ability to come back into maps. We've got to see it right now.
Yeah, like we said, 10-2 down against the Falcons. Managed to bring it back to overtime. Didn't win in overtime, but still, never give up, never surrender. Anything can happen in MR12.
Yeah, how many comebacks have we seen happen so quickly? You know, you're only really a few gun rounds away once you get that economic break. Unfortunately, that economic break is a long way off with the amount of money that Legacy have built up here. It's going to be Maka forced back.
Oh, massive damage received for 3D Max here. Trying to get the short control. Sure, they've got it, but looks to be a mid to B split. Gonna have to deal with Lato. 16-7 right now. At least it's not Nissim, I suppose, but still finds the opener. Clean, lines them up. Gets himself 2 kills. His Exorcy's down to 2 points of health here. Dumal on the rotation. I don't think he's hurt either. It's going to be another round. That's map points.
Yeah.
Very convincing.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Legacy are going to win Dust 2. I mean, it's very, very clear to us right now. That was it. That was 3D Max Go. They've won the map that we said they had to, which is Legacy's opener of Dust 2. And it's not like the rest of the veto is going to be uncomfortable for Legacy. They've got all the maps they want to play.
Yeah, they're very capable of playing Nuke, that's for sure. They just don't have as many reps against top teams on it, I suppose.
And Inferno is the map, is the first pick usually for Legacy. And it's just a handshake map for both teams as they want to leave that as the third, right? So it's not like the map veto doesn't make Legacy feel comfortable. It's just we know 3D Max are just a better team. But if they're playing like this, I mean, Legacy could absolutely do this today, Henry.
Absolutely true.
Into the playoffs, that could be crazy.
Yeah, I guess it's not a must-win game in that regard. But 3D Max definitely the favorite team going into this one. And this is nothing but one-way traffic. Lotto, that's an opening kill once again. He's got backup from short. The HE finishes the job here. Cendric's being exchanged. It's messy. It's uncomfortable, but a 3-on-3 for now. Desperately trying to hold on. Nissim takes that upper B control. Dumal fighting towards short. He goes down here. Gravity vaulting up with the Mac 10. Anything left to be said, the bomb goes down in lower B. That's an absolute nightmare. Let's see whether we close things out right here, right now. The master of Dust 2, Nissim.
Let's see if he truly is masterful and unkillable. He's got himself Maka. Now looking for Gravity. And Gravity makes sure that it is still going to go on for just a little bit longer. Nissim not able to win it out completely.
Well, there we have it. They hold on just about. They recover the AWP as well. Buy won't be perfect, but it will be there. 6 in a row. Let's see how tenacious this team can be. Legacy have let them back in. Felt like that round was done when the bomb was found. Maka, though, fighting valiantly with the scout. Now has the AWP. You can see a lot of concessions have to be made. Gonna have to keep things simple here. They don't have much utility. This is gonna be a good old-fashioned B take here. Massive grenade open things up. Can he find multiple kills? No. But Lato, they are weak. They are wounded. They're gonna close things out. Put your nades away, guy.
He gets out again. That's the bomb going down, and surely it is 3D Max going down as the grenade lands around the back of Exorcist. Maka with a 1v4. He's all the way over towards CT spawn. So even if he gets the first kill, they'll be able to adjust and set up around this bomb. So Maka not going to be getting into a position to win this one.
It's been pretty weak from 3D Max, I have to say. Lots of 5-on-4 advantages. No one really popping off Dinko. Everyone looking pretty quiet. Exorcist 12 and 15 normally going hell for leather in these sort of matchups. Had a great pro league, but very quiet by his standards here. No one stepping up. Maka had an okay game. Gets one more kill, but yeah, the job is done. It's going to be 12-6, soon to be 13. Unless something unbelievable happens right here, right now. 40 seconds to work with. Sound cue.
Yeah, I mean, lock him out. Sadzin confirms it. A 13-6 win here for Legacy on their must-win of Dust 2. And right now, I don't even know if it's a must-win because 3D Max aren't here. They're not playing like the team we know they are. Legacy looking like the better squad.
Right, absolutely spot on there in his analysis from Dinko. We'll have to get him in the chair. I mean, the psychiatrist chair, of course. No, I'm kidding. He's absolutely right. 3D Max, unrecognizable. We spent a big portion of the desk talking about how good they are and how they're one of the favorites for the tournament. And I guess what we haven't factored in, obviously, is, of course, the monumental travel schedule that they've had kind of at the tail end of the season as we build up to the major. And they really just looked like they weren't even communicating, it seemed, at times. There were so many weird moments that just seemed to be, someone should have called that. Someone should have been aware that that Legacy player was there. So I don't want to judge him too harshly on this, but definitely not the 3D Max we expected to see.
The CT side for them was just so porous. I mean, people were sometimes in the positions that they should be. Sometimes they were moving away from the positions that were actually going to be targeted next by Legacy. My advice is that someone should put a shock collar on them. I think that would probably actually keep them in place.
It might work.
I thought you were going to say a different word with shot in there.
Yeah.
So like keep them under control. But yeah, no, again, I think one of the benefits is that, okay, so this is kind of like the warm-up game for 3D Max. They can allow for themselves to actually be a little bit below par on Dust 2 because they're going into their 2 best maps. So I think we're going to, we didn't get to see a 3D Max that was competitive on Dust 2, but it's not the biggest surprise to me, really, considering.
Well, I mean, you highlighted that excellent stat before we went into the game about how just poor they'd been on retakes on that map, particularly. And you were looking at other stats, you know, in the green room there, and it's like, apparently, I didn't realize how bad 3D Max actually were. Like, kind of.
No, it is pretty rough, and it is surprising as well because they do have the makeup of a team that should be serviceable on Dust 2 at the very least. But you know, this was the one kind of get for Legacy in this series. Now they go into pretty much, you know, the ideal maps for both sides to kind of duke it out to tell you what the actual best team is. But I think that's also like the biggest weakness of 3D Max. And Dinko pointed this out as the game was, you know, getting live or going live, is the fact that 3D Max look really solid and they've gotten better and better as we've seen them throughout the year. But they do have like a pretty significant issue with their map pool. Like they have 4, I'd say, very good maps. 2 that you could borderline on, you know, being really, really good. And then they have Ancient and Dust 2, which are like black holes. So they need to shore up that, obviously, if they want to kind of like become a mainstay in Tier 1 and kind of constantly be in the discussion of being like an awkward playoff team that you have to go through if you're a tournament favorite and that kind of stuff. But as you can see, like their Dust 2 is not impressive.
I mean, meanwhile, Legacy, you highlighted Nissim as a player to watch, Maui, and that aged very well. I mean, what a great map by him.
Nissim was fantastic because he's not the guy that's outlined to be a star player for them. He's usually on a cleanup crew. He's just kind of finishing out the late rounds for them. But when 3D Max got a little bit aggressive, for example, towards B tunnels, cleans him up in the default. I mean, every time he was challenged by 3D Max, it felt like he was able to stand those tests. And I want to say, I don't usually see his aim look that snappy. That was a different type of Nissim today. So if we're going to be able to get that from him, it really gives them a third star, because we didn't even really have to, or Henry and Dinko, for that matter, didn't have to even mention Dumao's name for that entire game.
No, he was just at the bottom of the scoreboard, just chilling.
Yeah, exactly. And Nissim's just hard carrying. Lado had some pop-off moments too. Even Sadson got involved towards the end of that game. He started picking it up. So if they don't even need really their right-hand man in Dumao, it's going to be just a little bit worrying. But like Ven said, I mean, this is a map that 3D Max definitely are on the weaker end of their pool on.
Okay, well, I mean, we can sort of set up the next map, which is going to be Nuke. I have to say, I am a little bit worried for 3D Max here. I know Henry said on the cast that there's no way 3D Max can lose on Nuke to Legacy. But whenever I've seen like these iterations of various Brazilian teams, this has been a hugely popular map for almost all of them. And there is like, they're not, I don't think they're worried about going into this.
No, Legacy are good on Nuke, like especially Dumao and Lado. Yeah, we didn't get to see too much out of Dumao on Dust 2. Didn't seem to be needed, you know, fortunately for Legacy. But that tandem, just like, again, probing out and yard on their T sides, supremely effective. And you don't necessarily need a very complicated like game plan for Nuke, even though it is a very tactical map. If you find something that works and that's very simple, I mean, we saw that with Navi in the past, you know, if you go back to 2021, like if it works and it's simple, just run it. Just keep doing it over and over again, because if Lotto's feeling it, you're just going to let him reign free, and the round will kind of solve itself as you go.
And as you can see, starting on the CT side as well, which is always nice.
The thing that was really impressive about Legacy at the Major was, one, their Inferno, which is map 3, but 2, in my eyes, was their Nuke. They were so aggressive with their CT starters, the ways that people like Lux and Dumao would instantly push into lobby, just immediately fighting into hut, fighting into door. I didn't really have to take too much note of Sadson, but when he gets involved with the AWP, I mean, he has a couple setups with Lado outside where they just get a little bit more forward, get into their faces. And the one thing that I I like about 3D Max is that when they get their strats going, they look fantastic. But the problem is if they're challenged too early in the round, sometimes they can get a little bit flustered. And Legacy is the exact type of team. They're like the blueprint team for how to defeat 3D Max, because if they can't get into their long-winded setup of just throwing nades and having all these these fakes and diversions, well, you just stop them at starting point 1, and that's pretty much over for them.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we're talking a lot about Legacy here. I'll bring it back just before we go to break about 3D Max. I mean, obviously, very, very good record on this map. It's got to be said. They've beat some heavy hitters.
Yeah, they beat lots of good teams. And I mean, we don't have to go really far back in time to have them basically pushing Falcons to the very limit on Nuke as well. And, you know, they were just in a EPL finals. So there's definitely quality for the side of 3D Max on Nuke. It's a map that they feel, you know, perfectly comfortable on. I think that's a map, as you said, one of the issues could be them getting disrupted as they're setting up things and everything, but they will have like a plan B. They will have a plan C, and unlike Dust 2, they're exceptional on their CT sides.
So do you think 3D Max take us to a third?
I do. I'm a little bit worried. I feel like the Legacy CT side could even net them 8 or 9 rounds, but I have a strong feeling that 3D Max are going to battle back to close this one out in their favor and even up the series.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be straight into the action. Are 3D Max a good team? We're getting ready for a truth nuke. We'll see you in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. We've got Legacy versus 3D Max fighting for playoffs. We've got Legacy one map up. We now head to Nuke. 3D Max were nowhere to be seen on map 1, Henry. They've got to arrive now on Nuke.
I think they will. That was the wake-up call they needed.
Yeah.
It was going way too well for them today. Legacy Well, it is peaking at the right time, though. Nissim with a masterclass on Dust 2. The decoy towards outside as well, making another appearance. Upper explosion looking very likely. No nade for the door, going to be opening it manually. Jumao, usually star of the show. Waits towards that hut. Plenty of time to work with here. Lux towards main. Getting in the vents. There's the door open. Smoke's down. And I think they've got this opening kill, no problem. I say that, it's actually getting real dicey out there. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, a lot of whiffs, a lot of misses. But a minute left as Nissim never misses. He's got himself down into dark. And he's got to bide his time. Here's the steps crossing into the site. Running over the glass. Now here's that plant. Goes to commit. And they line up. It's going to be Nissim and Sadsim working together. Bomb plant denied.
Damn.
And that's huge, Henry, because
that is huge.
You can lose the pistol round, but not getting the bomb plant means you're not going to get that solid force buy in this next round. So Legacy coming out with an attitude.
Okay. Bit of an ugly one there from 3D Max.
Yeah.
Perfect flashbangs. And like you said, whiffs being the operative word there for sure. How did 3D Max not get a plant out of that sort of play? It was going so well. Lucky. Got to convert that. Sadzin coming in for the ramp. Lato, beautiful shot to deny any possibility of body recovering it. Has to be the eco, I would say. So yeah, Glocks only. Looking to get a plant, a couple of kills. It's the top end of it, really. Just what they were looking for. The 2-0. Booking themselves a place in the playoffs. There's a whole lot more likely now. 2-0 confirmed. I say that. Hold on.
Won the pistol round. 2-0 locked
No, as in 2-0 in 2 rounds confirmed.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's all done. Pack it up.
All right.
Okay, actually, maybe it won't be this.
Maybe it's not.
Okay, that's wild.
Yeah, well, that old Deagle, it's got a bit of a crack to it. Dumao and Lux both dead, and it's Lato coming up through secret. All right. Be careful here, Lato. There's a quick one. Getting peeked, multiple angles. Doesn't want to get involved in that.
Ooh, lucky he avoids the headshot there. Well, I said 2 rounds confirmed, but it's feeling uncomfortable, that's for sure. They have no utility. They do have an MP9 now. I think he goes down here. No, Lato's done very well. Looks like crisis is averted. Although, like we said, 2 kills, that's actually a really good result for 3D Max. If they can win this first gun round, the money is going to be very limited on the CT side. That's costly. Legacy enter round number 3 here. A little bit wounded, a little bit battered and bruised. Legacy now the favorites, according to the odds as well, after that pistol victory here on the CT side. 3D Max, somewhat of a home map for them. Always so good on Nuke. But are they tired? So many events. Straight from Pro League into China, CAC. Headed to the quarterfinals out in Stockholm. Let's have a look. Some pace behind this one. We're going to cross towards Seeker. Got body on towards main roof. Nice grenade to open things up. Not popping the smoke, going for damage. Damage they will find. Gravity down to 71. 2 players at Secret though, but there is a rotation early, so they're obviously very aware of that possibility. So trying to respond. Do they go for some lobby control themselves? Lucky in the open here. He has got Ecstasies with him. Shot in the ramp room, of course. Not going to go down towards lower, but looks things here. Lux getting that intel. Dumao tucked away in towards the squeaky door. Got a peek for a bit of info and gets a lot more than he bargained for. Good response, even better. They actually find a lot there, Dinko. 2 kills. 4 on 3, time ticking away here, 40 seconds, and a huge recovery required.
Bomb's the big issue, isn't it? You got to go back and get that. It's going to waste some crucial seconds, and you don't have a lot of it. Only 35 left, so Mac is going to have to come through lobby and try and split this A site, but Body gets over the top. Nissim had his back turned to him. Body now in a long-winded fight again.
Oh!
What? All right, round's done. Body decides to win it.
That's crazy.
3 kills in the upper bomb site. First is easy. The player's looking away. CT fight towards the vent, looks a little wild, and then snaps down on the hut player, and I think Legacy just completely shocked by the fact that that heaven gap was open that long, and no one's looking at it.
No one prepared for it whatsoever. Lux with no chance to win it. Like we said, those 2 kills they lost to the Glocks.
That's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, and especially you get those 2 kills towards the trophy room. You got all that control, but no one considering the heaven flank coming in, and it certainly disrupts them. 3 kills with body. Beautiful on the 3rd as well. Great awareness, and yeah, that's round guaranteed. 3D Max post round early. They'll be bottom of the barrel loss bonus, so Lux can't even attempt this one. Didn't stand a chance in the 3-on-1. Oh, W, the 3D Max motto. And it will be body stealing the round away. Felt like they were done for with that ramp maneuver. Round 4 comes in. Money's still okay, but it's certainly not great. There will be concessions made. Sansa will buy the early orb, but it's going to have to be SMGs, Famous otherwise. So a bump in the road here. It was looking so promising for Legacy. The round falls apart. 3D Max back to fighting form early. SMG's got to get the job done here. Sadzin wants to go for that opening pick.
I like this idea, you know, send the AWP in, trying to get aggressive. Sadzin could peel away with the first kill here.
Yeah, it sets up the SMG to get posted at least. You might not go any further. You can leave him towards the trophy room.
My god, this is wild. He's going, and yeah, that's why. It's a little bit risky. MP9 couldn't get a double kill. Body off the ladder. Oh my god, this is crazy. How are all the fights happening in the first couple of seconds of the round?
Oh my god. Okay, ladder's dead.
Yeah. Legacy's aggressive moves did not pay off, but
if they just waited a couple of seconds longer in ramp, there was a freebie coming up. They overstepped the mark. The MP9 only good for 1. And 3D Max will find their second. It's a very convincing finish as well.
Yeah, 4 players staying up is huge. You know, it's important that Maka and Lucky don't die. They're very low in HP, but the fact that they don't die keeps the money growing here for 3D Max as they look to settle in to the second map. They were flat on Dust 2, never really got a patch of form. There's Legacy looking like the better squad the whole way through. That was certainly helped out by an individual heroic performance from Nissim. Lado had a number of rounds too. But 3D Max, if they are to get back into this series and really show us some good form, they've definitely got to step up early on Nuke. And 2 T rounds already. Especially because both T rounds had windows of opportunity for Legacy to win it, Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you mean the previous round, they obviously had the huge advantage. Should have won that. It was a 5v3. This round, like you said, a little bit more patience being exercised. They would have very likely got the opener they were looking for in the ramp room.
The setup was looking so nice as well. You had the SMG posted in trophy room. A few more seconds is the difference maker there. You get the clean kill. The AWP falls back. The SMG mows them down. Overstepping the mark, though, and then you're just disjointed in those 2 fights. Yeah. And it's 2 1v1s.
Yeah.
So they'll save the M4, but that's about it. Can't really invest anything into it. PD50 for Dumal, sure. Lux with the M4. A real grenade to speak of. They have 1 smoke left over from the previous round. Going to boost up in towards the ramp room, but Gravity not wasting any time here. In-game leader makes his way down towards lower. Quick as you like. Confirms that no CTs are entering from the secret steps. This is where 3D Max really get going now. Their map pick.
I like the ramp room idea, but I don't think anybody's going to be committing there anytime soon for 3D Max. Great opportunity for so much money to build up on this T side. Smoking towards the locker rooms. Lux wanted to use that rifle to try and catch them crossing outside. Not allowed that vision. He's going to climb up to Heaven instead. This is the only move they've got available, and it's Lux peeking out from Heaven. He does well to get 1, descending down into the bomb site.
Oh, it gets a bit weird here.
Yeah, it does. Oh my god, a dink on Maka, Henry. This could start to fall apart.
Okay. They're getting lots of intel. Sadzin with the backstab potentially. Oh, no, he can't connect him. 1 bullet. He goes for the headshot instead. He's not to know.
25.
Kill.
Here's the rifle. Out to the peak. Gets clear. P250. Another one. Bomb. Trying to get out of the hide, and not going to be happening here for Dumal. So back down the ladder. Does get a little bit weird, as you said, Henry.
Yeah.
It's all good for 3D Max.
Oh, there were some moments where it could have fallen apart there, but without finding that garage play up, without giving up the rifle, it's actually a pretty convincing finish there. Good effort from the M4 of Lux, but only finds 1 kill. And they're going to take the lead here. 3D Max 3-2. Dumao is going to be looking for exits. All he can really bring to the table at this point. There is an AK in towards Team Main. Has got time to get away with it as well. Uh-oh. Well, no, he doesn't anymore. Had to try and outrun the blast. Lucky there in T-spawn. Takes him down. Nice headshot. 3D Max in the lead. 3-2. On the T side, no less as well. But here comes the next gun round. Can't afford the AWP, but Nissan will make up for it. He's got the AUG.
You don't see that too often. We did see it twice, though, back at Pro League. So maybe we'll start to see it creep in a little bit more, Henry.
Yeah. It's a very viable weapon. Like maps like Train. If you're playing like Ramprum as well. Very viable. That's exactly where Nissan plays. You get that back box. Duck and weave. We'll see the outside smokes. The old traditional ones. Going to be Lux to open things up there. Nice shot on Maka. Opening advantage here. Didn't cost him too much either. XSC's now didn't cross when the smokes are up. Can redeploy. Oh, they missed the main smoke.
Yeah, it hasn't quite waterfalled down the way they would have liked at 3D Max. That does leave a big gap here for Dumao to try and capitalize on. And
so
they're going to have to use flashes to swing instead. And the peek into Dumao has resulted in a follow-up kill here for Legacy.
That's such a nightmare because you need that smoke to even lurk in properly. Because when you flash it, the CT can't dodge the flash. You don't see it coming. And you just have to acquiesce in the play and think, well, we've missed the smoke. Still need to challenge. We have nothing else to work for here. Round's still alive somewhat. Not anymore, though. It's going to be 1 kill for Lucky, but taking down with the backstab and Legacy back to their winning ways, tying things up at a 3-3 scoreline. Love to see that. Great round. Opening pick towards Maka as well. Outside. Aggressive. Excursion. Courtesy of Lux. It's a great shot. Just on the precipice of the smoke as well. Speaking of smokes, completely fumbled the round. So that smoke goes awry. There's not really much you can do apart from take the try challenge. And like I said, you can see the flash coming in at that point. So, tactical timeout. It's going to be Legacy calling it, but looks things. Yeah, we just wanted to calm down. There's been some frantic rounds here.
Just hanging out, chilling in the hotel room. I have to say, it's quite a nice hotel room over there, Henry. Look at that little flower design over the bed.
Hotels in China are ROP.
I've never been.
Oh, dude, there's
never been to China. I've cast a lot of Chinese Counter-Strike.
They're like 6-star hotels. It's unreal. They've got the best food. And they do like breakfast buffets with like every cuisine in the world as well.
I heard about that.
Yeah, it's wild.
You could like go to a different country every morning for breakfast.
It's so good.
Did you choose beans and toast, Henry?
Yeah, every day. Fish fingers, beans on toast.
Smiley faces.
Yeah, turkey dinosaurs.
That's why you grew up big and strong, Henry.
Exactly.
Outside crosshair for bodies at red. It's going to send some shots to that smoke. Not going to be connecting, though. Oh, look at this. Dumao. I love it. Risk going into the hut and pulling out, not seeing too much in there.
Important round here. CT economy certainly not established to reinvest in all the util. Got a couple of AKs in their ranks as well, but slower pace from 3D Max. Not focusing towards outside. Not much presence at all, really. They haven't dropped the smoke, wall of smoke, sorry. And it's going to be Nissan patrolling the secret steps. Smokes, flashes towards main. Making things uncomfortable. XSC's with a nice opening kill. You can see a river of flames engulfs the upper bomb site here. Headshots being delivered. Satsin, last line of defense. Can he find a double? Can't even find one. A couple on a plate there, but it's very convincing. 3D Max flood the upper bomb site. Great execution there. Stifling. Utility across the board. You can see they were locked out of the choke points. Standing in the open, flashed off, and piece by piece they are torn apart. 4-3. Like we said, the money is not great. Even after winning the previous round, tying things up. They're left with like $2,000 each. So they took the tactical timeout, and it's led them to a clean sweep against them. What do you even do with it? I don't think you can. You can't really force. You get 2,400 in the next
round. No, you gotta just take the hit here, don't you, and allow 3max 5 T rounds. And yeah, I mean, we knew this series could get difficult when it gets onto the final 2 maps here. We know Legacy like these maps, but as we've mentioned, 3max are the better squad. They didn't play like it on Dust 2, but as the series goes on, there is opportunities for 3max to wake up and warm up into the series. And they're doing that now on this T side. I think there's early missed opportunities on the defense for Legacy. You know, that 5v3 could come back to haunt them. Okay. XC is able to spin and get Nissim. Should be nice and easy here for a 5th round victory. And just old Lato. And a little P250 coming down at the squeaky door. It's now 5-3 on the board for 3D Max.
Making sure they take all the precautions here. Not planting straight away. Still somewhat of an opportunity to get 1 kill. Not going to be converted though. Building up a nice reservoir of rounds though. 3D Max with 5. Money's still not great on the CT side, even after the full eco.
Yeah, not enough to get the AWP out. There's obviously a weapon that can really change things up here on the defense. They just don't have it available for Sadzin, continuing to play with the rifle.
Yeah, it's those that round towards ramp. They had the 5-on-3 advantage. You know, they got their first couple of kills, looking so good, and then got taken down by body from the heaven position. It felt like that's where the wheels started to fall off here for Legacy.
Yeah, that's
haven't really recovered since.
I love this from 3max as well. They've thrown out all the early utility, acting like it's going to be a quick top pop. Just bait out that util from the CTs, and then you can throw another execute back in, the double pump in towards the A site. It's going to be Lato with the opener. Here comes the wave. It's going to be 2 players coming in, Body and Gravity, cutting through the defenses, and it is complete destruction here. 3D Max showing a different level of comfort on Nuke.
They have got no response for this upper execution. They don't know what to do with it. They are getting absolutely mullered by the Molotovs and Flash combo. Nissim hoping a couple of players overset the mark. He's only going to find 1.
Yeah, I mean, this upper execution is really difficult to deal with because, as you mentioned, you don't have a whole lot of money if you're Legacy. So you don't have a huge amount of utility available. That first wave of utility comes in, right? The initial top molly for the hot, the flashes come in. So it makes the CTs panic. They drop all their nades. And then you go in, you don't have to deal with all that heavy util and all the mollies coming in, and you get a 3D Max double pump hitting that upper bomb site. The util rains in again, and Gravity catches them off.
That's real rough. Flashes are absolutely destroying them. They got the opening pick there. That was a 5-on-4. Doesn't feel like it.
No, it does not. Body and Gravity making quick work of them. And a second timeout used here for Legacy. Another scenario where they just don't have money for a buy. So you're looking at 7 rounds T-side of Nuke. This could end up being a really quick map. Like 3D Max already have so many rounds to play off from the T-side. The Booger Blade. I like that, Henry. I guess because it's green?
Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of gross.
It's like Always Sunny. They have the toe knife. You know, we got the Booger Blade.
That's not a bad reference. Well done. Toe knife. Shout out to Frank.
Yeah, shout out Frank. Legend.
So a couple more rounds and another financial crisis here. Legacy. Oof, I guess it's a partial buy. They got the Kevlar and 5.7s. Need these sort of rounds to go in your favor to bring the team back to life. This is a CT-sided map for sure. Not finding much at all. Gonna see Nissim going down. Nice little attempt towards ramp, but found through the smoke. Lucky will get him. Exercise probably gets this one as well. Opens things up nicely.
Au revoir.
Yeah, au revoir indeed. Light work towards the upper bomb side. 7-3. Gonna need these last 2 rounds. If you're Legacy, this one is not going well.
Yeah, I haven't really shown any signs they're going to get those last 2 rounds either, Henry. You know, they'll patch
the thing is,
start of the
you
half.
have no response to that upper execute. You're just going to keep running it. Like, just drop it in. Like, if they can't handle it, they don't know the response. They seem to be caught off guard in the open each and every time. You can just keep dropping those outside smokes. They have to respect it. They have to have players out there. Go back and towards upper. And there's the Molotovs. There's like 3 Molotovs towards upper. Like the whole bomb site engulfed in flames. And we haven't really seen the AWP on the CT side either. That's been a massive problem.
They're going to have it next round, right? So maybe that is how they get the final 2 rounds of play.
Okay. Trying to save a 5-7 here.
Yeah. Hanging on.
Oh, okay. That's not bad at all. Should be blown towards him, that AK as well. Trying to pick it up at the last possible moment. Presumably. Hello? I guess just wanted to save the Kevlar.
Too risky. He throws the AWP over to Sadzin. It's going to get a drop in the turn. And there we go. Finally, a goodbye here for Legacy, looking to secure the final 2 rounds of the half. Let's see if that Sadzin AWP can finally get going. One of the few rounds he's had the AWP. He was aggressive in the ramp room. Came very close to finding the opener. Maybe just a little bit too aggressive. Let's see what he decides to deploy in a round like this. He's heading to the upper bomb site, Henry, looking to try and deal with the threat of the upper bus that you anticipate could arrive again.
I feel like, the thing is, they know they have to get an opening advantage here. They can't just be executed on time and time again. Sadzin knows it. Trying to find some solid footing towards the hut at the start here. XC's on the other side. It's a good position. It's a nice response here. Got that AUG as well for Nissim. Outside smokes deployed, so it's not going to be that upper execution. Could split towards upper though. Body's pre-firing this for sure. Sadzin finds a shot with the AWP. Has he got anything left in him? Certainly does. Double kill. Needed that AWP, but still might not be enough here.
Oh, Dumao back at the site trying to clean up just the one.
Huge.
Racing in from heaven. Maka can't clutch it. Nearly flicked down as Lux missed a couple of bullets there, Henry. But in the end, it will be a 4th round for Legacy, and the AWP does make the big difference.
Oh, it certainly does. Needed that earlier. Where has it been all this time? Very effective. Lovely double kill. Does shut down that upper potential, even with the opening kill from Body. The AWP brings true. Shuts it all down. Final round. 7-5, you take it at this point. Thing is, though, we know 3D Max, very well equipped. Plenty of residual cash for this final round. AWP for Maka. And in we go. Going towards ramp this time. Haven't seen much action on that side of the map. Gonna have Body lurking towards outer. Back towards lobby we go. Sadzin, can he have the same level of impact once again? No, we cannot.
Oh, no, he cannot. Mac, you're gonna peek into and Gravity to follow up, and now a 5v3 with Legacy. Looking like 4 is all they get. Maybe Lado can change that. It's got to be a massive multi-kill, but he gets cleared out, he gets spotted, and then peeked from 2 different angles. And just Nissim. Oh, he ain't missing at all. He's got a double, and suddenly it's just Exorcy's low HP backtracking, trying to take a different angle against Nissim. Low HP, that's the big problem here. Nissim can't get it. Exorcy's with the headshot, secures the 8th round at the end, and Nissim nearly pulling off a hero 1v3 for that 5th round win. But without that 5th round, Legacy are in the bin here on Nuke.
Unreal. Exorcy's had no business winning that whatsoever. 12 HP. Slows the round down. And what looked like 5th round for Legacy falls apart once again. The AWP trying to do too much potentially, but Mac up 1 step ahead of him, and kill by kill, the round falls apart. Lovely long-range spray there from Exorcy's to close things out. And it will be 8-4 now. 3D Max on the T side. Getting the job done, but MR12, we've seen it so many times. Things can fall apart very quickly. Another important pistol here for Legacy. See if they can find it this time as we get ready for the second half. Bear in mind, just to outline this one again, this is the winner bracket game. So yeah, winning the series, you're in the playoffs, but you're by no means out. If you give this series up, you will have to come back tomorrow. But that is, I guess, a massive benefit of winning today. 1 day of playing, you're in the playoffs. Go enjoy China. Get some practice in, some rest probably, Dinko, at this point, considering like the calendar we've got right now. Have a couple of days off, a bit of R&R.
A little bit of sightseeing in Shanghai.
Go to the spa, I would say.
Spa in Shanghai.
Yeah.
Get yourself a little bit of hot pot. Use those 2 days to recover.
Yeah, exactly. Hot pot's a great.
And that's just me. Yeah, we really loved our hot pot experience when we were out in Asia, Henry. You especially.
I really did enjoy it.
You couldn't shut up. You were so loud about it. It was so good. Well, we've got Lato outside P250 range against the US piece. It's got Gravity here on the ramp room looking to lay down the law with the Julies. Gonna go ahead himself, Mo down 2. And that's a big problem for Legacy. You know, they need this pistol round, and they've just had the worst start possible. It's Lato and Lux now 2v4. And a 9-4 scoreline. Well, it's just around the corner, isn't it?
Not really much you can do with this one, I'm afraid. Not impossible. It all starts here. Now it probably is. Lux outside. No bomb to speak of. Couldn't really be further away from it. Down towards ramp, where the human rubble resides. The remnants of Legacy. Everyone getting a taste of the dual elites there. Gravity, the gunslinger, confirms the round and maybe even the map. No bomb planted, Dinkin. We talked about it a few times. You need that bomb plant if you get a force by, especially on Nuke as well. Like, coming with Tech 9s and one Galil maybe, and a player without Kevlar, it's just not going to be enough. And there it is. Said rubble.
Yes. Denied access. Authorized personnel only. And Gravity is the security guard. Look at that. Just absolutely destroying them.
Oh, there was a chance. If Lato gets a kill, you never know, but I suppose we'll never know because he didn't get it.
Yep. I suppose that's true. Tech 9s. That's what they've got. Deagle as well for Satsin. Never forget about the Deagle.
It's going to have to be a hell of a round. Towards ramp makes sense. Dumao alone outside, hoping to force a rotation. Is hoping there'll be one player towards ramp. Deep grenade doesn't find too much damage. Flashbang not super effective, and Body's MP9 certainly is. This round falling apart already, but Lux does find at least something. It's quickly answered back though. There's those are dinks been inflicted, but overall resetting the round, getting more comfortable.
Yeah, repositioning on top.
Only got 3 bullets in the M4. Okay, the reload comes in.
Yeah. Resmoking the door as well. Gravity does not want to go down that vent. Waiting player down there in Dumao. Minute on the clock. Gravity repositions out the CT vent, calls Lucky in with the reinforcement of high health. Spots the player in the vent. Gravity then called to that attention, and we've now just got Nissim, who really wants this kill on Gravity, wants to finish off the low HP, but not allowed as 3Max play that situation perfectly. It's now 10-4. They've got double figures, and no bomb plant for Legacy, no extra money tipping them over the next scale, and so we are very likely looking at 11-4, and Legacy likely just to save and give it one good go. But Nuke has been dead. There's been nothing really. You have to remember, Henry, there's 3 rounds picked up at the start of the first half for Legacy. Since then, they've won 1 round.
Inferno it is.
Yeah,
we said Dust 2 is the must-win for this reason. 3D Max very well versed. They're taking some huge scalps on Nuke. Players like Exorcise especially always does such fantastic work on this map. He's currently 12-8. Gravity, in-game leader, going above and beyond, 15-5, and then Body living up to his name. Couple of body shots to find a couple of kills.
Body bags.
Put him in the body bags. Yes,
yeah. Oh, Exorcise now up. Nissim gone last. 11-4 it is. Knocking on that door of Inferno. And we know 3D Max love that map. So with a performance like this, bouncing back from a 13-6 loss on Dust 2 to possibly winning 13-4 here on Nuke, 3D Max is going to be inspired again to finish on Inferno.
This has been kind of what we saw in Dust 2 from 3D Max, just like quite flat advantages given over time and time again. Unable to hold off an upper execute at all. Like, they're just getting completely destroyed by, I think it was more 3D Max of very good T-side plays and great recoveries, but like some of the rounds were criminal, like not accounting for the gap towards heaven.
Right.
That's where it felt like the game fell apart for them, but we do have an opening kill. A rare one.
A 5v4, yeah, for Legacy. Make that a 5v3 as Exorcise descends down the ladder to his death. We've got Lucky wrapping around hell, though. Sadson making no secret about his push forward. But Lux is taking Gravity down before Lucky can even get in position. Did well to get a dink off on that follow-up player, but it's not going to be enough to really compete for this round win. So Legacy get money back on the T side, find themselves a round victory.
Money's going to be very strong. Those kind of rounds happen. There was nothing like some tactical masterclass coming out there. They had a little bit of a look in towards ramp, get the early kill, overwhelm the defense. Not a very sustainable approach, but you'll certainly take it. Clean round. Needed that. Covering an AWP. Inferno still feels like an absolute lock-in. I don't see a world where 3D Max give it this sort of lead on the CT side, but stranger things have happened. That's for sure. No one can deny that.
No, no one can. Not a single person, Henry.
Sad's in AWP. AK's out in full force. 3D Max backs to the wall. Feeling the pressure.
In their tires. They're going to drive their way through into Inferno. We've got Maka back of the credit card, swiped down to 43 HP. Blocks is at the funny number.
Oh, he is. Don't see that too often.
No, you don't.
What's funnier though, 69 or 6'7"?
Right now, 6'7".
I don't know if it's funnier. It's more relevant.
Well, you're right. It's more relevant. I don't know. The other number could be relevant for many other people.
Suppose you're right.
Around the world.
Yeah. Depending on what you're up to.
You know, definitely not relevant for the terminally online, though. 6'7", much more relevant in that department. But 5v4 this time for 3D Max. Perhaps they're going to get 12. Put an end to this comeback, this chatter of maybe a game being on our hands. We don't want that. We want Maka to take this kill on the red cross. There's a boost. There's a kill. Sad's in, knocked off the perch. 40 seconds remaining. And we have got very comfortable rounds here for 3D Max to take map point. Lato and Dumao. This is the duo. This is the two everybody talk about as the Timu, Kesarado, and Yuri. Let's see what they can do with 23 seconds left. That bomb plant coming through. Dumao is going to wait at the bottom of the ramp, and Lucky just waiting. Not wanting to make the first move. Not wanting to make the mistake that allows that ramp control to be maintained for Legacy into this post plant. Oh, Lato hearing the steps. Nice turn.
Hello.
That's going to be a big headshot on Gravity. Now another one? No, because Lucky clears out Dumao and Lato fighting on too many fronts. It is a good try, Henry, but in the end, it's map point.
It really is. And they get the bomb down. They'll have another few gun rounds ahead of them. That's if they can hold on, but 7 in a row on the T side of Nuke. I don't think so, buddy. 3D Max. We said it would be a bit of a wake-up call. They looked flat. They looked like uninspired on that first map of Dust 2, but they are back. They are cooking. Mac, a lovely shot there. Gravity mowing him down. Next to Cease. I would say the best player of 3D Max. Started to find some form here. 15-9. Gravity 17-7. Everyone contributing in their own special way. But yeah, we should be done here.
Absolutely should be finished.
Throw caution to the wind. Pick up the pace. Is running towards up.
One last good go of things. Either you die quick and it's over, or you burst through into the A bomb site. And so far, not so good. But that trade back from Lux reopens the conversation for a Legacy round win here. Gravity getting taken down in a 4v4 as the equilibrium is once again established.
So, going back to T-Spawn to deploy the outside smokes. Gonna try and set up Dumao. They have deployed them. Does look like there's a bit of a gap, but it's fine. Not a huge deal. 3B. And a man advantage. We always say round number 13, the hardest round in the world to pick up. 12-5, the most dangerous scoreline in the world as well.
We got Body now waiting. Gonna nip away at Lux Maka on the shutdown. Dumao and Sadson give it a good go here to keep going on Nuke. 35 seconds remaining. We've got Lucky 1v2. Does he win it, Henry?
There is a good chance, but this isn't looking great. And he will not. 6 in a row required now. They managed to maintain some control. The money is actually broken for 3D Max. Got to eco this, really. You could force buy it, I suppose. You got enough runway, but is it worth it? Probably not. They will get 2,400 into the next round, so we'll see how they want to operate themselves here. Gravity's going to purchase an MP9. Surely not the Force. No. So leaving themselves about $500. Still won't be a great buy. It'll be another partial situation going forward. See if they can close things out, though, with the SMG.
Oh, good kill here from Nissim. That's going to be XOC's gone first. And Sad's in, stopping any real aggression here from 3D Max, cutting the legs from beneath their push. 12-7 looking more respectable at the moment. That 13th round proving to be the most difficult round to find, as Henry always tells us.
It really is. Henry's Law.
Henry's Law, Zonic's Law, Bogdan's Law.
Bogdan's Law is my favorite still.
I love how that actually has lived on this long in Counter-Strike. Like, when was that brought up? Like 2016?
Yeah. Still, like, cracking out on stream as well. It was so funny. And it turned out to be the most impactful law of them all, the one that's stood the test of time.
Bogdan's Law.
It's so good.
I need to go watch that clip again. There's just some absolute bangers from back in the day.
Yeah. You got the chicken coop, you got the Glocks, of course.
Yeah.
Rushing B.
Classic from Dazed.
Yeah. A dancer now and a singer.
Yep. Definitely performing.
Body. Nothing he can do. 5 in a row now. Seems at least possible. Like I said, I don't know why you invested that much of the round. It still would have been a weak buy either way. But now, yeah, it's another eco. It's going to be 12-8. I felt like you would have had a really strong buy after this one. Could have actually had a proper partial, perhaps, instead of his kind of half in, half out, 1 MP9, couple of 5.7s. More of the same, I'm afraid. A chance, Dingo. You've got to admit, there's a chance. Like a 12-8, 4 in a row.
For a comeback, absolutely.
Yeah, like
we have seen easier, we've seen more difficult comebacks, shall I say, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it doesn't look great, but still, like, all of a sudden, it's not impossible like it was feeling. It's got to hold on here, though. These rounds can fall apart. The Zeus is out and about. And so is that 5.7. That's brutal. Not the best protocols. Yeah, considering you know the money's broken, you've given up an AK with no trade potential, no real assistance on that little lurk either. Okay, this round, yeah, they could actually come crashing down here. The old classic Rops position with the Zeus. A shocking play required. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a little too subtle, Henry, to pick up on that one.
Give him a dose of the Edison medicine.
That's better.
You like that?
Yeah, that was good. Well, Gravity, not going to be too happy with that AK ripped out of his hands. You know, we have got the new terminology when it comes to shock, though, and it's the shock cockroach.
Who was that about?
Inner Circle player.
That was it, yes. Yeah, I remember. I didn't hear the initial clip, but so many people were talking about it.
Yeah, Machine asked him during the lobby, he said, you know, how would you describe your playstyle? And he immediately, without hesitation, went, I am like a shocked cockroach. Like when you turn the lights on, and he just goes in all the different directions.
Shock cockroaches, shock collars,
yeah,
Zeus's,
a lot of shock going on these days.
Well, a little bit uncomfortable, but it looks like they got the job done here. 4-on-3, lucky to save the AK-47. 12-8, like I said. Slowly but surely, this is looking like at least doable. What are they looking for here? A couple of exits, potentially. Investigating the area. Anything left to be found? Maka up high. Body found out. And there we have it. Penultimate kill, lucky just to save the AK-47, 12-8. Money finally back in their favor. It's been a rough few rounds in terms of the finances.
Yeah. I mean, now the T's have built up so much money, right? And win this round, you put 3D Max down to a weaker buy again, right? The half buy maybe, 5.7s in there. Then they'll buy again. So you're really only a couple of gun rounds away from establishing a real comeback here. This is absolutely doable for Legacy. 3D Max return to a buy. Can they close this out and bring us to Inferno? It looked like it was an open and shut case here on Nuke, but Legacy have found some life all of a sudden. Util running in outside. Lucky waiting in the main smoke. Flash goes in. Right on by. It's going to be Lucky with his first kill. Ecstasy snips in behind. It's Lato to go down alongside Doomount. And that might just be it. They try and fight on, but SadSin's Tech 9 keeps the dream alive.
Oh dear, Maka. Can he close things out? SadSin's low. Nissan will join him in the upper bomb site here. The retake begins.
Oh, need to be careful here. He's looking down below. That smoke clearing out at heaven. Oh, it's a big pick from Maka. Now the 1v1 will miss him. No, he's reloaded. Oh, he's going to go down. Body closes out the map. Legacy started the comeback, but there was just too much of a road to walk back into it. Body finds the bomb eventually, and there we go. It's going to be 3D Max bringing us to Inferno. We need all 3 maps as predicted for this series. 3D Max are back in a big way, and we'll see if they can close on Inferno.
Yeah, more like the 3D Max we expect to see. Obviously a map that's been historically very kind to them, as we highlighted before we got into the game. And honestly, the comeback at the end from Legacy, while I'm sure it's good for them, it never felt genuine. It felt 3D Max were very much in control. And yeah, just a superior team on that map.
Yeah, like in many ways what we saw from VP that kind of made the Huns game a little bit closer on Dust 2, where they didn't, handle their money properly, and that kind of got a little bit iffy. 3D Max just decided, like, yeah, we're doing double ecos. We're cruising this in. We're going to get weapons. And when we have weapons, we're the better side. And I think it was pretty clear, again, like, we talked about it. I mentioned this from this perspective of Legacy. Again, like, you don't necessarily have to have the most advanced strat book to necessarily find success on Nuke, even though it's nice. But if you find something that works, run with it. And it seems like 3D Max had the same idea, because they found a weakness on that upper bomb site, and they just kept cramming it down the throat of the Legacy. Like,
I was very surprised that Legacy, like, they couldn't adapt to it.
Yeah.
It was so strange.
It's very, very strange as well, because, like, at a certain point, you just have to concede other parts. It's like, okay, like, maybe you don't want to sack, like, 5 people on the upper bomb side, obviously, like, do something extremely drastic, but have they really pressured ramp all that much in that half? No, they really haven't. Can you possibly lean over so you have a quicker rotation? Like, is that a possibility? At a certain point, you just have to, like, stem the tide. Otherwise, you're just going to get drifted away.
And back in the day, you would just play retake.
we don't do that.
Yeah, you can just have the sight if you're gonna kill 3 people all the time, getting into it. So.
I think 3D Max did a good job though in the first half. They used smoke walls a few times to make sure that Legacy couldn't get too hot on their trail. Like if it was just, I mean, their A hits were what were the most effective, but a couple times 3D Max kind of failed actually to do some outside yard presence, and I think that just kept Legacy honest enough that it allowed their A plays to be even more effective. But yeah, you're right, Richard. I mean, the comeback from Legacy in that one kind of felt like a streamer's reactions, just fake and lame.
Yeah, fake and lame. What wasn't fake and lame? Gravity is becoming IGL and seems to be a much better player for it, bizarrely. I thought he was one of the weak links, having watched him in the past. And honestly, I think he's took to this role like a duck to water.
It's been pretty impressive. I mean, he did recognize the weaknesses there of Legacy. I mean, I also like that he just kind of interspersed it with a couple of different plays. Like, they changed the tempo. They were able to also, when Legacy tried pushing on their default, Gravity himself and some of the other players from 3D Max were very ready for those kinds of plays. Like, they to me looked like they were very prepared for what Legacy were going to throw at them in this matchup, especially in the first half. So it's nice to see him coming together as an individual, because I feel like what was weird about Gravity in the past was that the eye test was weirdly good with his aim, because he's very snappy and he has really good first bullet accuracy, but sometimes decision making was just, maybe he was slow. But now that he's in the driver's seat as an IGL, it feels like it really befits him, because now he's just much more dictating the action instead of playing as reactively as he did before.
Yeah, it 100% helps. Like, actually being in tune and knowing what the next step's meant to be, not just for you, but for everyone else, because you're the one deciding it, that does actually help a lot of players in certain situations to just be more comfortable really with where they're at, no matter how much chaos is going on around you. So I think, that's been one of the cases where Gravity has really taken like a duck to water.
Yeah, it's kind of a contrast because we were talking about Perfecto earlier on.
Yeah.
You know, he's like new IGL and kind of learning the ropes, and obviously had a bit of time out of the game. But like, you know, you look at like how Gravity's like just slotted into this. I don't think he's ever done it at any point in his career before, and all of a sudden, I mean, this is the best version of 3D Max I think we've seen. You know, it's in the team's evolution, so gotta hand it to him.
I mean, the EPL run and what we're seeing here on, yeah, they lost us too kind of badly, but again, the EPL run plus what we've seen from Nuke, this is kind of the new leaf of 3D Max where their good maps or their comfort maps are quite good now. They would kind of squeak by with their comfort maps in the past, and you'd kind of have to hope that someone maybe slightly overperforms or does kind of a tricky play to try to get them over the line. This one just felt like they were through and through the better team.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree, and that's a little bit of the same sense that I have going into Inferno as well. Like, again, I don't think they're going to have to necessarily squeak through this. Again, like when they are playing Counter-Strike, like when 3D Max get to play their comfort maps, it could very easily look like this.
Yeah, well, this is a strange one. This is a decider that you rarely see these come up because this is probably both teams' best map overall. I didn't look at the numbers, but I'm guessing it feels that way. It feels true, so it must be real.
Yes.
You said it, so it is true.
That's how I work through life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's kind of crazy to see it come up as a decider and not somebody like maybe lean into picking it or somebody choosing to eliminate it. I mean, 3D Max definitely still favorites, but I mean, this is a tricky team to overcome on this map. You know?
Generally speaking, this is the first pick for 3D Max when they can pick it, and for Legacy, it's the map that they famously took Vitality down on to end their streak back at the Austin.
We don't count that.
We do. That ended the streak. The streak did end.
BO wants to count.
Okay, well, either way, they've actually looked quite good against other teams. Playing this map through their aggressive plays.
That's heck invalid.
Exactly. It's actually quite real, and Legacy pilled. I'm Dumal pilled on this map, actually. I'm Dumal maxing on this map. His B takes, his banana takes are honestly just like giga coded. I really actually enjoy watching him try to take that sort of space. So it's going to be up to people like Gravity and Body to try to slow him down. My edge, though, today, Bodies just look like the better player. I didn't really see Dumal on map 1. Map 2, everybody kind of failed on the Legacy side. Body's just been through and through better.
Now, I know you didn't understand a lot what he said, so you can choose to ignore it and just give us your point, so you can try and build upon it. I mean, I think Legacy were in with a chance, man. I got to be honest with you. I've seen them on this map quite a bit, and they're slept on a little bit, I think.
I mean, what I like for Legacy's part is the fact that they kind of function on Inferno with essentially 2 entry fraggers in both Lux and Dumal. And I think, what they find a lot of success on is Dumal's like hyper aggression up banana. We didn't really get to see the same ordeal on Nuke with him and Lotto out in yard. Like Lotto, for some reason, started like more leaning towards ramp for the better part of it, and Dumal didn't really get that many duels to actually take out in yard. But I think it's going to be very different on a map like Inferno. You kind of have to respond to something going on in banana. So I think this is a good shot for Legacy to create some instability, like basically like a spot where 3D Max aren't necessarily as comfortable as they might be against a lot of other teams, because this is going to be high octane.
Just before we go to break, what do you expect to see?
That even if 3D Max have a just 6-6 CT side, they're going to finish it on the T side. Okay, they split this map in so many different sections all the time. They take space so effectively. They are the one team at EPL that I really liked watching their T side Inferno, because they would just be in CT spawn 1 out of 3 rounds. It was great.
All right. Well, always great to get your thoughts. We're going to go to a break. We'll come back straight to the action as we have, of course. It'll be on Inferno, a decider. The winner goes to the playoffs. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stop score.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the final map of the day here on the first day of CAC 2025. We're getting into 3D Max Legacy on Inferno. Henry, I'm hoping we get a closer map than the first two.
Yeah, first two didn't really deliver. Legacy falling flat on Nuke. We thought they'd actually have a strong showing, but couldn't contain 3D Max in the upper bomb side whatsoever. Brazilians all start on the T side here. Very technical pistol. We've got a plethora of utility. Barely any Kevlar out there. Jumao and Sadzin will have the protection, but looks like we'll be executing somewhere. Multiple flashes, multiple Molotovs, and the precious decoy as well. Looking for some mid-control early, but looks things here. Exorcise. Curious towards second middle. Doesn't spot them, though. And these Julies have been a real thorn in the side of Legacy. This time, though, finding body early.
Oh, good response here from Exorcist. He'll go back out again for a second tip, but it's Gravity using that distraction. Not really making the most of it, though, is he? He should have at least had one with the dual Berettas, and now a lot of utility going into the apartments. We've got Nissim, who's used this opportunity in the gap in the defense to slip onto the balcony. They have no idea that he's here. Eventually, putting enough bullets in the body of Gravity to get rid of him. Exorcist to also fall, and it's just Lucky and Maka all of a sudden 2v4 here. 1v4.
Done it. Even without the Kevlar, they are looking like they're in a prime position here. Should be no problem to close things out, and it's certainly not. Legacy, 4 players surviving. Only 1 kill found for 3D Max there. Looked like they had plenty of opportunities to make a dent as well.
Yeah, straight into the force buy though, Henry. You know they're coming swinging with MP9s, 5.7s, but this is the play. This with all that distraction, he realized there's probably no one holding the balcony. So instead of helping my teammates, let me just go and see how much space I can get to the end of the hallway. Gets onto the balcony, they come running back, thinking they're going to be safe, getting back into the bomb site, and then Nissim's just surprise. We've got a scout out here for Maka. He's going to be burned at top middle, not exactly comfortable for him to stand and peek and try and soften some of these Ts for the 5.7s and MP9s. A body unleashed, flash goes over the top, he's coming, here he is, and he can't do anything about it. Looked like he had a real opportunity to do some serious damage.
8 bullets left, not going to be enough here. Is Gravity overlooked, the last line of defense, and for a second he is, but only good for 1 kill. This force fight does nothing for him, a couple of kills sure, but the round is over. Maka, scout, no Kevlar, 2-0. This one's the playoffs as well. Legacy put their best foot forward, gonna have a 3-0 start here. On the T side of Inferno. T-sided map, admittedly.
Yeah, and especially when you get a good start like this, you're going to be loving it. Like you see, really need to hit the ground running. I mean, they got absolutely destroyed over on Nuke. So don't want to be in a situation where you're fighting from the behind. So Legacy giving themselves a nice start. And with the force bite, should be a nice 3-0 lead, in fact, coming up. Maka doing a great bit of work here. That bomb is going to take Lux away. And in fact, it's just the scout's going to do it. So a 3K from Maka. Upgrade into the Galil on the way out. Makes the most out of a bad situation. And realistically, Henry, look what that has done to the money here for Legacy.
It's
limited. Do you actually want to force buy if you're 3D Max at this point? Like, you've done so, there is a case to be made, I guess. Conversation to be had at the least.
I mean,
and they are going for it.
It's a risk.
But you know you've damaged the money. You know you killed everyone.
Absolutely true, but you're the favored team expending this much cash again. You've got to save Galil, a couple of SMGs. You're all in, they're going for it. So, doesn't matter what I speculate. It's going to be a difficult round still, but yeah, if they pull it off, they're right back in the driving seat. Lux and co. preempting this sort of decision. Lux trying to beat the initial player towards the apartments. Lots of dinks going on and a couple of kills found. They might pull this off then go.
Oh, yes, they might. In fact, they have. It is now Dumao and Lato left cowering away. Split up, severed off from one another. And they don't just win it, Henry. They haven't lost a player.
It's a comprehensive victory, that's for sure. I don't think Legacy were ready for that. They were assuming it would be pistols on the other side. sending the MAC-10 out into an awkward fight. The round collapses. No one finds a kill. Barely any damage inflicted. And it will be 3D Max back to their winning ways early on here. The risk pays off. Tech9s in response. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus here. No bomb planted. Now, what can they do on their T side? Your options are quite limited. You don't have the Deagles to go for those long-range picks. You're going to try and get some basic map control, and then this puncture a bomb site here. Try and find a gap. Nade tickles Lux. Looks like a B finish, from what we can see so far. It's going to be body. Trying to lock them out as long as possible here. Deep smoke down towards the bottom of Banana. Flashbang to come over, courtesy of Sadzin. And they'll try and use the momentum up the Tech9s. Breach the defense here. It's going to be body and gravity. Lying in wait. Exercise trying to funnel them in. Waiting for their moment. Another smoke down towards the bottom of Banana. Another 20 seconds.
Yeah, really just rotting the clock at this moment. Minute 5. As Gravity just looking to confirm to Legacy that you don't own Banana. This is absolutely in control of 3D Max for the time being, so they're going to have to fight hard for it. Flashes are good, yeah. Really solid. A little bit of a fumble there for body. Didn't get back to safety. Gravity goes down with a single kill, and that's not enough to feel comfortable about this B hold. Keep eyes on Exorcist though on that flank around bottom Banana. He's arriving now, and he's got that kill on Nissim. Flash ready to go around the side of the car as Maka stops Sadzin from feeling comfortable on the site. The bomb has not been planted. In fact, they do not even possess the bomb, and it's a cleanup for Exorcist in the final few seconds. That
was looking very promising for a very small moment as they get the initial trades in their favor towards Banana, but no bomb planted. Unable to actually get the bomb down in any sense, so it's going to have to be the eco now. The force spy, nice try. Found their moment, couldn't capitalize upon it though. So Glocks only, I'm afraid. We'll be getting 2,400 into the next round, enough for the AKs, helmets, and basic util. Probably have to bring a Galil or two to the table. And Body knows there's an opportunity here to find multiple kills, farm some cash, some moolah. MP9 in hand. Banana controls granted. But yeah, should be the clean sweep there. Any kills given over will be disappointing. And maybe we'll get one. But no, there it is. 3-2. 3D Max take the lead. Blink and you miss it. After force buying in the third, a huge risk. One that has paid off nicely though.
Yeah, AK is coming out now for Legacy. Khalil for Lato. Lux will join them with the AK-47. And let's see what the gun rounds of Legacy look like. They made a couple of these rounds. The 3 Max have won pretty close. A little scary, especially the previous. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve for us now. I heard the desk singing the praises of Gravity's in-game leadership. He's not going to be required on his T side for a little while longer. But if you can get as many CT rounds as possible, might not need much from him. And Exorcist is going to be holding from the balcony, looking down into short. Oh, Incendiary goes down, goes back to address the apartments issue, but Nissim and Lux both with openers, and that's a save call, Henry.
Certainly is. Completely changing up the pace of the round there. Through the apartments, up towards quad. Opening utility, normally designed to get the map control. They won the whole thing right there and then. 3D Max didn't see it coming. And we will have a 5-on-3, and the round's already over. Let's see now if they can hold on to the little they have. Galil for lucky. Body on the MP9. All towards that B side of the map as well. Nissim knows that's where they're likely to reside. He's got 100 HP, but does he dare go any further? Doesn't have much more than a smoke to work with here. Looks like he's happy to give it up. And we're all tied up. 3-3. Nice recovery. Good change of pace. Kills towards the outside and in the apartments. If you lose frags that early on, the round is over. You see a lot of that Inferno. There's going to be a lot of saves here, I'm afraid. It's not the map of choice for the people. see a lot of this sort of stuff. Like, you're never going to see a retake.
Not known for, he's had his entertaining moments over history, Henry. Absolutely.
Sure.
But yeah, a lot of saving does go on the map. It's just very cut and dry. When a T-side entry so hard like they did in the last round, they just save. Well, get in the mix of a banana fight early on here. Lux, a lot of his health drained. It's going to be boosted up on top. Mao dropping Lucky. Body going out for the swing. Couldn't get the second opportunity here to trade for 3D Max. He'll delay with some util. Gravity going before that smoke pops. Nissim actually caught a cheeky little lurk there from Nissim through the top mid smoke. So 4v4 comes from an A kill, in fact.
Here we go then, round back on. Looking very convincing for Legacy for a second, but Nissim removed. RIP Chicken.
Not too happy about that Chicken going down, Henry. We'll have to investigate that one. But here comes the Legacy finish on the A bomb site. One player to do it all. Exorcist. Is he the man for the job, Henry?
Could be. Was an absolute star player over in Stockholm. Had some unbelievable moments. Keyed them in the tournament, get games over the line.
Well, 35 seconds could delay them, and he's no longer just alone. He's got Maka coming over, so it's two of the heaviest hitters here for the 3D Max team. And they're ready to shut this down. It's going to be Exorcist waiting under the balcony. 25 on the clock. Here's Maka waiting inside of the bomb side. Such limited time. This is really worrying for Legacy. They have so much to clear. They don't have the util to do it. They're just going to run in. And that makes it easy for Maka, but Exorcist got nothing. Maka even lined that peek up to the balcony, but eventually taken down with bullets through the boxes. And the B bomb site players did not rotate until now. So Gravity and Body are only arriving in middle at this moment, and they've got no util for this. They have got a kit at least.
We'll give it a look in, but once again, you're considering the save already. No util to speak of. A Khalil for Body, half HP. Kit, sure, but he's deep towards the T side of apartments here. It's another round going in favor of Legacy. It all started with that B bomb site Gambit. Managed to trade out kills. 4-on-4, but convincing close here. Legacy will take an edge, 4-3. Money still pretty decent for 3D Max, admittedly, considering they save weapons time and time again. You've got Lucky with $10,000, Gravity not far behind, so saving the Galil is fine, but wasn't even required, really. Might be a tactical timeout. They're going to bring out the orb for sure. It was Dumao. Hot feet at the start. But managing to find an opener. Maka did well at the back, but swarmed, isolated. And Dumao confirming the round with the kill towards Cubby. Now off we go then, round number 8. This one's still wide open. Just to reiterate one last time, T-sided map. You're looking for a minimum of like 4 on the CT side. Anything above that, you're feeling comfy. Oh, that doesn't help though. Body with that safe Galil goes down early. Double HG towards the sandbags. Max damage on both of them.
Yeah, Lucky playing in the apartments. He's not alone. He's got a deadly setup here with Exorcism behind him. This double setup can be incredibly difficult to clear up. The issue is, look at the risk you run when you have that double setup in the apartments with no one out at long. You expose yourself to an arch split into the B bomb site. You get wrapped on the A bomb site. So you don't feel comfortable holding it for that long. And so that's why you see a more proactive play from Gravity and Exorcist, both at the apartments and Banana. And 3D Max go from a 4v5 to a 4v3, favoring them with 55 seconds left. Legacy now searching for an opportunity to get back into the round. And perhaps it's on the back of Nissim and Lux. Now only can be Nissim because Lux goes down on that long wrap. The grenade, kind of cool actually.
I don't know how that landed like that, but yeah, not bad. It was looking so promising for Legacy at that opening kill, but all of a sudden, the round's falling apart. Can they fight their way back into it? Certainly grounds to do so. Pre-fire required here with Gravity from the library. Covering Lucky, and they survive the round, tying things up once again. Money very strong on the CT side here. Money not bad either for Legacy, but getting to the bookend of this first half. 4-4. Extra seats, bringing the round back to life here. Gravity, really nice. Exploration towards the top of Banana, finds a player behind the half wall, and manages to protect Lucky there to close things out.
Well, Gravity That banana fight really could have gone either way. The initial one on that half wall, so very fortunate to come out on top of it.
So,
all about for Maka. It's going to be a 2-man start on the B bomb side. Quite passive, not challenging for Banana at the moment, and Dumao's going to take it. It's about a mid play here from 3D Max. Aggression sent through the smoke at top mid.
It's going to say they did that bottom of mid smoke, wondering when they were going to utilize it. Kind of works out for them. That's even better though. Gravity flushes out Dumao. The man advantage found once again. Ecstasies though, suspicious of a potential flank towards the apartments. You'd be right in thinking so as well. Nissan parked up at the end. Very strong position Ecstasies is in right now. He's got his teammate Mac up patrolling middle. Doesn't have to worry about quad right now. It all comes down to this kill. Nissan gets one. The round becomes a lot more uncomfortable with Maka there, isolated and alone. Showing some presence towards B. Smoke's going down towards Coffins and Spawn. Like we said, this is the all-important bout. Who will come out on top? There it is. Nissan will find it. They might vacate the premises now. Yeah, the bomb's already hightailing it towards A. Maka will rotate over. There's a kill for Gravity, but the call has been made. A will be the finish, 3-on-2, but Maka's going to find him.
Oh, should have.
Scope.
Definitely should have. Now he could actually go down to Boiler. Okay, Maka gets caught in too aggressive of a position. And now with 20 seconds left, you've got the 2 Banana players racing down, but the site has been taken, and Legacy looking for 5.
HP is low for Nissan, but 9 bullets in the mag. Just needs 1.
Oh, he gets it.
Oh, he stays alive as well. No trade.
Gravity hunting him down now. Should be able to get him, but that barrel very strong. Gets a little bit of extra damage off. It's Gravity who's leading the way on kills in this round. He's got 3. Needs a 4K up. And so many places where Sadzin could be. He currently occupies the little pit. And he's not going to make it happen here, Gravity. A valiant attempt, and Maka